Due to the immense pressure individuals face in their daily lives, gaming has emerged as the quintessential means for many young people to alleviate their stress. Astute entrepreneurs have not overlooked this opportunity, eagerly investing in major gaming companies and recruiting top-tier game design talent. Consequently, a whirlwind has swept through society, with a fervent desire to become a game producer. The creation of a popular game promises not only substantial wealth for the developers, but also considerable profits for the financiers behind them. However, the challenge lies in the prevailing outdated understanding of gaming within this world. Coupled with capital manipulation, many game creators exhibit little concern for player experience, focusing solely on extracting financial contributions from customers. Lian mused, "This place is an inherently splendid battlefield for me." Chapter 1. Game producer, have I truly transcended into another world? Lian rubbed his heavy head, incredulously staring at the liquid crystal display before him. Wasn't he burning the midnight oil coding a game? How did he end up here? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of information surged into Lian's mind. It turned out he had indeed traversed to a realm known as launching, a parallel world somewhat akin to Earth. The level of civilization here mirrored that of Earth, with currencies from various nations appearing quite familiar. However, in the realm of science and technology, launching far surpassed Earth, earning the title of a true technological powerhouse. With such rapid advancements, the gaming industry here thrived vigorously. Given the overwhelming stress people endure, gaming has become the prime outlet for many young individuals. Keen entrepreneurs have seized this opportunity, pouring resources into gaming companies and recruiting elite game designers. Thus, a fervor to become a game producer has swept through society. Any developer who creates a hit game stands to gain immense wealth, with their financiers reaping bountiful rewards as well. Yet, the problem lies in the widespread antiquated perceptions of gaming in this world. Additionally, the influence of capital means that many game developers are indifferent to player experience, focusing solely on how to compel users to spend money. Interestingly, the current Lian, although sharing the same name and profession as his predecessor in game development, had previously created several games that garnered only mediocre responses, with investments yielding little return. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, often working late into the night to debug programs, hoping to one day craft a market-shattering product. Ultimately, his overexertion led to his unfortunate collapse at that very moment, allowing the newly arrived Lian to assume his role and continue the struggle. This place is an inherently splendid battlefield for me, Lian thought, though he could not be deemed a seasoned game designer in his original world, given his understanding of the current environment and launching's extraordinary technological backdrop. Creating a best-selling game in a short time seemed entirely feasible. Thus, Lian returned to his computer and opened the renowned local gaming platform, Yuan. This influential online marketplace in the country attracted countless individuals seeking enjoyable experiences or sources of inspiration daily. After inputting his account credentials based on the information he retained, Lian examined the platform's trending recommendations. All listed games were ranked according to their popularity and player evaluations. He promptly selected the top 10 titles to add to his download list for further study. Despite each software's size ranging from several gigabytes to over 200 gigabytes, the mature technology allowed for the entire installation process to be completed in mere minutes. My goodness, this efficiency is astounding, he mused, while he was aware of launching's remarkable internet speed. Witnessing hundreds of gigabytes being processed in under a few minutes was an entirely different experience. Subsequently, Lian naturally clicked on the top-ranked title to begin his exploration. Upon entering the main interface, he was taken aback by the high-quality graphical rendering, akin to a top-tier production in the industry. However, the experience was marred by the absence of background music or sound effects, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. After registering a character, he embarked on his official playthrough. Yet, less than 10 minutes into the experience, he found himself disheartened and exited the game, lost in thought while reclining in his chair. Aside from commendable artistic elements, the remaining aspects were utterly intolerable. The pervasive methods of inducing in-game purchases were particularly egregious. He had to dismiss several payment prompts just to continue playing normally. In summary, aside from the visual components, the rest was essentially subpar. The absurdity of such a product occupying the top position on the charts was disconcerting. If this level of mediocrity can rank so high, perhaps merely recreating the classic games I have previously enjoyed could easily outshine all current competitors in the market. Lian pondered deeply. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Dungeon Fighter, PUBG, Crossfire, Left 4 Dead, League of Legends, Red Dead Redemption, Call of Duty. If given the opportunity to recreate these titles in this realm, they would undoubtedly render the current wave of substandard offerings obsolete. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. The game creation assistant has successfully launched. As long as others play the game you design online, you will earn virtual currency rewards. These coins can be exchanged within this assistant for various professional knowledge and daily consumables. Indeed, This was the divine skill every transcender should possess. Overwhelmed with joy, Lian promptly replied, "May I activate the novice gift package immediately?" "Certainly. A memory file regarding the initial version of Dungeon Fighter has been sent to you." "Dungeon? What sort of existence is this?" He paused momentarily before erupting with excitement. This classic monster-slaying adventure game sparked widespread discussion upon its debut. Within a mere 6 months, it swiftly captured a significant market share, even surpassing the long-standing champion, Legend of the Blood. During that time, dormitory companions often stayed up all night together, conquering monstrous levels and reveling in the joys of shared growth. One particularly fortunate instance of acquiring rare equipment left him elated for days, unable to sleep. Even as its influence waned in later years, it maintained a popularity comparable to the globally adored League of Legends. It was foreseeable that the re-emergence of Dungeon Fighter would undoubtedly reignite a fervor, far surpassing the plethora of inferior products currently saturating the market. Soon, a fresh stream of data flooded into his consciousness. After thorough processing and digestion, he finally comprehended the structure of this invaluable legacy. A new journey awaits. Let us begin inscribing a new chapter from today. This was an early version of Dungeon Fighter, an indelible memory of youth from many veteran players. Those who joined the game during this version could truly be considered witnesses to its inception. In that version, only 5 characters were available for selection: the male Blade Master, male Gunner, Priest, female Mage, and female Fighter. The level cap during this period was 60, and there were no awakening skills, let alone those powerful artifacts capable of determining victory with a single piece of equipment. Chapter 2. A 1 GB game. Even the most mundane of task dungeons must be approached with utmost caution, lest one be swiftly overwhelmed by a horde of monsters. Nevertheless, Ziching YYGSH captivates a multitude of devoted fans with its distinctive gameplay and richly diverse worldview. Lian believes that even if a new title were developed in its original form, it would undoubtedly surpass the mediocre entries on the rankings. At the stroke of midnight, the hour coincides perfectly with the programmer's most productive working time. Armed with the wealth of data stored in his mind and the exceedingly advanced technological means of the current world, it is entirely feasible for one individual to bring Ziching YYGSH to fruition. "Let the work commence," he declared, stretching his limbs, his joints cracking and popping, rejuvenating his spirit. He promptly opened the relevant design software and began to draft the creation code. With the rapid evolution of the gaming industry, numerous tools have emerged to serve creators in efficiently producing content. By simply paying a membership fee to become a VIP, one can enjoy unlimited access to the functionalities of these software tools. This is also why a small team can swiftly construct a comprehensive game system in such an environment. With the support of these powerful tools and his profound coding expertise, Lian made astonishing progress on the Ziching YYGSH project. In merely a week, he not only completed the design of all NPCs, but also crafted several maps for adventurers to explore and grow. Within a month, Ziching YYGSH was equipped with all the prerequisites for an official launch, requiring only the opening of a testing channel to invite users for an experience. Finally, the task is accomplished. He sighed with relief, gazing at the game installation package on the screen, rubbing his weary eyes, and revealing a contented smile. During the past 30 days and nights, apart from necessary rest, it was rare to see him stray from his desk. The first thing he did upon waking each morning was to write code, with his daily meals primarily consisting of takeout or instant noodles. Had he not been accustomed to such a grueling pace of life from a previous existence, he might have long since succumbed to exhaustion. After splashing cold water on his face, he faced the mirror, where his slightly fatigued reflection met him. He merely offered a faint smile. The once slender and handsome visage now bore a sheen of weariness, and the tall figure of 6 feet appeared somewhat fragile. However, Lian paid little heed to this. As long as the game attracted a substantial player base upon its launch, he was confident that he could find ways to restore his physical condition through in-game currency, exchanged for corresponding resources in the system marketplace. Having completed the core aspects of the game, the next step was to publish it across various platforms for experience and evaluation. Yet, as a relatively obscure developer, even an outstanding work might struggle to achieve widespread dissemination solely based on its quality. Thus, adequate preparations were essential. Much like other game developers, to garner sufficient exposure for the new product, it is common practice to enlist the help of numerous advertisers, including influencers or notable personalities to generate buzz. Consequently, funds would need to be allocated for marketing Ziching YYGSH. Thus, Lian sought out a professional online marketing team. After a brief discussion and the payment of 3,000 yuan, they assured him that they would disseminate information about the new game across various social media and platforms within a day. Before long, a plethora of virtual users became active across various forums and comment sections. Whether in trending discussions or beneath ordinary user posts, one could consistently find a plethora of positive feedback and endorsements for Ziching YYGSH. I just discovered an intriguing little game called Ziching YYNGSH. The gameplay is quite engaging, definitely worth a try. You're playing this too. Let's add each other as friends. Exactly, I just downloaded it, and it's quite impressive, worth recommending to friends. Although most were aware that this enthusiasm was orchestrated by behind-the-scenes marketing, many curious individuals clicked the link to give it a try, as there was no cost involved. All the recent games are just money grabs. It's so annoying. Indeed, especially that top-ranking space combat game, I've already spent nearly 100,000 this month. 100,000? Last week, I poured almost 200,000 into City Pursuer. Has the group owner found any fun games lately? I'm utterly bored. Yes, group owner, please recommend a few new games quickly. In a seaside villa, a girl adorned with heavy makeup and a kaleidoscope of hair colors frowned at her phone screen, replying, "Don't ask me, these games demand constant top-ups." Tempted to uninstall them and retire instead, the girl, named YWNR, is a seasoned gaming enthusiast, remarkably talented in various game genres. She is particularly extravagant when it comes to spending on games, often investing hundreds of thousands monthly across different titles. Thus, her name resonates loudly within the domestic gaming community, with numerous threads discussing her exploits in gaming forums. The gaming group was initiated by YWNR, where all members share a passion for online gaming. Initially, she sought a space to exchange insights with like-minded friends, but was soon joined by many well-known gamers and live streamers, along with their fans. This community has now expanded to over 10,000 members, with thousands online daily, sharing gaming experiences and discussing recent favorite online projects. Suddenly, someone in the group posted, "I found a gem. It's just a 1 GB game." Accompanied by a screenshot, the image depicted a disheveled swordsman gripping a curved greatsword with a swaggering pose. FNS Shungi, not only an administrator, but also a popular streamer, drew immediate attention to her post. "Is a 1 GB game for real? I bet it's just another rookie's trash project. I haven't seen such small-scale games in years." Who knows, it might be a hidden treasure. But it is indeed quite compact. Even my smallest hard drive has over 10 gigabytes. Honestly, the character on this poster looks quite dashing. YWNR, intrigued by this news, inquired further. "FNS Shungi, where did you download it? What's it called?" "FNS Shungi. I just saw it on a forum. I'm about to try it out. Ziching YYNGSH, and it's free. It even has background music during loading. It feels quite promising. Stay tuned for my feedback." Chapter 3. Embarking on an uncharted journey in her professional routine, Yuwaner swiftly searched for and downloaded the game Dungeon and Fighter. Her curiosity compelled her to explore this seemingly simplistic creation. With her computer's high-end configuration, she completed all necessary preparations in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the account interface, an upbeat and dynamic background melody resonated, aptly titled "A Warrior, as Free as the Wind." Such meticulous design pleasantly surprised Yuwaner, who typically held little interest in such miniature games. As the story began to unfold, she found herself momentarily taken aback at the character selection screen. The character graphics appeared quite primitive and coarse, resembling a pixelated mosaic. Having been accustomed to immersing herself in top-tier masterpieces, the crude lines presented before her were somewhat difficult to accept. However, having already installed the game, she decided to give it a try. The overall visual aesthetic, while retro and simplistic, was not unbearable. Among the 6 options, the most captivating character was undoubtedly the imposing swordsman, the Demon Slayer. Eagerly skipping the tutorial, Yuwaner officially embarked on her journey, greeted by a vibrant forest set in the realm of Lian. As the map materialized, a distinctive melody echoed in her ears, accompanied by several diminutive yet ferocious goblins. The exhilarating music, combined with the tense atmosphere, prompted Yuwaner to sit up straight, bracing herself to respond to each attack. Alas, without paying attention to defense, a goblin easily wounded her character, causing her health to plummet. After hastily checking the control prompts, she swiftly executed a counterattack, successfully repelling her foe. The controls felt rather satisfactory. Although the graphics were somewhat dated, the gameplay experience and sound effects remained impressively engaging. Once she mastered a few basic moves, she charged forward again with her weapon, gradually becoming adept at the entire process. After investing considerable time and nearly half her health bar, she finally approached the final chamber. Goodness, these little creatures inflict substantial damage. Though she complained aloud, excitement had already taken root within her. The true challenge was about to commence. As she maneuvered her character into the final area, she beheld several ordinary monsters alongside a uniquely designed goblin girl, Celia, imprisoned in an iron cage. "Brave human, please rescue me from this dire predicament," exclaimed the elven maiden. Wow, an elven girl. Yuwaner, already brimming with enthusiasm, found her interest piqued further by this heroic rescue scenario. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, producing a flurry of sounds. Yuwaner perceived that the stone-throwing goblin was no different from the others, and commanded her demon slayer to execute a demonic slash. However, before her character could approach, a barrage of stones from the goblins swiftly eliminated her. This is too powerful, she exclaimed. Gazing at the game over screen alongside the imprisoned elven girl, her dissatisfaction palpable. Just as she felt disheartened, she discovered she possessed 10 resurrection tokens. Quickly using one, her character revived instantly. What a considerate game, offering free respawns. After the initial surprise, she deftly maneuvered her demon slayer out of the goblin's throwing range. It became apparent that she had underestimated her adversary. Given this was a formidable foe, greater caution was warranted. Indeed, Yuwaner demonstrated commendable gaming skills. First, she utilized various abilities to eliminate some minor monsters before skillfully luring the stone-throwing goblin into launching its rock attacks. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a fierce assault. Although the individual damage was modest, her persistent onslaught visibly diminished the goblin's health. After multiple repetitions of this strategy, her actions became increasingly natural and fluid. Ultimately, through a series of well-coordinated strikes, the pesky goblin fell, dropping several items and equipment. Wow, equipment drop. Although she was uncertain of the item's utility, she eagerly collected them into her inventory. For Yuwaner, these represented symbols of victory. Upon inspecting her backpack, she noted that aside from her old wooden stick, all other equipment slots remained empty. Suddenly, she discovered a newly added weapon, a sharp longsword. Greatsword, usable by the demon slayer. After thoroughly reading the equipment description, she was astonished to have acquired such a prized item so early in the game. Replacing her battered stick with the newly obtained sword instantly enhanced her character's imposing presence. This game was truly amazing. Ecstatic, Yuwaner felt as though she had uncovered a new world. Successfully completing the mission to rescue Celia, she returned to her original location, the Erwin defense line. Following a brief tutorial from Celia, she learned that the Demon Slayer could also master a plethora of diverse skills. Browsing through the names of various unlockable techniques, such as Silverlight Slash and Earth Shatter Fist, filled her with excitement. Now at level 2, she aspired to reach level 10 to attempt using these formidable abilities. With a clear objective, her enthusiasm was further ignited. She promptly located the next main quest and plunged into it, wholeheartedly striving for advancement. Meanwhile, discussions about the game were fervently unfolding in a social group she belonged to. Oh my goodness, that lightning goblin is utterly overpowered. An hour later, Yuwaner's character had reached level 8. She had anticipated a swift ascent to higher levels to acquire all the skills. However, little did I anticipate that the difficulty of the subsequent dungeon would escalate dramatically, and the new adversaries would become increasingly formidable. Particularly troublesome was the goblin capable of unleashing lightning magic attacks, which nearly depleted all my revival items. This situation was untenable. Traversing alone was utterly impossible, and I needed to seek assistance from Fensei Shuangyi. The very friend who initially recommended this game to us was none other than the sister known as Fensei Shuangyi in our group. Surely, she must possess some strategies to counter this challenge. Upon logging into the chat tool, I was astounded to discover a staggering 954 unread messages. So many comments. Incredible. My friend, this game is simply delightful. I am truly at my wit's end. Choosing this profession feels like a constant barrage of attacks. However, I feel rather capable. Although melee classes test a player's skill, the sensation of combat is genuinely exhilarating. Chapter 4. Is this not a generous gift? Ha ha ha, thankfully. I initially chose a long-range shooting class, and now I am thoroughly enjoying the gameplay. Help, I can't defeat the lightning creature. As I observed everyone sharing their daunting experiences, particularly when they mentioned the same issues that plagued me, Yuwaner had a sudden epiphany and suggested, "Are you all in Lufu? Why not form a team to challenge it together? Surely we can conquer this level." Almost immediately after sending the message, I received a warm response. The once desolate novice village was soon bustling with friends, all at level 8. Yuwaner rallied 2 ghost swordsmen and Fensei Shuangyi as they charged into the map that had previously caused her such distress. "Boss, where did you acquire that weapon? It's incredibly cool. Wow, that piece is vastly superior to my shabby weapon." Upon entering the map, the 2 ghost swordsmen, armed with their worn wooden sticks, expressed envy. They too yearned for grander weapons. I obtained this during a dungeon run. Defeating monsters grants a chance to loot equipment. Yuwaner cheerfully explained, feeling immensely satisfied as if she hadn't experienced such a sense of mastery in ages. Under Yuwaner's guidance, the quartet successfully navigated the Thunder Ruins. The group leader is amazing. Wow, your skills are extraordinary. How did you practice? This goblin is truly annoying. We must team up for future runs. Haha, let's keep a low profile. Giggling at her friend's messages, Yuwaner found the game increasingly engaging. After conquering the Thunder Ruins, the 4 of us, with closely matched levels, received new quests that aligned perfectly. As the new level had yet to be attempted, we decided it prudent to proceed as a team for the task. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was 4 in the morning. Yuwaner finally reached level 10 and learned all her new skills. "I'm done for now. I need to rest as I have work tomorrow." Logging off. I should also prepare for my live stream. Let us continue tomorrow. I never anticipated this game would be so enjoyable. I previously thought it was a mediocre offering. Indeed, I had assumed Finsei Shuang he had recommended some lackluster game. Yet here we are, pleasantly surprised. Alright, you all go to sleep. We shall battle again tomorrow. After bidding farewell to her 3 teammates, Yuan Air contemplated practicing her new skills in the dungeon. However, upon entering the dungeon interface, she discovered she could not proceed. Scanning the screen, she noticed a notification in the upper right corner indicating that she had exhausted her stamina and could not continue. After finally learning a new move, I cannot use it, Yuan Air lamented, feeling quite frustrated. Upon checking the rules, she found that her stamina would refresh at 6 in the morning. This meant she had to wait another 2 hours before she could resume her adventures. However, Yuan Air was eager to experience the newly unlocked content. Surely, the shop must have items to restore stamina. She hurriedly opened the shop page, only to find the shop is not yet open. Oh dear. Why must the designers impose such restrictions? Why not allow players to enjoy uninterrupted gameplay? She found it difficult to comprehend the developers' intentions. If it was for profit, then imposing a threshold that affected player experience was understandable, yet the recharge feature was inexplicably unavailable. Is this not a generous gift? Although she had hardly slept all night, Yuan Air was filled with drowsiness, even too weary to remove her makeup. Yet, the inability to test her newly learned moves was exceedingly vexing. Glancing at the time, she realized that morning was still 2 hours away. Reluctantly, she created a new character to experience the game anew. As expected, the new character boasted a full stamina bar, allowing for unrestrained combat and exploration. With the experience she had accumulated, this run was much more effortless. She even managed to traverse the Thunder Ruins solo. Utilizing her limited energy, she swiftly reached level 15, thereby unlocking the next scene. He done ma air. Just as the second ghost swordsman exhausted his stamina, dawn broke. Simultaneously, her original companion could once again take action. Gazing at the energized character list before her, Yuan Air felt a bit dizzy. She had intended to lie down for a brief rest, but found herself unable to sleep. Her mind consumed with thoughts of various skills and new regions yet to be explored in the game. What tasks would the new adventures present? What exceptional treasures might be discovered? What ultimate skills could be mastered upon reaching level 20? Such thoughts surged through her mind like a surge of adrenaline, instantly awakening her. With a decisive kick, she tossed aside the covers, sat up, and embarked on a new journey. At 6 in the morning, in the Douyu livestream room, Lin Shufan arose much earlier than usual, hastily preparing without time for breakfast before logging into Dungeon Fighter. She is affectionately referred to as FNS Shu Ing Y in the chat group. Although her fame is not overwhelmingly vast, her fanbase remains quite considerable. Particularly, her distinctive vocal timbre has captivated a multitude of loyal supporters. Yesterday, she stumbled upon a game, initially downloading it out of mere curiosity. Little did she know that she would become utterly engrossed. For a seasoned enthusiast, such a novel and unique worldview and gameplay is indeed a rarity. If no significant events transpire henceforth, it is destined to become a tremendous success. Typically, LNSHFN commences her broadcasts at 10 o'clock. Yet today she began much earlier, eager to share her joy with everyone. Furthermore, with her stamina bar on the verge of replenishing, she was impatiently anticipating the upgrade of her sharpshooter companion. Shortly after going online, she was warmly welcomed by many familiar faces. Good morning. What has obscured my vision? Has the young lady commenced her business so early? Why not marry me and let me take care of you? It appears the streamer has yet to grasp the essence of monetization. Should she transition to dancing in A, she would likely achieve great popularity. Hey, let me share a secret. A few days ago, I discovered a fantastic new game on the forum, and it's only 1 in size. With that, she began her performance, and the screen filled with pixelated visuals. Instantly, the barrage of comments exploded with various opinions. Wow, what an antique is this? The graphics are so coarse. This tiny software surely cannot be much better? Is it yet another commercial collaboration? Despite its limited size, the style remains rather impressive. The name D11CH in YYNGSH sounds quite cool. Glancing at the comments, LNSHFN noticed that the audience was rather skeptical of her recommended game. This did not surprise her. Initially, she too felt that the game lacked anything particularly special, especially given its mere size of 1. Chapter 5. This game is truly enjoyable. Subsequently, LNSHFN guided her sharpshooter to the thunderous ruins to engage in battle. As she played, she explained, at the outset, there are 6 professions to choose from. I selected the range damage dealer, the sharpshooter. Here is the equipment bar, and over here is the skill list. The 2 alongside are the health and energy bars. Shuriken, flamethrower, whirlwind kick, bomb tracker, each impressive move showcased in the live stream, silencing those who had previously mocked her. Oh, this game seems quite intriguing. It truly looks promising. What is this divine skill? Kicking the monster so far away, the machine gun suddenly appeared. The Gatling gun is genuinely unexpected, yet the movements are simply spectacular. One can kick the enemy while shooting. The visuals may be somewhat dated, but this game is undeniably enjoyable. Regardless, let's download it for a trial. At just one, it is smaller than the antivirus software I installed. The audience was captivated by the dazzling skills. They had never encountered a game with such a setting and gameplay. Many had already discreetly minimized the live stream page. Busy downloading D11CH in YYNGSH. As time passed, an increasing number of viewers entered the live stream, even with slightly blurry graphics. This novel game continued to draw considerable attention. Even the die-hard fans, typically engrossed in watching sports, today diverted their focus to LNSHF in skillfully navigating her sharpshooter through levels and battling monsters. LNSHFN's proficiency was commendable. Within a few hours, she adeptly mastered the techniques, completing dungeons without taking damage. After successfully clearing another area, she finally leveled her character up to 15. Not only did she unlock a new map, HDNMR, but she also learned new skills. Wow, the scenery here is so vast. Maneuvering her sharpshooter through the streets of HDNMR, despite the graphics not being ultra-high definition, she remained exhilarated by the map and character design. I'll take a closer look later. For now, let us continue leveling up. With that, she swiftly accepted the next main quest. Just as she prepared to enter a new dungeon to test her newly acquired skills, a notification popped up stating that her stamina was depleted, advising her to return at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Alas, I can no longer fight. LNSHFN lamented. I truly wish this limitation could be removed. Many viewers echoed their frustrations regarding this constraint on player time. The sensation was akin to being engrossed in a game only to be interrupted by parental admonition. Moreover, the number of viewers was steadily increasing, and the comments were remarkably lively. It was evident that everyone had become enchanted by this game. However, the inability to continue due to lack of stamina was indeed disheartening. A spark of inspiration struck her. I could create a new account by leveling a new character. I would regain stamina. She quickly switched back to the character selection interface, preparing to establish a new account to provide everyone with a detailed introduction to the entire process. There were 6 distinct characters, each accompanied by a unique backstory and illustration. My lady, look at that sword-wielding fellow. His arm strength appears exceptional. Oh my heavens, that fighter girl is practically twisting her body. She looks so lifelike. Shouldn't I select her? Why not try the gentleman wielding the relic? Don't be ridiculous. Haven't you noticed he is a support character? No one would want to play him. It has to be the ghost swordsman. Doesn't anyone find that little girl adorable? I want my sister to see what she looks like. You lot are foolish. Why not experience the game yourselves? I just reached level 13 with the ghost swordsman. Humph, your level doesn't surpass my sharpshooter, who has already soared to level 17. Influenced by some players' comments, many viewers eagerly logged onto the platform to download D11CH in YYNGSH. By 7 o'clock that night, after a long night of programming, Lian finally roused from his desk. Half awake, he logged into the management backend to check the data. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. My heavens. 1,000,000 downloads for the game? Upon seeing this astonishing sequence of numbers, all traces of sleep vanished. Yesterday, when the testing phase commenced, the sluggish growth of registered users led him to believe that the project might face imminent failure. However, within a mere day, the downloads astonishingly surged to over 100,000, and this number continues to rise without any signs of abating. If this trend persists, it is conceivable that by dawn tomorrow, the threshold of 200,000 could be breached. Confronted with such remarkable achievements, he is convinced that this is no mere hype. Consequently, he navigated to a renowned live streaming platform to peruse the current trending list. Indeed, the third-ranked streamer, known as Finsei Shuang Yi, was broadcasting the game live. Upon entering her room, he found himself transformed into a devoted fan. With such advantageous circumstances, why not venture into the dance scene to attract followers? Lian mused. Having discovered the answer to his predicament, he was grateful that this captivating streamer inadvertently siphoned a substantial influx of traffic to his product. Silently clicking to follow and closing the page, he resolved that now was the moment to double his efforts, for an abundance of work awaited completion this evening. As the recharge system remains unavailable, D11CH in YYNGSH has not yet yielded direct profits. Nevertheless, Lian felt no urgency. Once more users have experienced the content and developed a profound affection for the game, he would gradually introduce a microstore feature. By that time, a plethora of in-game items would be available for purchase. He firmly believes that the majority of fans will certainly be inclined to spend. This is what one might call a strategy of scarcity marketing. To entice savvy players to part with their money, one must master this approach. Goodness, this is exceedingly challenging. The zombies are practically invincible. After an entire night without sleep, Yu Wanner, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, gazed at the screen where waves of zombies surged forth, angrily complaining. Her character, the Ghost Swordsman, had just reached level 17 and unlocked a new dungeon, the Dark Thunder Ruins. The challenge level of this dungeon far surpassed that of the previous Thunder Ruins. Here, not only did the zombies possess substantial health, but a single bite could induce continuous bleeding, and the surrounding zombies exhibited significantly enhanced speed and attack power. In her quest to conquer the dungeon, Yuana exhausted all her revival tokens. Unexpectedly, in the final phase, the number of zombies within the room increased dramatically, and a moment's inattention resulted in being bitten and bleeding. Consequently, not only did the ordinary zombies become more ferocious, but the situation escalated further. Ultimately, her character succumbed to a relentless horde of zombies. To add insult to injury, each failure forced her character to exit the dungeon and return in a weakened state. With the recharge option unavailable and her limited gold reserves, she had no choice but to patiently wait for her health and mana to gradually restore. Chapter 6. This level is truly cursed. How frustrating. This level is even more exasperating than goblins. The zombies' lifesteal damage is excessively high. Damn. I wasted 10 revival tokens here without even catching a glimpse of a shadow. This zombie map is utterly tormenting. Who will guide us through? Can you believe it? I just entered, and in the first room, I used 3 revival tokens. Opening the chat group, she saw everyone lamenting about this new map. For this group of players, it was akin to a hellish trial. Any minor mistake could lead to an abrupt game over, costing a precious revival token. Wow, this level is truly cursed. In Lin Shufin's streaming room, she too was tormented by the Dark Thunder Ruins, forcibly returned to the starting point by the game system. Her level 17 archer had also failed to conquer the chapter's final dungeon, the Dark Thunder Ruins. This game design truly incited expletives. Lin Shufin had exhausted all her revival opportunities here, yet still failed to catch a glimpse of success. It was one thing for the streamer's skills to be lacking, but to require 10 revival opportunities and still fall short? The comments from above were somewhat hurtful. In truth, mastering the intricate details of this game is quite challenging, especially when dealing with zombies that can continuously sap your health. Whoever dares to criticize the streamer shall face my wrath. I am a player of this game too. D11CH ing YYNGSH, and I can barely handle the catapult. Seeing the streamer's earnestness, I too am inclined to give it a try. Newbie seeking recommendations. What is this? It looks thrilling. I am interested in joining. Friends ahead, let us learn about D11CH ing YYNGSH. Sigh. I must wait until my weakened state is lifted to continue. Lin Shufin, feeling helpless, sighed and once again exited the game to recover. 3,000 gold seeking someone to assist in defeating the Zombie King. Contact me if you have successfully challenged the Dark Thunder Ruins. Seeking partners to form a team to challenge the level 18 zombies. Anyone interested? A 3-person team is recruiting the last member to tackle the Zombie King. Join quickly. The entire outer area of HD and Mr. in Zone 6 was filled with similar requests for assistance, while other dungeons also posed challenges. Gathering 4 teammates could lead to a relatively smooth passage. However, this new dungeon was different. If any team member unfortunately sustained injuries and entered a bleeding state, the remaining 3 would also face dire consequences. For newcomers still navigating the game mechanics, this was a veritable nightmare. Just then, Lin Shufin received a message from her friend Yuana. Are you also at level 17? Come join me in tackling that super difficult zombie map. I'm about to lose it. No problem. She replied without hesitation. Even though the path ahead was fraught with challenges, with a skilled companion like Yuana, perhaps all obstacles could be surmounted. Thus, after gathering her archer companions and 2 unfamiliar teammates, the 4 formed a small squad and commenced their battle. As soon as they entered the game, Yuana promptly directed everyone. We are all ranged classes. Remember to stay together to attack the enemies, and do not allow them to get close. The other 3 responded in unison. Understood. According to the plan, several archers maintained their distance to continuously attack, while Yuana was responsible for intercepting any threats that emerged nearby. Although progress was slow, it was indeed effective. When they finally arrived at the Dark Lord's chamber, astonishingly, none had sustained any injuries. Is this the power of top-tier players? I am truly in admiration. I have learned from this experience and will seek to collaborate with 3 archers when I return to try it out. Yuana deserves a round of applause. She is renowned in the esports community as a versatile player, proficient in everything. Please guide us. I am on the verge of losing my mind due to this map. Subsequently, before confronting the final challenge, Yuana reminded her companions once again to remain still after entering and to continue attacking from their positions, leaving the clearing work to her. The 3 responded in unison. Understood. After enduring a prolonged battle, they finally defeated the ultimate foe and successfully cleared the Dark Thunder Ruins. Hooray! We finally won. Yuana exclaimed with immense excitement. Incredible. You are truly formidable. On the other side, Lin Shufin, overwhelmed with joy, trembled uncontrollably. astonishing the fans on the other side of the screen. How impressive, my friend. The other two participants shared in the overwhelming happiness. At that moment, the entire streaming room was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Even passers-by unfamiliar with the software began to leave comments expressing their keen interest. I'm new here. What game was that just now? It looks incredibly fun. I second that. What game is it? I'm eager to join. I feel like playing now. I have already downloaded it. Is there anyone in Zone 4 who wants to play together? After repeating the Thunder Ruins a few more times using this method, Yu Wanter's Demon Swordman and Lin Shufin's Sharpshooter finally reached level 18. This upgrade came with a new main quest, in addition to a secondary task related to their characters. This was the quest for class advancement. Both were newcomers to Dungeon Fighter Online and were utterly perplexed by the concept of class advancement. However, according to the quest description, completing it would empower their characters significantly. My task is to find. I must seek out Kairi. Following the map's instructions, they located their respective character mentors, Demon Swordman and Kairi for the Sharpshooter. Upon accessing the mentor interface, both players were treated to 4 special class demonstration videos, accompanied by rousing background music. Wow, there is such a setting. When Yu Wanter saw the introductions for the 4 classes, it was as though she had discovered a new world, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. So this is what class advancement means. I was expecting something entirely different. Lin Shufin was equally astonished by this innovative design. She had never anticipated that this game, which was less than 1 gigabyte in size, would offer such diverse gameplay. After the viewers in the streaming room watched the promotional video for the Sharpshooter, they were immediately captivated by the striking moves of the 4 classes. Oh my! These classes are incredible, especially the Ammo Specialist, resembling a mobile armory. Broadcaster, please select the gunner. The laser cannon looks utterly stunning, and that massive flamethrower. For heaven's sake, you must choose the mechanic. The ability to summon robots to assist in battles is fantastic. Doesn't anyone appreciate the cowboy-like class? Its skills are genuinely impressive. Shufin, do you have the class advancement video for your Sharpshooter? Show me what the 4 branches look like. Chapter 7, as you wish. Alright. Then you share the class advancement footage for your Demon Swordman with me. They subsequently recorded their screens and shared the videos with each other. Oh no. Your Demon Swordman is far more dazzling than mine. Good heavens, are you an arms dealer? You rely solely on firepower. After spending a few minutes watching each other's class advancement animations, both Yu Wanter and Lin Shufin were brimming with excitement. The male fans in the streaming room were also thoroughly captivated upon viewing the class options for the Demon Swordman. Many who had previously planned to create male Sharpshooter accounts completely changed their minds after witnessing the class showcase of the Demon Swordman. Let's hurry and create a Demon Swordman. They all decided. After all, most boys prefer characters wielding swords, especially when those classes exhibit such grand and spectacular skills. Not to mention how the unique trait of having a curse in the right hand fulfills many players' fantasies. In that moment, even the most die-hard sports fans were drawn to the Demon Swordman, oblivious to the ongoing game. The Demon Slayer is truly exceptional. That Shadow Slash is undoubtedly a signature move. No, the Berserker drenched in blood resembles a hellish apparition. Agreed. I adore such a formidable character. My goodness. Azura is actually blind? This is the first time I've seen a character in a game who is visually impaired, yet so handsome. I believe the Sword Soul is the best, no contest. What is the name of this game? I want to try it too. Up there, it's called Dungeon Fighter Online. You can search for it on any platform. Which class do you plan to choose? Lin Shufin inquired. After watching the promotional video for the Demon Swordman, even she, as a girl, was tempted to train a Demon Swordman. I'm also quite torn, as every class appears to be incredibly powerful, Yu Wanter remarked. But if I must choose, I would select the Demon Slayer. Just look at how striking that Shadow Slash is, with its accompanying graphics when the skill is activated. What about you? I personally think the gunner is great. All ranged attacks should be quite enjoyable. Yu Wanter countered. I don't really know. I'll just pick the one that looks the coolest. Lin Shufin giggled. Initially, she chose the Sharpshooter purely based on appearance. Regardless of how it evolves, she aims to become the most striking character within the game. You choose whatever you like, as you wish, Yu Wanter laughed. In any case, Yu Wanter had already determined to advance to the Demon Slayer, as she favored a class capable of inflicting widespread damage. Let us embark on the journey to complete the job transition quest, for that would enable us to acquire the myriad skills depicted in the video. A splendid idea. Yet we must first ascertain the prerequisites. Indeed, it is imperative to fulfill the conditions to ensure a smooth transition. The two individuals jointly opened the job transition task panel and read aloud the requirements to independently conquer the Dark Thunder Ruins at a minimum difficulty level of adventure. As this is a solitary mission, upon reciting this passage, an unexpected silence enveloped the entire streaming room, prompting the audience to erupt in laughter. Only by independently navigating the Dark Thunder Ruins can one initiate the first step of the job transition process. Yu Wanter and Lin Shufin, albeit apprehensively, decided to proceed. Fortunately, both of them possessed commendable gaming skills, having previously achieved success. This time, as they faced the challenge of the Dark Thunder ruins alone, they exhaustively utilized all their healing potions, yet ultimately triumphed. "I can't play anymore. I must retire for the night," Yuan declared. Her demon swordman character utterly depleted of stamina after completing the first task of the Devil Hunter profession. Coupled with an entire day of gaming, she feared that continuing would result in her fainting before the computer. After sending a message to Lin Shufan, she collapsed onto her bed without even shutting down her computer, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Shufan, having completed the first task of her mechanic profession, also felt utterly fatigued. Additionally, she had commenced her livestream early that day, having already fulfilled the required duration. Just as she was preparing to end her stream, she was astonished to discover that her viewership had astonishingly surpassed 300,000. In this world's streaming platform, all data is authentic. This indicated that there were indeed 300,000 individuals watching her livestream in real time. Ordinarily, Lin Shufan's viewership hovered between 50,000 and 100,000, with her highest peak barely exceeding 150,000. To her surprise, merely by playing Dungeon Fighter Online for a morning, her livestream's popularity had doubled. Lin Shufan even began to question whether the official statistics were erroneous. In her astonishment, she noticed that she had ascended to the top of the gaming category rankings. "Is this game truly that remarkable?" Lin Shufan mused, overwhelmed by the unprecedented level of popularity she was experiencing. Returning to her livestream, she glanced at the chat. "Goodness. I initially came to watch a match recommended by a friend, but stumbled upon this incredibly entertaining game. What match are you talking about? Come join me in Dungeon Fighter Online. Is the broadcaster available? Help me defeat a few lightning goblins. I've run out of revives. Hurry. Let us team up at the level 8 Minotaur map in Zone 3. As she entered the livestream, Lin Shufan was astonished to find that nearly all discussions revolved around Dungeon Fighter Online. Those fans who typically enjoyed teasing her were now fervently discussing the game's details. Even the avatar of the room administrator had been changed to that of a demon swordman with an explosive hairstyle. After a tiring session as a sharpshooter, let us create a new demon swordman and give it a try. Adjusting her posture, Lin Shufan re-entered her live streaming mode. Although her scheduled streaming time had concluded, the soaring popularity compelled her to continue broadcasting. Lin Shufan had sensed yesterday that this new game would undoubtedly become a sensation, yet she did not anticipate such rapid ascendance. At this moment, she felt it was imperative to seize the opportunity to showcase the game's allure, striving to become the first full-time broadcaster of Dungeon Fighter Online. Simultaneously, numerous gaming streamers with similar levels of popularity to Lin Shufan were astonished to notice that her viewership had exceeded 300,000. Not only had she claimed the top spot in the gaming category, but her chat activity was also unparalleled. This left many fellow streamers bewildered. Although they recognized Lin Shufan as a competent gamer who typically garnered attention through sports events, they could not fathom how she had skyrocketed to such fame overnight. Had she unveiled something extraordinary during her stream? Driven by intense curiosity, many streamers of varying sizes clicked into Lin Shufan's live stream to investigate. What is Dungeon Fighter Online? I've never even heard of it. With skepticism, they navigated to the Tianxia gaming platform to search for this game. Chapter 8, 1. 3 million downloads. Yet when the download link materialized, everyone was left dumbfounded. The game was a mere 1 megabyte in size, smaller than many antivirus software packages. As for the graphics, they appeared as though they belonged to a decade-old product. Yet since Lin Shufan had achieved fame through this game and the audience was abuzz with discussions about it, these streamers felt compelled to give it a try. After all, in this industry, pursuing trends is a shared consensus. Whoever captures the market first will possess greater resources. As these individuals began to experience the game, they were utterly astounded by the exhilarating sensation of impact. Where did this Gatling gun come from? This is astonishing. Wow. The skills of the demon swordman are simply breathtaking. What? Job transition? The design of these 4 professions is absolutely stunning. The following afternoon, Lian awoke at his desk. After hastily washing up and finishing breakfast, his first task was to log into the game management backend to check various data. Recently, Dungeon Fighter Online had gained immense popularity, and its influence was continuously rising. Even notable gaming forums featured threads about this game. Given this, Lian began to contemplate whether it was time to launch a prop shop to sell items, as he was rapidly running out of funds to maintain the website server. If downloads surpass 500,000 today, I will activate the in-game purchase feature, he mused lazily, still caught between wakefulness and slumber. However, the data before him jolted Lian awake. 10, 100, 1, 000, 10, 000, 100, 000, 1, 000, 1, 3 million downloads. The astonishing installation figures left him utterly shocked. prompting him to wash his face once more to confirm that this was not a mere illusion. Indeed, it was no figment of his imagination. The latest statistics revealed that the downloads had surged to 1/million. What on earth had transpired? Lian found himself so startled that his drowsiness vanished instantly. Just the previous afternoon, there were only a little over 400,000 users. And in the blink of an eye, the numbers had tripled overnight. Faced with such an extraordinary situation, even Lian struggled to believe that it was not a result of foul play. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that the player community had a comment section, which he had neglected in his previous obsession with back-end growth data. He casually flipped through the comments and was met with a flurry of recent player feedback. I took the time to post this. D11CH is destined to become a sensation. Please stay tuned for good news. Initially, I thought it was a recommendation for a subpar game, but I was pleasantly surprised at how engaging it turned out to be. The comment above is correct. I almost uninstalled it after discovering it was only a 1. But thankfully I gave it a shot. It's truly a masterpiece. Dear designer, I humbly request that you remove the fatigue system. Being limited to just over an hour of play each day is utterly unsatisfying. I concur about the fatigue system. My swordsman just reached level 18, but alas, I have no fatigue left. If I could continue playing, I would be able to transmigrate into a Reaper right away. Friends from the Pink Wings livestream. This game is exceptionally fun. I strongly recommend everyone give it a try. Newcomers should start with the Gunslinger. The other classes are quite challenging. The comment above. So you also followed that match? This game is fantastic. However, the fatigue system is quite bothersome. I can only create 2 characters daily, and the fatigue simply isn't sufficient. Lian quickly skimmed through the message board and found that most players had a very positive impression of D11CH in YYNGSH. Moreover, he noticed that many players were drawn in by watching game streamers. Suddenly, the reason dawned on him, and he swiftly opened the Douyu livestream platform to check the game section. Wow! He had uncovered the secret behind the overnight explosion of D11CH in YYNGSH. Now, over half of the streamers were playing this game, with their livestream titles diverse and captivating, determined to become the strongest swordsman in the national server. Newcomer Guide to D11CH in YYNGSH. Still troubled by dungeon runs? Gunslinger? The best choice for this version. Mage. No one wants to play that. Quick clearing strategies. There were both novice streamers just starting out and renowned veteran hosts, with several top-tier celebrities also streaming this game. With so many prominent streamers on board, their fans were undoubtedly curious. After all, watching a live stream could never compare to the thrill of personal involvement. With such powerful traffic support, even a game that might be seen as a money trap would experience a significant increase in downloads. Not to mention that D11CH in YYNGSH had already been quite popular in the previous world. It seemed that the championship of this month's popularity rankings was destined to belong to him, Lian mused. Each month, the T-Nexia gaming platform updated its list of newcomer designers based on the popularity and reputation of new games. Lian's D11CH in YYNGSH currently held the 3rd position, with only a small gap in popularity from the top 2. Notably, the statistics for the end of the month were drawing near. D11CH in YYNGSH, having been released just a few days prior, had rapidly ascended to the 3rd position. Given this momentum, Lian was hopeful that he could clinch the first spot before the month concluded. With popularity already high and both reputation and download figures looking excellent, it was time to begin earning his first pot of gold. However, before generating revenue, he had one important task to accomplish: registering an official Weibo account. The purpose of establishing a Weibo account was to facilitate sending game updates and event notifications to players. In a world devoid of platforms, launching a mall system required a complete server shutdown to update the code. To avoid any misunderstandings among players, Lian needed to clarify the reason for the downtime through the Weibo account. After filling in some information on the Weibo official website, Lian successfully registered an account under the name IoT Nexia Game Company and associated D11CH in YYNGSH with the company. With everything ready, he opened the game backend to start coding. Soon, a new notification box popped up on all clients. Major event. As long as you follow the official account of D11CH in YYNGSH IoT Nexia Game Company and leave a message, you can receive 50 points of fatigue potions. Event duration, March 29th to March 31st. After releasing the code prompt, Lian proceeded to write an announcement regarding the upcoming server maintenance. Currently, he was handling all the coding work himself, with little to no time for rest. Only when the company brought in other game designers could Lian step back from the front line. Meanwhile, players battling goblins noticed the notification at the top of the client. Realizing there were free benefits to be claimed, everyone rushed to follow the Weibo account and leave messages. Get ahead of the game. D11CH in YYNGSH is bound to become a hit. Fire Tongs, Lu Ming. Just arrived. How do I claim the fatigue points? What? Only 50 points of fatigue potion? It'll be gone in 10 minutes. Dear designer, please give us more. Chapter 9. Server maintenance friends above. You still think 50 points of potion is insufficient? If it were another gaming company, this little item would probably sell for $100. At first, I thought it was a trash game, but after trying it, I found it to be so enjoyable, far better than those on the leaderboard. Indeed, D11CH in YYNGSH not only offers interesting gameplay, but also does not drain your wallet. It is truly a blessing for us casual players. At this moment, the players engaged in a mental duel with goblins were captivated by the little notification that popped up at the top of the client. Upon seeing the announcement for the free fatigue potions, they surged forward. Not only did many people click on Lian's Weibo, but they also took the time to leave comments. On the sofa, Dungeon and Fighter is bound to be a hit. I have high hopes for the future. Newbie seeking advice. How do I claim that fatigue potion? What? This is all there is. 50 points of potion can only last about 10 minutes, right? The designers ought to provide more. What do you know, brother? This 50 points is a free gift. In other games, you would have to spend money for this. At first, I thought this game was rather dull, but I never expected to become so engrossed. It far surpasses those on the leaderboard. Indeed, Dungeon and Fighter is not only entertaining, but also does not require heavy spending. It is simply the best choice for players like us. Designers, keep up the good work. I look forward to even more exciting developments. I will always support you. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lian finished his late-night snack and strolled around the streets before purchasing a few bottles of energy drinks to take home. He planned to update the store code upon returning home, aiming to earn his first income. For someone like Lian, who often stays up late, these bottles of drinks serve as a refreshing tool. The first thing he did upon arriving home was, as usual, to open the backend management interface of Dungeon and Fighter. Looking at the data reports before him, Lian revealed a knowing smile. Now, nearly 2 million users have downloaded Dungeon and Fighter, with over 1 million actively playing online. It is important to note that today is only Monday, and it is already nearing 4 in the morning. The scale of online users speaks volumes. It is evident that everyone is deeply passionate about this game. As the sole individual with access to the game's backend management, Lian has the ability to set and adjust both the types of dropped items and the quantity of currency. He can also track each user's activities in real time. Since the game's launch, Lian has observed that most players have become utterly immersed. Taking a sip of his energizing drink, Lian opened his social media account to check how many followers he currently has. Despite feeling a bit tired, he was filled with enthusiasm as he reviewed his account information. Username, Alyo Tianxia's official page, verified as Game Corporate Account, current follower count, 142 million. Just last night, his follower count surged by over 1 million. Such an astonishing achievement even surpasses some celebrities who gain likes through purchasing. Given the considerable attention he has garnered, Lian quickly seized the opportunity to release the latest event schedule alongside a system maintenance notice. At precisely 6 in the morning, all servers suddenly went offline, and the entire cyberspace turned gray. After completing this work, Lian drained the remaining drink and returned to his computer to commence coding. At 6:30 in the morning, Yuwaner finally crawled out of bed after sleeping for an entire day and night. The first thing she did upon waking was to turn on her computer, preparing to log into Dungeon and Fighter. I must complete the job change quest today, she exclaimed excitedly to herself. Yuwaner had already finished the first job change task. As long as she completed the remaining 3, her demon swordman could transform into the powerful Reaper. However, as soon as she opened the game, Yuwaner was taken aback. The game interface had turned gray, and the server selection displayed the words under maintenance. Oh no, she groaned, frustratedly hitting the armrest of her gaming chair, feeling quite displeased. She had deliberately adjusted her schedule to log in promptly at 6 in the morning to grind her fatigue points. But now, with the game undergoing maintenance, Yuwaner felt immensely disheartened. What was the point of waking up so early? Could it be that the designers had fled? She thought anxiously. Such situations are quite common in many smaller games. Designers sometimes abandon updates or management when they realize their game is not profitable or for various other reasons. With this thought, Yuwaner began to panic. She genuinely loved this game, and her demon swordman had yet to complete the job change. Yet, the designers had not issued any notifications and had chosen to conduct maintenance across the entire region at this time. Was it possible that the designers truly intended to abandon the game? Yuwaner quickly reached out to Lin Shufan, initiating a voice call. Sister Yu? Why are you calling so early? Lin Shufan's voice came through. She had also been waking up early these days to stream the game. Today, given the unexpected server maintenance, she had hoped to enjoy a lie-in, but Yuwaner had called. Shufan, did you know? The entire region of Dungeon and Fighter is under maintenance. Do you think the designers could have run away? Yuwaner asked anxiously. What? Haven't you checked the official Weibo? Lin Shufan replied, puzzled. Official Weibo? What is that? Does this game even have an official Weibo? Yuwaner, who had slept for an entire day and night, was completely unaware of this. Search for Aoyou Tianxia Game Company on Weibo, and you'll find out, Lin Shufan said before hanging up. Aoyou Tianxia Game Company. Yuaner immediately searched for it on Weibo and quickly found the account. It turned out to have been registered just yesterday. No wonder she was unaware. Seeing that there was a Weibo account, she felt much more at ease. Oh my gosh, the follower count is skyrocketing. Nearly 2 million in just one day? Yuaner marveled. This game is indeed enjoyable, captivating even the most discerning players, so such a fanbase is hardly surprising. She clicked on Aoyou Tianxia's Weibo feed, which contained only 2 posts. Wow, they actually gave away 50 points of fatigue potion yesterday. Upon reading the first post, Yuaner felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. She hurriedly commented beneath this post, expressing her hope to receive the potion for free. As for the reason for the maintenance, it should be addressed in the second post. Yuaner clicked on the second dynamic, revealing several announcements regarding maintenance. She read through them one by one, her eyes brimming with delight. Chapter 10 was practically a gift. The entire region was undergoing maintenance to launch the new mall system. The specifics of what the mall would sell were not mentioned, leaving her in suspense until the game update. In addition to the mall activities, there was also an event called Sai Lia's Blessing. Sai Lia was a character familiar to players, the sprite girl rescued from the goblins. This event resembled a lottery. For 3 yuan, 300 points, one could purchase a Sai Lia's Blessing, with the chance to obtain various rich rewards, including resurrection coins, potions, warehouse upgrade vouchers, pet renaming cards, and even potions that enhanced attack power. Most importantly, there was a possibility of drawing the pet naughty tiger. A photo of the naughty tiger was displayed below, showcasing a small gray-white tiger that appeared adorably fierce. This pet could not only accompany players in battle, but also provide additional attack power and movement speed. Wow, resurrection coins are finally back. Designers, please update quickly. Yuaner was utterly thrilled. Just 3 yuan for a blessing? I'm going all in. She continued browsing through the comments section. Although the graphics were somewhat pixelated, the pets appeared quite endearing. Once the update is complete, I'll invest 5,000 and stockpile potions. I must conquer the zombie maps. The comments above seemed rather pathetic. We are all grinding in Sky City. 2 hours of maintenance. What is going on? No need to rush. It's impressive that the designer is managing this alone. Long live warehouse upgrade vouchers. Finally, there is space for goblin bones and cat demon claws. My backpack was nearly full. The comments above are worthless. Do you really think they are treasures? To the commenter above, I love collecting, and it's none of your business. Let us fight. As Yuaner observed the lively discussions in the comments section, her anticipation grew, eager to be the first to possess these new items and pets. At 8 o'clock, the maintenance finally concluded. Server 16 was back online. Done. Yuaner immediately closed the drama she was watching, swiftly entered her account, and logged into Dungeon Fighter. Hello. I am Sai Lia. Today is another vibrant day. Upon logging in, the familiar greeting from Sai Lia reached her ears, and her ghost knight appeared in Sai Lia's cottage. Yuaner wasted no time and hurriedly opened the mall to discover what new treasures awaited her. A stamina restoration potion? She was thrilled to find that the first item in the mall was a 50-point stamina restoration potion. This potion costs 20 yuan each, and each character can purchase it 3 times a day. Although there are purchase limits, it amounts to an additional 150 stamina points per character daily, which Yuaner found quite satisfactory. Besides the stamina potion, there were various contracts that dazzled her. A contract that allows equipment to be automatically repaired for free? Buy. A contract that elevates equipment levels 5 tiers above the character? Buy. A contract that similarly raises skill levels by 5 tiers? Buy. Even contracts providing 10 free draws daily, alongside 7 other monster contracts to alleviate weakness? Buy. As for the growth contracts that enhance dungeon experience and loot drop rates? Absolutely purchase. These contracts are essential for enhancing character strength and are remarkably affordable, costing only 30 yuan per month. For Yuaner, it felt like receiving money for free. However, she was somewhat surprised that Dungeon Fighter, despite its recent popularity, could maintain such a friendly price. Previously, in a game she played, Sky Battle, one would need to invest tens of thousands daily to progress. The production team behind Dungeon Fighter is truly exceptional. Naturally, Yuaner was unconcerned about these details. Regardless of the costs in the game, as long as they contribute to her character's growth, she was willing to pay. There was no helping it. She was genuinely captivated by this game. Finding the recharge page, she quickly completed the payment process, topping up 30,000 at once. As the currency was credited, Yuaner immediately renewed all the aforementioned contracts for a year. Next came the time to draw with Sai Lia. This was a mini-game akin to opening boxes, allowing for single or 10 draws. Considering efficiency, Yuaner decisively purchased 6,000 draws, embarking on her frenzied box-opening journey. The resurrection coins or enhancement potions encountered along the way did not pique her interest. However, the pet naughty tiger was an absolute must-have. Thus, Yuaner embarked on her wild clicking spree in Sai Lia's room. When fatigue set in, She activated the auto-click feature, eagerly awaiting her stroke of luck. After about 4,000 draws, she finally saw a flash in her pet inventory. Immediately, she halted the auto-draw mode and opened the pet interface to confirm. Indeed, it was a black and white mini tiger, prompting Yuaner to laugh with joy. Haha, I got a pet after only 4,000 draws. What luck! She named her new companion Xiao Waner and equipped it to follow her. It looked both adorably cute and impressively fierce. Simultaneously, she acquired numerous other useful items, such as hundreds of resurrection coins, thousands of Remy-S healing potions, and dozens of warehouse upgrade vouchers. Unfortunately, the latter could not be traded with other players. So she upgraded the shabby warehouses in her 2 Ghost Knight rooms for now, transforming them into luxurious, glittering spaces. Come on, my lovely, let us go complete some quests. Yuaner maneuvered her Ghost Knight, with the small tiger trailing closely behind, eagerly departing from Sai Lia's cottage, eager to test how much her combat power had increased. With the plethora of revival opportunities now available, there is little left to fear. Haha, I am that European player who, after investing merely 100 yuan, managed to obtain my pet. Could the individuals above please refrain from causing a ruckus? It took me over 1,000 yuan to finally succeed. And your luck was clearly a stroke of fortune. I spent 200 yuan and ended up with a pile of worthless potions and storage upgrade scrolls. I too desire a pet. I am on the verge of tears after spending 500 yuan only to receive a few name change cards. Might I kindly request a pet name change first? Alas, I have already purchased 3,000 boxes and remain undeterred. I refuse to believe that I cannot acquire a pet. Are pets truly more practical than storage space? Personally, I find the storage capacity to be of greater importance. The plaza in HDN Mr. City is bustling with players flaunting the rewards they have obtained through public channels. Those fortunate enough can secure a pet with minimal expenditure, while others may need to invest hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Meanwhile, those who have yet to successfully acquire a companion continue their relentless pursuit, seemingly embarrassed at the thought of venturing out without a pet. Chapter 11. Everyone is engrossed in the game, watching others effortlessly obtain their desired prizes. YWNR cannot help but lament. It appears I am the true African chieftain here. This update has not only delighted ordinary players, but has also allowed new streamers who recently joined the ranks of Dungeon Fighter to garner significant attention. According to recent data, some of the early promoters of this game have transformed from obscurity into highly sought-after figures within the community. Observing this trend, other less prominent game commentators have begun to emulate their success, embarking on their own adventures. In the gaming section dedicated to fishing, aside from a few top-tier signed streamers, nearly all others are broadcasting their gameplay of Dungeon Fighter. Viewers have developed a keen interest in the excitement, having previously been unaware of the game's existence. However, as game streamers they follow begin to play, even many online gaming friends have started discussing its content. Young individuals online are always eager to follow prevailing trends, unwilling to lag behind. In such a widely recognized environment, players who have not yet engaged with the game are beginning to explore Dungeon Fighter. Ultimately, everyone becomes engrossed, fully embodying the heroes safeguarding the continent of Alad. Another afternoon arrives, and Lian awakens once more from his computer. Rubbing his heavy head and blinking his slightly swollen eyes, he suddenly recalls something and swiftly accesses the data backend of Dungeon Fighter. A day has passed, and it is time to assess the revenue generated from his launched activities. This is his first taste of success. Gazing at the figures following the recharge channels in the data backend, Lian squints and, after a moment of astonishment, cannot help but smile. In just one day, by selling a few game items and pets, he netted over 5 million. For such a modest game, earning over 5 million in a single day is beyond the dreams of many game developers. Furthermore, the amounts players are recharging continue to rise, showing no signs of abating. What a windfall! Lian beams with joy, the weariness of his body dissipating in an instant. Earning 5 million in a day makes all the hard work worthwhile. Moreover, these are merely the most basic elements in Dungeon Fighter. If he were to launch lucrative events featuring rare skies, divine artifacts, and supreme pets in the future, one cannot fathom the potential earnings. Additionally, items such as enhancement scrolls and amplification scrolls, which require recharging to acquire, could fill Lian's coffers to overflowing. However, at this stage, Lian is not in a hurry to prompt players to spend excessively. That would only tarnish his reputation. He aims to develop gradually, step by step, and when the player base grows and the game's popularity peaks, it will be the opportune moment to make his move. Ding! Congratulations! Your game has become a bestseller, earning you 200 game coins. System, what can these game coins be exchanged for? Lian inquires curiously, replying to the host. These game coins can be used in the system mall to purchase various reward items and necessary game memory data. Additionally, the host can use game coins for a lottery, with each draw costing 100 game coins. As the system prompts, a virtual interface appears before Lian, visible only to him. The system is divided into 4 sections. The first 2 are for redeeming items and acquiring data using game coins, while the latter 2 offer more rewards through a lottery wheel. Chapter 12. Truly Stinky. By entering the desired item name in a specific interface, the system displays various selectable goods. Simply inputting the corresponding game name allows one to obtain the desired data memory. How fascinating. Searching for body. A bottle of dark green liquid appears. Body Enhancement Potion. Consuming it will significantly enhance the user's physical capabilities, elevating all organs to superhuman levels. Unfortunately, this item costs exactly 200 game coins, precisely the amount just acquired. Nevertheless, health takes precedence. Without hesitation, Lian exchanges his newly earned 200 game coins for this bottle of body enhancement liquid. While it is possible to obtain the same potion through the lottery, Lian, with only 2 chances, dares not take the risk. Before long, Lian holds a bottle resembling green glucose in his hands. Since this is a substance designed to enhance physical attributes, it should pose no harm. Thus, Lian twists off the cap and downs the entire bottle in one go. Quickly, the effects manifest. Lian's muscles begin to tense and ache slightly, as though undergoing a mild tearing sensation. Robust and powerful muscles rapidly take shape. The fatigue and dark circles from staying up late gradually faded away, and the entire process concluded within mere minutes. How unpleasant. Once the enhancement effects subsided, Lian detected a peculiar odor. He hastily grabbed a change of clothes and headed to the restroom. With the aid of the strengthening potion, Lian's physique became remarkably robust, his limbs exhibiting a more harmonious and proportionate alignment. Every inch of his body was infused with strong muscles, devoid of any excess fat. His waist was defined, his physique reminiscent of a shark's silhouette, adorned with a chiseled chest and a classic inverted triangle shape. Each iconic feature was evident on his body, resembling a sculpture from ancient Greece. In particular, the neatly arranged and powerfully defined 8-pack abs looked exceptionally explosive. Lian's enhanced stature was not akin to the greasy behemoths consuming protein powder at the gym. When clad in his everyday attire, he appeared much the same as usual, yet radiated an added aura of elegance and vigor. After showering, he gazed at the transformed reflection in the mirror and smiled in satisfaction. Spending the newly acquired 200 game coins for such an admirable physique was indeed a worthwhile investment. Once dressed, Lian returned to his seat, continuing his diligent work. As the game DNF gained increasing popularity, it was imperative to expedite the development of new events and content updates to sustain the momentum. Meanwhile, in Lin Shufin's livestream, she too was captivated by the new events introduced in DNF the previous day, spending over 10,000 yuan on pet boxes and all contracts. Were it another game, she would never have been so impulsive in spending such a sum. However, with her recent rise to fame through live streaming DNF, both her viewership and received donations had nearly doubled. Even the streaming platform had renegotiated her contract, stipulating an increase in her compensation. To further cultivate her streaming career, Lin Shufin decided to focus solely on DNF going forward. Since the audience enjoyed watching, she found joy in it as well. Why not embrace it? Throughout the entirety of yesterday, Lin Shufin exhausted all her fatigue potions, finally transitioning her sharpshooter profession to that of a mechanic. Today, she dedicated another day to grinding for levels. Chapter 13. Truly incompetent now, Lin Shufin's mechanic level had finally reached 35, allowing her to learn the skill most desired by her viewers, Aerial Mechanic Storm. This skill could summon a robot to assist in battle, and its power was not to be underestimated. With only a sliver of stamina remaining, Lin Shufin quickly sought out a simple dungeon to test the robot's combat capabilities. Once the dungeon commenced, she adeptly applied various buffs and utilized multiple skills. Soon, the screen was filled with high-tech weaponry modifications, leaving the livestream audience in awe. At that moment, Lin Shufin unleashed her newly learned skill. A sci-fi-inspired flying robot materialized above her character's head. This was the Aerial Mechanic Storm skill. Accessible only at level 35, the Storm robot hovered above the mechanic, employing an automatic targeting system and tracking missiles to engage enemies. Even in the direst of circumstances, the Storm would stylishly bid farewell before charging towards its target and self-destructing, inflicting considerable damage on foes. Such a dazzling and self-sacrificing combat robot immediately piqued the audience's intense interest. Wow, this robot is incredibly cool. If I had known, I would have transitioned to a mechanic too. Impressive. This technology is simply superior to real-world science. Enough boasting. That character indeed carries a certain charisma. I must immediately create a mechanic character to try it out. Alas, I now regret choosing the ranger. I truly feel inadequate. Under Lin Shufin's skilled maneuvering, she quickly and successfully navigated through the dungeon. Shufin, are you online? My Reaper is also level 35 now. I want everyone to witness my new moves. At that moment, Yuwaner sent her a WeChat message. Let us go. Lin Shufan had a bit of stamina left to tackle the dungeon once more. Moreover, not only did she want to see it, but her fans were also eager to witness the new skills of the Reaper. Thus, the two teamed up and ventured to the Tianwei Forbidden Arts area. The name Yuwaner resonated strongly within the gaming community, and many of Lin Shufan's fans were also her followers. Recently, the two had frequently engaged in gaming challenges together, much to the delight of their audience who enjoyed watching these two beautiful women conquer obstacles. Although only their voices reached the live stream, many players had learned about Yuwaner's distinctive appearance and striking beauty through the internet. A punk-style girl, undeniably eye-catching. They arrived at their destination and selected the Inferno difficulty dungeon to commence their challenge. The two experts exhibited remarkable synergy, despite initially encountering numerous difficulties when they first started playing this game. However, over the past few days, they had mastered the fluid control of their characters. Coupled with an ample supply of recovery items, they no longer feared tasks of the same level. Upon entering the battlefield, they first applied status enhancements to their respective characters. This time, they aimed to showcase how Yuwaner would demonstrate the Reaper's prowess. With her pale arms in motion, she brandished dual blades as a ghostly entity possessed her. This was the renowned buff skill, Shadow Armor. Once activated, it not only accelerated her running speed, but also concealed her presence. After activating the buff, facing a swarm of octopus monsters, Yuwaner unleashed Frost Saya, dealing immense damage to targets within range and potentially freezing them, while enemies outside the range were pulled into the inner circle by her chains. Chapter 14. Both Envious and Jealous, a series of fluid movements exhibited an extraordinary level of skill, leaving all viewers in awe. Before long, they found themselves at the final stage. This entity possesses formidable strength, capable not only of leaping but also of trampling its foes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuwaner unleashed the long-anticipated skill, Guiying Shanjiji, immobilizing her opponent in place. As the control effect dissipated, she swiftly launched an offensive, erecting 3 magical barriers to ensnare her adversary and initiate an assault. Meanwhile, Lin Shufan, stationed in the safe zone, continuously provided fire support. Just as her health plummeted, Yuwaner resolutely unleashed another devastating weapon, the Death Tombstone. Arise, she cried out. In an instant, a cascade of stone pillars, adorned with eerie symbols and radiating a sinister purple glow, descended from the heavens, shattering her opponent into fragments. Wow, how impressive you are! Lin Shufan exclaimed in admiration, as the live stream resonated with cheers. I'm so envious. I want to change my profession. Such a unique design is indeed a testament to boundless imagination. The narrative background claims he is the king of all spirits, so this is not an exaggeration. I intend to delete my previous account and recreate one for the demon hunter profession. Observing the enthusiastic responses, Yuwaner beamed with pride. Let us strive harder and aim to level up a few more times within a week. My goal is to become the strongest demon hunter in the nation. Let's go. Time flew by, and a new month dawned. With the advent of the new moon, various popular games continued to dominate the market, reaping substantial profits. Recently, however, an astonishing event transpired within the realm of electronic sports. A fledgling game developer, with a solitary creation of merely around 1 megabyte in size, a 2D side-scrolling action indie game, astonishingly generated over $1 million in revenue for consecutive days, swiftly surpassing numerous top-tier commercial titles to claim the pinnacle of the sales chart. This game is none other than the current sensation, Dungeon & Fighter. Over the past few days, Dungeon & Fighter has skyrocketed in popularity, becoming the object of envy and jealousy among many game designers. Even some renowned gaming companies found their newly released games unable to compete in terms of downloads, revenue, or reputation against Dungeon & Fighter. Since the inception of online gaming, no title has achieved such rapid success. Consequently, Dungeon & Fighter has garnered acclaim as a pinnacle masterpiece within the gaming industry. During this period, Lian's phone was inundated with calls from various investors. He was perplexed as to how these investors acquired his personal number, but their intentions were evident. They sought to buy out or acquire shares in this popular game. However, Lian firmly rejected all proposals, knowing precisely how lucrative Dungeon & Fighter is. If he relinquished shares, it would be akin to unjustly sharing profits with others. More crucially, the game's direction could become uncontrollable as a result. Thus, several days prior, he publicly declared on social media that he would not accept any form of investment, asserting full control over the project. Since activating the in-game shop feature, he began selling potions that restore stamina and other health potions beneficial for combat, facilitating players' progression through the game. Encountering a challenging level? Simply utilize a life potion. Continually failing? Just purchase more resurrection scrolls. Chapter 15. New features. Lacking in stamina? Want to level up and learn skills? Buy a stamina replenishment potion. These items indeed enhanced the gaming experience for all. However, there were still a few clumsy players entangled in battles with goblins. Through these auxiliary items, coupled with the soaring popularity of the game, Dungeon and Fighter quickly ascended to the trending topic list on Weibo. The number of downloads surged, including many former high-spending players from other games migrating here. Back-end data revealed that a player utilizing the Demon Swordman class spent over 400,000 RMB in a single day. This wave of enthusiasm brought Lian significant income, amassing tens of millions in just a few weeks. One day's profit even surpassed the 10 million mark. Yet, no one criticized this game for overly pursuing players' expenditure on purchasable content. In comparison with other games, Dungeon and Fighter is genuinely considered quite generous. A resurrection scroll priced at 1 yuan restores all attributes while resetting all skill cooldowns. And a 3 yuan Celia's blessing has a high probability of yielding existing consumables or even pet eggs. Such treatment would typically be priced at a minimum of 20 yuan by other companies. Today, Dungeon and Fighter not only avoided being labeled as a profit-seeking venture, but instead received widespread acclaim, hailed as a game abundant in benefits. With its creator recognized as a person of integrity. At precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, Lian awoke punctually. Since using the physique enhancement potion, issues of insomnia and back pain had entirely vanished. Consequently, he restructured his daily routine. From dawn until midnight, he dedicated himself to optimizing and updating the game program, ensuring he rested adequately at night and occasionally ventured out for a breath of fresh air. At this moment, he was engrossed in writing new code at his computer. The influx of new players was steadily increasing, with hundreds of thousands of new members registering in the game world daily. The early cohort of players was nearing maximum level, with only a few final steps remaining to reach the finish line. Currently, the core gameplay of Dungeon and Fighter revolves around map exploration and advancing the main storyline. To ensure that characters who had reached higher levels still had objectives, Lian planned to introduce a depths mode, offering more powerful equipment for subsequent exploration of higher difficulty maps. In this new mode, players would have the opportunity to acquire numerous unique and precious items. Additionally, to expedite the accumulation of fundamental resources, Lian also introduced a new character, the Jar Merchant, representing the 5 elemental spirits, namely gold, silver, wood, water, and fire, who sell various treasure chests. By opening them, one can extract weapons and armor of varying grades, with the possibility of acquiring rare and exquisite set components. Although there is a daily limit of 20 chests per person, even those who joined the game from its inception without spending a single penny can accumulate enough virtual currency to participate in the lottery without risking their entire fortune. After a day of relentless effort, all the scheduled updates were finally completed. As the clock struck 8:30 in the evening, Lian pondered for a moment and decided to inform all users about the impending significant version changes. Maintenance notice. System maintenance will occur from April 1st at 2200 hours to April 2nd at 6 o'clock. New features. Chapter 16 Abyss Mode. Abyss Dungeon invitation tickets can be obtained by completing specified tasks, unlocking opportunities for advanced challenges. There is also a chance to acquire these tickets upon completing a regular dungeon challenge. Additionally, they can be exchanged directly for corresponding items through the exchange service. Rare legendary treasures will emerge. Upon successfully vanquishing the final foe, there is a chance to receive generous rewards. 5 new special trades have been added. The advanced artifact catalog is being unveiled for the first time. The guild creation option has now been opened. Since the launch of the official Weibo account, there has been a steady influx of followers becoming fans. The game Dungeon Fighter has amassed nearly 8 million downloads, and many players are eager to learn more about it. After Lian's announcement on Weibo, tens of thousands of players flocked to the news. Each activity update comes with detailed explanations and visual displays, making it easy for even newcomers to grasp the changes within the game. After reviewing the latest activity details, excitement surged among the players. My goodness, there are epic equipments? I thought rare equipment was already impressive. Can someone explain what epic equipment is like? Is this a rhetorical question? The designer just mentioned that updates are ongoing and will be available for us to view by 6 tomorrow morning. I am a newcomer. Does opening chests really only require gold? I have previously played other games and was always worried about being deceived again. Newcomers need not worry. In this game, you should not be overly concerned about being tricked. The designer is far more reliable than those developers who only prioritize profit. This is fantastic. The guild feature has finally arrived. Now we can finally establish our own small community within the game. Is that so-called abyss mode difficult to conquer? I can't shake the feeling of uncertainty. You must be cautious, as it is the sole pathway to obtaining epic equipment. The difficulty will naturally not be trivial. Is there anyone residing in Zone 3? My account is named Gufufu Dai Hongsho. Shall we challenge the abyss together at 6 tomorrow morning? In Zone 2. I am Ruan Jiang, a female elementalist. Is there a big brother willing to guide me through the abyss? Time flies, and more players have become aware of the forthcoming updates in Dungeon Fighter. New weapons and equipment are about to be launched. Moreover, it requires no expenditure. Simply use the gold earned in the game to open chests. Not only is there a chance to acquire rare equipment, but also the possibility of obtaining highly valuable transferable legacy gear. Most importantly, epic-level weapons and equipment will be introduced tomorrow. There is no need for any recharge. As long as you obtain Abyss Party invitation letters through dungeon runs and complete the corresponding challenges, you have the opportunity to claim epic weapons. For those brave souls defending the land of Arad, this is indeed a generous gift. Su Lian's announcement did not specify whether the Abyss Party event would be a permanent feature. Therefore, players believe this is a limited-time event, and if missed, the opportunity to acquire epic equipment will not arise again. Following the completion of the system maintenance across all zones, many players eagerly awaited at their computers. Whether in major gaming communities, forums, or social media platforms, even in the comment sections of other gaming videos, discussions about the details of the upcoming Dungeon Fighter update were fervent. Everyone dreams of becoming the first in the country to possess epic equipment. Not only the player community feels the thrill, but also streamers who have recently ventured into this field are filled with enthusiasm. When a popular game releases new projects or items, fans always desire to be the first to receive the latest information. Following Su Lian's announcement, the live streaming rooms for Dungeon Fighter hastily rebranded to attract more attention. Master my chest opening techniques. Easily obtain exclusive weapon chests. Zero spending strategy here. Learn how to acquire rare items without spending a dime. Information on the new epic equipment for the Demon Sword Master? It's actually revealing Abyss Party strategy guide, waiting for you to tune in. Such titles are crafted to enhance the traffic to the live stream, and while some may be exaggerated, they indeed draw in a considerable number of viewers. However, in reality, these streamers are equally perplexed by the new rules. Nevertheless, as long as they can drive users into their live streams, they have successfully achieved their goal. Given the extensive scope of this version adjustment, it seemed overwhelming for Su Lian to handle alone. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the server remained in a closed update state and had not reopened. This left many who had arisen early or stayed awake through the night waiting for the update exceedingly dissatisfied. They flocked to Su Lian's social media accounts and official feedback sections to express their fervent emotions. For this special opportunity, I specifically applied to work overtime until now. Why is it still not operational? Designer, please expedite your work. Have you given up? Is there no need to earn money anymore? Why can't you find a few more assistants to help out? With such high popularity, relying on one person to manage everything is truly astonishing. One of the slowest designers I have encountered. Has he truly spent an entire night without completing his work? Is he really considering shutting down for good? It seems he is unconcerned about profits, does it not? Everyone, let us remain calm and refrain from further criticism. If he were to depart, who would be left to rectify our game? Let us all quiet down. In response to the myriad inquiries and anticipations from users, the entire gaming world reopened its doors to eager players at 7:30 in the morning. At this juncture, all zones had completed their restoration, allowing players seamless access to every area. Instantly, countless figures filled every nook and cranny. Su Lian noted the real-time statistics in the background surging at an astonishing pace. Thousands of new connections were established every second. My goodness, the fervor of this crowd is indeed formidable. After perusing the hundreds of thousands of messages on his social media platform, Su Lian could only chuckle helplessly, remarking that for the sake of eye protection, it was best not to scrutinize these messages further. Finally accomplished. Meanwhile, Yuan, anxiously awaiting the results before her computer, promptly logged into the game. Just before retiring for the night, she had casually stumbled upon the announcement made by Su Lian on Weibo. Learning of an upcoming plan regarding weapon caches and the acquisition of epic gear, which had left her in a state of exhilarating anticipation, utterly unable to sleep. Greetings. I am Sily. May today bring good fortune to each and every friend. Chapter 18. Money solves everything. As that familiar voice resonated, the character controlled by Yuan appeared within Sily's cozy abode. As soon as the interface loaded, she could hardly contain her excitement and immediately began to inspect the profession compendium, eager to discover any newly released formidable weapons. Moonlight Blade, Dado, Radiant Sword, Sunfire Judgment, Lightsaber, Phantom Soul Shadow Sword, Short Sword, Celestial Axis Sword, Lightsaber, Flowing Cloud Long Blade Decision, Great Sword, Blazing Flame Dragon Sword, Great Sword, Crimson Crescent Moon Scimitar, Dado, Phantom Sword, AI Liluo, Short Sword. Upon encountering this dazzling array of weapons, Yuan's eyes sparkled and her breathing quickened. After browsing through all the types of gear available for the Demon Sword Master, she gasped in astonishment. My heavens! The attributes of these newly launched high-grade tools are astonishingly superior, simply obliterating her current treasures. Moreover, she could preview the appearances of each model, and upon clicking on one of the images, she found the character wielding it to be incredibly stylish. Particularly, The blood-red crescent moon design of the scimitar seemed perfectly tailored for her character. In addition to these top-tier collectibles, the officials also unveiled a series of ordinary yet irresistibly appealing items. Meteor Shower Fong, Dado, Karura's Instruction Book, Gale Splinter, Short Sword, Mind Shatter, Cracking Blade, Dado, XLN's Mysterious Blade, Dado. The aforementioned items are also quite impressive, possessing significant aesthetic appeal and potentially surpassing certain epic-grade tools and functionality. It is noteworthy that all of these items can be sold in the marketplace for profit. Should someone acquire them from the depths of a labyrinth and sell them as trade goods, they could potentially earn a substantial fortune. Naturally, Yuaner would not squander her time exhaustively grinding through dungeons. Such an endeavor is hardly worthwhile, since she could obtain an Abyss Party invitation by purchasing SILY's blessings. There was no need to engage in futile activities. Money solves everything. In this game, there is virtually no item that cannot be acquired with currency. If something is indeed unattainable, it simply indicates that one has not spent their money wisely. Without hesitation, Yuaner purchased 5,000 blessings from SILY. Subsequently, she began clicking rapidly with her mouse, frantically opening boxes before SILY, creating a commotion akin to a fireworks display. In just a few minutes, she had spent 15,000 yuan on the 5,000 blessings. Filled with anticipation, Yuaner opened her inventory. Both the materials and consumables sections were brimming with potions of various colors. Having already acquired these items, she paid them little mind, her focus entirely on the volume of invitations she had obtained. Finally, on the last line of her materials inventory, she discovered the Abyss Party invitation she had just opened. In this attempt, she had procured over 2,000 Abyss Party invitations from the 5,000 blessings, in addition to more than 1,000 tradable Abyss Party challenge certificates. In other words, she exchanged 15,000 yuan for approximately 3,000 invitations. The odds were rather favorable. Yuaner let out a slight sigh of appreciation and promptly sent a team invitation to Lin Shufin via voice chat. Epic level gear could only be acquired in Abyss mode, which was evidently no simple feat. Chapter 19. Wealth beyond measure. To ensure a stable experience, it is far better to have a reliable teammate. After all, teamwork often yields a superior gaming experience. Rising so early? Today, Dungeon and Fighter has updated with numerous new contents and powerful weapons, making it an unmissable opportunity for Lin Shufin, who yearned to boost her popularity. Recently, the number of competitors in the game had increased significantly, causing her own popularity to wane. Thus, she chose to rise early like most players to welcome the new version. Actually, I did not sleep at all last night. Have you already begun streaming? Come, let us challenge this new mode together. Hold on, I just logged in and do not have enough invitations to enter yet. Let me gather a few first before we start. Why go through such trouble? Just trade with me directly. In order to simplify matters, Yuaner decided to hand over all her Abyss Party challenge letters to her companion. Remember to exchange them at Galan DC, where they can be exchanged one for genuine passes. Wow, thank you so much, sister. The rapport between the two had grown quite intimate, and thus Lin Shufin accepted this gift without any hesitation. Such a generous act left many onlookers envious. Did she truly just part with over 1,000 precious resources so effortlessly? Isn't that incredibly extravagant? Does anyone know how much these are actually worth? My friends, based on my personal experience, acquiring 300 would typically require at least 1,000 attempts. Sigh, it's simply wealth beyond measure. It truly incites jealousy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the aerial fortress within the Sky City region. Lin Shufin's character was a level 56 mechanic, while Yuaner was a more formidable level 57 Death Knight. Together, they were well equipped to tackle high-difficulty combat tasks within their respective level range. However, they were still uncertain about the actual difficulty level, so they decided to test their mettle in this relatively lower-level area. After selecting their target, the duo entered the exclusive battlefield of the aerial fortress. Brave souls, please break this final seal and defeat the formidable presence hidden in the depths of darkness, earning the honor that belongs to true heroes. As a striking red proclamation appeared, the atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. This must be the birthplace of those rare treasures, right? A prominent pink marker in the lower right corner of the map caught Yuaner's eye. It was likely so, Lin Shufin concurred. One must exercise utmost caution when facing unknown foes. With a sense of reverence, the two swiftly enhanced their abilities and embarked on their adventure. They soon reached the critical room. What is this? They felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the interior. I'm equally perplexed. I expected something ferocious to challenge us, yet all that remains is a massive, immobile stone pillar. However, it turned out that this was no ordinary decorative object. After being prompted by their fans in the live stream, they attempted an attack, which astonishingly triggered a series of chain reactions. First, some minor creatures wielding staffs appeared and were swiftly eliminated, followed by the true ultimate adversary, a humanoid monster wielding a heavy iron pipe. Chapter 20. We can wear them down slowly. Endure the baptism of chaotic power. No sooner had the words been spoken than the foe struck Yuaner's character with great force, sending her flying. This opponent truly possessed formidable strength, didn't he? Upon sustaining damage, she consumed a healing potion without hesitation. It's all right. We can take turns restraining him, and we'll manage just fine. Although they encountered initial setbacks, the duo quickly regained their spirits and prepared for the ensuing fierce battle. With a swift, shadowy retreat, Yuaner immobilized the iron pipe-wielding foe, then activated all magical circles, trapping him at the center and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Lin Shufin was equally proactive. Whenever a skill illuminated, she unhesitatingly unleashed it. Once all her skills entered cooldown, she retreated to a safe distance to attack with her pistol. The iron pipe-wielding adversary had an exceptionally robust health pool, but thanks to their seamless cooperation and their own considerable attack power, they swiftly overcame this fierce opponent. However, before they could celebrate their victory, several uniformed professional gunners suddenly emerged from between the pillars. These gunners, differing from Lin Shufin's class, donned specialized attire and wielded a powerful skill known as roaming barrage. Not only that, but their damage output was astonishing. A single round of roaming barrage swiftly eliminated Lin Shufin's mechanic and obliterated her robot companion as well. Staring at the dismal scene before her, Lin Shufin struggled to comprehend how she could have been so effortlessly eliminated. After all, her level was already at 56. And this was merely an abyss dungeon of level 28. Why could the opponent end her existence with just one move? Don't panic, we have plenty of revival coins. We can gradually wear them down, said Yuaner, who had also fallen to the barrage, shaking her shoulders nonchalantly. Indeed, Lin Shufin suddenly understood. Since they had an abundance of revival items, they might as well take advantage of the situation. The two immediately activated the revival function. The moment they were reborn, they unleashed all their restored abilities in a frenzied assault on the gunners. Though these gunners dealt immense damage, their defenses were weak. Soon, as the last of the gunners vanished into the ice summoned by the Death Knight, the ground was strewn with various equipment. Equipment has dropped, they exclaimed in unison, rushing towards the fallen items to engage in an intense collection battle. Typically, the best prizes were determined by rolling dice. Fortunate players would naturally acquire more. Before long, the entire area had been thoroughly looted. Opening the item list to inspect their haul, they found a collection of inferior materials, basic hardeners or fragments, aquamarines, and Shingang boots, nothing particularly useful, save for one blue-tier item. Upon hearing this, Yuaner's expression darkened, as if all the poor quality materials had been gathered into her possession. What did you manage to obtain? Based on previous observations, at least 5 items had dropped, leading her to speculate that Lin Shufin must have secured something worthwhile. I only picked up a few blue-quality items, but wait, I actually found a rare purple item. How splendid. Her excitement was palpable. The purple label signified exceptional quality, and such treasures were exceedingly rare in deep exploration. What type is it? What is its name? Chapter 21. Take me along, please, with a hint of envy. I inquired about a pair of wristbands known as Hei Moju. Was it a bracelet? I expressed my confusion. Could it be that the rare treasures produced in the abyss were all uniquely named? Ha ha ha. Dear host, you've made a typographical error. It should clearly be Moju. My goodness, has 9 years of basic education failed to teach the host proper Chinese characters? The correct name should indeed be Moju, not some so-called black bamboo. Wow. That was revealed rather swiftly. Let us not speak foolishly. Our group of 4 has attempted 5 challenges in succession with no rewards at all. Oh dear, I truly apologize. I must have misread. It should indeed be written as Moju. Lin Shufin flashed a playful smile and cheekily stuck out her tongue in apology. The term ink-colored bamboo segment possesses a poetic charm. Could you share its specific attributes? Certainly. I promptly displayed the details of this item in the chat. After Yuaner examined it, she discovered that the accessory's overall quality was excellent, but not top tier. However, it boasted intriguing features such as a 30 increase in movement speed and an additional jump capacity. Let us try equipping it and activating the levitation skill. Very well. Without hesitation, I replaced my current gear and activated the relevant ability. What shall we do next? I suggested with an air of anticipation to experience the jump effect. Understood. Upon pressing the jump button, I saw my character nearly touch the edge of the map, almost breaking free from the screen's constraints. Oh my, how can one leap so high? I asked, astonished yet delighted. This chain ornament possesses an additional 30 jump capacity, combined with the special skill, enabling such a remarkable leap. Moreover, the increase in walking speed should have made your character feel swifter, correct? Indeed. Upon noticing the fluttering wind mark behind me, I suddenly came to a realization and nodded in acknowledgement. What a wonderfully fascinating item. I controlled my character to bounce about joyfully like a jubilant long-tailed monkey. Wow, This truly looks exhilarating. I would love to have one. I yearn for the special rewards from the Abyss Challenge. But how can I conquer that steel pipe monster? Haha. I just obtained this ornament as well, and it indeed significantly enhances jumping. It is immensely enjoyable. Which server does the friend who spoke earlier belong to? Are you considering selling it? Deciding against merely spectating, I too shall give it a try. Take me along, please. Witnessing my partner's exuberance stirred a pang of envy in Yuana. She too longed to possess a unique treasure from the depths of the labyrinth. Let us continue our exploration. Perhaps through repeated attempts, we might uncover even more remarkable tools. There remains ample time and energy to complete the task at hand. If fortune smiles upon us, we may even have the chance to discover a legendary weapon suitable for a swordsman. Shall we venture into a higher level map? The treasures that may drop could be of greater value. Suddenly inspired, I proposed this suggestion. Indeed, I am well acquainted with the contents of the Epic Atlas. The vast majority of legendary artifacts only appear in secret realms of level 40 and above, and while our current location can yield legendary items, their actual combat effectiveness is relatively weak. Chapter 22. Commendable courage. All right, let us set forth towards the high-level area in search of the Abyss entrance. Eagerly, I exited the current scene to prepare for our journey. There is no need to worry about our status, as we have the Demon King contract as assurance. After a brief discussion, both of us unanimously agreed to venture into the green capital instance that matched our current power level. At this moment, viewers on the live streaming platform could hardly contain their laughter. The two hosts struggled so much on a low difficulty map, and yet they intended to challenge a deeper and more perilous realm of the same tier. Truly commendable courage. To those above, do you think others share your limited 10 free revivals? They can clear it using revival coins. I find green capital exhausting. The hosts are daring to challenge the Abyss mode. Believe it or not, I just obtained a purple ring, only to perish alongside the monster. And the most outrageous part is that I exhausted all my revival coins. Haha, I feel for those above. The comments in the live chat echoed their sentiments. In this challenge of Abyss mode, the two players were prepared to rely on revival coins and supplies to endure. After all, they had plenty of resources. It would be wasteful to hold on to them. However, upon arriving in this place called Green Capital, the two realized that the issues were far more complex than they had imagined. Just for revivals, they consumed approximately 50 items. And after nearly 20 attempts at the Abyss instance, all they received were inconsequential pieces of equipment. Moreover, the enemies here possessed astonishing attack power, with each move potentially fatal. Any error would necessitate reliance on extra lives to continue fighting. Gradually, the two players began to waver. Not only was their stamina depleting rapidly, but the returns were also disappointing. Under such circumstances, anyone would contemplate surrendering. Can one truly find good equipment here? Why is it all rubbish? Lin Shufan lamented helplessly. Her mechanic profession had only a sliver of energy left, and she hadn't even seen a single rare item. If only I had chosen a different map. Yuana expressed her own regret. Clearly, the gaming experience here was quite dismal. Let us make one last attempt, then I shall take a rest. Lin Shufan indicated that she had only a few chances left, and their streaming time had long since met the requirements. Agreed, after this attempt, I shall return to the previous map to continue farming. This place is truly a bottomless pit. YWNR still possessed a few restorative potions, which she intended to utilize before departing to other realms after this final endeavor. Subsequently, the two resumed their seemingly fruitless yet unwavering efforts. After numerous attempts, both their skills and coordination improved significantly, swiftly guiding them to the path leading to the ultimate challenge, overcoming all obstacles encountered along the way. As the battle reached its climax, faced with a surge of mages, the two young women, having exhausted all their skills, were overwhelmed without any defense. However, fueled by the power of rebirth, they re-entered the fray until the last adversary fell. This method, derived from an afternoon of trial and error, was humorously dubbed by many spectators as the law of money, leveraging infinite respawns to conquer challenges. At long last, when the final foe succumbed, a peculiar item among the plethora of dropped loot captured their attention. Chapter 23, Epic Equipment. What could this be? Another piece of rubbish? YWNR, initially indifferent, suddenly leaped up in astonishment, even exclaiming an expletive inadvertently. Simultaneously, her companion and the onlookers displayed their astonishment. For amidst the spoils lay a radiant item marked with a name denoting the highest tier of treasures, Epic Equipment. Both women cheered in unison, as the previously somber atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance. To commemorate this historic moment, they decided to pause their looting to capture a screenshot to share their joy. Although the specific name remained obscure due to its position, it was undoubtedly one of the higher-tier artifacts currently available on the server. The surrounding crowd urged them to act promptly. After a brief moment of organization, they finally discerned the complete image. Yet for one of them, this unexpected windfall did not evoke the anticipated elation. Rather, it brought a tinge of disappointment. The weapon was a pistol-type epic equipment, mechanical guide, specifically crafted for the gunner class, ideally suited as an ultimate configuration for characters of a similar background. However, the current level restrictions meant that it could only be activated by characters above level 55. In response to this situation, the other companion quickly interjected, "No problem. If you can't use it, I shall take it." Then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, LNSHFN joyfully equipped the new weapon. With the new armament, the stats of her character's sword, significantly enhancing her overall prowess. I never imagined this final attempt would bring about such a tremendous transformation. LNSHFN meticulously examined the data of the newly acquired epic weapon, nearly bursting with excitement. Recently, other streamers had garnered increased popularity, causing LNSHFN's viewership to dwindle. She had planned to devise a strategy to elevate her streaming audience once more, ideally surpassing the milestone of 500,000 followers. To her astonishment, she had now acquired a profession-exclusive epic weapon just before concluding her stream. It might even be the first and only graduation epic weapon across the entire server. A mere change of the streaming room's title to National Server Mechanic 1 or the stream room that obtained epic equipment first would surely send her popularity skyrocketing. What exquisite timing. Congratulations. YWNR noted the significant enhancement of LNSHFN's character panel, a wave of intense envy surging within her, akin to the sourness of biting into a lemon. Yet, what could she do? After all, drops in this mode were purely a matter of luck. Sensing a hint of melancholy in YWNR's voice, LNSHFN quickly offered words of comfort. Don't be disheartened, YGA. Keep trying, and you will surely have the opportunity to obtain your own weapon. Yes, I believe I will eventually acquire it. I'm off to play around now. I'll hang up. YWNR maintained a facade of optimism, yet her confidence wavered. After battling for so long without encountering rare equipment, it was disheartening to finally see an epic-level item only to have it claimed by another. The odds truly seemed unfathomable. All right, good luck. After ending the call, LNSHFN immediately began sharing her monumental achievement with her fans. Even though the duration of today's stream had been ample, and her fatigue levels were depleted, how could she resist capitalizing on the momentum of securing the first ultimate epic weapon in the entire game? Chapter 24. Who can compete? Sigh, I am so envious. Why wasn't that reward mine? YWNR leaned back in her chair, feeling utterly drained. There is no experience more disheartening than witnessing something coveted slip into another's grasp. The clock showed it was already 6 in the evening. After a night of relentless toil, she was utterly exhausted. Haha, who can compete? A new artifact designed for the Demon Sword Master had emerged in Abyss mode, the Purple Star Dagger. As a mage myself, I coincidentally encountered a rare weapon suitable for warriors during a team activity, the Mind-Rending Blade. Friends in need should reach out to me. The Abyss challenge is exceedingly difficult. It drained my energy bar completely just to succeed once, and the drops were not even suitable for my character. Female spellcasters interested may message me to discuss prices for the Limitless Staff, a low-price special weapon with holy attributes. Please contact me to acquire the Saintly Romantic Cross. By the end of the day, everyone had become reasonably familiar with the operations of this special dungeon. Many participants successfully completed the challenges and amassed a plethora of high-tier items. The public chat window was overflowing with players flaunting the various precious treasures they had obtained from the depths of the dungeon. If players encountered unsuitable drops, they would seek buyers within the channel to exchange for gold or other practical items. No, I must obtain a similar epic weapon. Gazing at the dazzling array of loot messages filling her screen, YWNR resolved to rally her spirits and make another attempt. In a single breath, she consumed all the remaining energy supplements of the day and resolutely advanced towards her destination, firmly believing that even if she exhausted the last 150 points of stamina, it would be impossible not to touch a single respectable item. Thus, YWNR embarked on her solo exploration journey in LD. As time passed, her hopes gradually dimmed. After approximately 1.5 hours, along with the expenditure of a considerable amount of restoration coins and supply liquids, she ultimately acquired a rather mediocre artifact accessory, the Lingshin Ring. Friends, can you see this? This is what our dream of top-tier equipment looks like. This is the miraculous gift brought by the last bit of energy we had. Heh. Listening to Lin Shufin's incessant recounting of her glorious achievements, YWNR felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why is it so challenging to obtain what one desires, even if it is not of epic quality? Just grant me something worthwhile. Holding the last tiny handful of recovery agents, pain surged through her fingertips, and tears began to well up in her eyes. The abysmal game system had drained her resources, and despite her significant investment, she felt utterly empty-handed. Her voice, laced with a sob, revealed an unprecedented sense of defeat. At this moment, she had merely 4 points of stamina left, just enough to complete one last task. She truly regretted joining this game and rescuing that elven girl. The state of continuous battle without sleep had left Yuaner's nose congested and her eyes moist as she initiated her final challenge plan, intending to rest immediately afterward. The difficulties of solo combat were not insignificant. She had relied on assistance several times to clear obstacles. After overcoming formidable foes through great effort, another wave of enemies surged forth. Remembering how these opponents had once brought glory to her friends, they now held no allure for her personally. She no longer harbored high expectations, merely wishing to swiftly conclude this ordeal and rest well. As the last monster fell, numerous loot items scattered across the ground. Chapter 25, Please don't make such jokes with me. Perhaps they are just worthless trash? Yuaner languidly reclined in her position, apathetically observing the scene before her. Suddenly, something caught her attention. The golden font indicated that this was a rare top-tier piece of equipment. Is this some sort of joke? Please, do not jest with me. Dear developer. In a state of shock, she murmured to herself while carefully collecting the surrounding debris until the very last moment. What was ultimately revealed was an epic-grade weapon known as the Ailerino Shadowless Short Sword. Staring at the name of the epic equipment, Yuaner found herself momentarily stunned, as if she had been struck by a spell of paralysis. Only when her melancholic expression gradually transformed into a radiant glow, and her eyes regained their former brilliance, did she come back to her senses from the surprise. I actually obtained an epic weapon. Yuaner was elated, as if she had been invigorated by a surge of energy, cheering with joy. This epic weapon was specifically tailored for the Azura class, not the Demon Slayer's katana. Nevertheless, Yuaner remained immensely satisfied. Regardless of whether it was a light sword, as long as it suited her Demon Slayer, even a colossal sword would not deter her. How wonderful, it is truly marvelous. The earlier pessimism evaporated in an instant. She hastily took out her phone to capture a screenshot, eager to share the news with Lin Shufan. Shufan, I have acquired an epic weapon for the Demon Slayer, and it is level 50, located in LD. Wow. Is that true? Congratulations. However, I recall this is a short sword, right? ISNT, the exclusive weapon for the Demon Slayer katana? In the morning, Lin Shufan had also reviewed some information regarding the Demon Slayer and remembered that the Shadowless Sword seemed to be a short sword. Generally speaking, such equipment should be utilized only by Azura players. Regardless, as long as it is not a light sword and fits my character, it is all that matters. Yuaner nonchalantly replied. After a brief exchange with her friend, she set her phone down and impatiently picked up the Shadowless Sword, eager to scrutinize its attributes. Earlier that morning, Yuaner had merely skimmed through the list of epic weapons without examining each characteristic in detail. As for the properties of the Shadowless Sword, she was still somewhat unaware. However, given that it was an epic-grade item, it had to be exceptional, especially with a name like Shadowless Sword Ailerino. What a magnificent name. Picking up the Shadowless Sword, Yuaner quickly opened her character interface, hovered the mouse over it, and meticulously read each description. As she had anticipated, the statistics of the Shadowless Sword were extraordinarily impressive, significantly surpassing her existing rare katana. At that moment, an especially striking additional benefit captured her attention, an increase of 30 damage when used. An increase of 30 damage? That seems utterly outrageous. Upon reading this, Yuaner could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief, even questioning whether her prolonged sleeplessness had impaired her vision. Rubbing her eyes and reconfirming, the result remained the same, a 30 damage boost. Such an effect implied that in any combat situation, whether through normal attacks or skill releases, even penetrating attacks would elevate the overall damage output by 30. If a single attack originally dealt 100 points of damage, then with the Shadowless Sword, it would yield 130 points. Chapter 26, A World Apart. Perhaps for an ordinary player, the difference may not be apparent. But what if facing enemies with tens of thousands of health points? That would be an entirely different realm. Yuaner gazed at the Shadowless Sword for a long while before she could not restrain a laugh. This was not merely an epic weapon. It was undoubtedly one of the most precious artifacts across the entire Alardi continent. Looking at the final line of praise for this item, injured upon contact. A true invisible wound. Such astonishing statistics combined with the grandiose description only deepened Yuaner's affection for the Shadowless Sword. Upon equipping this extraordinary item, she finally comprehended why it was dubbed the Wuing Jian Shadowless Sword. In her hand, only the hilt remained, devoid of any tangible form. How magnificent! Yuaner reveled in the character's image wielding the divine artifact displayed on the screen, her excitement manifesting as she exuberantly waved her fists. Although the number of players engaged in the ghost sword profession was vast, those fortunate enough to possess such a formidable epic piece of equipment were exceedingly rare. Now, having acquired this powerful gear, which could be considered a culmination of her efforts, Yuaner firmly believed that her ghost cry would undoubtedly become the preeminent force in the realm. The following midday, upon waking, her first action was to log into her Weibo account to share a message, accompanied by a screenshot of the Wuing Jian. The title read, "The strongest ghost cry in the national server returns, and the first divine artifact of Arad." As a figure of notable repute within the gaming community, Yuaner boasted over 4 million followers. Coupled with the current heightened interest in related topics, posts pertaining to Dungeon Fighter naturally attracted a considerable audience. By clicking on the Weibo content, viewers could see a detailed illustration of the Wuing Jian, faced with such an astonishing description of effects. Particularly the additional 30 points of attack, netizens were utterly astonished. Is this for real? A 30-point bonus? When did you start studying graphics, Yujia? The person above. You're speaking out of turn without verifying. Such a setting indeed exists. I'm a newbie. Is that 30 really powerful? A 30% overall increase. Would you not consider that impressive? An overall damage amplification of 30%? That seems rather exaggerated. It's bound to be nerfed or removed sooner or later. The name is truly cool, and the fact that it only appears as a hilt when equipped is simply dazzling. As expected of Yujia, you are so professional in gaming, truly an object of envy for those with lesser skills. Just starting out, I too wish to swiftly obtain a Wuing Jian. I am still wielding this old, worn-out kitchen knife. Due to Yuaner publicly showcasing such a high-level piece of equipment and its astounding enhancement effects, numerous players flocked to her, particularly a great many ghost sword practitioners. Within a mere 2 days, the Wuing Jian was revered as the foremost divine artifact, garnering immense fame. Upon learning that this item dropped from the LDSHNYUN, Green Capital Abyss, mode, daily throngs of ghost sword practitioners gathered to challenge the dungeon. On the Douyu platform, Lin Shufin's livestream was bustling with activity. As one of the most popular Dungeon Fighter streamers, her popularity had already surpassed 500,000 viewers. Recently, the announcement of the first level 50 epic weapon had further surged her viewer count. With her undeniable personal charm, her followers were reluctant to venture into other rooms. During this time, Lin Shufin had become more diligent, evolving from an obscure broadcaster to a prominent one. Chapter 27. Is there really nothing interesting about such things? Today, Lin Shufin once again invited Yuaner to team up for a dungeon challenge. The pair had just navigated through the Abyss mode, and with nothing else to do, they approached the earthen jar to test their luck with the boxes. This was not without reason, as they had not secured the desired equipment during their time in the Abyss. However, they did not feel disheartened. After all, both of their primary weapons were already top-tier epic items, especially Yuaner's Wuing Jian, which was nearly unmatched in the market. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to enhance other aspects, mindful that legendary items were not easily obtained. If everyone in the world possessed a full set of epics, what would remain of the game's enjoyment? Moreover, the earthen jar also presented opportunities to draw high-quality rare items, some of which could rival epics. Should luck favor them, and they draw a complete set of legacy gear, paired with their existing divine weapons, it would surely fulfill their aspirations. I guarantee you'll strike it rich. You won't be disappointed. Occasionally drawing nothing is inevitable. Yujia, are you interested in the live broadcast conference for the new game launch happening tomorrow on the Douyu platform? Lin Shufin inquired while spinning the roulette-like box. The relationship between the two gaming giants was intimate. The gaming world typically sold the online broadcasting rights of its products to the rival platform, Douyu. Meanwhile, the latter's strategy was to cultivate several large-scale content distribution channels focused on specific game types, utilizing the guidance provided by the former to design promotional videos that would attract a larger audience. This upcoming designer meet and greet was a collaboration between the two, aimed at promoting products that could swiftly captivate a plethora of paying players and ensnare them in addictive gameplay. Additionally, within this showcase, certain renowned producers would share insights. When these architects of gaming, who typically lurked behind the scenes amassing wealth, appeared before the public eye, it undoubtedly provided an outlet for many dissatisfied individuals to express their frustrations. Thus, since this format was first introduced, participants have faced unprecedented verbal assaults each year. Is there really nothing interesting about such things? Most of the attendees are merely those who understand how to profit. Yuana scoffed. She had never held a favorable view of design team members who focused solely on extracting money from players while showing scant regard for actual gaming experiences. Hee. Lin Shufin chuckled nervously, quickly shifting the topic, wary of touching upon sensitive company matters. At present, her career was on the rise, and she was naturally reluctant to risk offending her backers. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she added, "By the way, I heard from other colleagues that this year, they are supposedly inviting the behind-the-scenes heroes of Dungeon Fighter to be guests." Oh, is that true? Yuaner's eyes sparkled with keen curiosity. In truth, she had long desired to witness firsthand the remarkable individual capable of creating such a classic masterpiece. Indeed, it has come to my attention that both parties are actively in the preparatory phase, as confirmed by Lin Shufin with a nod. As one of the most talked-about public figures of the moment, even sensitive information like this inevitably reaches him through various channels. Chapter 28. Is our host here? In that case, I must resolutely remain in front of the screen to watch, exclaimed Yuaner with excitement. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged rapidly, igniting fervent discussions among viewers regarding this matter. Why is the young man so concerned about his appearance today? Could it be that he is going on a blind date? The owner of a hairstyling studio jestingly inquired of Lian, who was admiring himself in the mirror. In this bustling city, there is no shortage of individuals with striking appearances. Yet it is exceedingly rare to encounter a guest who embodies both handsomeness and athleticism as he does, not to mention the sunny and cheerful aura he exudes, which could easily overshadow contemporary pop idols. Even the two young female interns beside him could not help but steal glances and whisper about the shy looks cast by this customer. It is not as complicated as you suggest. I merely spruced myself up a bit, he replied with a gentle smile in response to the jest. In reality, not long ago, he had received an official notification inviting him to attend a public exchange event as a special guest. Originally, the intended guest was another well-known career planner. But due to the recent surge of news surrounding the event, Lian's previously obscure name began to garner more attention. Ultimately, under the fervent requests of numerous fans, the organizers decided to adjust their plans and invite the current focal point of discussion to take the stage. Lian thought to tidy his hairstyle before setting off. After getting his hair done, he hailed a taxi on the street to the airport. After approximately half an hour of flight, Lian arrived at the headquarters of Douyu live streaming platform. With the pass issued by the operations department, he smoothly entered the recording crew. The gala was scheduled to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening, and as it was still not yet 6, Lian decided to find a place to rest for a while. With nothing to occupy his time, he chose a spot to sit down and pulled out his phone to watch short videos while awaiting the arrival of the Douyu staff. Time passed unnoticed, and gradually, several game designers arrived at the venue. Their purpose for attending was to meet the creators of Dungeon and Fighter and to explore potential friendships while learning from their experiences. Most of these designers were acquainted with one another and began chatting upon meeting. Only Lian sat alone to the side. Hey, who is that? He is so handsome. Is he one of our hosts? I don't recognize him, but he is indeed quite striking. Perhaps he belongs to the aesthetics or outdoor segment. Wow, did you all notice he resembles a certain celebrity? Who would be willing to ask for his contact information? This venue within the live streaming company was primarily filled with staff, along with various hosts and streamers coming and going. Coupled with Lian's outstanding appearance, he effortlessly attracted the attention of many, particularly from the female hosts and designers present. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Lian was suddenly approached by a familiar voice. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lian? He looked up to see a girl holding a selfie stick. Her expression a mix of nervousness and shyness. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, with fair skin and a well-proportioned figure. Particularly striking was her exaggerated curvature, which drew attention even from a seasoned individual like Lian. Chapter 29. Could it be a tad too formal? He quickly recognized her as the popular female streamer known as Fensei Shuang-yi, her iconic features unmistakably clear. Yes, that's me. But the show hasn't started yet. He nodded in acknowledgement and rose to his feet. Indeed, you are even more handsome in person than in the photos. Lin Shufan felt her heart flutter at the sight of the dashing Lian. Initially reluctant to accept the hosting task that had unexpectedly fallen into her lap due to the original host's illness, her mind changed upon learning that the event would feature the creator of Dungeon and Fighter. Little did she expect to encounter the real person upon arriving on site, and he was far more captivating than described in the materials. Instantly smitten, she thought to herself, Mom, I think I'm in love. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by Lian's handsome demeanor. Wow, so this is the person behind Dungeon and Fighter? Absolutely stunning. He looks like a dream come true. Can I just call him husband? Hey, host, mind your image, don't drool. Stop just talking and do something, huh? He must be over 6 feet tall, so tall and handsome, simply perfect. Who said this guy is a nerd? He should get lost. Yuaner murmured shyly at the screen. Not yet started, Lin Shufan excitedly waved her hand in explanation. All right. Lian then noticed Lin Shufan was live streaming this very scene through her device. Are you live streaming now? Yes. I am a host from the Dungeon and Fighter division of our company, she replied cautiously. I've known you for quite some time. I have been following you since long ago, he mentioned, causing Lin Shufan to look at him with surprise and delight. In truth, Lian had become her loyal supporter from the moment he first watched her live stream. It is worth noting that if it weren't for the tremendous traffic she inadvertently brought in, Dungeon and Fighter might not have achieved such rapid fame. Combined with her inherent charm, it was nothing short of captivating. So, could you say hello to my fans in my live stream? They are all your loyal supporters. Lin Shufan requested, somewhat hesitantly, but still summoning her courage. This is one of the proposals suggested by the administrator for her to seize the opportunity to attract the audience's attention, given that the game is currently at its pinnacle. The debut of Lian, the core creator, to the public will undoubtedly garner significant attention. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Lin Shufan immediately regretted it, not wanting the other party to think she was merely exploiting him for more attention. Despite her inner unease, she could only feign calmness. Of course, Su Lian replied with ease. After all, this young lady had previously offered him assistance, so a simple greeting was hardly inappropriate. He then leaned closer to the camera and cleared his throat. Greetings to all the warriors safeguarding the world of Alad. I am Su Lian, the developer of this project. I wish all players rare drops, successful completions, and the acquisition of ideal items. Is that suitable? Does it sound a bit too official? He inquired with a smile. It sounds wonderful, thank you. I truly appreciate it. Lin Shufan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. She had never imagined that such a successful individual would treat a small streamer and her followers with such humility. Chapter 30, absolutely. As this phrase echoed, everyone present, both on-site and online, erupted into a frenzy. Oh my! Receiving blessings directly from the author, we must grind hard tonight to achieve miracles. Wow, he is so cool. I can't control my excitement. His appearance, voice, and demeanor are all impeccable, utterly irresistible. I truly don't know whom to be jealous of now. Meanwhile, several professional designers engaged in fervent discussions cast astonished glances. They had never anticipated that the young man casually playing on his phone moments ago was the recently celebrated game designer, Mr. Su. At this moment, an employee wearing a name badge approached with a beaming smile. The program is about to commence. Please head to the recording site. Everyone is waiting for you. Upon hearing this, the staff member turned back and added in a neutral tone, Lin Shufan, you should prepare as well. Tonight's program is exceptionally popular, so perform well. All right, Lin Shufan hurriedly replied. I'll take my leave then. Remember to play Dungeon together when you have time. Su Lian nodded and turned to Lin Shufan with a smile. Absolutely. Lin Shufan eagerly agreed. Faced with an invitation from the designer of Dungeon and Warriors, how could she possibly refuse? At 8 o'clock sharp, the live broadcast commenced. After Lin Shufan hosted a series of events, they arrived at the much-anticipated interactive segment. This part primarily involved randomly selecting bullet comments from the live room, allowing netizens to connect directly with the game producer to express their thoughts or opinions about the work. This aspect was also a source of trepidation for many game developers, as the selection of participants depended entirely on luck. If a volatile individual were to be chosen, they could be met with harsh criticism. However, the bullet comments during this live broadcast were surprisingly friendly, filled not with negativity, but with anticipation for the appearance of the Dungeon and Warriors designer. Although this new game had been released for a short time, its player count had already rivaled that of certain classic online games. The reason for this lies in the fact that, compared to other works, Dungeon and Warriors can be considered a paragon of integrity within the industry. Next, let us welcome Mr. Su Lian, the creative force behind Dungeon and Warriors. Accompanied by background music, Su Lian donned headphones and stepped into the frame. Hello, everyone. I am Su Lian, a member of the development team for Dungeon and Warriors. As he appeared, the online fans erupted in excitement. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. He is on an entirely different level from those portly programmers of the past. My goodness, is this really the mastermind behind Dungeon and Warriors? He looks so young. Awesome. I initially thought he would be another chubby uncle. Mom asked me why I was staring at the screen so intently. I must admit, this guy is indeed quite charming. To the friend who needs to relieve themselves often, please wake up the one above. Diabetes patients, please refrain from trying to take advantage. Leave it to me. I am a seasoned veteran in renal failure. All right. Now let us proceed to the next phase and see what our loyal players wish to convey to Mr. Su. Lin Shufan smiled. May I ask, I have tried all 6 professions in the game. Will there be new professions introduced in the future? Chapter 31. More new works to be unveiled? Su Lian replied, absolutely. Hello, Mr. Su. How can we increase the probability of obtaining epic gear in Abyss mode? Su Lian responded, maintaining a sincere heart is sufficient. Will there be higher level content added later? Su Lian confirmed, yes. And we will also design more interesting levels for everyone to experience. Mr. Su, haha, do you have a girlfriend? Su Lian chuckled. For someone in our profession, the computer is our closest companion. The QA session proceeded quite smoothly, thanks to Su Lian's humorous and candid demeanor. The audience felt generally satisfied, coupled with his striking looks and magnetic voice. Even those who typically did not pay much attention to this game lingered in the live room, reluctant to leave. The attention on the current game release segment surged to the top position, with online user numbers and activity levels far exceeding those of the same period last year. This surge of enthusiasm also caught the attention of senior management at the Douyu platform and within the industry. The leadership of both companies began to offer this emerging star of the gaming world increased attention and support. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and the QA segment was nearing its conclusion. As the final activity of this event, let us connect live once more. Under the deft guidance of the director, A random piece of text among the incessantly scrolling comments was swiftly selected for connection. At that moment, the entire screen was awash with a dense array of comments and various rewards flashing continuously. After careful consideration, a highly ranked message was chosen as the focal point for this interaction. Congratulations, you have been selected as the lucky participant. Please pose your question to the guest. Faced with the prompt on the screen, Yuwaner felt a twinge of surprise. She hadn't anticipated that her casual remark would be chosen. However, as most of the previous questions had already been addressed by others, she pondered what she should inquire about when her turn came. Furthermore, upon seeing the exceptionally handsome Su Lian on the screen, an inexplicable nervousness washed over her. Dear friend, what would you like to ask the designer? Lin Shufan inquired politely. Oh dear, I truly did not expect to be selected, Yuwaner replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Yet, since the connection had been established, it would be rather impolite to remain silent. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Shufan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he that Yujia? Designer, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly. Please go ahead, Su Lian responded. Will you continue to release new works? Yuwaner asked, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Even through the electronic medium, she could not conceal her inner trepidation and excitement. After all, how could one remain indifferent to such a striking visage? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Lian replied, Yes, I will. I believe that our future products will not disappoint. The announcement of upcoming projects further ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. New works are on the way. That is wonderful. I hope they remain as enjoyable and free as they are now. Please don't overwork yourself. Ever since I became engrossed, I feel as though I am clocking extra hours. Many expressed their eagerness to see this creator venture into new genres, as they had recognized a long-lost sincerity in his work. It dawned on them that this individual was indeed the legendary Yu Jie. No wonder things felt amiss. If it were you up there, I bet you would be even more flustered, someone remarked. Haha, encountering a handsome man would likely leave even Yu Jie at a loss. Lin Shufan, observing Yuwaner's nervous demeanor and the call's abrupt end, felt quite surprised. Although they had met several times offline, Yuwaner had always exuded a sense of freedom and ease. This flustered side of her was something Lin Shufan had never witnessed. However, the live broadcast continued, and she had to focus on facilitating the remaining segments. Phew, I have been too reclusive lately. I need to get out more and engage with others. Yuwaner mused quietly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she watched the two conversing comfortably on the screen. As the press conference concluded successfully, Lin Shufan returned to her hometown, her heart brimming with joy. Just as the event was nearing its end, she successfully obtained the contact information for designer Su Lian, and the excitement was palpable. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his looks were equally impeccable. Likewise, after a struggle within herself, the typically independent and confident Yuwaner bravely requested to add him on WeChat. Fortunately, her courage was met with a favorable response. Upon entering her home, an exuberant Lin Shufan flopped onto the sofa and quickly texted Su Lian, Mr. Su, when are you available for an adventure together? After sending the message, she fixated on the chat window, eagerly anticipating a reply. All right, I will contact you then. Great, Lin Shufan exclaimed with delight, a sweet smile illuminating her face as she rose to head to her bedroom, leaving behind deep impressions on the sofa from her earlier enthusiasm. With one gaming character still needing to recover from fatigue, Lin Shufan decided to finish that before contemplating rest. Is it really so late? Are these people still online? Most members of her guild hailed from that WeChat group, and since she had recommended the game Dungeon Fighter Online to her friends there, nearly 2/3 had become warriors defending this realm. Oh, ISNT that our host. Finally back? Dear Sister Shufan, that white dress you wore earlier was beautiful. Could you share the store's name? That's only because Sister Shufan is naturally stunning. Someone like me with a flat figure could never pull it off. Who has flat? The next time we meet, I'll make sure to silence you. As soon as she logged into the game, her friends began fervently discussing, maintaining the same vibrant atmosphere. Are you back? Do you have any unused energy bars? Come help me level up my alt. I'm waiting by Norton right now. At that moment, Yuwaner quietly messaged Lin Shufan. No problem, I'll head over right now. As soon as he entered his home, Su Lian swiftly removed his coat and, after a quick wash-up, immersed himself in work mode. Currently, he was solely responsible for all version updates and maintenance. Unless he could find more colleagues to join the team and alleviate some of the pressure, it would remain challenging to lighten his load. At that moment, he was engrossed in writing code for the new content for an important future update. The primary reason the early version of Dungeon Fighter Online was so beloved by players was due to the minimal disparity in equipment among different tiers. The game is becoming increasingly exciting. Even in ordinary levels, many players were eager to seek teammates for joint exploration. This not only enhanced the enjoyment of the gaming experience, but also allowed players to share insights with one another. Yet, this unique charm was something that could not be replicated by newcomers. The game has once again manifested the aforementioned characteristics. Aside from a select few affluent players, the majority of ordinary users prefer to band together to challenge high-difficulty dungeons. The newly introduced features are fundamentally designed to enhance social interaction among players, including elements such as blueprints, market, horn, a pet stall system, and the newly added Gabriel, particularly beneficial for non-paying players. The blueprint item drop mechanism allows for random acquisition upon completing lower difficulty maps. Upon reaching specific milestones, such as nearing level 60, players can easily accumulate various items in their inventory, utilizing corresponding blueprints to craft new equipment. Notably, these self-made products fully support free trading and circulation. When combined, all these innovations create a closed-loop system, providing every participant with ample opportunity to benefit and thereby enhancing their loyalty to the product. However, it is important to note that these benefits are not granted without purpose. Developers also require revenue to sustain ongoing operational costs. In reality, there lies a hidden intricacy, as the entire process remains intrinsically tied to the pivotal resource of gold coins as a driving medium. Whether acquiring crafting materials or challenging formidable monsters, a substantial amount of in-game currency is ultimately expended as a means of exchange. Should one discover their account balance to be insufficient, they are left with no choice but to top up their virtual currency. This indirectly promotes consumer behavior, enabling the platform to maximize its profits. Moreover, the pet stall project has been slightly adjusted to rely solely on a lottery system for acquisition, while also bestowing an exclusive title, Moo. By 5 o'clock in the morning, Lian had finally completed inputting all the codes and subsequently announced this on Weibo. Server maintenance notice. From 10 p.m. on April 15th to 6 a.m. on April 16th, we will conduct a system update. This upgrade includes server broadcasting, equipment crafting blueprints, Moo pets, character Gabriel, and a nationwide trading platform. Global broadcast. Using this item allows players to send messages to all server players and randomly appear in Celia's blessing. Equipment crafting guide. Based on required materials, players can independently create rare, tradable items. Moo pets. Activates personal stall functionality upon acquisition. Gabriel. May appear after dungeon completion, offering rare and mythical gear for sale based on probability. Gold coin exchange mechanism. Allows users to purchase in-game currency using points, and vice versa. Nationwide trading platform. Provides all members with a space to buy and sell goods. Lian's Weibo account is on the verge of surpassing 10 million followers. The moment he published the latest announcement, numerous players began to comment and engage. Opening shops? Market trading? Haha, this game is becoming increasingly exciting. I look forward to your more innovative ideas. Fantastic, finally an opportunity to exchange gold coins for high-level attire. My previous outfit was hardly appealing. Chapter 34, finally concluded. The new companions lack any special abilities? They seem to serve merely as decorations, which is rather disappointing. I don't want them. I'm looking to clear out a heap of idle items in my inventory. Is it true? Defeating enemies might lead to encountering characters selling quality goods? This is far better than that old lady. Oh my, why wasn't such a blueprint event launched earlier? I just sold off some things I had stored. What a loss. Why isn't there an ultimate design blueprint? If it were available, I would gladly purchase it, no matter the cost. Dear, if everyone could easily obtain top-tier configurations, what would be the point of playing the game? The Crazy Warriors Guild in Zone 6 is actively recruiting new members. No matter who you are, we welcome you to join. I heard virtual currency can be exchanged for real-life rewards. This is fantastic news for us free players. Finally done. Lian stretched his limbs, still feeling invigorated. Ever since utilizing the body enhancement agent, Lian has not experienced fatigue or mental disarray, his physical condition being exceptionally good. Even if he were to run several kilometers right now, it would pose no challenge for him. Reflecting on his past nights spent coding, Lian would have long been in a deep slumber. Indeed, the benefits brought by this system are immensely significant. Ding. Congratulations, your product sales performance has been outstanding, earning you 1,800 digital coins as a reward. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the notification chimed. Based on Lian's observations over the past few days, he noted that every 5 natural days, there is a digital coin settlement cycle. Furthermore, when a player's recharge amount reaches a certain peak, a random event producing a certain quantity of coins is triggered. This implies that the total accumulation of coins is directly related to the overall consumption level in recent times. To swiftly acquire greater profits, Lian has begun planning to invite other designers to join his team to collectively oversee the development of the dungeon game. This way, he can prepare to launch a second application. However, he has yet to determine the specific style or type. Finding a work that could rival the dungeon in profitability is no easy feat, and factors such as product popularity must also be considered. Activate the system. Quietly reciting the incantation, for familiar interfaces reappeared. The top-tier product data memory on the exchange page requires 1,800 digital coins for successful redemption. In other words, at this moment, any product selected can immediately be redeemed. However, before proceeding, Lian wishes to test the odds of the roulette draw. After all, each attempt only requires an investment of 200 coins, which poses no significant risk. Should fortune smile upon one, and they manage to draw a data package of equal value, it would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Besides the aspiration to acquire more knowledge related to software, Lian also yearns to exchange surplus coins for practical items akin to stamina-enhancing liquids. It is worth noting that the applications showcased here are categorized into various tiers based on their popularity. From previous experiments, it has been observed that the more popular products tend to occupy higher levels. They are classified into 5 categories: obscure, universal, best-selling, must-play, and ultimately, super hot. The first automatically acquired dungeon project fortuitously resides at the pinnacle of the super hot category. Chapter 35, to be considered later. Please allow me to spend 200 digital coins for a spin. Ding. 200 units have been deducted, and the drawing process commences. A vibrant, multicolored wheel begins to spin rapidly, showcasing various themes before Lian's eyes. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed one. You have won the mobile application, Nu Xia Wei Air's data memory. Super hot, what on earth? Isn't this adult content? To be frank, Lian had encountered this game previously. Though its size is limited, the design is exquisite, and the plot is quite captivating. Even in the current societal context, such themes are not uncommon and have demonstrated commendable sales. However, at this moment, having just laid the foundation for his career, Lian does not intend to delve into this realm. Moreover, how could such a type still be rated as super hot? Soon, the relevant information was etched into Lian's memory. Similar to the prior experience, this small application occupies insufficient space. With the power of modern technology, it can be produced within minutes. To be considered later, Lian said, slightly blushing. Spin again. Thus, Lian cast another 200 tokens. Ding. Consumption complete. Please await the result announcement. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the casual game, Tetris dataset. Popular. Lian found himself at a loss for words. This puzzle game had also enjoyed a period of popularity in his world. Naturally, its commercial value pales in comparison to that of the dungeon project. However, if transplanted into this timeline for operation, it should yield decent revenue. Nevertheless, the disparity between the two is glaringly obvious. If such a product were to be released immediately, Lian worries that his fans might feel let down. After all, they harbor high expectations for subsequent works. Everyone aspires to experience another engaging application akin to the dungeon. Once more, Lian decided not to concede defeat and wished to take another chance. Ding. Consumption limit reached, initiating the random draw process. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the mobile application, Little Snake Eats Beans, niche, Lian. Let's continue. Ding. Payment information confirmed, activating the prize pool rolling mechanism. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the mobile application, Fruit Cutting Master Data Package. Popular. Quite satisfactory, but I shall not concern myself with that. Let us proceed. Bang. 200 game tokens deducted. Commencing a new round of the lottery. Bang. Congratulations, esteemed master. You have acquired the casual mobile game data. Poop superhero game memory. Niche, Lian. Use them all up. Lian, in a moment of impulsiveness, decided to attempt them all at once, having already expended a considerable amount of game tokens. Whether he would recoup the losses was a matter for another time. Bang. Congratulations, esteemed master. You have obtained the adventure game, Dinosaur Battle Memory Data. Popular. Bang. Congratulations. You have secured the adventure game data, Dungeon and Warriors Chapter 2 Memory Data. Explosive. Bang. Once again, congratulations. You have acquired the data package for the puzzle game Forest Ice and Fire Duo. Niche. Bang. Another achievement, successfully obtaining the first-person shooter game War Fire Crossing data record. Popular. After a series of draws until all game tokens were exhausted, Lian ultimately fortuitously obtained 2 exceedingly popular game data sets. It seems that drawing consecutively indeed yields unexpected results. Feeling the influx of memories within his mind, Lian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Particularly the version of the Grim Reaper's provocation contained within Dungeon and Warriors, which is precisely one of the contents Lian intends to release. Opening the ancient underground palace and the Tower of the Dead, allowing players to fully activate their potential. Lian firmly believes that the launch of such a version will undoubtedly ignite the fervor surrounding Dungeon and Warriors. As for Warfire Crossing, it is undoubtedly another beloved online competitive experience. Its popularity is rivaled only by the support of a player base numbering in the millions. It is indeed the dream of billions of players. Today's updates feel quite splendid. As the clock approached 6 in the morning, Yu Wanner gazed intently at the latest notifications released by Lian, murmuring with interest. integrating roadside stalls and a trading auction system into the game. It is astonishing how seamlessly and naturally it fits. Perhaps only Dungeon and Warriors could achieve such excellence. Aside from Yuaner, numerous other players are also fixated on their computer screens, eagerly awaiting the completion of the updates. Hurry up with the upgrades. My recharge funds have long been prepared. Just waiting for you. Do you wish to earn silver? Same here. I am itching to clear out the junk in my backpack. Who is interested in purchasing my goblin bones? To the friend ahead, perhaps saving them for broth would be a better choice. Haha. Last time, I lost 30,000 tokens trying to get help with the zombie level, and now I still have the screenshot of the scammer. I will expose it as soon as I log in. It is hoped that the drop rate of items in the deep sea mode can be increased. Last night, after logging in for quite some time, I managed to acquire merely one item worth several 100,000 purple coins. At precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, the game finally concluded its maintenance and reopened. The shutdown notice vanished from the interface in an instant, and servers 1 through 6 have now regained normal access. This time, it was indeed punctual. Upon seeing the notification, Yuaner was exceptionally delighted and quickly entered her account name and password. Upon launching Dungeon and Fighter, a plethora of promotional activities was introduced that day, among which a noteworthy cow pet capable of establishing a temporary shop feature caught her eye. After successfully logging in, as was her custom, Yuaner first selected the option to recharge her points and completed the payment through biometric identification. In the blink of an eye, her account balance increased by nearly 30,000 yuan. Subsequently, she purchased a large number of Celia Blessing coupons to attempt to randomly obtain rewards. Fortunately, using only 2,000 of these blessing scrolls, she successfully acquired an adorable golden cow virtual pet, complete with a bamboo pole on which a carrot head was suspended. Additionally, she received over 100 broadcasting horns and several thousand special invitations as bonus prizes. Just as she entered the game, all the featured items from this event were promptly collected by Yuaner. The shop is open. After adjusting the configurations of her virtual store, Yuaner displayed some low-level rare equipment she had accumulated previously on the counter for prospective buyers. These items were ones she had fortuitously gathered during the Abyss Challenge segment. Yet they held little practical use for her character, which had already reached its current level of prowess. Chapter 36. This is a purchase. However, gazing at them lying quietly, she felt compelled to find suitable homes for them. Before arranging the shelves, out of caution, Yuaner took the time to consult the price trend chart of similar items on the official auction house to set reasonable prices for her forthcoming sales. Despite her existing wealth reaching the billion level, she remained unwilling to dispose of her hard-earned gains at a loss. Following a thorough comparative analysis, Yuaner ventured to the bustling city center and activated her stall feature. Her shop sign boldly proclaimed, "Essential artifacts for novice transition, major clearance sale, act fast, or you may miss out." To attract business and draw the attention of passers-by, this astute merchant even resorted to offering precious resources to promote her brand. Thus, it was not long before a diverse array of characters began to gather, inquiring about her offerings. Simultaneously, the chat channel was inundated with various questions and exchanges. This intriguing new feature is called setting up a stall. How fascinating. Why do some players start with so many treasures? I also wish to know how I might acquire them. Friends, recharging is the key. If you are willing to spend, your fortune will surely come in time. Sister Yuaner, as I am also an avid fan of this game, could you give me a piece of purple equipment? I can trade 100 goblin bones for it. Is there truly a Yinfeng shoulder available for sale? My berserker is in need of that component. I will purchase it immediately. A biling shoulder that is 20,000 cheaper than the leaderboard price? I shall take it. To expedite the sale of all her equipment, Yuaner adjusted her pricing to be 10 to 20,000 lower than the market rate, making it even more enticing. Within just a few minutes, her displayed goods were snatched up completely. What a marvelous feature. Gazing at the empty shelves and the several million gold coins added to her account, Yuaner's spirits soared. After witnessing her success in selling, other players with rare pets began to attempt setting up stalls in Heidemeyer Square as well. Everyone, take a look. Here are 500 disaster signs, essential for crafting blueprints, each discounted by 500 gold coins. Hurry and select. Lian coal, basic hardeners, steel shards, and supergravity remains, along with dragon eyes and blazing hearts, all sold below auction prices. Do not miss this excellent opportunity. A complete set of components including 100 goblin bones and 200 wild cat skins, all for just 20,000 gold coins. Oh no, I mispriced the splitting spirit blade at 30,000. Who knew it would sell immediately after being posted? Please, can someone return it? In an instant, the previously quiet Heidemeyer area transformed into a bustling marketplace. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, it was the end of the month. Over the past month, Dungeon and Fighter has maintained an exceptionally high level of popularity in the market, with a continuously growing user base showing no signs of decline. In light of this thriving phenomenon, financial enterprises from various industries have begun to invest substantial sums into the game. They have embarked on a fervent quest to recruit talented game designers and are training their team members from the ground up. The profit potential in this field is indeed staggering. Even small, high-quality games can yield revenue figures that surpass the annual earnings of conventional companies in just a few short weeks. This allure has rendered countless capital magnates unable to resist. Influenced by this trend, numerous new games and their designers emerged during this period. Social media platforms and short video applications have also become major channels for game promotion. However, the overall market capacity is finite, and excessive competition has caused many new faces to quickly drown in the sea of contenders. Many companies transitioning into game development have suffered significant losses due to a lack of competitive edge. In the recent past, the number of enterprises exiting the industry due to failure has been alarmingly high. Nevertheless, amidst these unpredictable days, the game designed by Lian, D11CH continues to maintain its vigorous momentum, showing no signs of waning popularity. Currently, nearly every forum discussing games is abuzz with conversations related to D11CH. Topics such as character customization recommendations, comparisons of class strengths, and discussions on expenditure levels remain perennial favorites within the gaming community. Even international followers are going to great lengths to access domestic servers and partake in the experience. This unprecedented popularity has prompted content creators who previously focused on other domains to pivot and specialize in showcasing this game. Presently, the most sought-after streaming rooms on various local platforms are those dedicated to the theme of dungeons, including sessions that aid viewers in drawing lucky cards or demonstrating the challenges of high difficulty levels, attracting widespread attention. Should there be no restrictions on related copyrights in overseas streaming services, it is believed that a similar phenomenon would unfold there as well. It is as if D11CH has emerged overnight, inexorably transforming an industry once deemed dull and unremarkable. In just 2 months, it shattered multiple sales and download records, effortlessly surpassing many games that were once immensely popular. Lian, the creator of this game, has seized this opportunity to gain unprecedented visibility, even receiving invitations to significant events organized by social media giants, where he has shared his insights on 2 separate occasions. Unlike typical press conferences, the guest list here is notably selective and highly esteemed, making it quite challenging to secure a speaking opportunity. Nevertheless, Lian has managed to be invited to such high-level forums twice, without charge. Clearly, he has ascended to the status of a prominent figure within this realm. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. As Lian's reputation has grown, it has inevitably attracted envy and slander from certain peers. Additionally, during this period, he has repeatedly declined invitations from several well-known enterprises to join their ranks. Recently, both D11CH and Lian himself have been subjected to a wave of negative rumors. However, the loyal player base swiftly recognized that these were fabrications aimed at ulterior motives. In today's open and transparent online environment, netizens have become accustomed to such occurrences. In the past, similar controversies might have sparked public curiosity, leading to a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Yet now, whenever someone intentionally disparages a beloved product, a legion of fans rises in defiance, not only voicing their support, but also employing technical means to unearth and publicly expose the identities of those behind the malicious attacks. Consequently, those who disseminate false information have begun to fear this formidable force of advocates. As a result, the number of negative articles targeting Lian and his creations has significantly diminished. Even individuals of notable status dare not act recklessly. In this highly interconnected era, particularly for those with expertise in computer skills, accessing personal information has become exceedingly simple. During this time, Lian has not been idle. He has completed all content updates for Chapter 2 of D11CH in YYNGSH, titled SSH, into TOXN. However, he is not in a hurry to release this new version. The gaming market is currently in a lull, with the primary player demographic comprising students and office workers, who typically indulge in gaming during evenings or holidays. Lian plans to launch the new version in 2 months, coinciding with the summer break when most students and employees will enjoy an extended holiday period. Once the holiday arrives, the number of customers across various sectors tends to see a marked increase. Thus, not only gaming companies, but other industries also place significant importance on this time frame. Releasing new chapters and events during this period is evidently more advantageous. Perhaps it is time to consider recruiting some game designers. Lian gazed thoughtfully at the astronomical revenue records in the back end, contemplating aloud. Since the new chapter has been developed, he will be able to allocate time for other projects in the forthcoming period. Within just 3 days, the platform has seen an influx of over 20 million in recharge amounts. All previously accrued profits have long since been transferred to his personal account. Financially, There are no concerns, and he does not need to personally oversee the update tasks. Therefore, Lian intends to begin searching for suitable candidates to join his team soon. However, before that, he must address a crucial matter: the selection of a workplace, specifically the space where his future colleagues will conduct their daily operations. It would be unreasonable to expect newcomers to work in a rented small room as he has. He currently resides in Shanghai City, a thriving metropolis within the country, where the cost of living is astonishingly high. Acquiring land or office space here would be infeasible without several hundred million. Additionally, navigating this process would require extensive networking support to ensure smooth transactions. After all, in the realm of real estate, lacking the guidance of acquaintances can pose significant risks. Coupled with the costs associated with subsequent recruitment and technological investments, it indeed amounts to a substantial expenditure. After a brief calculation, it became apparent that even if all plans were executed, his bank savings would be nearly depleted. However, to ultimately retreat from the forefront and reap the rewards, one must endure such stages. History teaches us that every successful individual has inevitably traversed the arduous path of struggle. Perhaps he should begin preparations for the game design of Chu Nyu Hu 11N. In recent draws, I have acquired a wealth of information related to gaming, particularly regarding the first-person shooter game, Chuan Yu Huxian. It was once regarded as the dream of gunfights for 300 million Chinese internet users. This game has also carried the beautiful memories of many during their youth. Even I, Lian, was deeply enamored with it during my childhood. I vividly recall being a primary school student, hopelessly captivated by this game. Due to age restrictions, I was unable to officially enter internet cafes and could only sneak away with friends to illegally operated venues to share the screen and play together. Despite our limited finances at the time, we joyfully huddled around a single monitor, taking turns to relish the game's thrill. Although our skills were not particularly advanced, we persevered in challenging the biochemical combat mode, gradually accumulating experience. Ultimately, through my savings, I purchased a powerful weapon, the 60 submachine gun, achieving commendable results, which deepened my emotional connection to the game. Even though later paid items were introduced to attract users away, I still found joy in logging in during my leisure to relive the happiness brought by classic battles. While there are many similar shooting games in the world, they appear vastly inferior and lack allure. Hence, I deduced that if it were to be revived, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation and become a market blockbuster. However, Lian felt a slight inner turmoil. Having finally secured a moment of relaxation, he pondered that taking on a new project would likely lead to another busy period, as there were numerous matters awaiting attention before Chuan Yu Huxian could be officially launched. At that moment, a notification chimed from WeChat. It was Lin Shufan inquiring if I would like to experience Du Cheng. Since attending the press conference and exchanging contact information, we have maintained frequent interactions and occasionally visited each other's live streams, gifting items and support. After a brief contemplation, I decided to temporarily set aside matters related to Chuan Yu Huxian, allowing myself some free time to truly enjoy life. I reflected on the fact that I had yet to fully indulge in the game, even lacking a personal account, which left me feeling a tinge of regret. However, upon further reflection, I realized I had been too preoccupied with software maintenance and updates to attend to leisure activities, a common oversight among the affluent. Therefore, I promptly registered an account and logged into the server for initial exploration. Consequently, Lian created a Gui Jianshi character and rapidly elevated its level to the maximum, even bypassing the job change quest to become a Hong Yan. Hey, shall we create some hype for the upcoming version now? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Nowadays, many gaming companies have begun planning summer activities to attract players. Lian thought to seize this opportunity to promote the forthcoming new version. Without hesitation, he swiftly accessed the backend data of Du Cheng Yu Run, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Wuing Jian, Ling Hun Lai Zhou, Pei Lu Si De Rong Yao, Huijing Ling Jijia, Kong Jian Ji Pei Zhe Set, an array of rare equipment and artifacts, all dispatched to Lian's character account. After adjustments, the name of his Hong Yan character transformed from Kuang Zhanshi to Yu Shui Emotion. More notably, Yu Shui Emotion possessed a skill not available to ordinary Kuang Zhanshi, Emo Yu Shui Sha. This was the awakening skill of the Kuang Zhanshi. Chapter 38. What is the concept of the so-called ultimate move? To better promote the new version's content, Lian equipped his account with an entire set of rare Tian Kong attire, known as the Kuang Gu Tian Jiao set. Only the most seasoned players would remember the glory of this first set of Tian Kong attire. Gazing at his fully adorned character, Lian couldn't help but reminisce about the days spent piecing together these costumes. Indeed, Du Cheng was exceptionally entertaining back then. Mr. Su, have you arrived at He Dunmire? I'm waiting for you here, Lin Shufan inquired via WeChat. At that moment, she was surrounded by a crowd of loyal players of Du Cheng Yu Ren. Upon hearing the news that the designer himself would join to experience the game content, they had gathered in anticipation, eager to catch a glimpse. If fortunate enough to challenge a dungeon alongside the designer, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. I'll be right there. My game character is designer Lian. Lian canceled all initial settings, appearing in Celia's room and immediately heading toward the square. When he emerged before the crowd clad in the distinctive Tian Kong attire, players quickly recognized his unique identity. What new profession is this? It looks so cool and completely different from the ordinary. Called Yu Shui Emotion. Just the name suggests an impressive character design. Absolutely stunning. But it also seems reminiscent of the familiar Kuang Zhanshe type, albeit with some distinct details. Oh yes, upon closer inspection, the eye color is the same red. They should share the same role, right? Yet why does it feel so different, especially in terms of eye-catching equipment? Just look at that panel description. They have an additional slot specifically for such unique accessories. An increase of 80 movement speed for urban traversal efficiency? What a remarkable outfit. It's so enviable. So, in the future, will everyone have the chance to acquire such stylish clothing? How exciting. Currently, the game has not yet begun selling costumes, and most users still utilize the initial default character configurations. Thus, upon seeing Lian make his entrance in such a distinctive outfit, many mistakenly believed he was a soon-to-be-released new option. Incredible, Mr. Su. Is this your newly designed character? It truly looks fantastic. Upon receiving the message from the other party, Lian activated his voice chat feature for swift communication. In truth, this was not an entirely novel type, but rather an advanced outcome built upon existing foundations. The alteration in appearance was attributable to the effects brought forth by this sophisticated attire. Are there opportunities for further upgrades? This suggests that all categories may undergo a similar transformative process. In response to this inquiry, Lin Shufan exhibited palpable enthusiasm. Indeed, every position will possess the conditions for transformation and will also be able to master the ultimate techniques. What, then, is the concept of the so-called ultimate move? Simply put, it is merely the most powerful strike within each pathway. Wow. Please allow me to witness your super skills. No problem. Let us find a place to demonstrate. After assembling Yuaner and 2 random teammates, the group ventured into the current highest difficulty level, the realm of the Ice Dragon Skasa. This location is one of the most challenging task scenarios within the known regions, particularly when confronting the elite creatures of this zone. Their formidable output often proves fatal and intimidating. For those lacking in skills or without substantial auxiliary items, this map is undoubtedly a nightmarish existence. Oh my goodness. I am truly battling alongside my idol. It feels surreal. The 2 friends invited to join the team appeared particularly elated. It is equally delightful to meet both of you. Soon after, the blood demon emerged, radiating an intense sense of oppression as it activated its long-prepared ultimate move, the Blood Prison Blood Slash. Accompanied by a low growl and witnessed by millions of online viewers, a classic image materialized. Following that, a massive weapon, forged from blood, gradually took shape behind it. Before reaching the main battlefield, the ever-gathering crimson breath had already coalesced into an unparalleled sharp blade. At this moment, the emotions of everyone present were ignited, especially among players who cherish the combat class. My goodness, this design is simply magnificent. Can that weapon be wielded to strike enemies, or does it serve another purpose? No, I have decided to abandon my current development and cultivate a warrior of such caliber anew. Stay calm, my friend. Perhaps your current choice will yield even greater power in the future. Haha. I guess the developers wish to imply that the giant sword is the ideal companion for this profession. Hurry, let us advance. I am eager to discover what miraculous events will unfold next. In a short while, the 4 unitedly approached the resting place, ready to confront the legendary Ice and Snow King Skasa. Maneuvering a hero character endowed with unique skills, they executed 3 swift teleports to close the distance before unleashing their ultimate technique. A furious roar echoed throughout the arena as a colossal red sword shadow swung down heavily upon the target before them. In an instant, a powerful surge of blood energy, mingled with shattered stones, erupted violently. Oh my, how astonishing. Can a single skill truly activate the molten lava beneath? Is that what they refer to as lava? The Berserker's hallmark is to unleash attacks fueled by blood energy. This must be the blood left behind by previous monsters. My heavens. The effect of the awakening technique exceeds even the range of the Ice Dragon Skasa's ultimate move. It is breathtaking. The destructive power of this awakening technique is formidable. How can Skasa's life bar withstand it? Do not rush. The awakening technique itself is not only powerful, but its designer is also equipped with top-tier gear, naturally resulting in high damage. Had I known, I would have undoubtedly chosen the Berserker profession. This skill is extraordinarily formidable, delivering a blow that reverberates through the heavens. Everyone need not be overly envious. The designer has long stated that each profession will possess a unique awakening technique, and when summer arrives, we shall witness the performances of all professions. I am currently eager for my berserker to swiftly learn this formidable awakening technique. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by the awakening technique demonstrated by the Blood Demon. Many online users expressed their desire to create a new berserker character to experience it firsthand. Furthermore, players who had witnessed the berserker's awakening began to fantasize about what their main character's profession awakening might look like. In the initial design, the action for the berserker's awakening skill would remain unchanged until the entire effect concluded. Chapter 39. Will you truly give it to me? Lian made adjustments, allowing the user to maintain agile movement during the casting of the awakening moment. After executing the awakening, Lian promptly unleashed a series of other ultimate techniques: Great Rupture, Bloodsword Shadow, Rage Slash, Powerful Attraction, and Grasp. Subsequently, the Ice Dragon let out a mournful cry before succumbing to his onslaught. Designer, you are simply incredible. Is that all there is to it? I recall that my first attempt consumed several resurrection items before I succeeded. The two observers were utterly in awe. Teacher Su, I can hardly wait to see the new version of the Universal Awakening. Lin Shufan also exhibited immense interest. It will undoubtedly be a spectacle. Everyone, prepare for surprises. Lian replied confidently. Oh, Teacher Su, could it be that the Ice Dragon dropped something valuable? At that moment, Lin Shufan noticed several lines of conspicuous pink text among a heap of items. Indeed, that is the case. Lian discovered a rare pink piece of equipment among them. He quickly stepped forward to clear away the other materials, revealing the precious item fully within view. Skasa's Icy Blade. Tachi Wow? Teacher Su, this weapon is suitable for your Demon Sword Master. Lin Shufan exclaimed excitedly. It seems that our luck is truly remarkable. To acquire such a rare item is indeed a treasure. Lian chuckled in surprise. This extraordinary Tachi, ranked among the top in the Demon Sword Master class, is a Lord-level item, second only to the Epic tier. Not only is the design strikingly handsome, but its attributes are also remarkably superior. Its uniqueness lies in the ability to mimic the frosty breath characteristic of Sika, with a chance to freeze enemies, rendering it invaluable in both dungeons and arenas. However, Lian did not acquire it personally. Instead, he turned to a level 57 Azura in his team. Here, take this item. Please, take it away. Are you truly giving this to me? You must be joking, right? The Azura naturally coveted this weapon, yet considering that the individual before him was the game designer, he refrained from seizing it out of politeness. It is indeed genuine. Come and claim it. You will wield great power with it. Although this weapon is indeed impressive, to Lian, it merely represents simple data. If he wished, he could distribute countless weapons to his character without issue. Bestowing one upon a fellow player could be seen as a generous act. Thank you so much. I love you. The Azura excitedly rushed to Lian's side to pick up Sika's Chilling Blade. Try a normal attack. It should unleash a cold wave, freezing the target. Lian suggested. Alright, let me give it a shot. Though a bit clumsy, the Azura maneuvered the character to swing the weapon, and instantly, a brilliant blue chill emanated from the blade. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. I adore you, designer. The Azura player eagerly experimented with various skills, while another gunner player looked on with envy. Originally, he had desired to step onto the stage with a Sword Soul character, hoping that the precious Frost Blade might become his own. Observing the jubilant Azura avatar on the screen, many fans expressed their jealousy in comments. Oh, I want that sword too. It looks absolutely fantastic. Just yesterday, I acquired a similar weapon, though it was obtained as a sharpshooter. To see such an outstanding prize given to an ordinary player is a rare act of kindness. You have earned my eternal fandom. Everyone, do not forget that to the designer, these items are merely virtual existences, yet in small matters, one can see how much he cares for the player community. Streamer sister, please leave the team so we can join the designer. Please be sure to include me. I also wish to receive guidance. The screen was filled with voices eager for collaboration. Lin Shufan observed the flood of envious remarks with a mix of helplessness and happiness. Ultimately, she decided to tentatively inquire. Dear designer, many of your followers wish for you to lead them on adventures. No problem, since I have some free time today. I can accompany everyone in playing a bit longer. In that case, I shall withdraw from the team, and you can guide the others for an experience. After Lin Shufan relinquished the team leadership, a multitude of friend requests inundated Lian. At that moment, the Snow Domain map was packed with warriors who had come upon hearing the news, making it difficult to find a spot to stand. Please join our party. I beg you. Designer, please take me along. I am a girl. I implore you. I just recharged quite a bit, hoping to accompany you on adventures. Even if it is merely to defeat beginner monsters. I have recharged a full 10,000 RMB. Please consider bringing me along first. Master, please take me with you. Even if it is to confront the Icy Dragon, I would be eternally grateful. Browsing the flood of messages, Lian wore a satisfied smile. This afternoon will be dedicated to accompanying everyone on a dungeon exploration journey. Thank you all for your support. Following this, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. From the afternoon until 11 at night, Lian selflessly spent the entire night with players. The 6th district now gathered numerous renowned players. Each team Lian led was a random combination. Wherever the players wished to go to defeat monsters, Lian accompanied them without ever displaying any impatience. The players, upon encountering such a genial and unpretentious game designer for the first time, were deeply captivated by Lian's unique charm. After learning that the game designer of Dungeon Fighter was freely leading teams in the 6th district, other players began creating new accounts in that area, yearning for the opportunity to embark on adventures with him. Consequently, a vast influx of players surged into the 6th district server, causing its status to escalate from the most relaxed leisure mode to the highest level of full capacity. In reality, the server's operational status is categorized into 5 levels: leisure, normal, crowded, busy, and full. Even in the lowest leisure state, approximately 1 million users are online simultaneously. When reaching the peak full capacity mode, nearly 5 to 6 million people play online together. The world's internet technology is remarkably advanced. Even during peak traffic periods, users do not experience any abnormalities in the gaming process. Issues such as unexpected disconnections are non-existent. However, due to the sudden influx of a large crowd into the gaming world, some players have begun to encounter lagging or delay issues. Chapter 40. Let us play together next time. Moreover, for those with slightly weaker computer performances, the client interface occasionally displayed garbled text, which appeared absurdly amusing. This phenomenon further illustrates just how popular this server is. It is getting late. Everyone should rest early, as there are work and studies to attend to tomorrow. I also hope all of you actively engage in the National Awakening version events during the holiday. After a long day of gaming companionship, Lian felt slightly fatigued. However, the players' enthusiasm was exceedingly high, drawing more new faces with each team formation. If this trend continues, it seems unlikely that he would complete all requests for companionship within a week. Upon entering the game, I found it had already concluded. Dear designer, do indulge in a few more rounds. The time is still quite ample. Indeed, please persist a little longer. I have just recharged an additional 1,000 yuan. Why continue discussing this? He has already been tirelessly working for over a day. Does he not require a moment of rest? Quite so. Let us not exhaust him. For who will provide the updates for everyone? Please, do take a break. I am eagerly awaiting the enhanced appearance of the female fighter class. And I urge you to maintain your good health. Pay no heed to the opinions of others. Resting is of utmost importance. I adore you and eagerly anticipate the release of the version. I share your sentiments. I sincerely hope to soon witness a new Sword Soul, dazzlingly surpassing the Berserker 100-fold. What transformations await the magic scholar? I can hardly contain my anticipation for her new, spectacular skills. Observing the scrolling messages of affection on the public screen, Lian felt an immense warmth within her heart. Surely, when the event officially commences, the excitement will only intensify. Thus, after bidding farewell to Lin Shufan, she exited the game to finally address the long-overdue trifecta of meals. All right, let us play together again next time. The other party responded cheerfully and quickly redirected their focus back to the live broadcast. Very well, today's streaming session concludes here. Remember to tune in promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Although the task objectives had already been exceeded, Miss Lin chose to remain present, given the heightened engagement throughout the afternoon. Moreover, she utilized her alternate account to traverse various levels with a few players for several hours. However, just as she prepared to switch off the camera, her super administrator sent a private message that was utterly astonishing. You have gone viral. You are now truly a sensation across the internet. Please check the current viewer statistics for the live stream. Accompanying this was a screenshot displaying the ranking of Douyu's entire platform, with Lin Shufan prominently positioned in 3rd place. One must understand that this list comprises top-tier streamers from various fields. In the past, Lin Shufan had never even appeared in the bottom ranks, let alone the top 3. Gazing at the astonishing numbers on her screen, the girl was momentarily stunned before gradually regaining her composure. The viewer count had astonishingly surpassed 630,000, with subscriptions increasing by nearly 250,000, and a single-day revenue reaching an impressive 600,000 yuan. All these changes were nothing short of extraordinary. Miss Lin was aware that her interaction with the designer had significantly boosted her visibility, and she anticipated surpassing 1 million followers. However, she never expected that merely a few hours of collaborative gaming could elevate her to such a remarkable status. Had it not been for the administrator's words and the undeniable evidence presented, she might have suspected malicious exaggeration. Keep pushing forward, Yaojia. Strive to invite him to frequently engage in your live streams. With such formidable support, you may soon ascend to the pinnacle of the platform. A subsequent message followed, now adopting a more affectionate and respectful tone. It appears this super administrator is attempting to foster a closer relationship with the intent of sharing future benefits. As the influence of their signed artists continues to grow, they too will reap corresponding rewards. Thus, should Lin Shufan truly emerge as a leading figure in the industry, it would undoubtedly yield substantial returns for her, particularly since her live stream today showcases the potential to become a top-tier influencer studio. It is imperative to prioritize and take timely measures to maintain the current level of enthusiasm. However, the young woman harbored some reservations regarding this proposition. After all, her achievements thus far were entirely reliant on the designer's contributions. Would frequent contact not impose an additional burden upon him? At 1 o'clock in the early morning, Yuaner finally returned home after a long day in the bustling city of Jianghai. Upon entering her bedroom, she lamented, "What a nuisance this has been." Yuaner had recently returned to her parents' home at her sister's invitation. To her dismay, upon their meeting, her sister immediately criticized her attire and behavior, admonishing her for idling about and accusing her of resembling a wayward girl, devoid of feminine qualities. Furthermore, she insisted that Yuaner return to their ancestral home to reside with their elders and secure stable employment to support herself. Unable to endure her sister's incessant nagging, Yuaner engaged in a brief argument before leaving without dinner. Buzzing incessantly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Without needing to look, Yuaner knew it was her sister calling. Impatiently, she retrieved her phone and promptly ended the call. However, her sister seemed to anticipate this and swiftly sent a WeChat message. "If you refuse to return, I will freeze all your funds." Yuaner scoffed in disdain, unconvinced that her sister would truly resort to such extreme measures. Despite her sister's harsh words, she had never genuinely crossed any lines throughout their lives. Thus, choosing to remain unbothered, Yuaner decisively powered off her phone and launched the game Dungeon Fighter. After being summoned away shortly after waking up that afternoon, she had yet to play any of her 6 characters. Once logged in, Yuaner joined the chat room, seeking a teammate to assist her in leveling up her level 32 female mage. "Yao Yao, once you achieve fame, do not forget about me. I have sent you so many gifts in the past. 60,000 in daily income? I could never earn that much in a year. The streaming industry is incredibly lucrative." Chapter 41. What major events transpired today? Yao Yao, I implore you, next time you invite the designer to play games, please remember to include me. I wish to join them in their adventures. In just one afternoon, Yao Yao's popularity skyrocketed to 3rd place on the platform. How astonishing. Is this game truly that popular? I am beginning to contemplate diving into it myself. With 3 sensational news releases captivating the national gaming community, it dominated the charts within a month. I have heard that daily profits can reach upwards of 10 million. Would you not agree that it is immensely popular? The Berserker's new skills are undeniably spectacular. I hope to soon see my Azura exhibit such flair. Ha ha ha. Regardless, I currently possess 4 Demon Knights, and I am certain they will reach the awakening stage before summer break. Group leader, everyone, what are you chatting about? What significant events unfolded today? Having remained silent all day, Yuaner had no choice but to inquire with her friends still active in the group. Upon learning the leader's return, the members enthusiastically explained the day's happenings and shared video recordings of Lin Shufan and Su Lian tackling dungeons together. After watching for a few minutes, the earlier gloom began to dissipate, especially when witnessing the Berserker's breathtaking awakening special skills. Yuaner felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Learning that Su Lian would unveil upgrade content for all professions during the upcoming holiday filled her with anticipation, as she could hardly wait to see the transformation of her Reaper. Oh, so Shufan has already added the designer as a friend? It was only then that Yuaner realized how rapidly their relationship had developed, stirring a hint of jealousy within her. After all, she had invested so much in this game, yet had never had the chance to participate in activities led by the designer. All because of that individual whose intentions for summoning her back remain a mystery. Thus, she placed the blame squarely on her sister. Had she not been called back, perhaps she could have fought alongside the designer. Now, it was quite late, and most experts in the group had already retired for the night. So, Yuaner began her long journey of challenges alone. In addition to her 4 primary Demon Knights, she had also trained a supportive female elementalist as a backup option. As she opened the character interface to purchase some resurrection potions and supplies in preparation for future challenges, a message appeared. Iris verification failed. Please confirm your account status. A warning box popped up, leaving Yuaner perplexed. She quickly launched her banking app to check her personal assets. Dear user, your account has been temporarily locked. Please visit the nearest branch to restore access. Unbelievable. She could hardly fathom that woman had truly taken such drastic measures against her. In a fit of rage, she hastily pressed the contact number saved as Old Annie. Hello? Changed your mind? When are you coming back? A familiar voice, tinged with mockery, came through. You really locked my money? You would stoop so low? Do you have any conscience left? The combination of indignation and fury prompted Yuaner to voice her grievances. I remember someone mentioning that they could survive on their own abilities in this city, right? Impressive, smiling emoji. Though she smiled on the surface, her heart could not accept the current reality. Just admit your mistakes. Hurry home. and take a shower. See how disheveled you look. Leave. She replied with a succinct traditional greeting before decisively removing her from the contact list. How dare this little brat block me? At that moment, in a luxurious office on the top floor of a building in the center of Haijiang City, stood a woman clad in a black suit, her figure exuding elegance. Approximately 25 or 26 years of age, beneath her mature charm lay a flicker of anger. This woman, known as Gu Ruashi, is an esteemed entrepreneur and Yu Wan'er's nominal elder sister. As one of the most renowned figures in Haijiang City and across China's business landscape, her company, Dongfang Group, spans various industries: real estate, technological research, healthcare, and education, nearly encompassing all popular sectors, with total assets reaching several hundred billion RMB. As the largest shareholder and CEO of this colossal enterprise, she is virtually a household name in the industry. Yet, such a prominent business elite has been toyed with by her own sister. It is easy to imagine the intensity of Gu Ruashi's fury at this moment. Humph. You are quite something. With a mixture of indignation and reluctance, she dialed her property management company's number. Lian's marketing campaign, planned and executed yesterday, proved remarkably effective. Within a single day, forums for Dungeon Fighter Online and various social media platforms were inundated with discussions among players regarding the forthcoming Berserker's new skills and related attire. Millions of gamers eagerly await the advent of the awakening era. In preparation for this moment, many have begun cultivating new professions, investing significant time and resources. Desiring rare equipment? Then one must scour the auction house or stalls. Want epic gear but unwilling to toil through dungeons to accumulate Abyss Party invitations? You can opt to purchase challenge books in exchange for invitations. Hoping a seasoned player will assist you through difficult trials? That will require spending some gold to hire skilled help. Looking to acquire resurrection coins and pets? A corresponding fee will also apply. Consequently, when creating a new character, players often invest considerable funds. During this period, when nearly everyone is establishing new accounts in anticipation of awakening, Dungeon Fighter Online boasts daily revenues exceeding 10 million, with the potential to surpass 20 million. Such astonishing figures evoke envy from other gaming design companies. Certain renowned game development teams have indeed emulated the style of D11CH in YYNGSH, producing several works of a similar nature. Regrettably, none have garnered acclaim. Instead, they have been branded as exploitative due to excessive monetization. Each time these imitators launch their products, they are met with a barrage of negative reviews. Particularly, those claiming to surpass the original in every aspect have been swiftly submerged by public outcry, leading to their forced removal from the market. Currently, in the minds of players, D11CH in YYNGSH and its creator Lian have become an insurmountable classic. They are unwilling to see any game company exploit players through counterfeit tactics. Seizing this opportunity, Lian has recently announced a long-awaited recruitment plan. Chapter 42, aiming to apply IoT Nexi Game Company Limited is seeking the following positions: senior game designers, programmers, artists, and other professionals. Requirements: a minimum of 3 years of relevant experience, with a profound passion for internet technology. Age limitation: candidates aged between 18 and 28 will be considered. Those outside this range need not apply. Compensation and benefits: based on individual ability and performance, outstanding employees will also enjoy a profit-sharing bonus at the end of the year. Join the ranks of IoT Nexi and pursue your gaming dreams. After posting on Weibo, Lian expressed hopeful anticipation. I hope we can find suitable candidates this time. 2 months swiftly passed. Should the holiday arrive without sufficient ideal team members recruited, Lian would face an exceedingly busy situation. The number of followers on Lian's Weibo has exceeded 10 million. Upon learning that this internet celebrity had released such an eye-catching announcement, many naturally rushed to observe and leave comments. The expansion initiative has commenced. Continuing at this slow pace is untenable. It seems a wave of surprises awaits us during the summer break. How exhilarating. Perhaps tomorrow, Lian's inbox will overflow. Especially since D11CH in YYNGSH is currently thriving, and many peers wish to transition here. Goodness. A 3% profit-sharing ratio? What does that even imply? Dear author, are you specifically recruiting for roles that involve companionship during sleep? That individual from earlier should step aside and not cause a disturbance. They are my exclusive idol. A quiet remark. D11CH in YYNGSH must be raking in over 100 million each month, right? You can do the math yourself. I am so tempted. I want to apply. At the foot of a single apartment building in Shanghai City, LNSHFN stood by the roadside, joyfully singing and occasionally glancing at the passing vehicles, as she had just received a call from her friend YWNR. The latter mentioned that due to family matters, she would temporarily move in with her. Although the two friends had known each other online for several years and met in person a few times, their relationship was exceptionally close. Moreover, During her initial foray into live streaming, she had received significant support from YWNR. Thus, upon learning of her impending visit, LNSHFN felt immense joy, thinking that if YWNR could assist, their live stream would undoubtedly attract more attention. Soon, a taxi came to a halt, and YWNR, dragging a suitcase, sheepishly said, "I truly apologize, SHFN, for troubling you once more. This morning, the real estate management office called, demanding that I pack my belongings and vacate my current residence." Without needing to guess, it was evident that this was a scheme by Jiru X, as her sister had founded and operated the company. In a fit of anger, YWNR hastily packed her essential items and left the luxurious villa area in a hurry. However, as soon as she stepped out, regret washed over her. She had no close friends locally, her bank card had been temporarily frozen, and most importantly, she had forgotten her beloved computer at home. Without her computer, accessing her cherished D11CH in YYNGSH was impossible, making her dream of reaching level 60 and learning the corresponding class skills seem unattainable in the near future. To make matters worse, she had yet to exhaust her gaming stamina for the day. Reluctantly, YWNR sought help from LNSHFN, hoping to stay for a while. "No worries, YGA. I've been feeling quite lonely here all by myself," LNSHFN cheerfully replied, extending her hand to take her friend's suitcase. Within the community, due to her frequent courageous stands against unreasonable charging mechanisms and her advocacy for the rights of ordinary consumers, many respectfully refer to her as YGA. The following morning, Lian rose early from bed to commence work on the latest version iteration. This modification would represent the final round of content changes before the summer break. Once the target for this phase is achieved, Lian could devote full attention to the development of other matters. Aside from daily software maintenance, numerous complex tasks awaited resolution. In this update, a uniquely engaging gameplay feature called Monster Siege would be introduced. This function promises an entertaining method of operation. All previously vanquished enemy units will be unleashed upon central areas of various cities across Alar, initiating a wave of destructive assaults. The sole objective for players will be to thwart this calamity and expel the invaders from the realm. The intriguing aspect lies in the fact that should one perish multiple times during this process or forget to log in to protect their homeland, not only will they forfeit any spoils, but they will also face ridicule from all characters. Lian recalled missing this event, only to discover upon logging in the next day that even the once closest character, Sily, looked down upon his swordsman persona. With the introduction of such a novel yet challenging mode, it is certain to spark the fervent interest of loyal followers eager to partake in the experience. In truth, Lian originally intended to postpone the official launch by a few days. However, considering that students and professionals alike would have free time during the weekends, he decided to take advantage of the Monster Siege event update today to attract enthusiasm before the summer break. Lian also plans to open the Monster Siege mode during each holiday leading up to summer, since this is when players are most active. With the fatigue system removed in Diablo and Warriors, players are likely to explore other games. Through this event, Lian aims to retain the majority of players, as the Monster Siege mode does not consume fatigue points, allowing each character above level 30 to participate for up to 12 hours. Should players exhaust their fatigue points, they can conveniently experience the Monster Siege mode. Furthermore, during the summer break, in addition to the nationwide awakening and fashion events, Lian intends to introduce a wave of epic weapons and divine equipment. When summer arrives, players will undoubtedly continue to battle in the Abyss for new gear. Those who have yet to forge powerful characters, players still challenging Abyss modes, and even free players without pets will not miss the Monster Siege event due to its abundant rewards. Successfully defeating monsters grants the opportunity to receive various prizes such as revival coins, Abyss party invitations, health recovery potions, and random fatigue point recovery ranging from 20 to 50 points. Chapter 43, Recommended Team Formation. These items are currently in high demand among players. Fortuitous players may even win special prizes during this event, including a rare weapon container for their class, a divine weapon container for their class, and the pet, Xiaoyuya. All three special rewards are quite appealing, especially the two containers, which guarantee a rare or divine weapon. The only downside is that these weapons obtained from the event are non-tradable. This can be somewhat disappointing for players of the Ghost Swordsman class who might receive a light sword from the container. Additionally, the free pet, named Xiaoyuya, is the first of its kind introduced by Lian, taking the form of a personified branch. While the attribute bonuses may be modest, it is a significant benefit for free players, as having something is better than having nothing. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lian had finally completed the code for the Monster Siege event, with a few hours remaining until the peak online time for players. He promptly announced the update on Weibo. Server maintenance notice, from April 25th, 10 p.m. to April 26th, 6 a.m. for server updates. New content. Monster Siege launched. Cities on the continent of Alardi are under attack by monsters. Brave warriors, come help us. Gameplay overview. Players must defeat the invading monsters within the city. Teamwork is recommended to complete tasks. Rewards overview. Revival items, health recovery potions, 20 fatigue point removal potions, 50 fatigue point removal potions, new pet. Special surprise. Mysterious class rare weapon container, which grants a rare weapon of the corresponding level upon opening. Special surprise. Free permanent pet, Xiaoyuya. Event validity. From April 26th, 6 a.m. to April 28th, 6 a.m. Even though it was 3 in the afternoon. With most students and workers still engaged in classes and work, this Weibo post garnered considerable attention upon its release. By around 6 in the evening. As people returned home and saw the news, they expressed their excitement. Hooray! Tomorrow I just happen to be free. A new event is here. And it's so thoughtfully designed. A chest that guarantees a weapon corresponding to the class. Who wouldn't be tempted? My ghost swordsman is still wielding a blue weapon. What? Goblins have invaded the continent of Alardi? I can't let this slide. They must be taught a lesson. Haha, this is fantastic. I finally have my own pet. And it's a permanent one, truly wonderful for free players like us. Up there, it turns out we are alike. I also spent some money later on. And now I've recharged over 10,000. They even gave out fatigue removal potions for free. This designer is incredibly generous. No need to save breakfast money for Celia's blessing anymore. Recommended team formation? That probably means the dungeon difficulty is quite high. Is there anyone in Zone 6 named Bloodthirsty Twin Daggers who wants to team up tomorrow? Lin Shufan, while soaking in a bath, reminisced about the previous conversation, feeling astonished. When Yuaner entered the room, she did not hold back, but directly explained her reasons for leaving home to Lin Shufan. Upon learning that Yuan was the biological sister of the business magnate Gu Ruashi, Lin Shufan found it hard to believe. Gu Ruashi is a prominent figure in the business world of Jianhai City, frequently appearing on financial channels and major news media. Even the apartment Lin Shufan is currently renting was developed by a real estate group under Gu Ruashi. At that moment, Lin Shufan understood why Yuaner could publicly criticize certain gaming companies without fear of threats. Instead, those companies quickly apologized to Yuaner. It was all thanks to her affluent sister standing behind her. Until that point, Lin Shufan had never imagined that her roommate was the daughter of such a powerful boss. After finishing her grooming, Lin Shufan wrapped herself in a towel and entered the bedroom. Yuaner was busy adjusting her newly purchased computer equipment. This entire setup cost Lin Shufan over 60,000 yuan, far exceeding the quality of the old computer she used for streaming. However, Lin Shufan did not mind the cost, as Yuaner had been quite helpful to her. Moreover, with her sister possessing billions in assets, such trivial matters were hardly a concern. Have you finished? Lin Shufan inquired, holding a steaming towel. Of course, I am quite knowledgeable about computers, Yuaner replied proudly. Will you stay in the house to play games later? It's quite a rare occasion for you to come visit me. Why don't we take a stroll outside instead? Lin Shufan had specially adjusted her vacation schedule for Yuaner's visit. The heat outside is so intense. Isn't it more pleasant to relax at home? I haven't even shaken off today as fatigue yet. Yuaner waved her hand to decline the suggestion and began to find the game client to install. Fine. Observing the girl so engrossed in her game, Lin Shufan shrugged helplessly and opened the wardrobe to search for clothes. While waiting for the game to download, Yuaner curiously glanced around the room, her gaze inadvertently landing on Lin Shufan, who was selecting clothes in front of the wardrobe, just out of the shower. Lin Shufan wore only a steaming bath towel, her slender figure partially obscured by the translucent fabric. It must be acknowledged that Lin Shufan possessed an impressive physique. No wonder most of her livestream audience were males. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat tonight? Lin Shufan turned around with the selected outfit and asked, observing Yuaner's flickering gaze. No, I'm not hungry. Yuaner hurriedly averted her eyes. All right then, we can see what snacks are available later. Lin Shufan responded nonchalantly, turning to walk into the bathroom. That kind of thing isn't necessarily better when it's bigger, Yuaner mumbled, her cheeks slightly flushed. As she lowered her head to compare. In that fleeting moment, Yuaner felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Ding. Dungeon and fighter installation complete. It's fine. I will definitely surpass her in a few years. First, I'll play the game and enjoy it. Yuaner silently encouraged herself before logging into the world of Dungeon and Fighter. Dungeon and Fighter, start. It was Friday, and many prominent figures were online in the group. Yuaner asked them to help her level up her alternate account, and then used her main account, the Phantom Knight, to guide others through the abyss. Several hours passed, and Yuaner exhausted the fatigue points of all 6 of her characters. The only regret was that after using an entire tube of fatigue, the Phantom Knight had only dropped 1 epic equipment, the Cleric's Cross. Since the monster siege wouldn't occur until tomorrow, Yuaner had no choice but to take a shower and go to bed. Due to Yuaner's unexpected visit, Lin Shufan hadn't prepared any extra pajamas, so she lent her own to Yuaner. Chapter 44. I'm not prepared at all. The flat-chested Yuaner donned Lin Shufan's oversized pajamas, feeling as though she had slipped into an extra-large trench coat, delightfully cool. You just ran out like this. Aren't you worried about your sister? Lin Shufan asked tentatively while drying Yuaner's hair. She has no time to care about me. She is at the company all day and only comes home once a year. Yuaner sighed lazily. So what are your plans? Are you going to stay here indefinitely? I don't mind, but I worry that if your sister finds out I'm sheltering you, she might vent her anger on me. Lin Shufan expressed her concerns. How could that be? My sister isn't part of the underworld. Yuaner chuckled helplessly, then said earnestly, from here on, I will strive to find a job and support myself. After all, I'm healthy, and I won't starve in Jinghaishi. Good luck, Lin Shufan smiled reassuringly. She understood that Yuaner was merely caught up in the moment. Once she truly entered society and faced its challenges, she would likely return home in tears. By the way, it seems Lian is looking for designers. Are you referring to the designers for Dungeon and Fighter? Yes, you graduated from the University of Electronic Science and Technology, and you are quite adept at computer operations. You've even created games before, so why not give it a try? Yuaner, once a game creator, was recognized by Lin Shufan through her works. However, all of Yuaner's games had failed, and she hadn't even recouped her costs. But they require applicants to have over 3 years of game design experience. I've only worked for less than a year, and all my projects flopped. How could they possibly want me? How would you know unless you try? What if you actually get through? Lin Shufan excitedly set down the hairdryer and picked up her phone to contact Lian. Wait, I'm not ready at all. Yuaner blushed slightly, anxious. He agreed to let you try? Lin Shufan excitedly handed her the message she received. Lian, if the friend is interested, please feel free to come for an interview. Am I really going to work there? Late at night, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling and glancing at Lin Shufan, who was sleeping soundly, Yuaner muttered to herself. After their conversation, they agreed to meet in 2 days for a formal interview. Initially, Yuaner assumed the other party would certainly look down on her as a failed designer. After all, Dungeon and Fighter was currently so popular that it was only natural for them to seek out top-tier talent. However, Yuaner was surprised that Lian actually wanted her to give it a try. This left her feeling both astonished and delighted, and she agreed to attend the interview. If she could successfully secure the position, it would undoubtedly be thrilling news. Not only would she be engaged in a profession she loved, but she would also gain immediate access to the latest information about Dungeon and Fighter. Most importantly, this job could yield substantial income. Presently, Dungeon and Fighter is considered one of the highest-grossing games domestically. Once she became a part of it, the benefits would naturally be considerable. Thinking of this, Yuaner felt a surge of anticipation. If she could make a name for herself, she would no longer have to endure the endless nagging from her elders. As she pondered this, she gradually drifted into slumber. Tomorrow morning, an exciting Monster Siege event awaited her participation, and Yuaner certainly did not wish to miss it. At 8 in the morning, the alarm clock roused Yuaner from her dreams. Turning her head, she noticed that Lin Shufan had already disappeared. Yesterday, it was promised to showcase culinary skills, and now it seems the ingredients are being purchased. Yuaner couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Not only is she beautiful and possesses an admirable figure, but she can also cook, embodying the essence of an ideal partner. Never mind. It's time for some gaming. Yuaner joyfully threw off her blanket and seated herself before the computer. Dungeon and Fighter, commence. It was already 8 o'clock, and the update maintenance had long been completed. What would the Monster Siege entail? With eager anticipation, she clicked on her main character, the Ghost Cry, and departed from the Celia treehouse. At this moment, the map was teeming with a multitude of players, creating an overwhelming sense of immersion. The first wave of monsters will attack the town in 3 minutes. Please prepare for defense. Yuaner was fortunate. Just as she entered the game, the Monster Siege event was initiated. Here they come, the monsters are approaching. Who wants to team up for some fun? The Stoneland requires a ranged shooter. Are there any gunners available? Oh, game designers, grant me some special rewards. A divine artifact container would be splendid, or even a rare weapon will suffice. I'm not greedy, I merely wish for a pet. The public chat area and broadcasts were filled with excited exclamations as players eagerly anticipated this event. Is there anyone in our group looking to team up? The Monster Siege has begun. Yuaner called out in the guild chat, and immediately, 3 friends from different guilds formed a party with her. Monster Siege officially underway. The more monsters defeated, the greater the chance of receiving special rewards. Warriors, do not let the monsters destroy the continent of Arad. As the notification messages disappeared one by one, familiar monsters began to appear in various cities across Arad. Goblins, cat demons, minotaurs, stone giants, and even colossal octopuses made their presence known. Ultimately, even the final boss from the dungeons appeared in the town. Warriors, charge forth and defend our Arad continent. One can only speculate which warrior sent out 10 announcements to rally morale. Everyone online was deeply moved. Soon, scenes of fierce battles against monsters emerged across the land. Within mere minutes, the continent of Arad was abuzz with activity as players engaged fiercely with the beasts. However, some novices mistakenly targeted formidable monsters far beyond their levels and were swiftly defeated in a single blow. Thankfully, Yuan and her teammates exhibited remarkable cooperation, navigating through challenges without succumbing to defeat. In this brief span, their party successfully repelled several attacks of comparable strength. The first wave of attacks has concluded. A second wave will arrive in 30 minutes. Please continue preparing for battle. Thanks to everyone's efforts, they finally weathered the first round. Upon completing the task, rewards soon followed. Haha, look, a willow leaf flying knife. I snagged this treasure in the first round. You lucky ones should tone it down a bit, though. Why do I only have 5 resurrection chances? There must be some shady dealings involved. Bro, 5 times is still insufficient. How about trading for my health potion? Everyone, remain calm. In half an hour, another battle awaits. You won't believe it, but I was just goofing off, relying on our guild leader's damage output. And I actually managed to secure a treasure chest, and a top-tier one at that. Chapter 45 also provided more opportunities for profit. A level 12 sorceress sought assistance after perishing in the Ice Dragon dungeon. Is there anyone who can guide her? After 2 days, Lian finally found a desirable office location and purchased it for 350 million yuan. Originally, this place was priced over 400 million, situated in an exceptionally prime area, unattainable for ordinary individuals. At first, Lian intended to complete the development of Crossfire before making any decisions. However, yesterday, the real estate agent responsible for sales in that area called him, expressing a willingness to lower the price and offer additional favorable terms. Initially, Lian had reservations, as the real estate business is notoriously complex, but upon meticulously reviewing the contract, he discovered that the terms were indeed as stated, with no hidden traps. Only then did he decide to sign the agreement, finalizing the deal at 3.5 billion. Name, AO Shuang Company, Limited. Legal representative, Lian. Registered address, Financial Center Commercial Building Number 16. Main business, development of online game software. Area, 150,000 square meters. After all related procedures were completed, the Ranger Studio was officially established. Yesterday afternoon, Lian had already ordered all necessary equipment, and now he just needed to recruit talent to commence operations. To prepare for this, Lian spent nearly 500 million, nearly exhausting his recent earnings. Fortunately, he was not worried, as Dungeon continues to yield astonishing profits, and he anticipates recouping costs within a month. With the upcoming summer vacation, Crossfire is also expected to become another lucrative venture. Once everything was settled, Lian could gradually step back from daily operational tasks, only needing to periodically review financial reports. Currently, he has one crucial task ahead: to completely detach from the original gaming platform and develop his own game account system. Given that the initial release of Dungeon utilized a third-party platform, players had to log into the external account system to play. After severing ties with the third party, he needed to establish a new gateway, which, while cumbersome, could be immensely profitable, much like what Mr. Ma accomplished, providing users with communication and socialization tools while also creating more revenue opportunities. In this world, there are already highly advanced communication tools, ranging from voice calls to high-definition video conferences. However, what truly captivated Lian's attention was how to leverage these methods to create greater value, such as establishing paid premium services within games akin to Black Diamond memberships. For a monthly fee of 30 yuan, players could enjoy various gaming benefits. In the future, when new games are launched, Lian could also emulate Mr. Ma's approach, offering players a plethora of exclusive privileges. For instance, the Purple Diamond membership in racing games, the Red Diamond membership in shooting games, the Yellow Diamond membership in social spaces, and the Green Diamond membership in music players. Once all these privileges are fully developed, the potential earnings may surpass those from his current game. However, the original gaming platform is evidently unwilling to transfer user accounts to Lian without compensation. In reality, the gaming company internally did not wish for Lian to depart the platform easily. They intended to leverage these accounts to restrain Lian, hoping he would continue to release new games on their platform. Nevertheless, when Lian initially launched Diablo with Heroes, the contract explicitly stated that all streaming rights for the game belonged to the developer, not the platform. Should a legal dispute arise, Lian would undoubtedly prevail. To ensure that the veteran players of Diablo with Heroes could continue using their old accounts in future games, Lian resolved to purchase all relevant user accounts from the original gaming platform by exercising this right. Currently, Diablo with Heroes enjoys immense popularity across major global streaming platforms, with numerous online streamers rising to fame rapidly through broadcasting this game, generating substantial profits for their platforms. Thus, securing exclusive rights to such a globally popular game is undeniably an immensely lucrative opportunity. In the future, any media platform wishing to broadcast Diablo with Heroes must first obtain authorization from the game company owned by Lian. Otherwise, they will face hefty compensation fees for infringement. In light of this, the previously hesitant gaming platform finally consented to the proposal. After resolving the aforementioned issues, with the aid of advanced technology, Lian crafted a communication software exclusive to his own company within merely half a day. This software was named Aoyo Tongshuan. Subsequently, Lian made a special post on social media, urging netizens to download his new product. The most renowned software in the current market is one called Lian Tongshuan, boasting over 500 million users, a figure that nearly monopolizes the domestic communication market. However, Lian has his own plans. Presently, Diablo with Heroes has nearly 10 million active players, a group of real players authenticated through real name verification. If they are willing to download and use this new communication tool, it would undoubtedly provide Lian with formidable resources to challenge the existing giants. Moreover, to encourage more players to choose to download his newly developed application, Lian once again announced on his personal homepage, Aoyo, a communication platform tailored for gaming enthusiasts, is now online. Are you still troubled by how to successfully clear levels? Do you feel that your equipment configuration is never quite perfect? Does the solo experience leave you feeling isolated and lonely? Join us and immediately enjoy the fun of gaming. By communicating through Aoyo, you can easily find like-minded friends. All new users who register between April 29th and 30th will receive an exclusive gift package, which includes 10 Lucky Charms, 2 Recovery Potions, 10 Resurrection Stones, and a mysterious equipment box. The audacity of launching an instant messaging tool speaks volumes of the designer's determination to make a significant impact. This bold move suggests an intention to directly compete with Lian. One can only hope that no unforeseen circumstances arise, as I am looking forward to subsequent works. It seems quite challenging to shake the competitor's position, considering Lian Tongshuan has become the choice of the majority of internet users nationwide. I just uninstalled that outdated software. Inundated with pop-up advertisements from other applications, which was utterly intolerable. I just installed the new app and found it quite satisfactory. I hope it can maintain its simplicity and ad-free advantage. Haha, I completed the installation and claimed all the rewards cleanly, only to delete the app immediately. Please give me likes for encouragement. The designer responded, I will arrange for staff to cancel your special reward. It is worth noting that Lian is a well-known large-scale communication brand, both domestically and internationally. Chapter 46. The Black Diamond feature is about to launch. Unlike usual, fans are filled with concern about whether the new software can survive. In contrast, Lian appears remarkably calm and composed. After all, his product has just been launched, and consumers will inevitably compare it with similar competing products. As more excellent projects emerge and attract numerous players, he will naturally possess the strength to compete with and even overturn his rivals. In this ruthless and relentless competition, no one will easily relinquish their position or show mercy. After a simple tidying up, Lian hailed a taxi to his office, as he had scheduled an interview with a professional game designer recommended by Lin Shufan. This would provide an opportunity for him to attempt coding a high-level permission module for Diablo with Heroes. Should the candidate perform exceptionally well, Lian could secure his first dedicated game production talent. The International Financial District is situated in the heart of Zhanghai City, one of the most commercially vibrant areas of the entire city. It is home to numerous headquarters and branches of various enterprises and organizations. Notably, it also houses a leading industry group, Dongxing Group, established and managed by the female entrepreneur Gu Ruoxi. Coincidentally, this enterprise is located just a street away from Lian's newly established game studio. Lian has long been aware of the basic information regarding this industry legend, a formidable business elite whose enterprise encompasses the nation, wielding extensive influence. One day, he too aspires to construct such an iconic building. Gazing at the imposing structure ahead, Lian spoke with confidence. Upon reaching the designated floor via the elevator, he surveyed the surroundings, finding an array of office equipment at his disposal. In truth, the current setup is entirely sufficient to meet the requirements for maintaining the backend data of D11CH, YYNGSH. However, considering the potential need for future expansion, Lian decisively purchased the entire office building as a venue for future development. After inspecting the premises and confirming that all facilities were functioning normally, he returned to his private office to rest for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of lively footsteps and the cheerful chatter of two ladies echoed from outside the door. It was LNSHFN and her companion, LIYNXN, who had just arrived from the airport. Wow, the environment looks fantastic. But why choose the building across the street? LIYNXN expressed her dissatisfaction, clearly surprised that the company would be located in such a place. So you have arrived? Lian greeted them with a friendly smile. He had previously met the vivacious girl a few times, leaving a profound impression that was hard to forget. As for the slightly aloof lady beside her, she must be the professional candidate he had heard about earlier. Hello, sir. She introduced herself as Lian, the friend he had mentioned. Hi. Lian extended his hand amicably. You hello? YWNR shyly shook his hand, her gaze lingering on Lian, captivated by his striking appearance, reminiscent of a male protagonist in a game. Let us go. We shall commence the interview. Lian led YWNR towards the office. WNR, good luck. LNSHFN encouraged her from behind with a discreet fist pump. The two engaged in a brief conversation in the office. Lian discovered that YWNR was a recent graduate from a prestigious domestic technological university, boasting commendable grades. However, she later became enamored with online gaming and chose to abandon her studies. Notably, YWNR had even developed her own games. Although those endeavors had not achieved success, she possessed experience in this domain. Lian decided to assign YWNR the task of updating a portion of the code for the Black Diamond privileges. This assignment was relatively complex for an average designer, requiring the complete replication of the Black Diamond features into the audio communication software. This task involved programming and coding skills, effectively testing YWNR's capabilities. She had previously engaged in similar activities while developing games. However, she was perplexed as to why her unsuccessful games had been sought after by other companies for advertisement endorsements. Consequently, she felt remarkably at ease with this task. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with astonishing speed. In just over an hour, YWNR completed the coding for the functionality. Is this correct? She inquired, turning to Lian with curiosity. So fast. Lian expressed his surprise. He believed it would take him half a day to accomplish such a task. I have prior experience in this area, so it feels quite manageable, YWNR replied with a hint of pride. Lian approached to review her work, opening the audio communication software. Indeed, a diamond icon had appeared at the bottom of the interface, representing the Black Diamond privileges from D11CH in YYNGSH. Players could enjoy all the benefits of the Black Diamond after recharging. I never expected to recruit such a tech-savvy individual, Lian mused inwardly. How is it? Is it acceptable? YWNR asked with concern. Quite good. Indeed, Lian responded with satisfaction. What do you think? Are you interested in working with us? You will be responsible for developing the extended features between the game and the communication software. Am I hired? YWNR asked in surprise. Yes. You are aware of the salary and benefits, right? Do you have any other requests? After contemplating for a moment and gazing out at the Far East Group building, she replied earnestly, could we consider changing companies? Lian, D11CH in YYNGSH exclusive privilege. Black Diamond features are about to launch. Warriors who activate the Black Diamond can earn an additional 5 experience points after each dungeon completion, aiding in rapid leveling up. Ordinary players have a daily fatigue limit of 156 points, while Black Diamond users can reach up to 188 points. Black Diamond players can additionally draw equipment after completing instances, significantly enhancing the probability of obtaining superior gear. Activating the Black Diamond also allows players to earn Black Diamond coins in instances, redeemable for generous rewards at the Black Diamond vending machine. Black Diamond players will enjoy greater prestige and receive unique titles. Simply recharge 30 yuan in the audio communication software to illuminate the Black Diamond icon and become a distinguished Black Diamond player, availing all the aforementioned benefits. After YWNR completed the update of the Black Diamond functionality, Lian promptly announced the news via Weibo. Currently, the download numbers for audio communication were not ideal, as LNH communication had a significantly larger user base. Lian's greatest advantage lay in the vast player community of D11CH in YYNGSH. Thus, he bundled the Black Diamond privilege with audio communication. Players wishing to activate the Black Diamond privileges were required to download audio communication. The players who saw the Weibo post immediately took action, downloading the audio communication software. Chapter 47. Can I get a raise? To increase fatigue points and obtain additional experience, I have recharged. Now I'm just waiting for more fatigue points. I've recharged for a year of Black Diamond privileges, hoping to improve my chances of drawing cards. My Ghost Swordman still doesn't have a decent weapon. Audio communication? They launched a new feature? I must support this. It's equivalent to becoming a member of D11CH in YYNGSH. Only 30 yuan. What a bargain. Under this bundled sales approach, the download numbers for audio communication surged dramatically, exceeding several 100,000 in just a few hours. In addition to the Black Diamond privileges, each time Lian launched a new game, it would be accompanied by corresponding benefits. As players continued to download their games, everyone eagerly anticipated various in-game welfare activities. In this manner, the user base of Aoyou Tongshuan will gradually be established, and defeating Lanhuck's Tongshuan will soon be within reach. Is it true that 200,000 users have activated the Black Diamond so quickly? Yu Wan'er gazed at the backend data, incredulously exclaiming, "It's merely a bundled operation. Tomorrow might see even more." Su Lian remarked casually, aware that the number of players familiar with Aoyou Tongxuan was still limited. As the announcement on Weibo had just been made, once more players become aware, the software's download rate will truly soar. At 30 yuan for each Black Diamond. That amounts to, Yu Wan'er, after a brief moment of contemplation, directly expressed to Su Lian, "Are you about to become wealthy?" "Perhaps," Su Lian chuckled, appreciating the girl's forthrightness. "Hee, I must have contributed to this success, right?" "Of course, it's all thanks to the code you wrote," Su Lian nodded. "Is there a share of that money for me?" Yu Wan'er gazed at Su Lian with anticipation. Su Lian thought, "What is this? This girl is already contemplating profit sharing with the boss before even starting work. If you perform well, you will receive a bonus at the end of the year." Su Lian encouraged. He recognized her talent in computers and hoped to retain her. "Is there really nothing for me?" Yu Wan'er felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed wealth was not easily attained. "Sister Yu, who asked for money from the boss right after starting?" Lin Shufan interjected from the side. She was aware that Yu Wan'er was a sheltered young lady, unfamiliar with such norms. Yet, to request a salary and a share of profits before signing a contract was rather absurd. Fortunately, Su Lian had a good temperament. Had it been another boss, they might have been displeased by now. "But my sister pays me daily when I work for her," Yu Wan'er murmured softly. Lin Shufan was rendered speechless upon hearing this. "Your sister is a wealthy magnate in Jianghai City, and she is your own sister. Isn't it only natural for her to pay you daily? Su Lian has only recently started his company. How could he possibly pay you every day? Moreover, with a monthly salary of 70,000 yuan, including 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a year-end bonus. If it weren't for the fact that I earn well from live streaming, I would consider working here myself." Su Lian, unaware of their conversation, inquired, "What do you think of the company's various conditions? Is it possible to increase the salary?" Yu Wan'er asked directly. For her, a monthly salary of 70,000 yuan was hardly sufficient. It disappeared in just a few days. Lin Shufan chose to remain silent, pretending not to hear. Su Lian pondered for a moment, neither immediately agreeing nor refusing. "You may refrain from signing a contract for now and try working here for a few days. If your performance is commendable, we can consider a salary increase." "Sister, quickly agree." Lin Shufan nudged Yu Wan'er with her elbow. She did not want her to miss such a golden opportunity. "All right," Yu Wan'er consented. With no income and residing in Lin Shufan's home, she indeed felt a sense of guilt. Although the salary was not extravagant, it was still a respectable job. "Thank you, Mr. Su," Lin Shufan said with a smile. "Not at all. Wan'er possesses talent, and I hope you can assist me in managing the company well," Su Lian replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Wan'er felt immense joy, even experiencing a quickening of her breath due to excitement. After a brief exchange among the three, Lin Shufan and Yu Wan'er prepared to leave. "Remember to come to work tomorrow morning. Do not be late," Su Lian reminded the two as they headed for the elevator. "Understood," Yu Wan'er nodded. Thus, Su Lian finally found the company's first game designer. The following morning, the download count for Aoyou Tianxia's communication software had already surpassed 2 million. Players of Dungeon and Fighter, eager to obtain Black Diamond privileges, flocked to download the new software. The unique benefits and titles associated with the Black Diamond privileges also drew in many players who had previously overlooked Aoyou Tongxuan. The download rate continued to surge, showing no signs of slowing down. Su Lian's strategy proved remarkably successful, as many players opted for Aoyou Tongxuan solely for the Black Diamond privileges. Unlike other messaging tools, Aoyou Tongxuan was free of excessive advertisements, with its users predominantly being players of Dungeon and Fighter. Consequently, many players naturally abandoned their previous habits in favor of this new communication software. This explosive popularity left Lanhuck's Tongxuan feeling uneasy. Early in the morning, they convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures, pondering how to tackle this formidable competitor. Had it been any other company releasing a communication software, Lanhuck's would have dismissed it entirely, allowing it to wither away. However, this time was different. The designer was a renowned game developer, which changed the nature of the competition entirely. Currently, Dungeon and Fighter was immensely popular, known by nearly every gamer, with total downloads exceeding 40 million and robust profitability. What frightened Lanhuck's the most was that this designer had launched a promotional campaign requiring the installation of the software to enjoy certain exclusive perks within the game. It must be said, this tactic was indeed clever. Lanhuck's was particularly wary of such situations. Should all Dungeon and Fighter users begin utilizing Aoyou Tongxuan, the new software could rapidly rise to challenge them, potentially even surpassing them. Consequently, the executives at Lanhuck's were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, devising numerous strategies to suppress Aoyou Tongxuan. For instance, they considered spreading negative news online to tarnish its product. However, this suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Players of Dungeon and Fighter were exceptionally united. In the past, other game companies had attempted to smear them, resulting in those public relations personnel being subjected to relentless criticism. Worse still, the company behind the scenes has been met with scorn from netizens, leaving it unable to hold its head high. Consequently, Lian has decided to seek assistance from the Far East Group. Although Lian is the foremost instant messaging software enterprise in the country, its major shareholder is the Far East Group, which holds an 80% stake. Chapter 48. Welcome to Chuanyu Huasien. It can be said that the entire company primarily exists to enrich its major benefactor. If it so desires, the Far East Group could easily eliminate Lian and support a new platform instead. With the backing of the Far East, Zhao Dong felt reassured that he need not worry about Su Lian's communication products continuing their expansion. After all, the Far East Group encompasses a wide range of industries. With a mere command, it could halt all promotion and support for AOU communication across these sectors. Manager Zhao, it seems that the Far East side is unwilling to cooperate, reported a female employee responsible for coordination, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is happening? Zhao Dong was taken aback. The Far East Group had invested in Lian due to its promising development prospects and had consistently acted as a protective umbrella, aiding them in overcoming numerous competitors. Why had their attitude suddenly shifted? Did they no longer wish to profit? The operations department of the Far East Group stated that it had no intentions of intervening in this matter for the time being. The female employee replied in astonishment. Not wishing to participate, Zhao Dong's face reflected confusion, and his colleagues shared in the bewilderment. In similar situations in the past, the Far East Group had always intervened to resolve threats to Lian communication from competitors. Why were they remaining aloof this time? Did they intend to support a new rival? However, Lian held a dominant position in domestic communication software, with no other software capable of rivaling it, and its annual profits soared into the hundreds of millions. Such a lucrative asset, how could the Far East Group possibly relinquish it? President Gu must have her considerations. I will inquire further tomorrow, Zhao Dong mused, confident that Gu Ruashi would not let this opportunity slip away. After all, this was a company valued in the billions, boasting 500 million users. Even with her formidable background, it was unlikely she would make such a decision without cause. Manager Zhao, take a look at this. At that moment, a technician projected a message from Weibo onto the conference table through holographic display. The clear, three-dimensional image showcased a post by the user Dagon, who boasted nearly 20 million followers. First-person shooter game, Chuanyu Huasien, is set to launch. Download AOU Communication to watch the new game trailer and reserve your experience. This summer, let us realize our shooting dreams with a mouse. How audacious of a game developer to encroach upon our market. Zhao Dong muttered through clenched teeth as he glanced at the fervent comments section. After returning home, Su Lian shared the previously produced trailer for Chuanyu Huasien on Weibo. Thanks to the success of Dungeon and Fighter and the commendable user experience it provided, an increasing number of individuals began to take notice of this designer. During a prior game release event, Su Lian had promised to deliver a new title that would rival Dungeon and Fighter during the summer. With this foundation, fans were naturally filled with anticipation for the upcoming game. As a result, within just one day, this Weibo post garnered millions of views, with its shares and likes reaching astonishing numbers. Such explosive attention propelled it to the top of Weibo's trending searches overnight. Several other trending topics, despite significant financial investment to promote them, could not shake the dominance of the Chuanyu Huasien trailer. At that moment, the #1 trending topic on Weibo was indeed Su Lian's freshly released trailer for Chuanyu Huasien. The design team behind Dungeon and Fighter has launched a new game trailer, surpassing 10 million views within a single day. The advancement of technology has led players of this era to increasingly favor immersive gaming experiences. Thus, first-person shooter games have undoubtedly emerged as the most popular genre, consistently occupying the top spots on major gaming platforms, whether in terms of recharge rankings or popularity. Su Lian's announcement that his new game belongs to the first-person shooter category perfectly aligns with players' demands and preferences. His Weibo post was succinct. New release on June 1st. Chuanyu Huasien is launching, stay tuned. Beneath this brief announcement lay the promotional video for Chuanyu Huasien, which Su Lian crafted in just a few minutes. Upon clicking play, an exhilarating and rousing background score erupted, featuring the iconic sound effects from the classic version of Chuanyu Huasien. As the pulse-pounding heavy metal music faded, the name of the company founded by Su Lian, AOU Tianxia, appeared at the center of the screen. AOU Tianxia, the gaming platform dedicated to players. This slogan was a flash of inspiration from Su Lian. As the tagline faded, the screen displayed a female character clad in a black tactical suit, wielding a sleek, polished rifle, who was none other than the earliest female warrior of Chuanyu Huasien, the Huntress. Her voice was both alluring and commanding. Warriors, welcome to Chuanyu Huasien. Accompanied by the Huntress's words, the visuals swiftly transitioned to various combat demonstration clips from the game's modes. In these dazzling loading animations, the huntress's voice resonated like that of a female instructor, authoritative yet approachable, guiding players through the gameplay. Chuan Yu Huixian is a shooting game that perfectly replicates the sensation of a real battlefield. In this game, players can experience realistic firearm simulations while enjoying the camaraderie that comes from working together with teammates. In the demolition mode, players can choose to be the loyal defenders or the stealthy infiltrators. In the realm of biochemistry, players have the opportunity to embody either the heroic savior of the world or the terrifying specter that infects others. In the challenge mode, players must unite to fend off hordes of biochemical monsters and confront formidable foes, unlocking rare weapons and equipment in the process. The team system allows players to form their own elite squads. Modes such as Annihilation, Spectre, Breakout, and ranked matches await your exploration, offering a plethora of vibrant combat experiences. What are you hesitating for? Seize your weapon and join us. This game is perpetually free to download, and by registering for an Aoyo Tianxiao account, you can reserve an early experience. Through the Aoyo communication software, players can also stay updated on the latest game news. Just as the hunter cast a significant, eyebrow-raising smile towards the camera, the names of 4 exhilarating games, radiating a metallic allure, boldly appeared on the screen. The promotional video concluded splendidly, showcasing the game's features in vivid detail. The exhilarating rhythm paired with gunfire and various stunning explosive scenes ignites an immediate surge of adrenaline. Chapter 49, Bundled Marketing. Notably, this game continues to adhere to a completely free model. Players merely need to download Aoyo Communications and complete the reservation, allowing them to log in and play as soon as the public test of Chuan Yu Huixian commences. It is worth mentioning that shooting games in this universe have rarely introduced female characters. Most designers believe that incorporating female protagonists may alienate male players. However, Lian boldly decided to feature the hunter as the central figure of this promotional video, fully showcasing the game's content. This ingenious choice ignited the audience's enthusiasm, particularly among many young boys who had played the original Chuan Yu Huixian, who were utterly exhilarated upon seeing the striking hunter. Is it truly a first-person shooter? How splendid! I adore the producer. I never anticipated this. My goodness, Miss Hunter is astonishingly cool. This is the first time I've seen a woman in a shooting game. Producer, please be merciful. Must we wait until summer vacation for the launch? There is still over a month. Rest assured, Chuan Yu Huixian will undoubtedly captivate the globe, its popularity rivaling that of Di Xia Cheng Yu Ren. Quickly download Aoyo Communications, where detailed introductions to all gameplay await. Tragically, I had originally planned to travel abroad with my girlfriend during the summer vacation. But after watching the promotional video, I have completely abandoned that notion. By the way, is the hunter truly a female character? Even I, as a girl, find her incredibly cool. Sister Hunter, please allow me to follow you to the pinnacle of your life. Lian is resolute in elevating Aoyo Communications to greater heights. After all, social software possesses immense profit potential and serves as a powerful tool for business expansion. By effectively managing this platform and surpassing the Blue Fox Company to become the industry's leading communication application, Aoyo Communications will play a crucial role in promoting new games and facilitating commercial collaborations. Thus, throughout the promotional video, Lian incessantly advertised his software. To discover the intricate details or rules of Chuan Yu Huixian, players must first download and install Aoyo Communications. Moreover, even to make a reservation for the game, one cannot do without this application. Coupled with the newly updated exclusive icon activation feature for Chuan Yu Huixian, players can only illuminate the icon by logging into Aoyo Communications. All these operations can be classified as bundled marketing. By leveraging high-profile works to drive traffic to the social platform, the influence of Aoyo Communications will further expand, allowing Lian to dominate the gaming domain and even venture into other industrial sectors. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification sound resonated near Lian's ear. The notification tone of Aoyo Communications remarkably resembled that of the Penguin software from Old Ma's company. Given the current technological capabilities, designing a new sound should not be challenging. Yet, recalling that this creative idea originated from Old Ma's philosophy, Lian retained that notification tone as a tribute to his past experiences. On his Aoyo software, he had only 2 friends. One was the recently hired Yuaner, and the other was the current queen of the Doyu gaming section, Lin Shufen. Upon opening Aoyo Communications, he found a message from Yuaner. I just watched the Chuan Yu Huixian trailer you made, and I don't want to work anymore. I want to play the game. Yuaner, having seen the trailer, like many players, was eagerly anticipating the public test. However, the predicament was that she was now an employee of Lian's company. This meant that aside from one day off each week, she had to report to the office consistently, even during the summer vacation. Now, Yuaner was not in the mood to work. She simply wished to stay home and play Chuan Yu Huixian, showcasing her skills alongside the hunter character in the game. If you don't come to work, I'll delay the public test by a month. Lian was perplexed by how this girl suddenly conjured such an idea, but he sensed that Yuan might be serious. When he had seen her that afternoon, Lian had perceived her as quite straightforward, exuding a certain pride. She was someone Lian had put considerable effort into recruiting, and he certainly did not want her to leave. If Yuan were to go, Lian would be left alone at the company. He could not possibly handle everything by himself during the summer. Of course, delaying the public test was out of the question. Players were eagerly looking forward to it. And if it were postponed by a month, there would likely be an uproar. Are you serious? Yuan asked, astonished. Lian responded with a smiley emoji, remaining silent. You are truly something, Yuan exclaimed. Lian clicked his tongue. This girl had quite the bold demeanor. It is late. You should hurry to bed and come help me with coding tomorrow. Then you must raise my salary. YWNR retorted indignantly. She was not one to merely speak without action, nor did she wish to mooch at LNSHFN's home all day. Thus, YWNR could only vent her frustration through a request for a salary increase. I did not say this. The following morning, Lian awoke naturally. Ever since consuming the body enhancement liquid, he could fall asleep the moment he lay down and awaken punctually in the morning. Previously, after staying up late coding, he would only manage to rise by noon, let alone wake up naturally. This was a manifestation of improved health. The first thing Lian did upon waking was check the download statistics for OUTNGXN. In recent days, OUTNGXN had been developing quietly. The download figures were what Lian cared about most. Upon accessing the backend, Lian could not help but smile. Thanks to the buzz generated by the trailers for Underground City and Heroes in Crossfire, within just 2 days, OUTNGXN's downloads had surpassed 8 million and continued to soar. Each increment in data was a 4-digit transformation. The download speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Lian's bundling strategy had proven utterly successful. At this rate, within a month, OUTNGXN would be on par with LNHTNGXN, or even surpass it. By then, not only would Lian conquer the gaming market, but he would also effortlessly dominate other fields. However, Lian was perplexed as to why his communication software was developing so smoothly, while LNH company remained entirely unresponsive. Were they not concerned about losing their market share? Lian had researched LNH company's background, discovering that it was backed by the Far East Group, a colossal entity in the domestic market, encompassing a vast array of industries. Whenever competitors threatened LNH company, the Far East Group had always intervened. Now that OUTNGXN was flourishing, it seemed illogical for the Far East Group to remain passive. Chapter 50. Truly, a grave oversight. Well, let's wait and see. Lian was uncertain whether they were plotting something grand or merely observing. In any case, he had resolved to elevate OUTNGXN, and no one would deter him. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Lian set off for the company. Now that the company was officially established as the boss, Lian naturally had to clock in every day. Only by gathering the other designers and ensuring that each department operated smoothly could he confidently retreat to the background as a hands-off manager. It seemed he would need to purchase a vehicle. Seated in the front passenger seat of a taxi, Lian gazed out at the bustling streets, his mind heavy with thoughts. The company was somewhat distant from his residence, and taking a taxi daily was rather cumbersome. Owning a car would alleviate much of the hassle. Although Crossfire had yet to launch, the profits from Underground City and Heroes alone allowed for a net gain of millions each day. This sum was more than sufficient to purchase a vehicle. Upon arriving at the company, Lian noticed several security guards chatting at the entrance, who greeted him with smiles. In addition to game designers, Lian was also recruiting for other positions. These guards had just started their shifts, tasked with gatekeeping. Entering the elevator, Lian arrived at the second-floor office area. YWNR was already present, engrossed in her work at the keyboard. Since Crossfire had not yet been released, her primary focus remained on the development of OUTNGXN. The communication software had only recently launched, and its features were still not fully refined. Consequently, YWNR came to the office daily to continue writing code. Good morning. Lian greeted YWNR as he approached her. Morning. YWNR replied, stifling a yawn, clearly having had a poor night's sleep. Hang in there. Once we hire more designers, you won't have to work so hard. YWNR rubbed her eyes, responding lazily while her hands continued to move swiftly over the keyboard. Not wishing to disturb her further, Lian turned to head to his office. By the way, what are you planning to do about those hacks? YWNR suddenly inquired. Huh. Lian paused, surprised as he looked at her. What hacks? What? You still don't know? YWNR was taken aback, assuming Lian, being involved with Underground City and Heroes, would already be aware of the rampant cheating in the game. Do tell. Lian asked earnestly. I genuinely had no idea. I'm impressed with you. YWNR felt both exasperated and amused, quickly pulling up a widely circulated video of a hack. In the video, A level 60 character named Designer's Wife effortlessly completed the nightmarish Ice Dragon dungeon using only their initial class. This sharpshooter merely stood still upon entering the dungeon, and the surrounding monsters were instantly eliminated. Moreover, with lightning speed, they dashed into the next room, continuing to annihilate everything in sight. The dropped equipment automatically flew into their backpack, requiring no effort to collect. Eventually, they reached the boss chamber, where the Ice Dragon Skasa, boasting over 50 health bars, was swiftly dispatched without delay. What would ordinarily take other players several minutes to barely conquer in the nightmarish Ice Dragon dungeon was achieved by this individual in a mere 6 seconds. Where on earth did this person come from? Lian watched in astonishment, completely unprepared for the emergence of cheating tools in his game. This was not an ordinary cheating tool. It resembled the so-called pilots from the 100-level version of Underground City and Heroes from Another Realm. Lian had not overseen the back end of Underground City and Heroes for quite some time. The necessary updates had long been completed, and he was merely awaiting the summer launch of the nationwide Awakening version. He never anticipated that such cheating tools would exist in this realm, and with such audacity. What a serious oversight. You truly are unaware, Yuaner said, gently touching her forehead as she began to explain. This is a notorious cheating syndicate in our country known as CC Cheat Team. They specialize in developing cheating tools for popular games, and numerous titles have fallen victim to their schemes. Your dungeon and fighter has recently gained significant popularity, and with its myriad transaction features, they are undoubtedly eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Do not underestimate this. Many players have already downloaded and utilized their cheating tools. This group is quite audacious, having driven several prominent gaming companies to bankruptcy. Initially, Yuaner had no strong feelings about this group and even supported their actions, as CC Cheat Team primarily targeted those profit-driven game companies, sometimes distributing the cheat-generated items for free to regular players. Thus, in our country, CC Cheat Team enjoys a certain level of notoriety. At least the players do not despise them, often viewing them as modern-day Robin Hoods. However, they have recently set their sights on Dungeon and Fighter. As a designer of the game, Yuaner felt compelled to devise a strategy with Su Lian to confront them. Aren't they afraid of being caught? Su Lian inquired tentatively. Caught? Boss, you are so naive. Some of their technicians are more skilled than hackers, and their servers are located overseas. Capturing them would require a substantial investment in hiring a professional security firm. Otherwise, there is simply no way to apprehend them. Yuaner replied with a resigned shrug. In addition to the pilot cheating tools, Yuaner showcased other functionalities developed by the syndicate to Su Lian. One-click replication of any equipment, instant opening of 20 weapon chests, and one-click completion of the Abyss mode with guaranteed epic loot. It's utterly outrageous. Su Lian had never encountered such outrageous cheating tools while playing Dungeon and Fighter in his own world. They must have infiltrated your game's backend data to create such cheating software. So, my boss, what do you intend to do? Yuaner blinked innocently at Su Lian. What should we do? We must bring them to justice. Su Lian declared passionately. This group cannot be allowed to continue their rampant behavior. The allure of one-click equipment replication, instant abyss completion, and 6-second slaying of the Ice Dragon is too tempting for ordinary players to resist, leading many to succumb and download these cheating tools. Su Lian had previously downloaded similar tools, fully aware of the player's mindset. For just a few hundred coins, one could achieve the equivalent of thousands in recharge benefits. Who could resist such temptation? If this situation is not swiftly resolved, Dungeon and Fighter may very well be completely ruined by this group. Immediately send a warning to players utilizing cheating tools. Accounts engaging with third-party software will be permanently banned. The backend of Dungeon and Fighter is already capable of detecting players with unusual online statuses. Chapter 51. Let's see where you run if warnings are issued and they persist. Su Lian would have no choice but to permanently ban their accounts. All right, Yuaner nodded repeatedly, recognizing Su Lian's seriousness. I'll get to work. Su Lian uttered a quick farewell and briskly returned to his office. Su Lian was undeterred. Surely, his system could handle these so-called hacker-level technicians. System. Upon entering his office, Su Lian immediately summoned the system. He had faith that the all-powerful system would assist him in dealing with these cheat developers. Su Lian opened the search bar and typed anti-cheat tools. In no time, a plethora of anti-cheat functions and software appeared before him. These were all precise tools designed to target cheating developers, with each tool requiring at least 200 game coins. During this time, Su Lian had accumulated 500 game coins, more than enough to exchange for any anti-cheat tool in the store. He browsed briefly and ultimately purchased a tool called the Tianyin tracking device for 200 game coins. Tianyin tracking device. Input the relevant websites or videos containing third-party software, and it can accurately locate the source within 10 seconds. The ability to pinpoint locations within 10 seconds is incredibly powerful. The reason this cheating syndicate has remained at large for so long is that their addresses are designed to be exceedingly concealed, rendering them undetectable by ordinary devices. For a game company to catch these individuals is akin to climbing a mountain. Warner mentioned that this syndicate operates overseas, without precise location tracking. Cross-border capture is nearly impossible. With the Tianyin tracking device in hand, Lian no longer needed to worry about this issue. Even if capturing them across borders requires vast sums of money, Lian would exhaust all his savings to bring them to justice. After all, they were cutting off his source of income. How could Lian simply stand by? Soon, the Tianyin tracking device appeared on Lian's computer screen. Without hesitation, he began searching online for videos showcasing the cheating conducted by this syndicate. What he discovered left him astonished. To promote their tools, CC Cheat Team had uploaded numerous videos demonstrating their cheating programs being used in Dungeon and Fighter on various gaming forums. Furthermore, judging by the trends, it appeared that a significant number of players had already downloaded their cheating software. Let us see where you run. Lian activated the Tianyin tracking device and entered the link to one of the cheating videos released by the syndicate. Ding. Locating globally. Ding. Target city's network address locked, attempting to breach the opponent's security system. Ding. Security system compromised, obtaining the opponent's real address. Ding. Successfully intercepted the target's actual location. Huaxiagua, Zhanghaishe, Linghua Community, Building 4, Room 12. Well done. Wait a minute. Zhanghaishe, Huaxiagua? Lian was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't YWNR mentioned that this person's address was overseas? How had they suddenly appeared in Hu 11? Right in GNGHI City? Wasn't this akin to causing trouble right in his vicinity? After a brief mental whirlwind, Lian gradually regained his composure. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. He had encountered a similar situation in his previous world. Certain illicit websites, in an effort to evade scrutiny, disguised their network addresses as being overseas, aiming to confuse and mislead authorities into abandoning their pursuit. Since this individual was in GNGHI City and so close, Lian could not afford to ignore it. He promptly took a screenshot of the address and sent it to the police, who confirmed the information and immediately stated they would dispatch officers at once. Without further delay, Lian hastily exited the office. Where are you going? YWNR inquired, watching Lian's hurried departure with curiosity. To apprehend someone. Lian replied decisively. Meanwhile, his phone screen was inundated with frantic messages. Boss, this software is unreliable. The company has warned me that using cheats will get my account banned. What's going on, boss? Didn't you say it would never be detected? I received a warning today. I thought it was absolutely safe. How could I still get caught? I'm truly exasperated with you people for complaining after using free resources. In a rented room, a girl with striking features yet heavily shadowed eyes was reading these user comments while grumbling irritably. The apartment was cluttered with various electronic devices, and the floor was strewn with a tangle of wires and circuit boards, making it difficult to find a place to stand without careful navigation. This girl, named LNW9N, was the mastermind behind a well-known cheating website. Recently, she had become enamored with a game called D11CH in YYNG Dungeon and Fighter. However, despite her exceptional computer skills, she was utterly inept at game mechanics. After several days of trying, her female magician character had yet to leave the novice village. Thus, she resorted to her old profession, hacking into the game's data backend. Initially, LNW9N believed that such a popular game would possess stringent security measures, making it challenging to breach. To her astonishment, the game had no basic defensive mechanisms whatsoever. It was practically unguarded. Overcome by curiosity, she casually infiltrated the data backend and copied a substantial amount of critical code. With this code, LNW9N could not only infinitely acquire rare equipment and items, but also directly modify her character's attributes, significantly amplifying her attack power. This was the very performance Lian had witnessed in the videos. In truth, she had no intention of profiting from these exploits. On the contrary, the game was designed with great integrity, and the development team was comprised of dedicated individuals, one of whom was a rather handsome programmer. For reasons unknown, LNW9N felt reluctant to undermine this game. Therefore, she merely shared some of the cheating features with ordinary players or friends who had no gaming experience. However, she never anticipated that someone would flaunt their cheating escapades online. Before long, these cheats spread widely, ultimately drawing the attention of the authorities. Since then, LNW9N ceased sharing her creations, intending to wash her hands of the matter entirely and no longer engage with the game's technical issues. Forget it. This has lost its appeal, she sighed, stretching and ordering takeout on her phone. Looking back at the screen displaying D11CH in YYNGSH, she noted that all 30 of her mage accounts were already at maximum level, each adorned in top-tier gear, with their gold reserves counting in the thousands. These were achievements she had meticulously crafted through her back-end exploits. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. LNW9N was taken aback. So soon? That's impossible. I just ordered the takeout. Stepping cautiously over the tangled wires, she took a deep breath and opened the door. To her surprise, it wasn't the delivery person, but a squad of uniformed police officers. Don't move. You are suspected of committing a crime. The officers outside regarded the young girl with stern expressions. In the interrogation room, they began their inquiries. Name? LNW9 and age? 20. The young woman remained remarkably calm in the face of the officers' relentless questioning. According to the investigation, she was accused of stealing trade secrets, with her illicit actions causing a company losses amounting to at least 10 million yuan. Notably, this young hacker was evidently very cautious, having destroyed all the data she had previously stolen. Even if the victimized company reported her to the police, they could not present conclusive evidence for criminal charges. Originally, LNW9N had the opportunity to delete data related to the current case. Unfortunately, Lian had swiftly breached her cybersecurity defenses and accurately pinpointed her true identity. By the time the police arrived, her data deletion efforts were only halfway complete. Examination of her computer records revealed irrefutable evidence of copyright infringement, leaving her no choice but to confess the details of her offenses. When informed that Lian needed to sign off on the case, the young man promptly arrived at the police station to participate in the subsequent proceedings. Is this really it? Lian pondered, gazing at the girl seated in the interrogation chair, his brow furrowing. The enigmatic cheating syndicate he had heard rumors about turned out to be this solitary young girl? Even the observing officers displayed expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that all the illegal operations stemmed from the hands of a young woman with a solid academic background and a remarkable arsenal. Furthermore, after she pilfered the game data from your esteemed company, she did not seek to profit from it, but instead chose to share it directly with other players. The police could not help but express their astonishment. Such technical prowess, in this era, is highly coveted by major tech firms. Unfortunately, this young lady has taken a misguided path, opting for a road of no return. This is her confession letter. If you sign it, she will be able to await her next step in the process. The officer presented a physical document to Lian. If he inscribed his signature upon it, Lin Weixin would be sentenced to a minimum of 30 years in prison. The code she authored caused significant losses to Lian's company within mere days. Should Lian itemize all the damages, it is likely that her incarceration would extend even further. May I have a few words with her? Lian pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Lin Weixin, at just 20 years of age, possesses such extraordinary skills. She managed to infiltrate the backends of multiple gaming companies and successfully evaded capture. Without the systematic assistance from Lian, she might have slipped away long ago. To imprison such a talent would be an utter waste. Coincidentally, Lian is currently in need of personnel, and this young woman evidently excels in that regard. Lian resolved to offer her a chance for redemption, urging her to reconsider her choices and join his team. Very well, but please do not provoke her emotions. She was in tears during her interrogation. The officer nodded in agreement and led Lian into the interrogation room. Inside, Lin Weixin was slumped over the table, her hands cradling her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. The officer had just informed her that, given the severity of her crimes, she could face a minimum of 30 years behind bars. Should Lian compile a comprehensive list of the damages, her sentence could be even harsher. This revelation shattered the once proud and confident Lin Weixin, leaving her weeping uncontrollably in the interrogation room. May I speak with her privately? Lian whispered. Certainly. The officer nodded. After all, Lian is the victim and is entitled to communicate with the suspect. Moreover, since Lian has yet to sign the documents, the legal proceedings are not yet concluded. Lin Weixin, the heads of the gaming companies you compromised are here to see you. The officer made a brief statement, sighed, and quietly exited the room. You truly displayed commendable generosity by distributing those game codes without charge. Lian teased as he entered the interrogation room. Lin Weixin lifted her head. Remorse etched across her face as she apologized. I am sorry. I should not have accessed your backend. Calculating the losses, our company has nearly reached 10 million in damages over these past few days. At this rate, sentencing you to 30 years would be entirely justified. Wah! Upon hearing the 30-year sentence, Lin Weixin immediately burst into a more heart-wrenching sob. She is still so young and has no desire to end up in prison, especially with a grandmother at home to care for. Do not cry. Lian, feeling exasperated, interrupted her with a hint of impatience. I am offering you an opportunity for reform. Do you wish to accept it? Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin Weixin abruptly ceased her weeping, staring at Lian in bewilderment. What do you mean? I do not understand. Considering your fortunate circumstances, my company is currently in need of personnel. Would someone with your exceptional talents be interested in joining my team? Lian asked directly. Lin Weixin was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes widened in surprise as she eagerly nodded. Yes, of course. If she were to decline, she would face decades in prison, but if she accepted, not only would she be safe, but she could also work for a company she admires. Such an opportunity was too precious for Lin Weixin to let slip away. However, do not become overly elated. I will need to assess your performance for a while. If you do not meet my expectations, I still retain the option to sign that document. Su Lian added with seriousness. I absolutely will not. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the company. Lin Weixin, fearing Su Lian might change his mind, nodded vigorously, her speed almost frantic. All right, do not nod too much, you might strain your neck. Await my instructions. Su Lian took the pending documents and exited the interrogation room. A few minutes later, 2 officers entered and escorted Lin Weixin out. As the sole victim, Su Lian had the right to decide whether to pursue further accountability from Lin Weixin. After some negotiations, Lin Weixin ultimately signed an agreement. The terms were straightforward. Within 1 year, she must diligently rectify her mistakes at Su Lian's company. Otherwise, Su Lian reserves the right to bring her back to court at any time. In other words, Lin Weixin had temporarily evaded the clutches of imprisonment. Thank you, Su boss. Observing Su Lian inscribe his signature on the agreement, Lin Weixin expressed her heartfelt gratitude with a deep bow. Were it not for his timely intervention, she would likely have faced a lifetime behind bars. From this day forth, work diligently. Do not entertain any more cunning schemes. Chapter 53. None of this matters. Su Lian offered a final admonition. Indeed, young lady, with such youth and talent, why not engage in honest work? Why resort to such dubious paths? An officer could not help but reflect. Heed my advice. From now on, lead an honest life and refrain from any illegal activities, lest you find yourself less fortunate next time. I will not. Absolutely not. I will closely follow Su boss and work diligently. Lin Weixin nodded repeatedly, her sincerity palpable. Enough. Let us depart. Do you intend to spend the night here? Su Lian jested. Oh, yes, we shall leave at once. Lin Weixin hastily followed Su Lian, anxious that the police might return her to the interrogation room. Just as they exited the police station, a frail elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached slowly. Instantly recognizing Lin Weixin. Grandmother? Lin Weixin exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to support the elder. My dear girl, just a moment ago, someone called me to say that you have been apprehended for some business secret, and they asked me to sign something. The elderly woman, with her hearing not quite sharp, was bewildered by the specifics of the alleged crime, only aware that the police had summoned her. I, Lin Weixin, gazed at my grandmother's perplexed expression, feeling both ashamed and at a loss, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Noticing my discomfort, Su Lian gently intervened on my behalf, assuring her, It's nothing, Grandma. Your granddaughter borrowed something without informing me, but she has already returned it. There is no cause for concern. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady, not having fully comprehended the officer's previous words, was reassured by Su Lian's demeanor, which exuded integrity and kindness. Thank you, I said, my eyes glistening with gratitude. Now, let us hurry and get you back home to rest, Su Lian suggested, waving his hand and hailing a taxi for us. Remember, you must come to the company to report tomorrow, he reminded me as we entered the vehicle. After all, how could we easily let go of the designer we had hired at such a significant cost? Understood, Boss Su. I will definitely be there on time. I nodded vigorously, unable to conceal my joy. Thus, the taxi carried the 2 of us further away. Seated in the car, I caught a glimpse of Su Lian waving goodbye through the rearview mirror and excitedly exclaimed to my grandmother, Grandma, I met someone truly wonderful today. Early the next morning, following the address provided by Su Lian, I arrived at Aoyo Tiantang Game Company. I must express my sincere gratitude to him. Gazing at the 4-story office building before me, I silently vowed to make the most of this opportunity. Su Lian had not only refrained from holding me accountable for my actions, but had also bestowed upon me a respectable job opportunity. I resolved to dedicate all my abilities to this position. Upon entering the elevator, I ascended directly to the 2nd-floor office. As I stepped inside, I curiously surveyed my surroundings. In the office area, there was only one person, a female employee of similar age to mine, rapidly typing away at her keyboard. Who are you? Yuan glanced at me and casually inquired. I am. Before I could complete my sentence, Su Lian emerged from the office and spotted me. Come in. Let us have a chat. Oh, all right. I quickly followed him into the office, hoping she would be a new colleague. Yuan had been alone for the past couple of days, writing code without anyone to converse with, which was dreadfully monotonous. The prospect of a new coworker joining would certainly alleviate the monotony of work. Inside the office, I powered on the computer and began to showcase the underground data from Dungeon and Fighter that I had obtained. I must admit, my technical skills were quite impressive. Those backend data had been transformed beyond recognition. In addition to the cheating videos Su Lian had seen online, I demonstrated even more extravagant features. I could post 100 announcements in a second, force trades with other players, and acquire endless tokens without spending a dime. I even managed to obtain the code for the full Class Awakening version that Lian planned to release during the summer. Boss, that's all, I said with a shy smile. This is nothing. If you had leaked the data for Chapter 2, you would likely be in jail by now, Lian remarked, slightly exasperated. Fortunately, he had caught the issue in time. Had I truly leaked the contents of Chapter 2, his losses would have been astronomical. I assure you, that will not happen. I only used this data for my amusement and never intended to disclose it publicly, I replied sincerely. I understood how crucial new content was for a gaming company. Once I acquired the information for Chapter 2 of Dungeon and Fighter, I had never harbored any thoughts of releasing it. Unfortunately, before I could delve into any research, the police had already arrived at my doorstep. All right, from now on, you will be responsible for managing the back-end data for this game, Lian declared. Given my familiarity with the previous code for Dungeon and Fighter, I would undoubtedly handle it without issue. No problem, boss. I will give my utmost effort to repay your kindness. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply. I will go east if you say so, never west. I fervently nodded, promising earnestly. Is that so? Then you should work for me for a year without pay. Lian quipped. Through the information I provided regarding the cheating programs, Lian swiftly identified other players still utilizing the cheats I had previously released. He instructed me to warn these players one by one and subsequently issued an official announcement on Weibo. Eradication of cheating, starting with every player. Recently, we have discovered a significant number of third-party software disrupting the normal operation of Dungeon and Fighter. We will implement the strictest punitive measures. Once again, we emphasize that any use of cheats will result in an account being permanently banned, with no possibility of unbanning. This includes teaming up with cheat users to farm dungeons or utilizing their services to acquire equipment. We hope everyone values their characters, plays healthfully, and firmly says no to cheating. This Weibo post instantly captured the attention of numerous players. Many were alarmed by the words permanently banned. In this realm, other games similarly faced rampant cheating issues, with some companies colluding with cheat creators to exploit players financially. Yet, no company was as ruthless as Lian. After all, players constituted their primary source of revenue. Once an account was permanently banned, they could no longer spend even a penny on the game. Chapter 54. Permanent suspension. Particularly concerning are those affluent clients who spend money extravagantly. At most, they might receive a temporary suspension lasting a few hours or a day as a warning, but they would never be entirely stripped of their accounts, allowing them to continue profiting. Therefore, the mere mention of a permanent suspension is indeed chilling. A permanent suspension? That seems excessively harsh. Alas, one can only express support. Sobbing in despair. Oh no, I played Dragon Tower for an entire night with someone flying a plane. Surely my account won't be affected, right? It's over. I can never dare to use it again, having invested nearly 10,000. It was high time for such measures. These individuals contribute nothing yet inflict damage surpassing that of thousands of paying players. I support this, crying. Boss, the number of individuals using cheats has significantly diminished. Through back-end data monitoring, Lian Weixin discovered a swift decline in the number of cheating players. Naturally, Lian remarked with an air of certainty. Although few in this world have experienced the severe penalty of permanent account suspension, none wish for their hard work to go to waste. Faced with this new regulation, players had no choice but to abandon cheats and revert to the normal gaming mode. To further eliminate cheating, Lian even instituted a rule that players who team up with cheaters would also face account suspension. Consequently, others dared not risk collaborating with such individuals, actively shunning them. Thus, the issue of cheating in Dungeon and Fighter was essentially resolved. Boss, there are still some who continue to use cheats to farm dungeons. Are we truly going to suspend their accounts? Lian Weixin tentatively inquired. Hadn't they already been warned? Yes, indeed. Notifications were sent via email. Lian Weixin nodded in agreement. Suspend them, Lian decisively declared, adding, furthermore, let us create a leaderboard to expose all these cheating accounts. To ensure players adhere to the rules, mere prohibitions are insufficient. We must intensify our deterrent measures. To instill fear in those utilizing cheating software, we must suspend a portion of the violating accounts to serve as a warning to others. They must grasp that our announcements are not made in jest. Understood. Lian Weixin responded eagerly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with fluidity. Thousands of cheating player accounts were thus permanently suspended by her command. Subsequently, Lian Weixin dedicated some time to compile a list of banned accounts, making the identities of these cheaters public. Upon witnessing the densely packed list of accounts, players were horrified. It became evident that Aoyou Tianxiao Game Company truly stands by its word, showing no mercy. Time flew by, and within a week, under Lian's iron-fisted crackdown on cheating, the players of Dungeon and Fighter gradually began to behave more cautiously. Lian was acutely aware that failure to impose strict measures on these cheaters would eventually lead to the game's demise. Of course, Dungeon and Fighter was not solely reliant on the cheating programs previously developed by Lin Weixin. Other cheat software developers had also set their sights on this popular game, eager to claim their share of the pie. To evade Lian's scrutiny, they devised increasingly sophisticated cheating tools, some of which were even undetectable by back-end data. Lian had initially planned to employ the Tianyan tracking system to locate these individuals and apprehend them all. However, considering the company's recent heavy workload and the imminent arrival of summer vacation, he reluctantly decided to postpone this plan. Thus, Lian instructed Lin Weixin to design a reporting mechanism. If players reported someone using cheats, upon verification, they would receive substantial in-game rewards. Coupled with the players' apprehension about teaming up with cheaters and risking their accounts being permanently banned, vigilance among them heightened. In this environment, players began proactively seeking out those using cheats, immediately reporting any discoveries. Some players even infiltrated cheat groups, acting as undercover agents to provoke the cheaters into revealing themselves in pursuit of rewards. Amidst this nationwide reporting frenzy, cheaters were nearly eradicated. While a few players still dared to cheat, their methods were now vastly inferior and paled in comparison to Lin Weixin's original powerful versions. Furthermore, this remaining cohort was so minuscule that it posed no real threat to Lian. Therefore, he chose to relinquish control over these matters, entrusting Lin Weixin with full responsibility. Another month passed, and the temperature in Jianghai City soared, becoming stifling. In just 2 weeks, the long-anticipated summer vacation would arrive. During this time, Lian's Aoyou Tianxiao game company experienced rapid growth, expanding its scale. After more than a month of effort, the download volume of the Aoyou communication software launched by Lian surged dramatically, nearly catching up to the total user base of Dungeon and Fighter. Utilizing the popularity of both games, Lian successfully set this communication tool on a prosperous path. Lian's primary user demographic consisted of young people and students. Nowadays, within the realm of the internet, particularly among netizens aged 14 to 30, nearly everyone has installed Lian's Aoyou communication software. In just 1 month, the software has overshadowed 2/3 of similar platforms nationwide. Even the prominent Lanhu company and several other well-established enterprises found themselves struggling to compete, facing significant user losses and declining performance. Only a handful of older users remained steadfast, unwilling to switch platforms. Meanwhile, Dungeon and Fighter continued to maintain a robust profit trajectory. By merely introducing simple sign-in tasks and weekend siege activities, Dungeon and Fighter alone generated over 2 billion in pure profit within a month. Of paramount importance, the most discussed game in the current market, aside from the enduringly popular D11CH YYNGSH, is the highly anticipated first-person shooter, Lian Hu 11N, which has yet to officially launch. A month ago, when Lian released the promotional video for Lian Hu 11N, it garnered over 10 million views on the very day of its release. To date, the view count on Weibo has surged to over 400 million, maintaining a fervent buzz around the topic. Furthermore, the number of players who have pre-registered for Lian Hu 11N via OYUTNGXN has exceeded 100 million, each entry being a real, user-verified by real name authentication. The number of pre-registrations continues to skyrocket, showing no signs of abating. The promotional clip for Lian Hu 11N has already created a significant stir across various forums, with countless players eagerly awaiting its open beta. Many enthusiasts can hardly contain their excitement, itching to control their in-game characters and showcase their skills. Nevertheless, during this period, the most pressing concern for Lian has been the company's shortage of employees. As the owner of a gaming company, he must also manage numerous daily administrative tasks. Although he has the assistance of YWNR and LNW9N, the workload remains substantial. With the summer peak period approaching in just over 2 months, the trio feels woefully inadequate. Recently, many individuals have applied for positions, yet their qualifications fall short of Lian's expectations. He seeks talent akin to LNW9N, who has tirelessly devoted herself this month. Under her meticulous management, D11CH YYNGSH operates smoothly, sparing Lian from having to oversee every detail, as she handles all matters with utmost care. His only hope now is to swiftly recruit suitable newcomers in the remaining 2 weeks to alleviate the pressing situation. During the lunch break, Lian watched as yet another disappointed applicant exited the office, marking the 6th individual that day. WNR, do you think the boss is being too demanding? With summer just around the corner, even hiring a few temporary staff would help, LNW9N whispered to YWNR, having developed a harmonious rapport with her despite her recent employment. Both share a passion for gaming, leading to a continuous flow of conversation, and they have quickly become close friends. Who knows what he's thinking? YWNR retorted, rolling her eyes before focusing intently on her touchscreen phone. her nimble fingers maneuvering the female sorceress in battle. Recently, Lian invested heavily in establishing a channel for touchscreen phones in the country, allowing players to log into D11CH in YYNGSH via mobile, with accounts compatible across platforms. However, the mobile experience remains somewhat inferior in terms of tactile feedback. I hope we can recruit more people before summer to help alleviate our workload. LNW9N sighed, lazily resting her head on YWNR's lap. Hey, don't fidget, YWNR said, feeling an itch on her neck and playfully tousling LNW9N's hair. Is this what they call a lap pillow? LNW9N chuckled. YLing. Huh, boss. LNW9N quickly sat upright, her face alight with curiosity as she looked at Lian. What's up? Weren't you working on the anti-cheat system for Chu NYU who 11N? Is it ready? Yes, it's all set. Should I show you now? LNW9N eagerly nodded. No need, we can discuss it this afternoon. Despite a full plate of tasks, Lian had not yet reached the point of infringing on employees' lunch breaks. How's the mobile gameplay? Is it inconvenient? Have you encountered any issues? Lian inquired as he sat beside YWNR, intrigued by her touchscreen device. D11CH in YYNGSH is a time-consuming game, with players needing to invest considerable effort to complete their fatigue points. For this reason, Lian previously invested significantly in mobile development, ensuring that as long as the device is not subpar, D11CH in YYNGSH runs smoothly on mobile. It was a bit awkward at first, but after playing for a while, it's fine, YWNR replied, though she couldn't resist adding, but honestly, our abyss drop rate is ridiculously low. I completed a full fatigue run and only got a piece of junk equipment. You should take that up with her, Lian said with a wry smile. Glancing at LNW9N, LNW9N currently oversees the operation of D11CH in YYNGSH, including adjusting various in-game probabilities. Naturally, if the data becomes too outrageous, Lian would intervene personally. That can't be right. Today is Saturday, and I've already raised the drop rate significantly. The probability for epic equipment is at 65. LNW9N replied with an exasperated smile. Wow, 65 is incredibly generous. You truly are a conscientious planner. YWNR beamed innocently. Just as the trio continued their conversation, the elevator chimed, followed by the sound of clicking high heels. A woman clad in a black uniform entered, her sunglasses perched upon her nose, and her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. She possessed a face as clear as autumn waters, with glossy black curls cascading over her shoulders, and her uniform accentuated her alluring figure as if she were a model on the cover of a fashion magazine. Whom are you looking for? Lian inquired as he stood and approached the woman. She removed her sunglasses, casually tucking them into her collar, and smiled as she replied. You must be Lian. I'm here to help your company make money. Help us make money? Are you here for an interview? Lian suddenly realized. Indeed. I heard you were hiring for a finance position? Yes, however, I am seeking candidates with at least 3 years of experience. Lian indeed finds himself in need of a financial supervisor. However, this position necessitates the management of the profitability of all games, and he is somewhat reluctant to entrust it to outsiders. Thus, he currently handles the relevant data himself. The woman gazed at Lian for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile and introduced herself. My name is Fei Su, and I believe I am well suited for this position. Fei Su. It's actually her. Lian exclaimed in surprise. What? Do you know her? Yuan Air inquired with curiosity. You don't know her? Lian looked at Yuan Air in astonishment. Why should I know her? Who is she? Yuan Air cast a dismissive glance at Fei Su. She is, well, you know Yunting Game Company, don't you? The most profitable game company in the country. Oh, is that the one that rakes in a fortune? I've played their games, so what? Yunting Game Company is the most profitable gaming enterprise in the nation, boasting hundreds of games and employing dozens of top-tier designers. Their annual profits soar into the hundreds of billions. Such staggering revenue has earned Yunting Game Company the moniker of a money-printing machine within the industry. She was formerly the financial director at Yunting Game Company, having been in control of the back-end data for their revenue-generating games. Lian explained earnestly. Oh, so this woman is regarded as the vampire planner by everyone? Yuan Air scoffed. I suppose so. Lian wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had anticipated that Yuan Air would be astonished by this prominent figure, yet was surprised by her calm demeanor. How do you know her? Before the launch of Dungeon and Warriors, Yuan Air was also a significant spender on Yunting games, having played several of their offerings. However, she had never heard of the planner's name and did not comprehend why Lian was so well informed. I saw her business card from someone else. Lian explained, a little embarrassed. At that time, one of Yunting's games was excessively costly, prompting Lian to hack into their backend and uncover employee data, which led her to recognize the present Qin Fei Su. The atmosphere here is considerably quieter than I imagined. However, given that the company is just starting out, this is to be expected, especially since the popularity of your game is still decent, leaving ample room for growth. Qin Fei Su remarked with interest as she surveyed the vacant office area. Let us discuss further. Su Lian, oblivious to this woman's background, felt somewhat bewildered by her confident demeanor. All right, Qin Fei Su nodded, and the two entered the office together. Half an hour later, Qin Fei Su effortlessly passed the interview and officially became the financial director of Su Lian's company. Initially, Su Lian believed her confidence stemmed from some experience. However, whether in the written test, the interview, or the suggestions regarding the company's future direction, Qin Fei Su provided flawless answers, even assisting Su Lian in planning some future strategic layouts. It must be said, this woman possesses remarkable capabilities. Consequently, Su Lian even offered her a 10 increase in monthly salary. If the company indeed develops according to her plan by year's end, Su Lian wouldn't mind sharing some profits with her. After signing the employment contract, Qin Fei Su requested Su Lian to call the two young women outside for a meeting, allowing them to get acquainted. In the conference room, Qin Fei Su attentively examined the profitability report for Dungeon and Warriors that Linwei Xin had just delivered. Yuan Air rested her chin on her hand, casting a disdainful look at the newly hired woman. An income exceeding 10 million daily is indeed commendable, Qin Fei Su stated after putting down the report. However, Mr. Su, there are numerous unnecessary probability settings and features in the game. I have a few suggestions. Please, go ahead, Su Lian nodded, indicating for her to continue. Firstly, the probability of obtaining valuable items in the Celia's Blessing event is excessively high, exceeding 5. While these rewards are undeniably appealing to players, we should consider lowering this probability slightly. For instance, pets are the rarest items in the box. It would be best to minimize their drop rate. After all, scarcity enhances value, and regardless of how much players spend, they will still be inclined to pay for pets. Additionally, Mr. Su, the petite jar for class-specific weapons was designed by you, correct? Yes, what about it? The concept of this item is intriguing, but having a 100 drop rate for class-specific weapons is quite wasteful. I believe it would be better to change it to a random weapon across all classes. What? Random weapons across all classes? Yuan Air's eyes widened in astonishment. In Dungeon and Warriors, there are 6 basic characters plus 24 job classes, corresponding to 24 rare weapons. According to her proposal, players would have to randomly draw from a multitude of weapons to obtain a weapon suitable for their character? This seems utterly absurd. Oh, my apologies. I may have gone a bit too far with that suggestion. Such a design is indeed rather unreasonable. Qin Fei Su seemed to suddenly realize. You scared me, Yuan Air exclaimed, patting her chest in exasperation. If it were changed this way, how many jars would players need to open to draw a rare weapon for their class? How about we include all equipment slots into the petite jar and let players draw randomly? Yuan Air, Su Lian. Furthermore, the drop rate for epic gear remains excessively high. I recommend reducing it directly to 2 and then increasing it to 4 during peak holiday periods. The difficulty of the Abyss dungeon is currently too low. We should enhance the attack power of monsters, thereby compelling players to elevate their equipment standards, thus consuming more gold and vouchers. Additionally, the drop rate for Abyss party invitations is far too high. I suggest limiting it to 1 invitation per 5 dungeon runs. As for the drop rate of Abyss challenge books, it can be moderately increased, so that players wishing to engage in Abyss mode must spend money to purchase the challenge books. Such changes would significantly stimulate the consumption of coins, enticing both regular players and affluent spenders to be more willing to part with their money. Furthermore, Suzong, the current success rate for the enhancers released during the summer is excessively high and requires adjustment. I believe we can limit the success rate for level 16 enhancements to 30, reduce it to 20 for levels 7 to 10, and further down to 10 for levels 11 to 13. Additionally, we should increase the materials required for each enhancement to enable players to consume coins and resources more rapidly. Listening to Qin Fei Su's analysis, Yuan clenched her fists in anger, practically itching to confront her physically. She truly embodied the essence of a parasitic planner, reaching for profits wherever possible. Even Su Lian felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. This woman was akin to a relentless vampire, draining the players dry. I have finished speaking, Suzong. Do you think there is anything to add? Qin Fei Su inquired calmly, gazing at Su Lian. I suggest you refrain from mentioning these proposals altogether. What? Cough. I mean, how can that be? Isn't it excessive? Before Su Lian could clarify, Yuan interjected impatiently. The methods you propose essentially exploit the players' wallets. Exploitation is quite a harsh term. I believe you meant to say it is aimed at enhancing the company's profitability. Qin Fei Su replied with a slight smile, exuding composure. It is exploitation. Lowering these probabilities so drastically will undoubtedly incite the players' curses. But isn't this a common market phenomenon? Which gaming company in the country hasn't faced criticism? What we must truly consider is how to enhance profitability. What if players can no longer tolerate it and abandon the game? You want her countered? Then we will design some generous return events to entice them back. Besides, we should introduce benefits aimed at new players to attract more novices to try our game and infuse it with fresh vitality. Only through such cyclical operations can Dungeon and Fighter sustain profitability and earn even more, Qin Feishu asserted with unwavering confidence. You are quite something, Su Lian remarked. What do you think, Yuling? Seeing that Yuaner was about to explode, Su Lian hastily shifted the topic towards Lin Weixin beside him, wishing to avoid conflict among the newcomers. I believe this approach indeed prioritizes profit too heavily, Lin Weixin cautiously smiled and added. Although I understand that Sister Yun aims to boost the company's revenue, if we drastically diminish all gameplay mechanics and probabilities, players will surely resist. Chapter 57. You bet right. Moreover, our company is just starting out. Many matters can be approached gradually without such urgency. Gradually? If we take our time now, the market share will be snatched away by competitors. Qin Feishu's tone revealed a hint of impatience. You are all aware of the fierce competition in the current gaming market. As a startup, our growth relies on profitability, a fact that cannot be denied. And you, Su Zong, what is your perspective? Qin Feishu turned her gaze towards Su Lian, awaiting his response. I find your thoughts reasonable. However, if we excessively weaken all functional content, it might be too extreme. I propose that during periods of low player activity, we moderately adjust certain critical data, not too high, nor too low, to maintain equilibrium. Then, during peak holiday periods, we could make slight upward adjustments. In truth, Qin Feishu's proposal genuinely aimed to assist Su Lian's company in generating greater profits. However, lowering the core probabilities of Dungeon and Fighter all at once seemed overly hasty. It is essential to remember that Su Lian had once abandoned this game due to similar distasteful settings. If Qin Feishu's approach were implemented, the players would undoubtedly voice their grievances, potentially leading to mass attrition. Moreover, with the recent plans to launch Crossfire, he could not afford to provoke public disdain at such a critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Qin Feishu fell silent for a moment, struggling to comprehend Su Lian's stance. The strategies she had executed at her previous company had never faced opposition from either the team or the leadership. Why was it ineffective here? Wasn't every gaming company striving to find ways to extract money from players? All right, you two may return to your tasks. Su Lian waved his hand, signaling Yuaner and Lin Weixin to leave the room as he intended to discuss matters privately with Qin Feishu. Su Zong, with the current popularity of Dungeon and Fighter, my methods will undoubtedly yield greater profits. Qin Feishu insisted, still harboring doubts. To be honest, my company is fundamentally different from other gaming companies. I understand you previously worked at Yunting, where you helped them earn considerable revenue. However, your ideas are not entirely applicable to my project. Right now, my priority is to establish the company's reputation. Once we build a positive image, we can focus on profitability later. During the earlier interview, Su Lian had already learned that Qin Feishu had transitioned from Yunting Company. Given her exceptional financial acumen, he decided to retain her. But Su Zong, you cannot guarantee that all future games will generate as much profit as Dungeon and Fighter, can you? Qin Feishu asked bluntly. I am confident in this aspect. You need not worry, Su Lian replied with a nod of assurance. Su Lian had traversed from a world abundant in gaming masterpieces, and he had even bound himself to a system. He had countless successful concepts for games like Dungeon and Fighter in his mind. Very well. Observing Su Lian's unyielding confidence, Qin Feishu found herself at a loss for words. She sensed that Su Lian was too young and had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. The data concerning D11CH and YYNGSH is indeed astonishing. On its first day, downloads exceeded 1 million, and within a week, profits surpassed 10 million, achieving the pinnacle of all domestic charts within a month. Such accomplishments evoke envy throughout the entire gaming industry. However, QNF9 does not believe that every subsequent game developed by Lian can replicate this success. Nevertheless, as the boss has stated, she must comply with the arrangements. Speaking of which, I am curious about your reason for resigning from Lian. Was it due to compensation issues? Or some other reason? As the most profitable gaming company in the country, Lian traditionally offers excellent benefits to its employees. Given that QNF9 is a core member of their team, what prompted her sudden transition to her own company? You might interpret it as a gamble. QNF9 smiled knowingly. Her salary and bonuses at that company were indeed several times greater than those at Lian's. However, only insiders are aware that Lian is currently on a decline, despite its seemingly boundless glory and status as an industry benchmark. The upper management engages in incessant power struggles over shares, leading to chaos. Moreover, their designers are increasingly underperforming, with each new game being inferior to the last, resulting in declining profits year by year. The company is even considering venturing into other fields, and it is likely that in a few years, they will cease developing new games altogether. Once the funds of veteran players are exhausted, YNT may very well withdraw from the market entirely. QNF9 excels in managing data-related tasks, and remaining there would only mean waiting for layoffs. Thus, 6 months ago, she began contemplating a job change. Though she hesitated, it was only 3 months ago when D11CH in YYNGSH launched and rapidly gained nationwide popularity that she began to take notice of the designer Lian. After some observation, she discovered that Lian's operational strategies were exceptionally astute, employing many methods typical of business magnates. Furthermore, with the sustained success of D11CH in YYNGSH, Lian's reputation soared. Consequently, she proactively submitted her resignation and opted to join Lian's company. It seems you made the right bet. Lian chuckled with interest. The profits YNT garners from exploiting players may be substantial, but they are merely fleeting. If Lian wishes to surpass this company, it will take no more than 2 years. One can only hope. QNF9 responded with a smile, filled with anticipation. Despite the young boss's somewhat arrogant demeanor, there was an inexplicable sense of reliability about him. Do you truly dare to take on that woman? Upon returning home, Lian received a message from YWNR. This girl, despite being busy with work during the day, had not forgotten to take time to play a few rounds of games. If D11CH in YYNGSH were to implement the changes suggested by QNF9 today, the fervent fan YWNR would likely be the first to oppose. Of course, we must. She is quite diligent in her work. Such individuals are rare to encounter. Lian replied without hesitation. Although QNF9 exhibits a hint of greed, always fixated on the players' wallets, she does so with the company's interests in mind. And moreover, her philosophy has yet to break free from her previous company's patterns. As long as she remains vigilant, there should be no issues. Be wary of this woman. She might ruin D11CH in YYNGSH. YWNR warned gravely. Rest assured, it is not that serious. Lian chuckled lightly, then glanced at the computer screen on the desk. How about it? Shall we play a couple of rounds? It has been quite a while since I touched a game. Come on. I am the beleaguered programmer. The response came back instantly. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Lian complained while logging into her account. Chapter 58. Can we stir up some excitement as well? Isn't it true? Writing code in front of the computer every day is not enough of a plight? Rolling eyes, YWNR replied without restraint. Can you not conduct yourself with a bit more propriety, young lady? Lian sighed, shaking her head, and directly activated the voice function. The call was answered immediately. Silly girl, as the boss, I must educate you properly. Do you think anyone enjoys sitting in an office? I wish I could stay home and play games every day. Moreover, let me impart a truth to you. In the future, you know, it is you who will surely appreciate your hardworking self now. Almost let that slip. Hee, thank you. Last week's salary was nearly entirely contributed to you. YWNR huffed. Ha. Lian could no longer contain her laughter. Last weekend, this girl earned nearly 80,000, yet she saved not a single cent. Pouring it all into the game. You were still laughing. YWNR exclaimed angrily. Ahem, did you spend it on me? It was clearly for SILY. All right, what does that have to do with me? Besides, who can afford to spend 80,000 in a day? Are you not looking for trouble? Lian argued with a serious demeanor. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Hurry and take me to farm the Ice Dragon dungeon. My character is too weak to pass. Fine, I'll group with you. Lian formed a party with YWNR's alternate account and headed toward the Blizzard domain. Why are you playing an elementalist again? Looking at the colorfully dressed character on the screen, Lian could not help but critique. I have played all the female mage's job lines. Is it not normal to choose elementalist? I think this profession is incredibly powerful. Powerful? Wait until NTN makes an appearance, and you will know what true strength is. Lian secretly laughed to herself. Indeed, female elementalists are formidable, particularly in their ability to kick players out of the raid team. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. The scorching heat of summer was gradually encroaching, and the long-awaited summer vacation was finally approaching. Numerous renowned gaming companies, eager to attract player attention ahead of the summer, had publicly announced their summer event plans well in advance. Once major companies took action, smaller firms could not sit idly by, fearing they would lose traffic, and thus they too hastily released promotional posters online. In an instant, Weibo, Tieba, and various forums were inundated with game advertisements. Despite the rampant dissemination of promotional content by hired marketers, discerning players remained unfazed, yet their curiosity compelled them to click through. Especially upon encountering the enticing words free or benefits, who could resist the temptation to explore further? Seizing the vast traffic during the summer vacation, numerous games saw a meteoric rise in user data, much to the delight of their design teams. However, amidst this fervent market atmosphere, Only Su Lian's company, Ayo Tianxia, chose to maintain its silence. Their official Weibo account, boasting over 20 million followers, lingered on the prior incident of account suspension, devoid of any updates. This left the eagerly awaiting players utterly impatient. When would Dungeon and Fighter unveil a new event? Was it not promised that the nationwide Awakening version would be launched during the summer? Indeed, I am utterly fatigued from grinding through the monster siege. Let us have something new. Even if nothing else, at least release the Awakening for the Sword Soul. I have little interest in Dungeon and Fighter, but what about Crossfire? I have watched the trailer countless times. Are you a newly established company? Surely you are not so financially strained that you cannot develop new games? Su Lian, have you forgotten the importance of profit? Other companies are aggressively advertising online daily. Why do you remain deaf and mute? Within just a day, the Weibo comment section was submerged in complaints. Su Zong, could we perhaps stir up some excitement too? Lin Weixin suggested, her scalp prickling at the sight of unread messages flooding the screen. Yes, others have already begun generating buzz. If we do not act soon, we will be left behind. Yu Wan'er fretted. We have had the Awakening trailers for our 24 classes ready for several days, and each one is simply stunning. Especially the Awakening effects for the 4 Ghost Sword classes, they are nothing short of breathtaking. She could no longer contain her eagerness to witness the players' reactions upon seeing these dazzling skill demonstrations. Su Zong, I believe it is time to reveal a little something to whet everyone's appetite. Qin Feishu added earnestly. Very well, let us disclose some information. Su Lian sighed, reluctantly conceding. He had intended to announce the new gameplay and related activities on the first day of summer vacation, but given the fierce competition in the market, he had to adapt. By releasing some information early, it would undoubtedly heighten anticipation. All right, Lin Weixin sprang into action, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Moments later, fresh content was ready. Trailers for the Awakenings of the 24 classes, the Kailei enhancement system, the fashion feature in the shop, new dungeons, Tower of Death, Tower of Bewilderment, Tower of Despair, the first set of rare fashion, the Ancient King's outfit, the attention-grabbing blog title, Dungeon and Fighter Chapter 2, the Challenge of Death version unveiled. The content included Kailei's weapon enhancement system, new enhancement options to boost equipment performance through Kailei, with attributes skyrocketing upon success. Personalized outfits, exquisite fashion items now available in the shop, purchased to wear and display on your character. Unlock 3 new dungeons, complete challenges of varying difficulties to earn exclusive top-tier equipment. First wave of fashion rewards. Gather materials for a chance to synthesize the rare Ancient King's outfit. The era of Universal Awakening. After completing the class transition quest, acquire new skills and experience a surge in combat power. For more details, please click the link to view the 24 official videos. The above is only a portion of the content released. Please stay tuned for more significant announcements to come. This Weibo post was accompanied by meticulously designed screenshots and clear game images, allowing players to grasp all the core content of this update at a glance. As the morning passed, Su Lian's comment section remained crowded with impatient players, anxiously awaiting good news. Not long after, the new post sparked a sensation akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. Players flocked to it, and upon reading the announcement, they erupted into cheers. Especially the series of Awakening skill trailers, which ignited fervent discussions. The Sword Soul Awakening is fantastic. Thank goodness I didn't delete it. This move truly feels like the return of 10,000 swords to their origin. Wow. The Ghost Cry Awakening is incredibly stylish. My heart can hardly take it. Chapter 59. Everyone is going absolutely wild. What nonsense is being spouted upstairs? How can Steamed Fishhead have any aesthetic appeal? Clearly, Ashura is the main character, shrouding the entire screen in ominous clouds. It's stunning, alright? Additional comment. Have you heard of the evil god Palashu? Please refrain from making baseless historical claims. In the previous advancement test, the designer used the Berserker Awakening to dominate everyone. Looking back, it still appears so cool and shocking. The mechanic's finishing move is indeed exhilarating. But does it vanish a bit too quickly? Haha. After watching the female mage's summoning beast ambush, it vanished before I could even blink. It truly felt like my daughter was struggling to perform. Who just said my daughter's awakening looked like a bowel movement? An apology is in order today? No way. The more I watch, the more excited I become. Hurry up and launch the server. In a brief span, the Weibo topics soared in popularity, with related entries dominating the trending list. Dungeon and Fighter Summer Extravaganza. Supercharged awakening skills make a stunning debut. The Power of Death Unleashed. Exclusive premiere of the 4 Ghost Sword Awakening Special. Each class's strongest form revealed. Come and witness your exclusive awakening. The promotional trailers showcased the explosive effects of the Universal Awakening skills, igniting the long-awaited enthusiasm of Dungeon and Fighter players. Within mere hours, Su Lian's freshly posted Weibo surged in popularity, skyrocketing to the top of the trending list. The display of the awakening skills of the 4 ghost swords has garnered such fervor that it eclipses even the lavish advertisements crafted by gaming companies. At this very moment, the top 3 spots on Weibo's trending list are wholly dominated by topics related to the summer version of D11CH in YYNGSH. With nearly 100,000 comments, the enthusiasm among players is palpable. Observing the heated discussions in the comments section, Lian Weixin couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Merely a promotional video for the awakening skills has incited such fervent debate among players. If the subsequent content were to be unveiled, they would likely experience a collective explosion of excitement. Suzong, shall we release the remaining activity details as well? Lian Weixin had only disclosed half of the summer version's content. The other half remains under wraps. Go ahead. It won't make much difference if we delay by a day or 2. Su Lian nodded in agreement. Ha, it's hilarious. Whose deity of greed resembles chopped pepper fish head? Yu Wanner, amused by the netizens' clever remarks, laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. This group of individuals is truly talented. Such a formidable and majestic setting has been humorously nicknamed chopped pepper fish head. Reading through the comments, Yu Wanner felt for the first time the thrill of players experiencing a game she had a hand in designing, even more exhilarating than playing it herself. Yuling, have we released the remaining content? Yu Wanner was eager to know how players would react upon encountering the new weapons and dungeons. After all, the new weapons introduced in the summer version are exceedingly stylish. Particularly, the artifact greatsword that can only be obtained from the ancient dungeon is undoubtedly the most impressive weapon in D11CH in YYNGSH. Without question, this weapon hails from the depths of the Baiming Cave, known as the Demon Sword Apophis. It has been released. Lian Weixin nodded vigorously. Let me take a look. Yu Wanner quickly refreshed Weibo, and indeed, she found the company's latest updates. D11CH in YYNGSH Chapter 2. The Grim Reaper's Challenge. New version content unveiled. New items from Cyria's Blessing. Level 110 Equipment Enhancement Coupons. Equipment Enhancement Protection Coupons. Advanced Costume Exchange Coupons. Ordinary Costume Exchange Coupons. New Dungeons. The Ruins of the King. The Bilmark Empire Testing Grounds. Baiming Cave, and No Ippola. Log in to Aoyo Tongshuan for detailed strategies. All dungeons are of the ancient level, featuring extremely high difficulty and complex mechanics. Teaming up for adventures is recommended. Come find suitable teammates on Aoyo Tongshuan. Completing daily tasks in ancient dungeons grants exclusive weapon and title materials. Log in to Aoyo Tongshuan to view the title and weapon compendium. Defeating elite monsters in ancient dungeons may yield exclusive artifacts. For details, log in to Aoyo Tongshuan to check the weapon compendium. The above encompasses all activities during the summer. Please stay tuned. Lian Weixin, now a seasoned employee at the company, could independently manage many tasks without Su Lian needing to elaborate. To drive traffic to the promoted Aoyo Tongshuan, Lian Weixin exerted her utmost creativity. She intentionally appended a guiding note for users to download Aoyo Tongshuan at the end of each activity. Players, eager to uncover specific details about the new activities and weapons, were thus encouraged to visit Aoyo Tongshuan promptly. At that moment, many players were still fervently refreshing the promotional videos for the summer activities and character awakening skills on Weibo, fearful of missing any crucial information. Consequently, as soon as Lian Weixin published the new update, these players hurriedly clicked on the link. However, this time she uploaded no images, only concise textual descriptions. To learn more, players had to consult Aoyo Tongshuan. This maneuver successfully attracted a multitude of players who had never heard of Aoyo Tongshuan to download and use it. Within minutes, players who had viewed the new weapons on Aoyo Tongshuan were utterly astonished, rushing back to Weibo to comment. These eager returnees were completely taken aback by an artifact-level greatsword. Indeed, it was the Demon Sword Apophis. Compared to the weapons previously wielded by the Ghost Swordsman, the appearance of the Demon Sword Apophis was simply unparalleled, exuding an undeniable charm. The entire sword was a deep shade of purple, emanating a chilling and sinister aura, and most unsettling of all, its blade was adorned with a continuously writhing eye. Not only the Ghost Swordsman players, but also those of other classes were captivated by the stunning design of the Demon Sword Apophis. This weapon was not only breathtakingly magnificent, but also possessed astonishing attributes, truly a masterpiece. Some players, unable to spare a moment to examine other equipment, immediately screenshot the image of the Demon Sword Apophis and posted it in the comments section. They simply could not fathom any weapon that could surpass its allure. Oh my! This weapon is simply invincibly stylish. I personally believe it surpasses the Wu Ying sword. The Wu Ying sword cannot even be considered visually appealing. It merely has a slight advantage in attributes. That eye in the center has truly struck a chord with me. I happen to be a berserker and hope to draw one. Goodness, this weapon can actually be traded? How much is it worth? At least starting at 10,000, right? Just looking at its dazzling appearance, coupled with explosive attributes, it's worth it. To the commenter above, if this weapon drops in the next 2 days, I'll pay 20,000. Remember to reserve it for me. I swear, regardless of the circumstances, I must obtain a demon sword apophis this summer. This weapon is simply too extraordinary. This divine artifact actually drops from an ancient dungeon? The difficulty of that dungeon must surely be astronomical. Chapter 60. A marathon session of play for a day and night. Difficult? So what? I can clear Biming Cave in 6 seconds with an airship, shrugs. The person above. You're incredibly fierce. With the recent rigorous checks by the officials, aren't you afraid of being banned from the glory list? Earlier, it was mentioned to use flight mode for grinding. Is that reliable? I just checked the data in Ayo Tongshuan, and the attributes of the ancient sets from these tasks are not weak at all, even surpassing legendary ones. I feel like I can grind gold mines every day and make a fortune before saying anything. I am a novice who has recently embarked on the path of the Berserker class, and I wish to inquire about the newly released Bloodthirsty Blade compared to the previous Shadowless Sword. Both seem to provide additional damage, do they not? Of course, the Shadowless Sword is superior. The Bloodthirsty Blade requires the enemy to bleed in order to inflict additional damage, whereas the Shadowless Sword bestows an immediate boost to damage. Why are you, a mere novice, even asking such questions? It seems as though you already possess both weapons. Simply acquiring the Shadowless Sword is challenging enough. Why do you still crave the Bloodthirsty Blade? To clarify, I have already obtained the Shadowless Sword. I am merely curious about which weapon I should choose should I acquire the Bloodthirsty Blade in the future. In the comments section of the Weibo account of Ayo Communications, players are fervently discussing the new version's activities and equipment releases. Interestingly, some players have shared images of the Magic Sword Apophis on other gaming forums and chat groups. Those who have not played Dungeon Fighter are captivated by the sword's stunning design. They have never encountered such a striking weapon in any game before. Upon learning that this magic sword hails from Dungeon Fighter, many newcomers, filled with anticipation, have joined the game, eager to defend the continent of Arad. I can hardly wait. Perhaps we should update the new version tomorrow and surprise the players? Yuan could not resist suggesting to Su Lian. Why the haste? The summer vacation begins in 2 days. It is but a brief interval, is it not? Su Lian replied with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Yuan 2 days will pass swiftly. Lin Weixin concurred. I was merely offering a suggestion, Yuan retorted, rolling her eyes as she continued to scroll through the comments section. Yuling, is everything in order with Crossfire? Su Lian suddenly inquired. All is well. As soon as Yunjia finishes checking the recharge channels, we can smoothly launch as soon as the summer vacation commences. Lin Weixin nodded, her face alight with expectation. Crossfire is a project that Su Lian and Lin Weixin collaborated on for 2 weeks. After its completion, Lin Weixin even tried it out herself. Unlike Dungeon Fighter, this game boasts remarkably simple controls, requiring no extensive practice. Completing the novice tasks provides access to all modes. Most importantly, the gameplay is rich and diverse, ensuring that the disparity in player skill is not overly significant. Victory and defeat rely solely on skill and experience. No amount of expenditure can enhance damage. Aside from purchasing visually appealing firearms from the shop, even Lin Weixin, who typically dislikes first-person shooter games, found herself engrossed in Crossfire for an entire day and night during her trial. She is confident that once released, the game's data will undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, that of Dungeon Fighter. That is reassuring. Su Lian nodded in satisfaction before entering the office and logging into Lin Shufin's Aoyo account. Recently, Lin Shufin has been enjoying unprecedented popularity, with her live broadcast frequently making the front page of the gaming section. The viewership often surpasses 10 million, establishing her as a top-tier streamer. Most of her audience are players of Dungeon Fighter, with only a small fraction being devoted sports fans. To promote the new activities in game launching the day after tomorrow, Su Lian decided to interact with her, if time permits. He also hopes to tackle some ancient maps together. After all, the difficulty of these ancient maps is quite high, and it is estimated that 70 of players will struggle with them following the version update. He reminisced about his first encounter with the mechanical bull, when he was utterly clueless about the mechanics and suffered a humiliating defeat. Not to mention dungeons like the Cave of Sorrow or the Ruins of the King, which require mastery of techniques to conquer. Without detailed explanations, ordinary players could spend over a month in futile attempts to succeed. Seizing this opportunity, Su Lian intends to elucidate the core mechanics of these ancient maps during the live broadcast, sparing the players from excessive criticism later on. Haha, dear viewers, you are truly fortunate this time. The designers of Dungeon Fighter have announced their presence in our live broadcast the day after tomorrow, where they will join me in trying out the new version. Furthermore, Mr. Su has promised to teach everyone how to conquer the ancient dungeons during the stream. Lin Shufin declared, setting down her phone with a radiant smile. This period marks a zenith in her streaming career, and she has not had a chance to chat or play games with Su Lian in quite some time. The thought of trying the highly anticipated new version with him in just 2 days fills her with exhilaration. Viewers, when have you ever experienced discomfort in your eyes? A humorous remark amidst the excitement. The designer personally teaching players how to clear dungeons? It seems these ancient dungeons must be quite challenging. I am already feeling apprehensive. What is there to fear? I am determined to obtain the magic sword Apophis. If it does not drop, I shall purchase it. After all, artifacts are tradable equipment. The attributes of artifacts in those ancient dungeons are incredibly powerful. I suspect the drop rate is likely low. My sword soul is already perfected. Once the update is live, I will begin my treasure hunting, and a single artifact drop will guarantee me a windfall. In pursuit of the title from the ruins of the king, I even ended my relationship with my girlfriend. Do you all think my choice was wise? Impressive. My friend, surely artifacts hold more value than a girlfriend? I have gone 2 months without breakfast, all in anticipation of the summer vacation activities. I hope to reap a reward with good equipment. CEO Gu Zhao Dong from Blue Fox Company has been in contact with us continuously. Should we not consider discussing matters with him? After all, it is a company worth tens of billions. In the office of the CEO of Far East Group, Xiao Lu hesitated after sending off Zhao Dong's secretary. There is no need. Liquidate all of our shares in Blue Fox Company, Gu Ruashi stated calmly. This declaration startled the secretary. Far East Group is the largest shareholder of Blue Fox Company. Withdrawing would signal the latter's total collapse. Moreover, with the market competition intensifying, formidable rivals like Aoyo Communications have emerged. If even the Far East Group has ceased its support for the Lian Company, it is evident that they are allowing it to wither away. The secretary was perplexed. How could someone as astute as Gu Ruashi, a titan of commerce, make such an illogical decision? Typically, the choice to withdraw investments arises from the discovery of superior opportunities elsewhere. Chapter 61. Is this individual truly in their 20s? Currently, within the domestic market, the only entity that could rival Lian Company is the gaming originator, Aoyo Communications. However, their youthful proprietor has a flamboyant demeanor and has publicly declared that he will not entertain any equity investments from other companies. Other divisions of the Far East Group had attempted to invest in Aoyo Tianxia Company, but they were resolutely rebuffed by Su Lian. In essence, Gu Ruashi's actions were tantamount to driving Lian Company into a dead end. Well, let it be. You may proceed with your tasks. After the secretary departed, Gu Ruashi rubbed her temples in agitation. How could she not recognize the folly of her actions, akin to squandering billions in assets? Yet, her motivations were solely for the sake of Yuaner, who was employed at Aoyo Company, leaving her no choice but to act in this manner. 3 months prior, Yuaner had moved out of the villa. Initially, Gu Ruashi believed the girl was merely sulking and would return within days. For added security, she had even arranged for someone to discreetly protect Yuaner. Later, information from the bodyguard revealed that the girl had spent her first night at a netizen's home and, astonishingly, sought a position as a game designer the following day. Gu Ruashi had not anticipated that Yuaner would not only refuse to return home, but would also actively seek employment. Even more surprising was the fact that the girl actually passed the interview. Consequently, Gu Ruashi approached the owner of the game company where Yuaner had applied, only to discover that it was none other than Su Lian, a figure currently the subject of much discussion in both the business and gaming circles. After careful consideration, Gu Ruashi felt it prudent to let Yuaner venture into the world, as it would serve as a valuable tempering of her character. Thus, she sold a prime office building under her name to Su Lian at a bargain price, conveniently located opposite the Far East Group's financial street. After 2 months of covert observation, Gu Ruashi noted that the girl not only became increasingly enthusiastic about her work, but also established harmonious relationships with her superiors and colleagues. Each time she received videos and photos from the bodyguard, Yuaner was seen laughing and conversing with a young man and another girl. If her actions were to lead to the collapse of Aoyo Company's communication software due to Lian Company's interference, Yuaner would undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards her. Therefore, Gu Ruashi had no choice but to resolutely withdraw her support for Lian Company. Should Lian Communications face bankruptcy, Aoyo Communications would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ascend and replace Lian, who as the premier communication software in the domestic market, potentially outperforming it. Is this individual truly in their 20s? Gu Ruashi pondered, stroking her chin. As Yuaner's employer, Su Lian naturally became a subject of her investigation. In Zhanghai City, uncovering someone's background was an effortless task for Gu Ruashi. To her surprise, Su Lian appeared to have no connections and had grown up in an orphanage. This seemingly unconnected individual had carved out a niche in the gaming market and launched the highly successful Aoyo Communications software. Gu Ruashi was not well versed in the nuances of gaming. She primarily focused on investing in companies with impressive data. However, the operational model of Su Lian's company left a profound impression on her, as it was not something one would expect from someone in their 20s. The strategies employed resembled those of seasoned veterans who had navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for years. It seemed there was no urgency to summon Yuaner back at this time. Observing the trending topic of dungeon and fighter on Weibo, Guruashi smiled and sighed. After a long day, Su Lian finally returned home, eagerly anticipating the launch of the new version within a day. As he lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling, he murmured with excitement. His gaming company was steadily finding its footing, and the team was expanding, comprising talented individuals capable of independent contributions. If this trajectory continued, establishing his company firmly within the gaming industry would merely be a matter of time. Should he take advantage of the summer vacation to develop additional games? In the previous lottery, he had obtained data for several mini-games, including a restricted mobile game. These projects could be completed and released in just half a day by Su Lian. However, he decided to postpone such endeavors. Everyone needed to focus on the upcoming version release. If the mini-games were finished and released now, the workload for back-end management would multiply. Given the current limited personnel, it would be wise to wait until the team was more robust before considering such projects. Regarding the restricted mobile game, Su Lian did intend to attempt its release. He had researched how such games performed in this world, and the reception was quite favorable. However, to play this type of game, players would need to register under their real names and be over 18. Many gaming companies had profited immensely from such themes. Even if he were to release this game, players would not look down upon it. Instead, they would find it refreshingly novel. Once the company stabilized its operations, he could proceed with the development and market launch of this game. After all, there is no shame in pursuing profit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. To ensure that the new versions of Crossfire and Dungeon would launch on the first day of summer vacation, Su Lian and his 3 partners had been working tirelessly for an entire day. It was now nearly 11 p.m., with less than 10 minutes remaining until the official start of summer vacation. At the stroke of midnight, various gaming companies would unveil their meticulously prepared summer activities and new products. The summer vacation period was the most active time for players, and no company wished to miss this opportunity. At this time of year, companies resemble hunters eagerly awaiting the catch of fish, excitedly anticipating the influx of players eager to experience their creations. Consequently, there are numerous game planners and programmers, much like Su Lian, who are burning the midnight oil coating. Within these 2 months, merely a teaser has propelled the pre-registration numbers for Chuanyu Huaxian to surpass 300 million. An astonishing figure that directly corresponds to the peak online count of the game. It is truly a blood-tinged battle of 300 million mice. Thanks to the triumph of the ground warriors, nearly half of the domestic gaming community has become acquainted with Su Lian and his company, AOU Tianxia. Coupled with Su Lian's approachable management style, characterized by his unpretentious exploration of dungeons alongside ordinary players, it has sparked interest in trying out this new communication application. Currently, AOU has achieved a remarkable 400 million downloads. In a mere 2 months, it has ascended to the position of the second-largest chat tool in the country. All thanks to the successful implementation of bundled marketing strategies. As the dawn approaches, are there any friends from Service Area 6? Let us embark together to cleanse the ancient relic dungeon. If fortune smiles upon us, and we stumble upon the mythical Apophis magic sword, we shall attain financial freedom tonight. Chapter 62. The server is finally live at this moment. I desire no extravagant equipment, merely a rare sky outfit. I implore you, let the server launch swiftly. Goodness. I just refreshed the Weibo comments and was astounded to see thousands of new entries. Are you all foregoing sleep? Sleep? Nonsense. Let's revel. Tomorrow marks the beginning of summer vacation, and I intend to elevate all professions to graduation status within 2 months. Graduation for all professions? Brother upstairs. You ought to get some rest. You likely have already begun to talk in your sleep. Haha, it's my first time witnessing gaming festivities akin to the Spring Festival. This is utterly insane. I am not particularly interested in this dungeon game. It demands excessive effort. Yet I am curious to see how the new game from that company fares. Upstairs 1. I have watched the promotional video for Chuanyu Huaxian multiple times. Regardless of the lottery or anything else, I must obtain the character Hunter. I hope the character isn't exorbitantly priced. I have saved 3,000 yuan. Yesterday, I observed the biochemical mode of Chuanyu Huaxian on AOU. It is simply the most exhilarating gameplay. Not only can one combat biohumans, but one can also transform and infect others. Truly thrilling. Biochemical Mode 1. Such a brilliant design. One must commend the creativity of AOU's designers. Upstairs. That is the equipment from their new game, Chuanyu Huaxian. Brothers, it is nearly midnight. Let us all get hyped. Su Lian's promotion has been executed exceptionally well. Despite the late hour, the Weibo comments section and AOU communications are still brimming with players discussing the imminent launch of the new game and its content. Even the comment sections of other gaming companies have been inundated by players from Dungeon and Warriors. Young people, after all, enjoy joining in the excitement and are easily swayed. In such an atmosphere, Many who previously had never heard of AOU have begun to familiarize themselves with the company and its gaming products. How much do you think we can earn in these 2 months? Lian gazed at the 3 individuals before him, his eyes filled with anticipation. At the end of every summer vacation, gaming companies report their profit data to the Market Bureau. In the past, Yunting Gaming Company has dominated the summer vacation period, facing little competition. However, this dominance was not due to the superior quality of their games, but rather their extensive range of game types, covering a broad spectrum. Furthermore, each game is particularly costly to develop, coinciding with an influx of players during the summer, resulting in annual bountiful harvests. This time, Lian is prepared to challenge the status of Yunting Company. He wishes to see if the 2 games in his possession can compete with this giant. Known as a money printing machine, 2 billion. Linwei Xin provided a conservative estimate. Yuan Air shook her head, confidently asserting, I believe we can earn 30 billion. With so much delightful content being released, even I am tempted to invest 100 or so thousand to try it out. Yun, what is your perspective? Lian turned to the more professional Qin Fei Su. With all our recharge activities and the recent surge in popularity, I believe we can achieve 80 billion. Qin Fei Su replied after a moment of contemplation. 80 billion. Yuan Air and Linwei Xin simultaneously widened their eyes. Is it truly feasible to earn such an amount in such a short time? How exaggerated. All right, no more speculation. The launch point is approaching. Everyone prepare yourselves. Lian harbored an even greater ambition in his heart, but chose not to voice it. Should he speak it aloud and ultimately fail to meet the target, it would simply amount to empty promises to the team. The 3 women returned to their computers, resuming their respective tasks. A few minutes later, the clock struck midnight. With pre-registration numbers soaring to 400 million, Chuanyu Huasien officially launched. The highly anticipated Dungeon and Warriors Nationwide Awakening version also completed its simultaneous update. The server is finally live. Brothers, charge forth. First, let us check into the ancient dungeon, aiming for the Apophis magic sword. My foremost task is to collect the complete sky set. The increase in town movement speed is truly delightful. At long last, I have achieved max level in every profession and have allocated all awakening skills in one go. Goodness, the brother upstairs is undoubtedly a big shot. Just now, I utilized the blessing pack from Celia and acquired an equipment enhancement protection voucher. I initially thought it was merely a common item, but upon checking its auction price, it was over 20 million. Haha, I just got a sky set in 2 rounds. Who can rival my luck? Are you monsters residing in the Arad continent, waiting for the server to launch every day? Why are your actions so swift? The summer version kept players waiting for 2 months, and now that it has officially updated, students are on vacation, causing a sudden explosion of traffic. Not only ordinary players, but also Lin Shufun, a prominent streamer in the DouYu gaming livestream section, has been staying up late in anticipation of the new version update. Many other streamers are also entrenched in their live broadcasts, striving to capitalize on this fervent wave of popularity. The gaming community is ablaze with excitement. Any dungeon and fighter stream one opens boasts at least 10,000 viewers online in real time, within mere moments after midnight. The maintenance announcement for the entire region was swiftly rescinded, and all servers on the 16th are now fully operational. The login interface transformed into a figure clad in a long robe, with bold text below proclaiming, Chapter 2, The Provocation of the Grim Reaper. The update has finally been completed. Gazing at the pristine server interface, Lin Shufan could hardly contain her exhilaration. As a seasoned devotee of Dungeon and Fighter, she had endured a 2-month wait for the National Awakening version. The revelation of her mechanic class's awakening design sent her heart racing with uncontainable joy. She hurriedly entered her account details, eager to immerse herself in the game. As the familiar voice echoed, Hello, I am Cyria. May you be blessed with abundant fortune today. Her mechanic character manifested in Cyria's room. Subsequently, a plethora of new gameplay features and content appeared in the notification boxes, conveniently adjacent to the fatigue value display. National Awakening, Ancient Dungeons, Limited Edition Sky Sets, the Tower of Death, and the Fashion System. All these elements are irresistibly enticing, capable of drawing countless players' attention and skyrocketing the live stream's popularity. Shall we first embark on the Awakening quest? Lin Shufan suggested eagerly, promptly accessing the quest interface, where she indeed discovered a dedicated task for class awakening. First, she needed to seek out the sharpshooter mentor, namely Kairi, to accept the exclusive task. Task 1. Complete the newly opened ancient dungeon, the Ruins of the King, 5 times. Then report back to Kairi. Task 2. Defeat the Bilmark Empire's testing ground 5 times. Then return to Kairi. Task 3. Collect 10 white crystal blocks, 10 red crystal blocks, 100 top-grade hardeners, and 100 iron fragments to submit to Kairi. Task 4. Bring Kairi 10 Borodine's emblems and 50 Terra stones. Final task. Speak with Kairi to successfully awaken as the mechanic war god. Must I really tackle the ancient dungeon? Lin Shufan murmured to herself. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. Her mechanic character had already graduated, boasting formidable output and attributes, so confronting the ancient dungeon should pose no significant challenge. Soon, Lin Shufan maneuvered her mechanic into Dark City, effortlessly completing a few preliminary tasks before successfully unlocking the new dungeon, the Ruins of the King. Help! Is there anyone experienced who can guide me? I've already spent thousands of gold on resurrection coins, yet I haven't even caught a glimpse of the boss. How do you defeat the first Wind Knight? He moves swiftly and can become invisible. The crucial issue is that he can take me down with just 2 strikes. Can someone explain why I lose health when fighting the second knight? Is that a game mechanic? I, along with 3 friends, have attempted it 5 times. Yet we haven't managed to defeat a single knight. Outside Dark City, players tormented by the ruins of the king overflowed with existential doubt. The public channel was rife with grievances regarding this ancient dungeon. Is it truly that difficult? It looks quite simple with just a few rooms. Observing these discussions, Lin Shufan felt a tightening in her chest. To be prudent, she quickly assembled 3 well-equipped teammates, preparing to work together to challenge the ruins of the king. A few minutes later, the 4 returned to town, dejected. As others had indicated, this ancient dungeon was indeed a monumental challenge. Together, they expended over 20 resurrection coins without even catching a glimpse of the boss. It is worth noting that all 4 were affluent players, possessing a surplus of resurrection resources. Yet, even so, reviving only to be defeated in an instant became the norm, as the monsters afforded no respite. Goodness, this dungeon is exceptionally punishing. Lin Shufan gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, nearly brought to tears. If you can't defeat it with that configuration, how can we mere novices hope to survive? Take my advice. The first knight must be dispatched swiftly. Do not allow him to activate his invisibility skill. I've discovered a pattern. When the second knight begins to channel, one must only use physical attacks, refraining from magical damage. Haha, I've cleared it. As long as you understand the mechanics and equip accordingly, this dungeon poses no issues. Could someone elaborate on the specifics? I request a tutorial. Despite the elevated difficulty of the ruins of the king, numerous seasoned players, through persistent exploration, eventually triumphed. It turned out this was not merely luck, but rather a matter of mastering the design mechanics. Lin Shufan diligently read through the insights shared by these top players, meticulously organizing the key points to send to her 3 teammates. With a clear understanding of all mechanisms, the 4 were filled with excitement, resolved to set forth once more armed with their newfound knowledge. This time, each member was brimming with enthusiasm. During this challenge, they applied their lessons learned. As the Wind Knight's health dipped below half, they commenced unleashing various control skills. Rift Slash. The Berserker executed a powerful pull skill, firmly restraining the Wind Knight attempting to vanish, while the remaining teammates unleashed a torrent of concentrated damage. Finally, they successfully navigated the phase that had previously cost them numerous attempts. Just as they were about to celebrate, the moment the Wind Knight fell, a plethora of materials erupted forth, including a piece of equipment marked with a pink font, an artifact-grade item. Wow, it is indeed a unique artifact dropped from the dungeon. Lin Shufan trembled with excitement. It is important to note that she had meticulously studied the artifact mechanics within ancient dungeons from an official announcement. Artifact equipment not only boasts exceedingly high attributes, but some pieces surpass even the rarest epic items in power. Most crucially, these artifacts are tradable, while epic items are not, as players can only acquire them through abyss runs. Contemplating this, they all fixated on the glowing pink light on the ground. Let us go. The Berserker was the first to unleash a series of rapid attack skills, his speed far surpassing that of the other 3. This valiant warrior swiftly reached the artifact and snatched it with a thunderous might. The remaining 3 could only gaze in despair, feeling utterly helpless as he outpaced them once again. Lin Shufan, frustrated, slammed her hands against the keyboard. Although she felt a pang of dissatisfaction within, she understood that the rules dictated that the spoils belonged to the one who proved most capable. Just then, a message popped up in the upper right corner of her screen, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Roll result. Pink Wings 6 points. Equipment ownership. Soul of the Vortex. What? How can this be mine? He clearly picked it up. Lin Shufan stared blankly at the artifact ring in her inventory, her jaw nearly dislocating as her eyes widened to the size of saucers. Haha, this is the latest team distribution rule. Items picked up are subject to a random dice roll. It seems the streamer hadn't thoroughly read the update announcement. This new rule is called the dice roll feature, where the highest roll wins the item. That Berserker must be furious, having worked so hard to grab the artifact only for it to end up in someone else's possession. If it were me, I might have quit the game on the spot. That would be too heartbreaking. The dice roll mechanism? So that is how it is. It was only now that Lin Shufan realized the significance of rolling for points. Oh my, this is hilarious. Incredible. Looking at the artifact accessory in her bag, She could hardly contain her joy, cheering exuberantly. She quickly began to check its attributes. This magical ring possessed remarkable stats, not only enhancing movement speed and skill casting speed, but it also boasted an extraordinary effect. Even more astonishing was that upon equipping this ring, her character had a chance to enter a state of complete invisibility, akin to the Windrunner. In simple terms, once in stealth mode, she would not be targeted by monsters. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. Lin Shufan was beyond excited, pumping her fists in the air, nearly leaping from her chair. This scene left viewers in the livestream utterly astonished, the chat instantly flooding with messages. What kind of divine drop rate is this? An ancient artifact on the second item? What is the big deal? I'm a player from Zone 6. Just search the auction house, and there's absolutely no sign of this ring. The streamer is undoubtedly the first in the entire server to acquire it. The first in the entire server? Can someone estimate how much this ring is worth? Increased movement speed, enhanced skill casting speed, and the ability to become invisible. This ring must be worth at least 50 million game coins. 50 million? That's equivalent to 1,000 yuan in real life? Is it really that outrageous? I can't take it anymore. I need to start grinding too. If I could get the demon sword Apophis, I'd be rich in no time. Hey, brothers upstairs. Take me with you. What kind of monstrous luck is this? I'm so envious I could cry. Indeed, why does such fortune never come my way? Chapter 64. The speed is unbelievably fast. Even her two teammates couldn't help but voice their complaints over the voice chat. As for the red-eyed player, he had already begun to curse vehemently. If it weren't for this new mechanism, that ring would have rightfully belonged to him long ago. Ha ha ha, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Perhaps there are other items waiting to drop next. Lin Shufan was laughing so hard, she nearly fell over. And the viewers in the live stream were equally unable to contain their amusement, with many laughing to the point of tears. At that moment, the atmosphere in the live stream reached an exhilarating peak. It's just too difficult. I really can't compete. At 3 in the morning, Lin Shufan completely surrendered, her face filled with despair as she stared at the mechanical bull wielding a giant axe on her screen. She had already cleared the awakening quest of the King's Ruins 5 times, and gathered all the materials required for the other awakening quests. However, she had yet to complete the 5 rounds of the Bilmark Empire experimental field. Not once had she succeeded. The difficulty of this dungeon was nothing short of a nightmare, surpassing that of the King's Ruins by several levels. The cat demon that goes berserk when its health is depleted, goblins tossing bombs across the map. The bull-headed creature with invulnerability throughout, and the ultimate mechanical bull that summons robots and unleashes lightning. It was as if the game was designed to torment players. Lin Shufan and her 3 teammates had attempted it over a dozen times, not knowing how many resurrection coins they had spent, yet they had failed to clear it even once. I can't do this anymore. I'll wait for Mr. Su to come online and tackle it together. Lin Shufan sighed in resignation, temporarily setting the awakening quest aside. Perhaps we should focus on synthesizing the sky set. The newly updated costume system had opened up, offering thousands of different decorative items for players to choose from. These decorations not only altered the character's appearance, but also came with some attribute bonuses. The most coveted of all was, of course, the rare sky set. This ensemble was not only visually stunning, but also provided the highest attribute bonuses, even enhancing town movement speed by an additional 70. Therefore, once the costume feature was introduced, the sky set immediately became the target of every player's aspirations. However, the sky set could not be purchased directly. It could only be randomly produced through a costume synthesizer. Synthesis required 2 pieces of high-level costumes and 1 synthesizer, with each attempt costing around 80 yuan. Despite the steep price, many players chose to invest real money to acquire the potent attributes offered by the sky set. Each synthesis attempt cost 80 yuan, and success depended on luck to yield a piece of the sky costume. To assemble a complete sky set, one would need to spend several thousand yuan. For an average person, that might require careful consideration. But now, as the renowned gaming diva of the Douyu platform and a well-known streamer in the dungeon community, the sky set was practically a staple for Lin Shufan. Thus, without hesitation, she purchased dozens of high-level costumes and synthesizers, embarking on her quest to synthesize the sky set. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient celestial garb bottom. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient celestial garb belt. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient celestial garb top. Lin Shufan's luck was quite remarkable. She managed to assemble a complete set of the rare sky gear for just over 3,000 yuan. She felt as if her mechanic had transformed into a commander. Observing the character model adorned in the sky set, Lin Shufan nodded in satisfaction. Is this the legendary sky set? Indeed, it looks quite impressive, making me want to acquire a set as well. The movement speed is astonishing. Regardless, I must attempt to synthesize the sky gear too. It only took 3,000 yuan for the streamer to achieve that. What incredible fortune. I, on the other hand, spent 8,000 yuan just to barely gather mine. Those who have spent 10,000 yuan and still failed to synthesize remain unfazed internally. In truth, synthesizing the sky gear resembles a form of indirect gambling. Whenever someone successfully obtains the sky gear, it ignites a yearning within other players. After watching Lin Shufin's livestream, many viewers found themselves compelled to spend money, joining the ranks of synthesis enthusiasts. According to Lian, the official odds are not particularly low. Average players typically spend around 4,000 yuan to assemble a complete sky set. Even those with the worst luck can generally manage to do so with a maximum expenditure of 10,000 yuan. If someone truly spends 10,000 and fails to synthesize, it is advisable for them to visit a temple to pray, as such misfortune is exceedingly rare. At that moment, a sudden knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Lin Shufin hurried to open it, only to discover that Yuaner had returned. Did you not say you would be working overtime today? How did you return so quickly? Lin Shufin inquired, puzzled. I finished all my tasks. There was nothing to do at the office, so I might as well come back and play on the computer. With that, Yuaner eagerly retreated to her own room, switched on her computer, and began downloading Crossfire. She had been eagerly anticipating this game for quite some time. Although she was not involved in its development, Lin Weixin had shared numerous details and many gameplay videos with her. Yuaner firmly believed that this title would undoubtedly become a hit, perhaps even surpassing Dungeon and Fighter in popularity. Are you going to play Crossfire? Would you like to use my computer? I have the game installed as well, Lin Shufin casually suggested. This evening, Su Lian would likely be unavailable to accompany her in gaming, and there was little content to showcase in the livestream. With the current high viewer count, she was reluctant to end the stream prematurely. It would be better to let Yuaner livestream the new game, attracting viewers and generating more traffic for herself. Sure. Yuaner did not hesitate and promptly entered Lin Shufin's room, taking her place in front of the camera. I will head to bed now. Lin Shufin yawned and exited the livestream. Xiao Waner, long time no see. I thought you had moved away. Welcome, Sister Wan. To open some boxes and see how the whales unveil their mysterious treasures. Sister Wan, when will your strategy guide be released? I'm eagerly awaiting it. Stop grinding dungeons and come try the new game. I am working overtime at the office and want to see what Crossfire is all about. Sister Yu, I just used the red eye in the game. Could you please give Su Lian a punch when you go to the office tomorrow? Yuaner had previously assisted Lin Shufin with live streaming several times before starting her job, so the audience was quite familiar with her and greeted her warmly. We're no longer playing Dungeon. Today, we're trying the new game, Crossfire. Yuaner announced as she launched Crossfire, logged into her account, and began to follow the beginner's tutorial. In her previous experience with Dungeon and Fighter, she had skipped the beginner mode and faced numerous challenges. This time, she was determined to follow the tutorial step by step. The mouse wheel controlled movement and aim. The right mouse button was for aiming, and the left for shooting. The key labeled W indicated forward, S for backward, A for left, and D for right. The R key was for reloading, while the number keys 1, 2, and 3 were for switching weapons. And the spacebar was for jumping. Crossfire is a first-person shooter that provides an immersive experience, and Yuaner was diligently learning. The viewers in the live stream began to engage in enthusiastic discussions about the new game. What game is this? It looks quite fun. Does anyone know the name? This is the new game from Aoyo Company, Crossfire. Sister Yu is still playing in beginner mode? I'm almost at level 1. Wow. Can you even use a knife in this game? How thrilling. Using a knife is nothing. You can even purchase a military shovel in the store. It turns out it's not so complicated after all, Yuaner scoffed lightly, feeling that the game's difficulty was not as daunting as she had imagined. Alright, let us get started. She exited the beginner mode and eagerly entered a demolition mode room. On the desert gray map, in the Colossus mode, the game commenced. Watch closely. Everyone. As the match began, Yuaner charged down the middle lane with her M4. Having completed the beginner tutorial, she felt confident in her ability to breach the enemy's defenses. However, as soon as she peeked out from the middle lane, she was instantly taken down by an enemy sniper positioned at their base. To make matters worse, she had been carrying 4 bombs. Upon her demise, the bombs fell onto the middle lane. Her teammates rushed to retrieve them, only to be systematically picked off by the enemy sniper. After that round, her teammates could no longer contain their frustration. What just happened? You went in with the bombs. Did you not realize there was a sniper in the middle? What the heck? She's even smiling. Guys, we need to kick her out. Hey, look at her equipment. She's still carrying that beginner weapon. Enough already. Who hasn't gone through the beginner stage? There is no need for this. The game has just launched. It's perfectly normal to have beginners. Vote. Quick vote. Beginners should practice in the biohazard mode, not here to ruin the game. Apologies for my initial unfamiliarity with this mode. Just as Yuaner intended to explain, she was abruptly ejected from the room by her teammates. Staring at the room selection interface, she was instantly filled with indignation, yet at a loss for how to respond. Observing her equipment, it was astonishing that she still wielded the novice weapon, the 16. Indeed, I have yet to equip myself adequately. Suddenly enlightened, Yuaner hastily opened the game's marketplace. During the early access of Chuan Yuhuasian, Lian had already updated the marketplace system. Today, the marketplace boasts an overwhelming variety of firearms, numbering in the thousands. Yuaner promptly recharged 2,000 yuan and eagerly awaited suggestions in the live chat. Brothers, can you recommend some formidable weapons? The online player count for Chuan Yuhuxian was surging, rivaling the popularity of Dixia, Qinyugong Shi. The live chat was bustling with viewers who had played the game before. Sister Yu, buy the Gatling gun. It's incredibly powerful and can corner the bio ghosts. Don't be misled, the Gatling may excel at defense, but it severely hampers mobility. The 3 is the right choice. It has ample ammunition and tremendous power, particularly effective in bio mode. The 821 is unparalleled. With precision, you can take down a bio ghost in just 3 shots. Sister Yu, forget about the gun for now, and swiftly acquire the hunter. That masked Seth looks atrocious. Haha, I find Seth adorably silly. Scanning the barrage of comments. Yuaner purchased several of the most recommended weapons and subsequently spent 120 yuan on a yearly hunter character. Alright then, let us venture into bio mode. Everyone encouraged Yuaner to try it out. Unable to decline, she clicked into the dedicated channel for bio mode and casually joined a 15-player pyramid room. The bio ghost will appear in 3 seconds. Fortune smiled upon Yuaner, as the game had just commenced upon her entry. She controlled the hunter, brandishing the 3 machine gun, and curiously inquired, how does one engage the bio ghost? The bio ghost has appeared. Player AINIE1 Yen, a player from the dungeon, has been selected as the progenitor. At that moment, a piercing roar erupted. A player beside Yuaner suddenly transformed into a ghastly bio ghost. Chuan Yuhuxian is a game crafted by Lian utilizing cutting-edge technology. Both the graphics and model design are of a caliber that can be deemed exceptional. The bio ghost before Yuaner appeared exceedingly lifelike, immersing her in a profound sense of realism. Wow, is this the bio ghost? Yuaner was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the 3 and unleashing a frenzied barrage, her body instinctively recoiling. The design of the bio ghost was horrifically repulsive. Ha ha ha, Sister Yu, you're killing me. This is too adorable. You might not believe it, but I was genuinely frightened to the point of wetting myself during my first play. Sister Yu, quickly head to the rooftop or the dog cage for defense. Don't linger below, or you'll be infected. Why didn't Lian render Chuan Yuhuxian in pixel art, like Dixia, Qinyugong Shi? Dear commenter, if a shooting game were rendered in pixel style, the immersion would be entirely lost. Everyone assemble. Everyone assemble. At that moment, Yuaner was astonished to see all the other players congregated in the front cage. A Seth character was frantically broadcasting over the radio, urging everyone to gather. Observing this, Yuaner swiftly raised her 3 and rushed towards the cage. However, she was unaware that running with a gun significantly reduced her speed compared to wielding a knife. Just as Yuaner's hunter crouched down to enter the cage, a progenitor lunged forth from behind, directly infecting her. Ah! Yuaner gasped in shock, unable to suppress a scream. Bang! 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 The players in the cage, now perceiving Yuaner as an enemy, unleashed a barrage upon her transformed bioghost form. In an instant, her health of 2,000 was reduced to 0. Damn it, I've been infected. Gazing at her hands morphed into sharp steel claws. Yuaner couldn't help but chuckle. Since she was already infected, her only recourse was to infect the remaining players. Only by transforming all human players into ghosts could they claim victory. Hee, there's one up top. Yuaner spotted a human player at the pinnacle of the pyramid, brandishing a weapon and firing wildly below. She immediately dashed towards the summit, planning an unexpected ambush. Unfortunately, the player seemed to sense her approach and quickly stowed their weapon to flee. Where did they go? Yuaner stared in bewilderment at the surroundings of the pyramid, searching for the recently vanished player. Something felt amiss. How could they simply disappear? At that moment, Yuaner suddenly noticed a crack in the pyramid wall. The fissure was just large enough to conceal a person. She hurriedly checked each crack, ultimately discovering the fleeing Seth character nestled in a narrow crevice. Ha! I was wondering where you had gone. Turns out you were hiding. Observing the Seth cowering in the corner, Yuaner couldn't help but tease. Goodness, I never knew the pyramid could be played this way. Haha, I've hidden here before. Several times, people thought I was using an invisibility hack. Here's a little tip. Have your duo partner transform into a ghost to block the exit, and others 1T be able to enter, allowing for continuous score farming. Wow, the one above is impressive. I've learned something new. Off to find a spot to try it out. Initially, I found it rather dull. However, seeing Yujia play with such enthusiasm has sparked my desire to give it a try myself. Yujia, capture him and let him experience the sensation of being besieged. The player named Seth found his soul escape route blocked by Yuaner, and had no choice but to plead for mercy. Please, Great One, spare my life. Haha, he is rather obedient. Fine, I shall let you go. Yuaner waved her steel claws and turned to leave. The live stream has concluded for today, and I am utterly exhausted. The following morning, after battling throughout the night, Yuan finally stretched contentedly. It has been proven that Chuan Yuhuxian truly suits her tastes. The myriad of intricate strategies in its various modes left her in awe. The tactical skirmishes of the demolition mode, the team confrontations in the faction wars, the free competition of 1v1, and the adrenaline-pumping ghost mode, all experiences she had never encountered in other shooting games, particularly during the biochemical mode. The explosive barrage of gunfire and the surging flames were simply exhilarating. Without a doubt, Chuan Yuhuxian has redefined what it means to be a first-person shooter. Both its realism and gameplay mechanics are refreshingly novel. Are you not going to sleep yet? Yujia, could you stream a little longer? Did you not say you would rest today? Heavens, is the viewer count nearing 8 million? Is everyone forsaking sleep? I can safely bet that the popularity of Chuan Yuhuxian will surely surpass that of Di Xiacheng Yuji. Stop boasting. I play both games and find Di Xiacheng Yuji to be more enjoyable. Yujia's skills are remarkable. I struggled to even aim properly after playing for a night. Indeed, Yuan possesses an extraordinary gaming talent. In just one night, her skills have skyrocketed, especially in her mastery of sniping, which has reached an almost transcendental level. The audience in the live stream transitioned from playful banter to admiration, becoming increasingly engrossed in the viewing experience. Some clearly watched throughout the night. Those who were initially unaware found themselves drawn in and subsequently downloaded the game to experience it for themselves. It must be said that the allure of this game is truly unparalleled. All right, it's time for sleep. We will continue tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Yuan comfortably stretched once more before shutting down the live stream. I am truly curious how this individual conceived such fascinating gameplay. Gazing at the icon of Chuan Yuhuxian on her desk, Yuan murmured to herself, filled with both admiration and anticipation. Exploring the world and achieving new heights. Chuan Yuhuxian surpasses 100 million downloads on launch day. The trending topics on Weibo have once again been dominated by the new release of Su Lian Company. Upon seeing this announcement, netizens were utterly astonished. To surpass 100 million downloads on the first day is an extraordinary feat. It is worth noting that no software in the country has achieved such a number on its launch day, let alone a game. Thus, this Weibo post instantly attracted countless spectators eager to discuss. Many curious individuals clicked on the official account's homepage, immediately taken aback by the author's name. Internet Data Management Research Center, verified official account. This is a specialized platform that records data related to internet applications and tech companies and has never had a record of falsification. So, is this 100 million genuine? Is the download count truly 100 million? Is there a mistake in the numerical unit? Such a promotional effort seems rather lowbrow, does it not? Please remain calm. The official sources are always serious and credible. How could they possibly fabricate such information? Do not speculate wildly. To be honest, I have never been particularly familiar with the products of AO Tianxia, nor have I had any interest in Di Xiacheng Yuji. But after trying Chuan Yuhuxian last night, I became completely enamored. It is truly exhilarating. Isn't it impressive? With a population of 20 billion in our country, for a single game to achieve over 100 million downloads seems almost surreal. I am curious about what makes it so captivating. Yet I worry about the high cost of in-game purchases. Worry not, for Chuan Yuhuxian boasts exceptional value. Ordinary players can invest a few hundred yuan to equip a decent computer, and the gameplay experience is remarkably smooth. This is simply outrageous. Such statistics may remain unbroken for the next decade. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I have already become immersed in Chuan Yuhuxian. This game is utterly addictive. Once you start a match, it is nearly impossible to stop. The Chuan 1 Server S, Zhanlang, team is recruiting. As long as you reach the rank of Private First Class, you are welcome to join. The team includes both ladies and handsome gentlemen. Everyone is encouraged to join. The Jiang 2 Server S, Sheng Hua Ming Rintang, team is also seeking members. They only accept experts in the biochemical mode, so come quickly if you are interested. It appears that everything is progressing smoothly. In the company, Su Lian gazed at the trending topics on Weibo, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Within just one night, Chuan Yuhuxian surpassed 100 million downloads, yielding over 20 million in profits. Such astonishing first-day results render it an invincible entity in the gaming market. It is worth noting that the items sold in Su Lian's gaming mall are merely the tip of the iceberg. There are numerous game items and weapons yet to be launched for sale. Considering the game has just debuted, Su Lian has decided to proceed with caution, gradually introducing new content as a prudent approach. It seems I will need to recruit more personnel. Observing Lin Wei Xin, who is fast asleep at her desk, Su Lian smiled with a mixture of pride and helplessness. Last night, Lin Wei Xin was tirelessly managing data and writing code at the computer, and she has only just fallen asleep. Since her employment, she has consistently demonstrated diligence and never once complained. Chapter 67. Shall we tackle an ancient dungeon? Reflecting on it now, the decision to assign her to the sewing machine was truly a waste of talent. Just then, Qin Fei Su emerged from her office. President Su, Kumao Music is willing to collaborate with us, and over 20 commercial companies are eager to partner as well. Should we accept all the offers? Not so fast. Let us take them one at a time. In order to expand the company's business and promote the Ayo communication software, Su Lian assigned Qin Fei Su to reach out to companies interested in collaboration. The nature of the partnership was quite straightforward. Su Lian would enable a software activation feature on Ayo communication, allowing players to directly download the software of these companies once activated. This seemingly inconspicuous action could earn Su Lian tens of millions in partnership fees. Currently, Ayo Communication stands as the second largest communication software in the country, with registered users only surpassed by Lianhuck's communication company. Su Lian possesses a substantial user base, and even a mere advertisement for these partner companies could significantly enhance their software or brand visibility. Users in need of these applications could seamlessly download them through Ayo Communication. Presently, numerous well-known companies in the country are eager to collaborate with Su Lian. After lunch, Su Lian returned to his office and initiated a voice call with Lin Shufan. Last night, he had observed the back-end of Dungeon Fighter Online for an extended period. He discovered that nearly 70 of players were utterly at a loss when it came to the ancient dungeons. Most players who managed to conquer these dungeons were either affluent spenders utilizing resurrection coins or those employing cheats to assist others. For a popular game, this was quite a troubling phenomenon. Regardless of how engaging the adventure game might be, if the dungeon difficulties were excessively high, players would gradually lose their motivation to progress and might even lose interest in the game altogether. Furthermore, many players were eagerly anticipating the awakening skills for their characters, which could only be unlocked by completing the ancient dungeon quests. If players were unable to conquer the dungeons, they would be unable to transition their classes or learn the awakening skills. This was a critical issue that Su Lian had previously overlooked. He had assumed that introducing monster siege events and distributing equipment would enable players to tackle the ancient dungeons with ease. Even if they struggled alone, surely they could succeed in a team, right? However, he had forgotten that there were very few high-difficulty games in this world, and most players possessed average skills. Even with equipment in hand, they might not necessarily triumph over equally formidable ancient dungeons. If left unaddressed, many players might abandon the game as a result. Hello? Mr. Su, have you finished work? Lin Shufan's cheerful voice came through the phone. Not yet. Are you live streaming? Su Lian inquired. I just started. Before, it was Warner playing Crossfire. Lin Shufan replied, her tone filled with anticipation. All right then, let us tackle an ancient dungeon together. I need to record a commentary video to help players understand the mechanics of these dungeons. Sure, I'll be waiting for you in the Dark City. Lin Shufan excitedly informed her audience that the designer would be teaching them how to navigate the ancient dungeons, urging everyone to pay attention and learn well. Upon hearing that Su Lian was going to live stream tackling the challenging ancient dungeons, viewers flocked to the server, eager to join him. I'm here. After sending a few ancient dungeon artifacts to his account, Su Lian hurried to the entrance of the dungeon in Dark City. The players who had been waiting there were instantly abuzz upon seeing Su Lian's gear, especially the Ghost Swordsman players, who were ecstatic as he wielded the coveted artifact sword, the Demon's Sword Apophis. Wow, the Demon's Sword Apophis. This is the first time I've seen someone wield it. Oh my, this weapon looks absolutely stunning. Is this the privilege of the designer? I'm so envious. Dad, send me a Demon's Sword Apophis. I'd even pay for it. I'm so frustrated. I want to hack into the back end of Dungeon Fighter Online and get myself a Demon's Sword Apophis. Is this the ultimate set for berserkers? Screenshot saved. Haha. Are you still laughing? After taking a screenshot, can you really get these items? What's so funny? The ancient dungeon has just been released. Soon enough, everyone might be able to conquer it, and then the auction house will be flooded with these items. Indeed, even with the most basic ancient dungeon, the King's Ruins, many players found themselves stuck at various levels, let alone the most challenging area, the Wailing Cave, which is the sole location where the Demon's Sword Apophis can drop. Hence, as of now, Su Lian's Demon's Sword Apophis could be considered the first of its kind on the entire server. Besides the Demon's Sword Apophis, all the other equipment Su Lian donned were exclusive divine items that could only be acquired from ancient dungeons. Any single piece of equipment tossed into the auction house could fetch several million gold coins, translating to thousands of yuan. However, to Su Lian, these items were merely virtual data. He wore this equipment solely to promote the exclusive divine items and encourage players to challenge the ancient dungeons. I've equipped the energy charm, Lin Shufan enthusiastically announced as she approached the dungeon entrance, brimming with anticipation. All right, Su Lian accepted Lin Shufan's invitation to join, also approving requests from two unfamiliar players, and then initiated the challenge for the King's Ruins at the highest difficulty. Just watch my moves. Upon entering the dungeon, Su Lian typed in the team chat. Okay, go for it, designer. The three of them responded almost simultaneously. The first win night was the easiest among the five. He was swift and could become invisible, speeding up as his health diminished. As long as they controlled him, victory was assured. The second night was not overly complicated either. He had 2 lines above his head, a red line reflecting physical attacks, and a blue line reflecting magical attacks. Players could attack based on their character's attributes. The third night primarily utilized ice skills, requiring only slight attention to positioning and some ice resistance gear. The fourth night would generate a fireball every time he was struck. After 6 fireballs, an explosion would ensue. When the 6th fireball appeared, they should unleash invincibility skills for maximum output. The 5th night incessantly summons minions and can induce dizziness. However, prior to employing the dizziness skill, he raises his sword. Observing this action allows one to employ a blocking skill to evade the attack. Finally, there is King Borodin, who is not particularly challenging. The sole aspect to be cautious of is his tendency to strike the ground 3 times in succession, each blow accompanied by a dizziness effect and substantial health reduction. Therefore, when King Borodin executes this skill, one can simply leap to avoid it. How do you find it? Is it not particularly difficult? Chapter 68. A weapon sold for 800,000. Under the meticulous explanation and precise execution by Su Lian, the king-level dungeon was successfully completed. Indeed, it appears less formidable than anticipated. Lin Shufan, awakening from her reverie, nodded in acknowledgement. It turns out that once the mechanics are understood, this dungeon is not as terrifying as imagined. From 2, Su Lian almost traversed all ancient dungeons, teaching players the characteristics of each monster while grinding. The viewers who watched the tutorial then experienced a sudden realization. It became evident that these maps are not inherently difficult. With a grasp of the mechanics, one can indeed complete them in a single life. No wonder health was lost during the encounter with the second knight. It was due to magic rebound. No wonder the Minotaur seemed invincible. It was necessary to first eliminate the robots. Following the designer's approach, only 2 resurrection coins were utilized to conquer. My roommate mentioned that these dungeons could not even be completed with 20 resurrection coins, leaving me too frightened to attempt it. I have learned. Time to venture into for treasure hunting, perhaps even striking it rich with the magic sword Apophis. To those above, remember to bring me along if you earn a fortune. In an instant, many viewers departed from Lin Shufan's live stream, all eager players who had just concluded the tutorial and were impatient to seek treasure in the ancient dungeons. In the realm of, the number of high-priced tradable equipment and materials is staggering. This has led numerous players to sustain themselves by selling materials and equipment, becoming professional. As long as there is a valuable piece of equipment, they will announce it through a trumpet, hoping to exchange it for real currency. Initially, these individuals merely hoarded high-value materials, but as their accumulation grew, they decided to profit from their labor. Once certain top showcased their earnings from the game on forums, ordinary players could not remain idle and began to join the ranks of it. Now, with the ancient dungeon's divine equipment being exceedingly expensive, they cannot miss this opportunity for wealth. If one were to obtain the currently highest market-valued magic sword Apophis, it would indeed be a case of overnight riches. Even more astonishingly, wealthy players publicly expressed on forums their willingness to pay 100,000 renminbi for the magic sword Apophis. This is no trifling sum. It is sufficient for a car down payment. Consequently, the area outside is now flooded with and players hoping to test their luck. The attributes of the ancient dungeon's divine equipment are not only extraordinary, but also fully tradable. To balance the game, Su Lian deliberately reduced the drop rate of these items to half that of the Abyss mode. Yet, even with a lower probability, nothing can quell the player's fervor for the magic sword Apophis. In the afternoon, after an entire day of dungeon grinding, Su Lian and Lin Shufan finally witnessed a staggering announcement from a fellow player in the public channel. This announcement was accompanied by detailed information about the equipment in question, the magic sword Apophis. It dropped. I truly obtained the magic sword Apophis. This news instantly ignited the entire public channel. Incredible. It is indeed the magic sword Apophis. What a stroke of luck. I too desire a magic sword Apophis. Dear Su, please help me obtain one. My friend, how exhilarating. Have you considered selling it? I will transfer you 30,000 immediately. 30,000? Are you jesting? People on the forum are offering 100,000. You think this amount will suffice to acquire the sword? I am infuriated. I wish someone would hack that account. How frustrating. Wow. Mr. Su, someone in our channel has just acquired the magic sword Apophis. Lin Shufan exclaimed, filled with envy as she cast her gaze upon the announcement. What splendid luck. Su Lian could not help but sigh in admiration. In his past endeavors he had spent months without ever encountering the magic sword Apophis. It was only later, when the price had decreased, that he managed to purchase one from the auction house. Yet this individual accomplished it in a mere afternoon. Truly, luck is an elusive thing. After a busy afternoon, Lin Shufan's characters were finally no longer fatigued. Well then, let us play together next time when we have the chance. I must go edit videos now. to ensure players quickly comprehend the mechanics of the ancient dungeons. Lian diligently recorded videos throughout the afternoon. With these videos, players should no longer struggle with the ancient dungeons. Yes, indeed. Lin Shufan nodded cheerfully. I just heard that the magic sword Apophis that dropped this afternoon was sold for 800,000 renminbi. What? Someone spent 800,000 on that magic sword Apophis. A weapon sold for 800,000? Is that true? Where did you see that? I have not heard of it. The person upstairs confirms it. The forum has posted the transaction records. It indeed sold for 800,000. Incredible. 800,000? That amount could cover a down payment for a house in Zhanghai City. Alas, I plan to grind in all night. I too wish to obtain a magic sword Apophis and buy a house. Observing the sudden surge in the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Shufan remarked in astonishment, Mr. Su. My viewers say that the player who obtained the magic sword Apophis this afternoon sold it for 800,000. Is that true? Lian asked, his face a picture of astonishment. In previous versions, he had witnessed a wealthy individual spend over 100,000 on the magical sword Apophis. Yet he never anticipated that a magnate in this world would be willing to shell out 800,000 for it. Truly, the wealth is staggering. Indeed. There are screenshots to prove it. Lin Shufan perused the images shared by netizens and responded with utmost certainty. It was rumored that two affluent players were competing fiercely, outbidding one another until the price soared to 800,000. So that was the case, Lian remarked nonchalantly, seemingly having foreseen the outcome. It appears that the sad wailing cave is destined to become a treasure-hunting haven for players. After all, who could resist a divine artifact valued at 800,000? However, no one expected the news regarding the sale of the game equipment for 800,000 to spread like wildfire, gaining increasing traction. Within just a few days, the entire internet buzzed with discussions about this event. Initially, many believed it to be a marketing ploy by a gaming company, until more and more evidence surfaced, compounded by the pressure of public opinion that led the involved party to reveal their chat records and transfer screenshots with the affluent players, thus cementing the authenticity of the situation. Soon enough, this incident ascended the Weibo trending list. Explosive. A player of Dungeon and Warriors reveals a profit of 800,000 in cash from a divine weapon. It is said they have already made a down payment on a house in Zhanghai. Upon clicking the Weibo link, detailed chat logs and screenshots of the 800,000 transfer were attached. Instantly, the onlookers were left astounded. While such events may sound extraordinary, they are not entirely implausible. Nevertheless, earning 800,000 in cash from a single weapon was still utterly astonishing. Had it not been for the bank transaction screenshots and the chatter among friends, they would have been adamant in their disbelief. A weapon in a game could be worth so much, and the buyer was eagerly seeking to acquire it. They initially thought it was some company orchestrating a stunt, only to discover it was indeed true. Indeed, that account holder is from our school and is currently preparing to view houses with their family. Humph, I wouldn't even want it if offered to me. It's merely a string of code, why all the fuss? Don't be bitter, my friend. If you were to obtain such an item, you might sell it for $800. This is outrageous. Spending 800,000 on a weapon is utterly absurd. Don't say that. Some individuals earn millions daily. My heavens, is this for real? What is the name of this game? I also wish to try my luck. Attention above. The game is called Dungeon and Organs. So tread carefully if you are not in good health. Spending money to such an extent, one could buy a house outright for over 80,000 here. To be honest, that weapon does appear quite impressive. You may think 80,000 is considerable, but to the affluent, it is likely just a trifling sum. The discussions on Weibo continued to heat up, drawing a multitude of intrigued netizens towards Dungeon and Warriors. In no time, a surge of newcomers arrived, all eager for the chance to achieve overnight wealth. Unbeknownst to him, countless fresh blood flowed into the Alarak continent, becoming the new generation of heroes. He had not anticipated that someone would assist in advertising for him. In fact, Crossfire has recently also gained considerable popularity, prompting many warriors to temporarily abandon their tools and pick up weapons. He had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to organize some promotional activities to encourage player return. However, it now seemed unnecessary, as the player who sold the magical sword Apophis had already accomplished much for him, bringing in wave after wave of new users. The sheer volume rivaled the effects of an official new event. As the backend data continued to refresh, Lian beamed with delight at the ever-increasing registration numbers. He particularly relished the confidence of these young individuals, who believed they too could effortlessly obtain the magical sword Apophis. It must be understood that the mechanics of Dungeon and Warriors dictate that aside from those who purely indulge without investment, nearly everyone else would spend money on ancient maps as a prerequisite. Without adequate equipment, one cannot challenge the game. These new novices, in pursuit of exceptional gear, would undoubtedly spend a fortune, thus ultimately making Lian the biggest winner. At that moment, Lin Weixin bounced into the office, cheerfully announcing, "Hey boss. The new items and modes for Crossfire are ready. Thank you for your hard work. Once Lian confirms the prices, we can release them." Upon hearing this, Lian nodded in satisfaction. Recently, he had noticed that the biochemical mode was particularly popular among players, with millions active every night. To increase revenue, he decided to cater to player demand by introducing a highly sought-after new gameplay mode, the Terminator mode. Furthermore, he requested Lin Weixin to implement numerous updates to the firearms and special equipment within the biochemical mode. Great. Lin Weixin smiled and nodded, humming a tune as she left the office. This girl was becoming increasingly reliable in her work. Watching her depart, Lian mused that not allowing her to become a seamstress had been a wise decision. Soon, a notification of approval arrived from Qin Feixiu. Lin Weixin promptly announced on Weibo the new gameplay for Crossfire. New biochemical gameplay. Terminator approaches. Gameplay introduction. After the game begins, one player will be randomly selected to become the Terminator. The last player standing can transform into a ghost hunter. New characters, Crazy Babe, Green Giant, and Soul Ninja, make their debut. New items, biochemical magazines, biochemical grenades, protective suits, biochemical machine gun magazines, and ghost daggers. Follow Ayo Communications for more detailed events regarding Crossfire. They actually released new characters. How wonderful. Finally, I won't have to play that terrible little red anymore. Wow, Crazy Babe looks incredibly alluring. I can't take my eyes off her. Enough said, I will definitely buy it. Wait, don't rush. She is a biochemical ghost, so while you can admire her, do not let your thoughts stray. The Soul Ninja appears remarkably dashing. Is that weapon a scythe, or something else entirely? It seems the Green Giant is destined for demise. Such a large figure becomes nothing short of a target in the biohazard mode. Haha. The random draw of the Terminator is an immense boon for those who seek to play without cost. However, only those who survive until the end may transform into the Phantom Hunter, which will likely lead to an influx of stealthy players. Did you not observe the instructions above? The Terminator can see the markings of all players, thus evasion is utterly impossible. Lian possesses data from Crossfire that encompasses not merely a single version, but the entirety of all versions. This implies that with a modicum of time spent on code modification or program updates, he can freely combine various modes or preemptively release certain features. For instance, the newly launched Terminator mode was actually content slated for several subsequent versions of the biohazard mode. Lian directly wrote the pertinent code, allowing it to manifest in the game ahead of schedule. The weapons and equipment available in the store follow a similar principle. Should Lian so desire, he could readily introduce heroic-grade weapons such as the Fire Qilin and Thunder God. However, as Crossfire has only recently been released, players are still gradually acclimating to this new game. If powerful weapons were to be unleashed all at once, players would likely engage in frenzied spending, resulting in a landscape saturated with heroic-grade weaponry. Such an outcome would irrevocably disrupt game balance, potentially leading to a collapse akin to the previous world, where the dominance of pay-to-win mechanics ultimately led to ruin. Naturally, Lian would not forsake the lucrative opportunities presented by heroic-grade weapons. It is merely a matter of timing. Once players have adjusted to the rhythm of Crossfire's operations, he shall gradually unveil these formidable weapons, reaping substantial profits. It appears that a more relaxed future awaits. Leaning back in his chair, Lian gazed at the ceiling, contentedly conversing with himself. The current gaming company operates smoothly, with each department functioning independently, requiring no personal oversight from him. His daily task consists solely of awaiting the revenue reports from Qin Feixiu, at which point his duties are considered fulfilled. Once new employees are recruited to fill vacant positions, he can retreat entirely from the limelight, focusing solely on the influx of funds. With summer break behind him, what game should he develop next? Chapter 70, Sin City? Despite the peak summer traffic period having concluded, the market remains vibrant. Even with a slight decline in player numbers, the gaming industry continues to exhibit robust growth. At present, while Lian's company may not be large, it enjoys a respectable reputation within the industry. Nevertheless, Lian is not content with the status quo. He aspires to further expand the company's scale, even seeking to dominate the entire gaming market. To achieve this ambition, he must capitalize on favorable market conditions by launching several blockbuster games, thereby securing substantial revenue. Subsequently, these funds can be utilized to broaden his business endeavors and pursue additional development opportunities. Should he consider venturing into mobile casual games? During the last lottery, he acquired some memory data related to mobile games, many of which were incredibly popular in his previous life. These casual games, compared to hardcore titles, entail significantly lower costs while providing both entertainment and intellectual stimulation, making them widely beloved. If chosen wisely, the profits from casual games can be quite considerable. Of course, Lian also contemplates those excessively hardcore minigames. While they provide immense stress relief, prolonged engagement may adversely affect one's health, particularly for male players. Perhaps it is best to consult the system for guidance. Upon accessing the interface, Lian was taken aback to discover that his account balance had reached 12,900 game coins. More importantly, the system's lottery function has been updated. A brand new grand prize pool has emerged, with each draw costing 2,000 game coins. The minimum rating for games in this grand prize pool is popular, with the pinnacle reaching explosive popularity. Lian calculated that his 12,900 coins would allow him to draw 6 times, leaving 900 coins as a reserve. Should he give it a try? As he gazed at the dazzling array of high-rated games in the prize pool, Lian felt an undeniable itch of curiosity. Although each draw costs 2,000 coins, every game listed boasts exceptional quality, with no obscure titles to be found. System, initiate a 2,000 coin draw. Ultimately, Lian could not suppress his curiosity. Deciding to test the waters with a single draw. Ding. 2,000 game coins deducted. The draw commences. The vibrant spinning wheel whirled rapidly, showcasing a succession of thematic game visuals. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired memory data for the web game. Luoku Wanghua, popular. What? Luoku Wanghua? My goodness, such a wave of nostalgia. Lian could not help but smile. He never anticipated that his first draw would yield such a childhood classic as Luoku Wanghua. In his youth, he was utterly captivated by this game, to the point of neglecting sleep and meals. To capture exclusive spirits, he once saved his breakfast money to purchase a monthly card, even after starting work. Whenever he had free time, he would log into friends' gardens to farm or torment others' pets that were slow to upgrade. Ding. Friendly reminder, if the host is dissatisfied with the current result, they may choose to forfeit it for a refund of 500 game coins. No, I shall keep it. Although Luoku Wanghua is a cartoon-styled game, its potential for profit is substantial, especially considering the abysmal game design standards in this world. Even if Luoku Wanghua is a cartoon game, it would still far surpass the majority of major titles in this realm. Moreover, forfeiting would only yield a return of 500 game coins, which would be a waste of the 500 coins spent on the draw. Retaining Luoku Wanghua could potentially allow Lian to recoup some funds. Shall the host continue to draw? Let us proceed. Draw them all. Lian still had 10,900 game coins remaining, just enough for 5 consecutive draws. After all, game coins can be earned back through gameplay. It would be foolish not to draw. Last time, my single draw yielded nothing but rubbish, but a continuous draw finally brought forth the splendid game, Chuan Yu Huxian. This time, Lian opted for a direct 5 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the casual game. Jing data. Popular, Lian. Here we go again. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the horror game. Tao Sheng 1 data. Must play Lian a horror game? Quite intriguing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the adventure game. Jin Dan 216 die data. Popular, Lian, a nostalgic moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the puzzle game. Wada Shijia data. Explosive, Lian nice. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the single-player game. Zui Yi Chengshi data. Explosive, Lian, Zui Yi Chengshi? Oh my, this is going to be profitable. As a plethora of game data flooded into Lian's mind, he could not suppress his excitement and began to cheer. Interestingly, this time he even drew a horror game, Tao Sheng. It is a first-person horror game, characterized by its eerie visuals and suspenseful narrative, with gameplay that is truly spine-chilling. When this game was first released, it had caused countless players and streamers to weep in terror. There were even rumors that the game had once frightened someone to death upon its launch. Nevertheless, Lian was quite fearless and managed to complete it on his very first attempt. For Lian, this game also presented an excellent opportunity for profit. Although there are horror-themed games in this world, their scare factor is rather juvenile. For instance, there are sudden ghostly apparitions and inexplicable sharp noises. In comparison to Tao Sheng, these are mere jokes. The opening of Tao Sheng leads players to an abandoned mental asylum, a setting rife with the aura of death. While the gameplay is guaranteed to quicken one's heartbeat, only the most courageous players would dare to continue playing. Most importantly, the advanced technology of this world allows for game graphics to reach an astounding 16K resolution. Lian could easily transform Tao Sheng into a holographic version, thereby maximizing players' immersion and allowing them to profoundly experience the essence of being governed by fear. Just imagine being the protagonist in a horror game. The immersive experience would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Game name, Tao Sheng. Genre, first-person horror. Supported devices, various devices. Graphics, 16K Ultra HD. Price, to be determined. Lian noted down the general direction for the production of this game on his computer. Once horror-themed games in the market yield significant returns, he could commence the creation of the holographic version of Tao Sheng. As for the price, it would depend on the production costs. Game name, Jin Dan 2. Genre, adventure shooting. Supported devices, mobile. Graphics, 8-bit pixel. Price, to be determined. Heejin Dan 216 Dai is also a classic game that can be played on both mobile and desktop. However, arcade halls in this world were obsolete over 20 years ago. Nowadays, no one makes a profit from arcade halls. Everyone is moving towards the internet. Furthermore, since this game lacks any in-game purchase system, Lian can only develop it as a buyout game. As for the pricing, he is yet to decide. Chapter 71 Unique Childhood Charm. Nevertheless, this complete version of Heejin Dan 2 is worth at least 200 yuan. Zui Yiqing Shi, also known as Xia Dao Lu Che Shou, is an action-adventure game with an exceptionally high degree of freedom, featuring a plethora of gameplay options and even allowing for certain restricted content. When players trigger specific Easter eggs, their delight knows no bounds. For instance, driving a convertible to pick up a beautiful woman on the roadside is a possibility. After inputting cheat codes, players can even rampage through the city in a tank. Coupled with the advanced technological developments of this world, Lian can also transform this game into a 3D holographic version, significantly enhancing player immersion. Game name, Zui Yiqing Shi. Genre, open-world adventure. Supported devices, various devices. Graphics, 16K Ultra HD. Price, to be determined. Unfortunately, this game can only be classified as restricted content due to certain elements unsuitable for minors. Nonetheless, Lian is confident that once released, this game will undoubtedly earn him a considerable sum. Pricing will still depend on production costs. The final game is a puzzle and casual game. What is Shijia? This is a bombshell, its popularity capable of overshadowing all the other games drawn this time. To summarize, in this lifetime, I have no regrets playing. In the next, I wish to be a block person is not merely an empty phrase. In the previous world, game piracy was rampant, with many foreign games being sold at low prices. When Wada Shijia entered the domestic market, it was not spared from the clutches of piracy. Nevertheless, its legitimate download count in the country surpassed 200 million. Within a year, it defeated the download record of Tetris, becoming the most popular sandbox game globally. Among middle and primary school players, aside from a few popular online games, What is Shijia was also frequently discussed. This game offers players complete freedom, with high randomness and creativity, enabling them to build their own empires and realize their dreams. Players can even recreate famous world landmarks, historical architecture, or design pastoral lifestyles. In essence, as long as one possesses imagination, anything is possible within this game. It is decided. I will create Wada Shijia after the summer vacation, Lian quietly resolved. This game can be played on both mobile and computer. After the summer break, as the school and work season commences, mobile games become the most sought-after genre. Thus, launching Wada Shijia at that time would be most opportune. The only aspect that left Lian in a state of indecision was the question of what kind of graphical quality this game should embody. The aesthetic of WDSHG has always been characterized by its blocky pixel style. Yet, given the advanced technology of this world, it is entirely feasible to eliminate those pixelated blocks and present an ultra-high-definition visual experience. The creations constructed by players could seamlessly mimic reality. However, Lian harbored concerns that removing the pixelated elements might strip WDSHG of its unique charm and whimsical innocence. But why not create both versions? In a moment of clarity, Lian realized that the technology at their disposal could indeed produce two iterations, one retaining the pixelated aesthetic and the other offering a 16K ultra-clear quality. Once the game launches, players could choose whichever version they preferred. Game title, WDSHG game type, casual puzzle sandbox graphical options, 16K ultra-clear pixel style price, 200 previously. The legitimate version of WDSHG was priced at 165. Now, with two graphical versions in hand, Lian naturally aimed to earn a little extra. Since the explosive success of D11CH in YYNGSH, the once bustling first-person shooter section of the DUI platform had considerably quieted. Many shooting game streamers, witnessing their counterparts prospering while streaming D11CH in YYNGSH, had abandoned their firearms to delve into monster hunting and treasure gathering in the realm of Alid. Only a handful of shooting game streamers remained steadfast, either lacking interest in D11CH in YYNGSH or simply lacking the time and energy to grind through the game. Zhao Yuntu was one such individual. Ever since the rise of D11CH in YYNGSH, the attention towards shooting games on the DUI platform had dwindled. The homepage recommendation slots were nearly monopolized by D11CH in YYNGSH streamers. In this environment, Zhao Yuntu's streaming room saw a decline in popularity day by day, with his earnings diminishing as viewers gradually departed. Unable to endure the situation any longer, Zhao Yuntu decided to take a 2-month hiatus, relying on food delivery to pay his mortgage. As a trend-sensitive streamer, Zhao Yunta had indeed attempted to play D11CH in YYNGSH, even contemplating a transformation into a related streamer. Yet, he found himself devoid of any genuine interest. Moreover, considering the game's financial demands, he, burdened by a mortgage, had little discretionary income for gear. Today's audience no longer found joy in watching others level up. They craved to witness skilled players showcasing their talents and inflicting high damage. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuntu's low-level character, having just reached level 13, failed to attract any attention. Over time, he began to harbor resentment towards the gaming company, feeling that his misfortunes were a direct result of their influence. Recently, he heard that the company had released a new first-person shooter titled Chu NYU Who 11N. Yet he didn't even spare it a glance. He secretly vowed never to promote this company. However, reality often defies our expectations. He still had several months left on his contract with the DUI platform. This morning, the platform's operations team approached him, insisting he resume streaming. To salvage his streaming room, DUI decided to specifically arrange for Zhao Yuntu to stream Chu NYU Who 11N. As an ordinary person struggling in Jianghaishi, he could not afford the penalty for breaching the contract. Reluctantly, he downloaded Chu NYU Who 11N, the game he had sworn never to touch. In preparation for his broadcast. Wow, old Zhao is finally back. Welcome, welcome. Where have you been hiding lately? Why haven't you been streaming? Zhao Gu, you must have been overwhelmed by D11CH in YYNGSH. Your popularity has nearly vanished. No worries, Zhao Gu. Chu NYU Who 11N is quite popular right now. You should give it a try and avoid streaming outdated content. Exactly. Ride this wave of popularity, and you'll surely become a major internet celebrity. As Zhao Yuntu observed the barrage of comments enthusiastically praising Chu NYU Who 11N, a smirk crept across his face. While it seemed to be thriving, he suspected the actual player count was not as exaggerated as the social media buzz suggested. Most players were merely transitioning from D11CH in YYNGSH. Where were the claimed 200 million users? Chapter 72. What on earth is with this realistic modeling? Although he outwardly mocked and critiqued, internally, he opened the beginner's tutorial. To his surprise, just as the tutorial commenced, Zhao Yuntu's frustration bubbled over, prompting him to exit the interface. Every shooting game has its flaws in the tutorial. Why couldn't Chu NYU Who 11N be any different? Indeed, regardless of where one is, the operational mechanics of first-person shooters tend to follow a similar pattern. Fine. Let us get straight to the point. With a hint of annoyance, Zhao Yuntu casually selected what appeared to be the most popular game mode, the biohazard mode, found a 15-player pyramid map, entered a Terminator mode room, and prepared for action. Upon entering the map, he seized the beginner's weapon, the 16, and began firing indiscriminately at those nearby. Why can't I hit these guys? Watching the bullets whiz past, Zhao Yuntu was bewildered. Is Yishan really playing Chu NYU Who 11N for the first time? This is biohazard mode. You can only shoot zombies. How could you fire at teammates? The comments erupted in laughter. I didn't even feel this confused during my first playthrough. Zhao Gu is clearly a novice. You can't shoot each other. Clueless streamer now followed. Another newbie. This is hilarious. Clearly, those wielding the 16 are fresh faces. Let us wait until he becomes a biohazard, and then collectively knife him down. Let us see how he retaliates. Not only were the comments in a frenzy, but even the other players in the room were unreserved in their ridicule. At that moment, Zhao Yuntu, who had not thoroughly reviewed the rules, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Am I really such a rookie? Do you fancy yourself a connoisseur? Back when I was immersed in shooting games, you were still clad in diapers, frolicking in the mud. System notification. The biochemical matriarch has emerged. The player, Tianxiao Wudi, has been chosen as the ultimate hunter. What the hell? Who is this biochemical matriarch? What kind of fiend is this? In a moment of bewilderment, Zhao Yuntu beheld an imposing figure, swift and exuding an eerie blue luminescence, with crackling currents enveloping its hands, charging toward him. Goodness, where did this demon spring from? Zhao Yuntu was nearly toppled from his chair in terror. What kind of modeling is this? Why not obscure it with pixelation like in Dungeon and Fighter? Fortunately, a cadre of ordinary players stood behind him, providing vital cover, allowing him to narrowly escape becoming a mutant. Everyone, focus your fire. Retreat quickly. Zhao Yuntu raised his gaze to assess the situation and noticed a cluster of human allies defending the cage area ahead. He hastily joined them, wielding his 16. At that moment, a rogue crimson mutant lunged from the side, targeting Zhao Yuntu. Reacting swiftly, he seized his 16 and unleashed a barrage upon the matriarch. With the support of other players' firepower from the dog cage, the monstrous matriarch was soon felled. Zhao Yuntu managed to slip into the safety of the cage. Phew, that was terrifying. Zhao Yuntu exhaled, still shaken. Glancing at his teammates armed with heavy weaponry, he experienced an unprecedented sense of security within the game. This game doesn't seem so dreadful after all. Rat-a-tat-tat. Together with the other players, Zhao Yuntu aimed his 16 at the biochemical monstrosities prowling outside the cage, shooting them down one by one. With every successful hit, his score in the upper right corner surged by 100 points, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Bang, bang, bang. The Terminator charged in once more, crouching to attempt entry through the cage's sole exit. The players would not allow this, and the firepower intensified, splattering the Terminator with green ichor. Huh, this fellow still refuses to give up? How many times has it tried? After merely a few rounds of defense, Zhao Yuntu was wholly engrossed. Each time he and his comrades repelled the encroaching biochemical horrors, he felt a thrill unlike any he had experienced in other shooting games. Ding! After repelling another wave of biochemical monsters, Zhao Yuntu suddenly realized his 16 was out of ammunition. Reluctantly, he drew a black handgun to continue the defense. Once this match concludes, I must acquire several firearms with more ammunition, he mused. At that moment, a white shadow flitted past the entrance of the cage. In the next instant, a nearby player inexplicably succumbed to infection. All players had congregated within the dog cage. Without hesitation, the infected player lunged at a fellow human. Chaos erupted inside the cage, as numerous individuals were transformed into biochemical monsters. Those fortunate enough to escape were swiftly captured and infected by the waiting Terminators outside. The speed of infection was astonishing, and by the end, not a single player had become a ghost hunter. What the hell? How did that person at the entrance become infected? Zhao Yuntu murmured in astonishment, having seen no biochemical monsters approach. Soon, he identified the culprit. A female biochemical character clad in a nurse's outfit materialized before him. Goodness, what a character! How alluring! Gazing at the voluptuous figure of the frenzied babe, Zhao Yuntu swallowed hard, feeling a flutter of excitement. Stay calm, Zhao. This is a biochemical monster, not a human. To be candid, this company truly understands player psychology. This frenzied babe is designed to be incredibly captivating. Especially her invisibility skill, which is simply unbeatable. One must remain vigilant to avoid her ambush. To be honest, the day the frenzied babe was released, I rewarded myself 5 times for merely gazing upon her. Hey Zhao, switch your perspective to the frenzied babe's screen and slide the mouse downwards, and you will discover a new realm. Oh, so this character can become invisible. Zhao Yuntu finally comprehended why some players had been inexplicably infected earlier. This biochemical character possesses the power of invisibility. Approaching the frenzied babe, Zhao Yuntu fixated on her. Her skin glowed with an icy blue hue, and her tattered nurse's uniform added an eerie quality. The blue, shimmering pupils and the pronounced veins hinted at the encroachment of the biochemical virus. In 16's ultra-clear graphics, the frenzied babe emanated a peculiar blend of horror and beauty. She is undoubtedly the most popular biochemical character, the frenzied babe. My heavens, what an exquisite character design! Zhao Yuntu murmured, his mouth dry, already contemplating purchasing a frenzied babe for himself. As a new match commenced, Zhao Yuntu, accompanied by several players, rushed toward the dog cage. We shall defend this vigorously. Zhao Yuntu enthusiastically typed this message to his nearby comrades. However, his teammates, glancing at his 16, dismissed him entirely, having already categorized him as a novice. Zhao Yuntu was unfazed. After all, he would soon acquire superior equipment. Chapter 73. Seize the time to play together. The biochemical monsters make their appearance. And who Lu Pai En Pai and has been selected as the Terminator. At that moment, a player within the dog cage suddenly transformed into a Terminator, swiftly infecting those nearby. Witnessing this, Zhao Yuntu dashed toward the cage's exit. This time, he was clever. He switched to a dagger for a rapid escape, sprinting to the top of the pyramid. Previously, the dog cage had been overcrowded, leading to a significant number of infections. In a mere moment, 13 out of 16 players had succumbed to infection. Shall I transform into a ghost hunter? Zhao Yuntu pondered for a moment before decisively pressing the key. With the click of the button, his avatar, the Phantom Hunter, transformed into a luminous figure radiating golden light. The weapon in his grasp shifted from a single firearm to 2 gleaming military daggers. Wow, I've transformed too, Zhao Yuntu exclaimed, gripping the twin blades with exhilaration. At that moment, a bioengineered monster lunged at him with ferocity. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuntu turned and fled. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their frustration. Why are you running, Lao Zhao? The Phantom Hunter has extraordinary damage. Turn around and fight it, exclaimed one. How can we bear to watch the Phantom Hunter being chased by a crayfish? Another chimed in. Lao Zhao, quickly turn around and take it down. Only a Terminator can match us evenly. The comments became increasingly critical. If you can't play, then don't stream. You're wasting everyone's time. Realizing the viewers' sentiments, Zhao Yuntu halted and maneuvered the Phantom Hunter towards the approaching crayfish. The creature, evidently inexperienced, charged into close combat without hesitation. In a swift motion, Zhao Yuntu felled it with 2 strikes. My goodness, the damage is astounding, he exclaimed. eyes wide as he compared it to the small creature that had managed to evade his fire for 3 entire magazines. At that moment, several more crayfish charged towards him, clearly intent on overwhelming Zhao Yuntu. However, now aware of the Phantom Hunter's capabilities, he no longer fled but instead wielded his dual blades with fervor amidst the throng of biomonsters. Each strike sent green blood splattering, igniting an adrenaline rush that made him grip the mouse with increasing intensity. The immersive first-person perspective made Zhao Yuntu feel as though he were the all-powerful Phantom Hunter himself. This is exhilarating. What a thrill. Let us dive into another round. After losing 4,000 health points to the mutated creatures, Zhao Yuntu finally dispatched them all. Haha, viewers. Am I not impressive? He shouted excitedly at the sight of the fallen foes. This game, Crossfire, is simply delightful. Having spent an entire afternoon in the biohazard mode, Zhao Yuntu was unable to conceal his excitement. An adept in shooting games, he had experienced nearly every renowned title in the world, yet none had captivated him like Crossfire, compelling him to play just one more game without end. The realism and intense atmosphere of Crossfire offered an unparalleled experience compared to its peers. Coupled with the ultra-high-definition graphics, the sensation of immersion was utterly irresistible. Even after removing his headset and exiting the game, Zhao Yuntu's heart raced, and his blood felt electrified. Fortunately, having played numerous shooting games previously, he quickly adapted to the controls and rules of Crossfire. Throughout the afternoon, he lost count of how many monsters and ultimate foes he had defeated, particularly during the moments he transformed into the Phantom Hunter. Engaging in fierce melee combat against a horde of mutated creatures, the thrill sent his adrenaline soaring, leaving him eager for another round of Biohazard Mode 960. Have you noticed? Lao Zhao's skills have improved remarkably. His aim is much more precise now. He has always enjoyed shooting games. How could he lack experience? Lao Zhao, your livestream popularity has surged significantly. Why not focus exclusively on Crossfire? Haha, didn't Lao Zhao just claim that Crossfire wasn't worthwhile? How is that for a facepalm? In just one afternoon, Zhao Yuntu's previously quiet livestream garnered nearly 10,000 new viewers, with several thousand newcomers joining, and the gifts he received multiplied several times over compared to 2 months prior. Although his popularity had yet to reach its peak, this achievement was merely the result of a single afternoon's effort. If he continued to stream Crossfire, it was certain he would not only regain his former popularity, but also surpass historic highs. Zhao Yuntu was now thoroughly convinced of the authenticity of the claim that Crossfire had over 200 million downloads on its launch day. The increase of over 10,000 viewers in just half a day spoke volumes. Crossfire was genuinely an exhilarating experience, even for someone as discerning as him. He found himself unable to resist playing continuously, having already invested over 3,000 yuan into the game. How could an ordinary person possibly resist the allure of this game? Zhao Yuntu resolved to concentrate solely on creating content for Crossfire in his live streams. Forget outer space warfare and jungle snipers. Crossfire is the pinnacle. I shall forever support Crazy Babe and Fox Hunter. At this moment, Zhao Yuntu brimmed with confidence regarding Crossfire. He firmly believed this game would undoubtedly become the most beloved shooting game, not just in the nation, but across the globe. At 9 in the evening, the time when employees would typically clock out, all staff members were retained by their boss, Lian. The reason was that they had encountered an awkward issue concerning their newly developed game. So, what do you think would be the best way to handle this matter? Lian stated, appearing somewhat uncomfortable as he rubbed his nose. The projector in the center displayed numerous restricted images and videos, causing Yuaner and Lin Weixin to blush deeply. Even more astonishingly, the protagonists of these images and videos were all characters from the 2 games produced by Lian's company. Most unexpectedly, even Crazy Babe from Crossfire had inspired players to create fan art and high-definition videos. Others are understandable, but what on earth is this Crazy Babe? It's clearly a mutated creature, Yuaner exclaimed, her face crimson. Suzong, I just checked. There are already over 10,000 videos online featuring our 2 games, and they are all in 16K resolution. Lin Weixin, her complexion slightly flushed, added, 16 videos? Over 10,000? Yuaner was left speechless, her innocent soul significantly shaken. It is important to note that producing a single 16-minute video demands considerable time and resources. How on earth have these individuals achieved this? Ian, what is your perspective? Lian inquired, glancing at Qin Feishu, who was engrossed in reviewing materials. Unlike the other 2 young women, Qin Feishu did not exhibit shyness. She had dealt with such matters on numerous occasions before. Chapter 74, A Certain Victory Sue. I have discovered that the majority of these videos are actually created by players themselves, with only a small fraction commercialized by certain studios. Regardless of the source, they have infringed upon our copyright. If we were to pursue legal action, victory would be assured. However, winning would merely yield a modest copyright fee. Personally, I suggest we let them continue. After all, it has not yet inflicted any loss on the company. Furthermore, This could indirectly serve as free promotion for our game. Qin Feishu had encountered similar situations in her previous gaming company, where they attempted to sue players or teams that uploaded videos. Yet, even in victory, only a small compensation could be retrieved, which might lead the public to perceive the company as overly pedantic. Hence, her recommendation was to loosen restrictions and allow players the freedom to express themselves, provided it did not impact the company's interests. You make a valid point, but I still feel that there may be an excessive number of these videos. Lian concurred with Qin Feishu's sentiment. The issue was that Crossfire had only recently launched, and yet its models were already under scrutiny by these seasoned creators. If they wish to create, why not focus on something else? Why must they specifically choose Crazy Baby as the protagonist? Perhaps it is because our models are exceptionally lifelike, Qin Feishu remarked, a faint blush crossing her cheeks. What do you both think? Lian turned to Lin Weixin. I believe it is quite favorable. It does not have any tangible negative impact on the company. The fact that players are willing to invest their effort is a testament to the quality of our game, Lin Weixin replied, suppressing her shyness with a smile. Wanner, what is your take? Lian then directed her gaze towards Wanner. Oh, I think it is mostly acceptable. However, I truly do not comprehend the appeal of Crazy Baby. How do these individuals have the audacity to create such content? Lian cleared his throat. All right, let us proceed in this direction. Everyone has worked hard. Let's head home early to rest. He hastily concluded the meeting, swiftly powering down the projection equipment. Goodbye, Sue. Qin Feishu led the way out of the conference room. Wanner and Lin Weixin whispered as they exited, still engrossed in discussion, their faces still flushed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During these 7 days, the popularity of Crossfire continued to soar, with millions of players flocking to the game daily. There were even occasions when the number of concurrent users surpassed the peak statistics of Dungeon and Fighter. Compared to games that relied on dungeon grinding for leveling up, players evidently favored first-person shooter games that offered a strong sense of immersion and frequent interaction with other players. Prior to the launch of the Anshuan Team Dungeon mode, the interactivity of Dungeon and Fighter fell short of the standards set by Crossfire. However, in terms of profitability, Dungeon and Fighter had consistently outperformed Crossfire. After all, in Dungeon and Fighter, without investing in equipment, characters would face considerable difficulties while grinding. Coupled with various enticing spending mechanics designed within the game, players found it nearly impossible to safeguard their wallets. In contrast, the monetization demands of Crossfire were still relatively reasonable. As long as players possessed basic first-person shooting skills, they could carve out a niche for themselves in the game. Of course, the game store was replete with an array of weapons and items. Over time, it was inevitable that some players would succumb to the temptation of purchasing superior weapons to enhance their combat effectiveness. Just as Lian had anticipated, the Terminator mode proved immensely popular among players, particularly when the last surviving player transformed into a ghost hunter. The exhilarating tension captivated countless players. Currently, the best-selling items in the Crossfire store were those related to the biochemical mode. The various biochemical characters at differing price points, the swiftly upgradable ghost blade, the protective suit offering immunity to infection, and grenades inflicting substantial damage upon biochemical foes, all became essential equipment for biochemical players. With the rising popularity and player count of Crossfire, the next step was to encourage players to willingly open their wallets. To entice players to spend, it was imperative to introduce eye-catching weapons or new gameplay mechanics. A few days prior, Lian had collaborated with Lin Weixin to finalize the creation of the challenge mode. Although the promotional video showcased various game modes of Crossfire, releasing all content on the first day of open beta would leave little room for future innovation. Crossfire was currently thriving, but who could guarantee that it would maintain its popularity years down the line? To ensure the game's longevity, only a few popular modes were available for players to experience at present. Lian firmly believed that the newly introduced challenge mode would undoubtedly elevate Crossfire to new heights. In this mode, players could not only enjoy the thrill of teamwork, but also earn mysterious treasure chests based on their scores upon completing the game. These chests held the potential to unveil a variety of weapons and items. The highest-tier crystal chest could even yield a golden 249 machine gun, a weapon not even available in the store. In the past, Lian had devoted countless matches to acquiring the silver killer for the biochemical mode. Now, however, the proportion of ordinary players in Crossfire was remarkably high, and it was common to encounter several individuals wielding basic weapons in any given match. The most remarkable aspect of the challenge mode lies in the fact that players have the opportunity to obtain exclusive weapons that cannot be acquired through purchase, merely by completing the challenges. This presents a tremendous allure for casual players, and even those who frequently recharge are eager to partake in this novel gameplay experience. To further enhance the profitability of Chuan Yu Huxian, this update introduces 2 entirely new game characters. The female character, Pandora, priced at 58 yuan per month or 180 yuan for permanent access, and the male character, Blade, also available at the same rates. Additionally, the previously time-limited character, the Hunter, has had its acquisition method revised, now requiring only 120 yuan for permanent unlock. Thus, for approximately 200 yuan, players can enjoy lifetime access to a character without the concern of monthly subscription renewals. For many players, this cost-effectiveness is exceedingly appealing. Originally, Lian intended to launch the Spirit Fox character before introducing Pandora. However, he recently observed an overwhelming amount of fan creations surrounding the existing characters online, including fan art of Crazy Baby. Particularly within the realm of Chuan Yu Huixian, fan works featuring the Spirit Fox abound. If he were to introduce that captivating character hastily, the repercussions could be unpredictable. At this juncture, Linwei Xin forwarded the upcoming Weibo announcement to Lian. Chapter 75, Challenge Mode Speedrun. He meticulously reviewed it and, feeling quite satisfied, opened his social media account to draft the announcement. Maintenance notice. Version update from 6 a.m. on August 2nd to 6 a.m. on August 3rd. New chapter. Challenge Mode debuts with a bang. In Challenge Mode, you will confront legions of monstrous foes and powerful beings hidden at the end of levels, testing your survival wits. 4 themed maps will be unlocked sequentially: Secret Camp, Aquatic Metropolis, Abyssal Canyon, and Goddess Fortress. Defeating monsters and successfully completing levels will reward you with various tiers of mysterious gift packages, each concealing unique rewards. The game store will simultaneously launch auxiliary tools, resurrection coins, and first aid kits to help you navigate challenges with ease. Special guests grace the battlefield. Pandora and Blade make stunning appearances. All 3 heroes support a one-time purchase for permanent privileges. A new party feature unlocks the voice channel. Please respect other players and refrain from toxic remarks. Follow the Aoyo official platform for detailed strategy information, accompanied by a series of striking interface screenshots and practical demonstration images. Players quickly grasp the allure of challenge mode. Currently, the download count for Chuan Yu Huixian approaches 300 million, with fans eagerly awaiting this significant announcement. Reminiscent of the anticipation surrounding the dungeon and fighter revamp. The moment Lian clicked the publish button, an enthusiastic surge of netizens flocked to the announcement. Notably, many from the Bai Piao faction and microclass communities, upon learning they could obtain powerful gear through quests for free, were practically elated. I absolutely adore this company. They never forget to cater to us supporters on a budget, remarked one commenter. I just checked the official site. The Golden Model magazine capacity is a staggering 150 rounds. If we stack expansion attachments, could it possibly reach 300? Another tech-savvy friend quickly initiated a mathematical discussion. Others speculated, this must be another super difficult task, probably as challenging as the ancient ruins from back in the day. The reactions were extraordinarily fervent. The male character, Blade? I think the female character is far more appealing. Male characters are overplayed in other games. The new female character, Pandora, is stunning, far surpassing the Hunter. I must purchase the permanent version. Hey, isn't the Hunter beautiful? Is her figure not appealing? Is her voice unpleasant? You must be joking. Ahem, I have fan videos of the Hunter and Crazy Baby. They are free to share. To the one above, my roommate wanted to watch the Hunter video before passing. I am indeed his roommate. Please send me the video. Dad, I have messaged you privately. Just the Crazy Baby will suffice. Crazy Baby is utterly ridiculous. How could a normal person design such a character? I truly do not wish to comment on your peculiar tastes. Observing the Weibo comments veering off topic, Lian furrowed his brow. Elderly, subway, mobile phone. Indeed, such themes are ubiquitous across any realm. After a moment of contemplation, Lian chose not to delete the comments, but rather allowed these individuals to express themselves freely. Their interest in such content stemmed from the exquisite modeling of the game, which is a testament to the company's recognition and support. However, Lian could not refrain from remarking that Crazy Baby is indeed an exaggeration. Is that something a reasonable person could conceive? The following morning, Zhao Yuntu rose early to commence his live stream. Over the course of the week, Zhao Yuntu revitalized his streaming popularity through Chuan Yu Huixian. With an increase in viewers and renewed excitement, even the platform's treatment returned to its former standard. This first-person shooter game is genuinely enjoyable. Zhao Yuntu finds himself increasingly addicted. Unable to stop, his attitude towards Aoyo Company has transformed entirely. From now on, he is a steadfast fan of Aoyo Company, a loyal devotee of Chuan Yu Huixian. Yesterday, he reviewed the detailed introduction of the newly launched challenge mode. Zhao Yuntu believes this mode will undoubtedly rival the biohazard mode. Nowadays, the number of streamers playing Chuan Yu Huixian is increasing, with nearly half of the shooting game segment dedicated to it. If he could become the first streamer to complete the challenge mode, he might just achieve instant fame, breaking into the upper echelon. Consequently, Zhao Yuntu changed the title of his live stream to No Resurrection Coins, Speedrun the Challenge Mode, as the first. Presently, the player count for Chuan Yu Huixian has surged, with eager viewers aspiring to learn the techniques. In the realm of shooting games, Many were captivated by the alluring title of Zhao Yuntu's livestream. A speed run of the challenge mode? How intriguing. The streamer, full of determination, piqued my curiosity regarding the level of difficulty. However, the challenge mode has yet to be launched, and he claims to have completed it without using any revival coins. Could he be a time traveler from the future? Yet another sensationalist title. I await the update to see how he truly achieves this feat. Zhao, your title seems a tad exaggerated today. Many have remarked on the formidable nature of the challenge mode. Perhaps a title change is in order? Indeed, Zhao. Do not get too carried away. A mishap could lead to quite the disappointment. Amidst the mocking barrage of comments, Zhao Yuntu let out a quiet scoff. The challenge mode is undeniably difficult, and completing it without revival coins is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, after a week of rigorous practice, he had significantly enhanced his skills in Chuanyu Huixian and his accuracy with firearms. Coupled with an extensive night spent studying strategies on audio communications, Zhao Yuntu brimmed with confidence, certain that he could successfully navigate the challenge mode without resorting to revival coins. Soon, the game updated, and Zhao Yuntu swiftly logged into Chuanyu Huixian. As he selected the channel interface, he discovered the addition of a new mode, challenge mode. He opted for a less populated channel and created a challenge mode game, choosing the map of the mysterious camp. He then summoned 3 teammates from his squad, ardent fans who had meticulously strategized the night before. They devised a foolproof tactic tailored to the attributes of various monsters. As the game commenced, the 4 appeared on a desolate expanse, surrounded by a few dilapidated structures. "Let us head to the small house in the lower right corner," Zhao Yuntu commanded, and the 4 dashed toward it. They huddled together in the corner of the room, their crosshairs fixated on the sole entrance. Should any monsters intrude, they would unleash a barrage of fire. All 4 wielded heavy machine guns with ample ammunition, and since the preceding levels primarily featured weak, ordinary ghosts with minimal combat capabilities, they effortlessly advanced to level 21 without losing a single life or even a sliver of health. "Let us move out." Upon reaching level 21, Zhao Yuntu immediately led his teammates out of the room. This level would be swarming with self-destructing ghosts, and crammed into the room, they would surely be obliterated. Zhao Yuntu recalled the mysterious camp strategy he had thoroughly studied on audio communications, clearly remembering which levels would spawn self-destructing ghosts. As the self-destructing ghosts appeared in droves, they opted for an outdoor battle strategy, resolutely preventing them from detonating up close. With their orderly tactics, the 4 finally arrived at the final level, battle. As they progressed, the number and strength of the monsters increased. Ultimately, they could not withstand the onslaught, each losing a life. Fortunately, there were no further spawns of monsters or hulking green giants, and the pressure from the self-destructing ghosts was significantly alleviated. The enemies in this level were infinitely respawning, and victory could only be achieved through defeat. At that moment, the alarm blared, and an exhilarating battle soundtrack followed. The final boss of the mysterious camp, the giant hammer beast, made its entrance. Is it not too enormous? Seeing the giant hammer beast emerge from the small house, Zhao Yuntu swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The giant hammer beast, one of the core elements of the challenge mode, was a colossal figure with bulging muscles, wielding a massive chain hammer that appeared utterly terrifying. In ultra-high-definition graphics, the giant hammer beast looked even more grotesque, resembling a nightmarish creature. Indeed, they have encountered a formidable opponent. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. They had never seen such a fearsome entity in a game before. One must admit, the creativity of Audio Company is simply astounding, capable of conjuring such peculiar concepts. Stay calm. Let us execute the strategy we devised last night. You 2 attract the aggro of the small monsters, while I and the other will focus on the giant hammer beast, Zhao Yuntu commanded, and the 3 teammates sprang into action. 2 teammates successfully diverted the small monsters away from the giant hammer beast, providing Zhao Yuntu and his other teammate ample space to strike. Equipped with submachine guns, Zhao Yuntu and his companion unleashed a relentless barrage upon the giant hammer beast's enormous green head. Bullets struck its forehead, splattering a copious amount of green liquid, causing Zhao Yuntu to furrow his brow. One could not deny that the 16K graphics, combined with meticulous character modeling, significantly enhanced the immersive experience of the game. After the giant hammer beast sustained some damage, it suddenly swung its iron hammer in a sweeping motion. Zhao Yuntu had anticipated this and effortlessly dodged its attack, continuing to deliver close-range assaults. Seeing their efforts ineffective, the giant hammer beast roared in fury, instantly stunning Zhao Yuntu's nearby teammate, and subsequently, it delivered a powerful blow that eliminated him. Did it really just take away 80 health points in one hit? The eliminated teammate exclaimed incredulously. I nearly fell as well. Fortunately, Zhao Yuntu had reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the stun radius. Otherwise, he too would have lost a life. After his teammate respawned, the 2 approached the giant hammer beast once more, continuing their onslaught. How are you faring over there? We are barely holding on. The two teammates on the rooftop, drawing in small monsters, urgently inquired. At that moment, all the small monsters were pursuing them, and the duo had lost track of how many health potions they had consumed. Just a little longer. We will wrap this up shortly. Zhao Yuntuo responded with fervor. Before long, the health bar of the great hammer beast was nearing its end. Zhao Yuntuo and another teammate swiftly switched to their melee weapons, a shovel and an axe, and then pressed the key to activate the Berserk skill. This was the sole skill available to humans in challenge mode, Berserk. Once in this state, the character's movement speed increased and melee attack power soared. The two entered Berserk mode, wielding their weapons and striking fiercely at the great hammer beast's head with relentless blows. The beast's health bar began to plummet at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, with a powerful shovel strike, Zhao Yuntuo brought the health bar to zero. The great hammer beast let out a pained roar and collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the surrounding minions to vanish instantaneously. The battle concluded, and the mission was accomplished. Haha, we did it! Zhao Yuntuo exclaimed excitedly to the livestream. What do you think, dear viewers? I didn't use any revival coins, did I? Impressive, right? This skilled streamer deserves your attention. It turns out one can indeed complete the challenge without spending money. How audacious, this guy is really showing off. I've learned my lesson. Challenge mode isn't that difficult after all. Let's hurry and take down that great hammer beast. Goodness, the melee damage in Berserk mode is extraordinarily high. The health vanished in an instant. Streamer, your score is just over 500,000, just enough to open a golden treasure chest. Let's see what it contains. Yes, there's a golden treasure chest waiting. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuntuo quickly opened his inventory, and indeed, there lay a shimmering golden treasure chest. Who wants to take a look first? Did anyone get something good? He inquired curiously of his nearby teammate. I got a ghost blade, usable for 7 days. I received a shotgun called 1216, sleek and black. I wonder what its power is like. I obtained a rifle named Green Demon. Alas, all just ordinary items. Zhao Yuntuo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that he too would end up with something subpar. Meanwhile, the excitement in the live stream soared as everyone held their breath, anticipating what treasure Zhao Yuntuo might unveil. Dear designers, please drop some good items. He silently pleaded, squinting as he clicked on the golden chest. When he carefully opened his eyes, they widened in astonishment, and he erupted into joyous shouts. Inside his golden treasure chest lay a resplendent golden submachine gun. Golden for 7 days. Ha, I've got the gold. I got it. Zhao Yuntuo was so elated he nearly lost his voice. He had perused the prize list in the marketplace. The best rewards in challenge mode comprised 2 types of golden weapons. One was the golden 249 submachine gun, obtainable only from crystal chests, while the other was the golden weapon from the golden treasure chest. Though he did not draw the golden 249, the golden item was still among the top-tier equipment in all modes. More importantly, Zhao Yuntuo might very well be the first player on the entire server to succeed in the challenge. Thus, this golden piece was likely the first of its kind on the server. Chapter 77. This weapon is incredible. The marketplace of Crossfire offers ordinary items for sale, with a mere $30 securing a week's use. However, the golden weapons cannot be purchased. They can only be acquired through the golden treasure chests in challenge mode. Coupled with its stunning appearance, it exuded an undeniable sense of sophistication. Brothers, take a look. A pure golden submachine gun. Zhao Yuntuo could hardly contain his joy as he displayed it proudly. I'm so envious. This is a godly item that even those who spend heavily cannot buy. A magazine capacity of 150 rounds? If combined with biochemical bonuses and enhancements, can it be used solo? Let us test this weapon's power. Indeed, let's strike while the iron is hot and jump into a match. Alright, fulfilling your wishes. Zhao Yuntuo eagerly agreed and promptly selected a Terminator mode room, choosing the Silent Village map to commence the game. Zhao Yuntuo's luck was favorable. Upon entering the game, the first round had just begun. As the characters of the 16 players loaded, many were drawn to the golden weapon in Zhao Yuntuo's hands. Wow, look at that guy. It's actually golden. Is it really golden? How did he acquire it? Isn't this the golden weapon from the challenge mode treasure chest? Did he get it right from the start? Big shot. Let me try it. I'll trade you my cannon. Most players currently engaged in the biochemical mode wielded ordinary weapons or cannons, while common players could only afford the $60 weapon, colloquially known as the Big Pineapple. As for golden weapons, no one had seen them before. In no time, players on the platform gathered around Zhao Yuntuo, their weapons lowered, eager to exchange their arms for his golden treasure. Relishing the attention, Zhao Yuntuo felt elated. The thrill of being observed by so many was exhilarating. I haven't even tried it myself. Zhao Yuntuo scoffed, lifting the golden weapon and departing the platform. Heading straight down the corridor, the group of players refused to relent, trailing closely behind him. When Zhao Yuntuo's hunter was cornered, they began tossing their weapons, hoping to trade for the golden item in his possession. No trades. I haven't even touched it yet, Zhao Yuntuo said through the voice chat. Seeing this, The players had no choice but to retrieve their own weapons. The 9th round of Terminator mode concluded. Thanks to his exceptional skills and the advantages of the golden weapon, Zhao Yuntuo amassed over 300 points, successfully securing first place in this round of biochemical mode. This weapon is truly remarkable. Zhao Yuntuo couldn't help but exclaim, utterly reluctant to part with it. In terms of ammunition capacity and firing rate, the golden weapon far surpassed the ordinary. More importantly, the bullets fired by the golden weapon are also resplendent in gold, undeniably striking. This is a principal reason why, at the commencement of each round, other players eagerly vie to exchange for it. This weapon is exceedingly rare. Not only ordinary players, but even those who invest heavily are shamelessly seeking to trade with Zhao Yuntu for a trial. Alas, the inability to renew is a disappointment, if only it were possible. Were this weapon available for renewal, Zhao Yuntu would undoubtedly commit to extending it for over a decade in one go. Indeed, there has been a significant increase. Late at night, Su Lian sat alone in the office, reviewing the profitability report of Chuanyu Huxian, muttering as expected. According to the data, the challenge mode is highly favored by players. This mode offers both the thrill of adventure and the opportunity for players to acquire numerous pieces of equipment, some of which cannot even be purchased in the marketplace. Whether they are casual players or heavy spenders, all are enamored with this mode. Of course, while the challenge mode allows for free acquisition of equipment, the difficulty is not to be underestimated. Currently, 80 of the players in Chuanyu Huxian are novices, unfamiliar with the precision and trajectory of firearms. Completing the challenge mode without losing a life is nearly impossible unless one's skills are exceptional enough to clear it through sheer prowess. Otherwise, one must purchase revival coins or potions, painstakingly progressing through each level. The backend data clearly indicates how many revival coins and potions players have expended in their quest to conquer the challenge mode. With both the challenge mode and the biochemical mode now launched, Chuanyu Huxian can temporarily abstain from content updates. After all, the challenge mode alone will keep players occupied for half a year. With summer vacation now nearly a month gone, it is time to contemplate updates for Dtian Yuyong Shi and the production timeline for Wuda Shijia. At the very least, the development of Wuda Shijia should be completed before the end of summer. As for Dtian Yuyong Shi, there is currently little left to update. The last time Su Lian drew was data from the second chapter of Dtian Yuyong Shi, which pertains to the end of the level 60 version. Nowadays, apart from a few trivial events, there is little that provides Su Lian with content worthy of further updates. Forget it. A direct exchange will suffice. In recent days, Su Lian has accumulated a substantial amount of game currency, ample for exchanging for the level 70 version's memory data. Ding. Deducting 1,800 game coins from the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 70 version data memory of Dtian Yuyong Shi. Explosive fire. Upon completion of the exchange, the memory data of the level 70 version instantly imprinted itself in Su Lian's mind. The previously vague sections became crystal clear. The level 70 version is a groundbreaking edition of Dtian Yuyong Shi. In this version, players will discover that above the skies of the Arad continent lies another realm, the Celestial Realm, inhabited by sharpshooters. A new ancient dungeon, the Village of Suffering, Liesfen, has been introduced. After defeating the formidable dungeon, the Black Plague, Ruiji, players can forge an entirely new and powerful armor set, the Wild Boar set. Additionally, a more challenging mode, the Battle of Otherworlds, has been added. The equipment materials that drop in the Otherworld are nearly sufficient to accompany players until the end of the level 80 version. Furthermore, the level 70 version has unveiled the long-anticipated new class, the Celestial Rose Gunner. These are the highlights of the level 70 edition. Currently, numerous players of Dtian have reached the maximum level, with character development nearing graduation standards. Since the news broke that a passerby player earned 800,000 RMB with the Demon Sword Apophis, it has caused quite a stir. Players who have reached the maximum level, particularly casual players, now spend their days grinding in the ancient dungeons for rewards, fantasizing about striking it rich through gaming. The ancient artifacts crafted through quests boast attributes that are not far removed from the epic weapons dropped in Abyss mode. Players without a need for treasure hunting also linger in the ancient dungeons, farming materials to amass their own unique artifacts. In summary, to ensure characters reach graduation standards, players in the current phase of Dtian are diligently grinding through ancient maps. Chapter 78. How about a horse race? Recently, Su Lian observed the equipment status of most players and found that only a scant few are nearing graduation standards. However, the difficulty of various dungeons in the level 70 version is exceedingly high. Players using level 60 equipment will undoubtedly struggle immensely. Therefore, it is premature to launch new content for the level 70 version at this time. It is necessary to wait until players at level 70 have upgraded their gear. Allowing Su Lian to confidently release the level 70 version, at which point players will possess sufficient strength to tackle the new content. Nevertheless, during the final month of summer, Lian must devise some novel attractions to captivate players. The influx of new users in DTN 967 Yu Yongshi has diminished significantly compared to the past, compelling Lian to design several particularly enticing events to draw in more new players. The activities from the level 60 version have been mostly updated. At present, the only option is to select suitable content from the recently acquired level 70 version. A horse racing event sounds delightful. A glint of cunning sparkled in Lian's eyes. In the past, DTN Yu Yongshi featured a wildly popular server-wide betting event known as the Knights Horse Racing Grand Contest, commonly referred to as horse racing. If one were to select an activity that epitomizes the pinnacle of this game's popularity, the horse racing event would undoubtedly reign supreme. The Knights Horse Racing Grand Contest can be considered a true celebration for all. Although DTN Yu Yongshi contains several mechanisms akin to gambling, such as equipment enhancement, augmentation, and lottery boxes, which can entice players to take risks, these typically do not result in financial ruin. At worst, one might merely break a piece of equipment or spend a little money. The Knights Horse Racing Grand Betting is indeed a genuine large-scale gambling event. With a moment of impulsiveness, one might witness a prominent figure transform into a mere fish out of water. Of course, those fortunate enough may also find themselves rising from obscurity to wealth overnight through this event. Lian recalls a time when he fervently placed bets on a particular night using a secondary account, earning several million colorless crystals, which he subsequently sold to his roommate, providing him with instant ramen for several months. He even heard tales of individuals who amassed enough wealth to purchase luxurious estates through horse racing activities. When this event first launched, it inspired numerous classic memes within the gaming community, such as the world's best knight, cross-server war god, and jokes about underperformers turning into champions. Even in the 100-level version, many still chant slogans declaring the invincibility of a certain knight, demonstrating the profound impression this event has left on players. Currently, Dungeon and Fighter indeed requires such a high-profile event to rekindle players' passion for the game. With fervor swelling within him, Lian reminisced about the moments spent cheering for his favored knight while seated before his computer. However, a single horse racing event would not suffice. To facilitate the acceptance of new players, Lian resolved to introduce a special task reward initiative aimed at novices. Whenever veteran players invite friends to join Dungeon and Fighter, both parties would be rewarded with generous in-game resources. Furthermore, first-time registrants would receive a plethora of practical items as a welcome gift. Although Dungeon and Fighter remains immensely popular, some players still harbor doubts. Coupled with the occasional disparaging articles circulating online, it is inevitable for certain players to waver in their commitment to the game. The introduction of this series of welcome activities would effectively dispel their concerns, allowing them to immerse themselves in the noble endeavor of safeguarding the continent of Arad. More importantly, many players might proactively register multiple accounts to complete tasks. Yet, Lian was unperturbed by this prospect. In fact, he welcomed it. While these individuals could swiftly claim their novice gift packs, they would not abandon their main characters, would they? They would also engage in upgrading their secondary accounts and other expenditures. Consequently, the data for Dungeon and Fighter would continue to flourish. Regardless, Lian was determined to nurture the wallets of both old and new players alike. As night fell, all employees returned home to rest, leaving Lian as the sole occupant of the office. Lacking assistance in coding, he resolved to roll up his sleeves and ensure ample nourishment for himself. It was time to begin. Lian eagerly opened the backend system of Dungeon and Fighter, embarking on the task of coding the necessary events. 2 hours later, the horse racing event and new player tasks were successfully scripted. After meticulously reviewing the text descriptions and accompanying images multiple times, Lian nodded in satisfaction as he published both events on the official Weibo and Aoyo communication platform. Important announcement: Dungeon and Fighter will undergo maintenance and updates from August 3rd to August 4th. Introducing 2 new events: the Knights Horse Racing Grand Betting and the Newcomer Recruitment Order. Knights Horse Racing Grand Betting. Participants can wager transparent small crystal coins on 8 virtual knights, supporting their favored competitors. Each participant may choose up to 7 different knight teams to compete for the singular throne of victory. Newcomer Recruitment Order. Existing accounts that recruit new allies through invitation links will receive exclusive gift boxes. New players reaching a certain level may also draw from a mysterious box containing profession-specific weapons. Log into the Aoyo social platform for more latest information. Aoyo World, the eternal premier entertainment platform in players' hearts. The initial horse racing project allowed direct betting with gold coins, boasting a remarkably low threshold for participation. However, concerns over attracting regulatory scrutiny led to the replacement of currency with transparent small crystals. In this realm, management is far more lenient. In theory, it could be operated directly with money, Yet given the recent unfavorable media coverage surrounding the game, as well as the inevitable loss some participants may face, Lian prudently decided to retain the use of transparent small crystals as the medium for the bidding process. Although this added complexity, the overall risk remained manageable. I suppose I will inevitably attract a new wave of critics, he jested to himself. When it comes to horse racing, it is undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating yet perilous gambling spectacles in history. Chapter 79. Can you guarantee a win every time? Countless players have faced the whims of fate, emerging with their faces covered in dust after participating. Daily, numerous messages flood in, imploring the organizers to cease tormenting the knights. Observing the recent surge in active daily players, it is not difficult to predict the monumental social discourse this forthcoming event will incite. Contemplating this, Lian felt a surge of emotion. However, in the gaming industry, is it possible to avoid offending anyone? Which exquisite game can satisfy every player? Thus, receiving criticism and blame is merely part of the process. Enough of this. Time for sleep. Lian refrained from checking the thousands of additional comments on Weibo, quickly collapsing onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. The newly launched activities, especially the horse racing feature, had already captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Street stalls, auctions, and gold coin transactions. These relatable gameplay elements were all seamlessly integrated into Dungeon and Fighter. The recently launched equestrian event has left players both astonished and impressed by the truly unique game design philosophy of Lian. What an intriguing concept this equestrian event is. Lian, your ideas are remarkably down-to-earth. The fact that the colorless crystals earned through horse racing can be exchanged for gold coins, which in turn can be traded with other players for renminbi, implies a potential for profit, does it not? Profit? Surely, you must be daydreaming. This gameplay is reminiscent of real-life horse betting. Can you guarantee victory every time? Indeed, inspiration is drawn from life itself, and my anticipation is already building. Given that all my secondary professions are dismantlers, I have an overwhelming surplus of colorless crystals. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this might not bode well. Could this event be a financial pitfall? It's unlikely to be a money trap. After all, participating is entirely up to you. And the designers aren't twisting your arm. What if you win? If something feels amiss, simply withdraw. What could this gameplay possibly cost? I possess a total of 320,000 colorless crystals, and I refuse to believe I could lose them all. I foresee that many players might soon be climbing to the rooftop in despair. By the way, can newcomers participate with a secondary account? I happen to have a backup account. Of course, as per the rules. There is no stipulation that the account must be one that has never played Dungeon Fighter. I was just contemplating diving into this game. Now that a newcomer event has emerged, it's like a stroke of fortune. Consequently, many players have begun to anticipate the update at dawn, particularly the launch of the equestrian event. It's not merely the casual players. Even streamers who rely on Dungeon Fighter for their livelihood have sensed an opportunity. This event is accessible to all players, meaning every Dungeon Fighter enthusiast will partake in the equestrian challenge. The influx of traffic and excitement it generates cannot be underestimated. Thus, even before the game update was fully completed, numerous Dungeon Fighter streamers had already altered their live stream titles to be particularly eye-catching. Equestrian betting secrets. Join to effortlessly earn millions of colorless crystals. Equestrian gameplay analysis? An opportunity for free money has arrived. Online guidance available. Shocking. A certain streamer earns thousands of colorless crystals daily through equestrian betting. This event appears to carry a degree of risk. In the morning, Lian Shufan awoke to find a detailed introduction to the equestrian event on her messaging platform. Initially, she intended to modify her stream title like other streamers to boost her visibility. However, upon closely examining the rules of the equestrian event, she realized that 8 horses would compete in succession, with only one emerging victorious. This is purely a game of luck, devoid of any skill. Unless one possesses the ability to foresee the future or is an insider at the company, how could anyone possibly win consistently? If viewers in her stream place bets identical to hers and ultimately lose everything, wouldn't that turn them into her detractors? It's worth noting that Lian Shufan is the most popular streamer of Dungeon Fighter, and she certainly does not wish to incur public ire due to this event. Therefore, she refrained from adopting an overly sensational title for her stream. Nevertheless, she still wished to capitalize on the hype. After all, this is a game that invites universal participation, and players will undoubtedly seek to understand the event details by visiting her stream. Thus, she modified her stream title to Equestrian Betting Carries Risks. Participation requires caution. At 6 in the morning, the update for Dungeon Fighter was completed. The notice of server maintenance had vanished, and servers 1 through 6 were accessible once again. Greetings. I am Salia. Today is yet another day filled with hope. As players entered Dungeon Fighter, they were greeted by Salia's sweet voice, and, unsurprisingly, 2 new activities had appeared in the lower right corner. Night Equestrian Betting. You decide the champion. Brand new team combat mode. Rally your friends to protect the Arad continent and claim generous rewards. Most veteran players were indifferent to the newcomer benefits event and were too apathetic to inspect the rewards. Thus, upon logging into the game, the first thing everyone did was transfer all the colorless crystals accumulated on their secondary accounts to their primary accounts in preparation for the equestrian betting. With the update complete, Dungeon Fighter streamers promptly began their broadcasts. This is an event calling for universal participation, and the resulting traffic and excitement are bound to be overwhelming. Streamers certainly would not miss such an opportunity to grow their audience. Like other streamers, Lian Shufan began her broadcast early. Currently, she stands as the leading streamer of Dungeon Fighter, with the highest viewership and follower count among her peers. Although her stream title may not be as flamboyant, thousands of viewers still flocked to her channel once she went live. Dear streamer, quickly start the equestrian betting. I will definitely follow your lead. Streamer, you must be on good terms with the designers. Could you share any insider information? I personally think this event could lead to significant losses for some people. Everyone must remain rational. What is there to fear? After all, we're only using in-game items. There is no way we could lose real money here. Observing the barrage of comments passionately discussing the equestrian event, Lian Shufan couldn't help but advise. Let me say this, small bets bring joy, but large bets can cause harm. This game can easily become addictive. Please, everyone, approach it with caution. While she voiced these cautions, she herself intended to participate. All the other streamers were broadcasting their equestrian betting content. If she didn't join in, her audience would surely dwindle. Lian Shufan had already transferred all the colorless crystals from her secondary accounts to her primary account, preparing for the initial wave of betting. This equestrian event is set to last for a month, allowing participation in betting every day during the holiday period. There are a total of 10 rounds of betting opportunities each day, with the chance to place bets every 2 hours. Finally, at 8 o'clock sharp, the first wave of the equestrian event commenced. Night equestrian betting is now open. Please select the night you support. The first round of competition will commence in 10 minutes. After the system notification popped up, a multitude of players who had been waiting eagerly swiftly opened the betting interface to commence their initial round of wagers. Lian Shufan also accessed the horse racing betting page. The interface displayed a total of 8 armored knights: Li Xiaoda, Xian, Bei Ao Wu Fu, Luo Lan, Ai Dehua, Lai Ao, Ji Li Te, and Yi Saer. Players utilized a resource known as Wukeler as their betting chips. A minimum of 1,000 Wukeler was required to initiate a wager, and within a single round, one could place bets on up to 7 knights. The victorious knight would receive 3 times the amount of Wukeler as a reward, should she opt for a single bet or diversify her stakes. Faced with these 8 knights, Lian Shufan found herself in a quandary. After deliberation, she resolved to place a single bet on Ai Dehua. Alright, let us wager on Ai Dehua. Putting down 100,000 Wukeler. With that, Lian Shufan confidently placed her 100,000 Wukeler on Ai Dehua. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing her bold move, followed suit and also bet on the knight Ai Dehua. Lian Shufan was one of the most popular streamers of Xia, Qingyu Yongshi, having previously teamed up with designer Su Lian to conquer several dungeons. Everyone implicitly believed she must possess some insider knowledge or skill. As the 10-minute preparation time elapsed, all players locked in their choices, and the first round of horse racing betting officially commenced. The 8 knights were divided into 4 groups, with each group featuring 2 knights battling it out, and the winners would advance to the next round. A total of 3 rounds would be contested, with the ultimate victor receiving 3 times the Wukeler reward. In Area 6, a single Wukeler crystal equated to 200 gold coins. Thus, 300,000 small crystals amounted to 60 million gold coins. In Area 6, 1 million gold coins could be converted to 5 renminbi. Consequently, if Lian Shufan emerged victorious, she would net a remarkable 300,000 Wukeler, translating to a profit of 300 renminbi. Soon, the first round of duels began. The knights in the 4 groups engaged in fierce combat. Lian Shufan had only bet on Ai Dehua. Thus her focus remained solely on Ai Dehua and his opponent, Luo Lan. On the screen, Ai Dehua clad in dark red armor faced off against Luo Lan in silver armor. The battle unfolded without any extravagant visuals, merely a few flashes of lightning darting between the 2 knights. Yet, this straightforward and brutal style of combat heightened the tension for both Lian Shufan and the audience in the live stream. Go, Ai Dehua. You are the strongest. Lian Shufan clenched her fists, fervently cheering for Ai Dehua. The audience held their breath, fervently sending messages of encouragement for Ai Dehua. Hold on, Ai Dehua. I have wagered all my Wukeler on you. Charge forth, Ai Dehua. You are the king of the world. Ai Dehua, defeat your opponent. If you win, you shall be my revered father. This is exhilarating. I have never felt this tense while betting in my life. Before long, the first round concluded. AI Dehua lived up to expectations, triumphing over Luo Lan and advancing to the next round. Bravo, AI Dehua! Lin Shufan exclaimed with enthusiasm, as if victory was already beckoning her. Shortly thereafter, the second round commenced. This time, AI Dehua's opponent was Isa Air. Go, AI Dehua! You will always be the strongest. Lin Shufan's excitement escalated, her voice rising higher. In the live stream, even a few affluent viewers began to rally, changing their names to AI Dehua fans and sending rockets in support of Knight AI Dehua. Moments later, the second round concluded. AI Dehua remained invincible, defeating Isa Air and successfully advancing to the finals. In the finals, his opponent was a knight clad in light yellow armor, Li Qiaoda. Brothers, the decisive battle is here. Lin Shufan's heart raced, barely concealing her excitement. This event was utterly intoxicating. Watching AI Dehua reach the finals, the audience in the live stream was overwhelmed with exhilaration, as if they had already secured the ultimate victory. Li Qiaoda, do not be arrogant. Remember my words. AI Dehua is undoubtedly the best in the world. Li Qiaoda, surrender quickly and hand over your ukulele. AI Dehua, help me remove Li Qiaoda's helmet so he knows what a top knight is. Li Qiaoda, be wise and concede. Haha, this betting is too thrilling. AI Dehua is exhilarating. Oh my, I wish I hadn't been distracted. I could have wagered everything on AI Dehua and earned at least 300,000 ukulele. Mere seconds later, the finals officially began. AI Dehua versus Li Qiaoda. Lin Shufan and millions of viewers fixated intently on the screen as the two knights clashed fiercely. Under the gaze of countless spectators, flashes of lightning intertwined between the knights, the effect starkly simplistic, yet laden with tension. Charge forth, AI Dehua. You are always the best. Lin Shufan tightened her fists, cold sweat beading on her forehead, neglecting to wipe it away. At that moment, her mind was consumed with a singular thought. She yearned to see AI Dehua vanquish Li Qiaoda and ascend to the champion's pedestal. Just as the effects faded, AI Dehua's avatar suddenly transformed to a stark black and white. Two words then appeared beside it, defeated. These glaring words seemed to strike at the hearts of every viewer in the live stream. This round of betting is over. Champion, the great knight Li Qiaoda. The results swiftly spread across every player's client interface. Silence. An unprecedented stillness. Staring at Li Qiaoda, who raised his weapon in celebration of victory, Lin Shufan stood frozen, her eyes glued to the screen, motionless. In that moment, all messages in the live stream came to a halt, as everyone was struck by the shocking outcome. Oh, my AI Dehua, my 100,000 ukulele is gone just like that. Lin Shufan snapped back to reality, an overwhelming sense of grievance causing her to cry out. They had made it to the finals, victory was nearly within reach, and those 300,000 ukulele had seemed almost guaranteed. Why, at the last moment, had defeat befallen them? Just a step away from reaching the pinnacle, yet I stumbled before the finish line. This overwhelming sense of loss is akin to a dagger piercing through the heart. Concurrently, the live stream was inundated with a tidal wave of barrage comments, with angry voices rising in a cacophony. What on earth happened? Why did we lose? AI Dehua, were you merely putting on a show? Woe is me, I'm done. Lian, could you possibly return my Wu-Sei? I must inquire, esteemed player. I just wagered 100,000 Wu-Sei on AI Dehua. Is there any chance of recovering my loss? Is there no resurrection rule in this wretched horse betting? Resurrection? Don't be absurd. This is merely a gamble on luck. Where are the chances for resurrection? Additional comment. What? No resurrection match? This was all my savings. Without Wu-Sei Jingjing, how am I to slay monsters and earn? How can I clear dungeons? Chapter 81. I absolutely refuse to comply. My mindset has crumbled. Lian, return my Wu-Sei to me. I've wagered all of my accumulated 200,000 Wu-Sei on AI Dehua. Now I can't even unleash my skills. How am I to grind? AI Dehua, you truly infuriate me. If I choose you again next time, I shall acknowledge you as my ancestor. Remember my words. If I bet alongside the streamer again, I shall consider the streamer my father. My luck has indeed plummeted to the depths. To the individual upstairs, no one is forcing you to bet alongside the streamer, right? Moreover, they have reached the finals in both rounds, and you still claim your luck is poor? Some wear smiles of joy, while others are furrowed in despair. In the live stream, viewers followed Lin Shufan's lead in betting on AI Dehua, nearly losing their trousers. Yet, in the game, many placed their bets on Richard, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. Haha, I placed a bold bet of 300,000 Wu-Sei on Richard, pocketing a net gain of 900,000. From this day forth, Richard shall be my true father. Richard is incredible. Anyone who dares to say otherwise shall face my wrath. What is AI Dehua compared to my father Richard? Does he possess such prowess to compete? Hee. I wagered 10,000 Wu-Sei on Richard, earning a modest profit of 30,000. I shall withdraw and commence grinding. Lin Shufan gazed at the barrage of comments rolling across the screen, stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. Behold, dear viewers, this is merely a game of chance. Losing can lead to utter ruin. Please, do not act impulsively. I shall not engage in this further. If I continue to gamble, I will be left without Wu Sei to clear dungeons. Let us pursue other ventures. With that, she swiftly switched to her alternate account, a female sorceress, preparing to commence a live stream on equipment enhancement, aiming to divert everyone's attention. Since the game introduced the enhancement system, Lin Shufan had become a popular enhancement streamer. Her mechanic account's equipment had all been enhanced to level 10, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. To attract more viewers, she had begun to slowly enhance the equipment of her other alternate accounts. However, as she busied herself with enhancements, a shocking event occurred. The popularity of her live stream plummeted by over 300,000. The number of barrage comments and gifts noticeably diminished. The remaining audience consisted mostly of loyal fans, yet they continued to demand to see horse betting. Observing this scene, Lin Shufan quickly switched back to her primary mechanic account. No Wu Sei, no problem, but if the stream's popularity dwindles, that would be an irretrievable loss. With so many game streamers nowadays, should the audience be lured away by others, they may never return. Very well, let us continue to gamble. I refuse to believe I cannot win this time. In truth, Lin Shufan felt a twinge of excitement. Her knight had lost to Richard in the prior finals. Yet she believed the next round might present an opportunity for a comeback. Perhaps the knight she selected next would break through and secure victory? At this moment, she possessed a mere 200,000 Wu Sei. After losing 100,000 in the first round, only 100,000 remained. To ensure her participation in the upcoming betting, Lin Shufan was compelled to access the auction house, intending to purchase some Wu Sei to stockpile. However, upon entering the auction house, she was almost struck unconscious with shock. The market price of Wu Sei had surged by a staggering 200 gold coins. From an initial 200 gold coins, it had skyrocketed to 400 gold coins, doubling in value. My heavens, how many people are betting on the horses? Lin Shufan felt a jolt of alarm. The soaring prices of materials were undoubtedly due to a shortage in supply on the market. When player demand surges, the system automatically raises the prices. For commonly used items like Wu Sei, a rise of 10 or 20 gold coins is already considered excessive, and now it had doubled, illustrating its immense popularity. Since the audience persistently clamored to see horse betting, Lin Shufan had no choice but to resolutely withdraw her entire 800 million gold coins from savings and embark on a frenzied purchase of Wu Sei. With the newly launched horse betting activity being so fervently embraced, prices would continue to rise. If she did not stockpile now, by evening, the prices might become even more outrageous. All right, dear viewers, let us proceed, Lin Shufan declared, rolling up her sleeves. There remain 9 rounds of betting today, and she was determined not to believe that with so much capital, she could fail to win even once. The second round of knight competitions was about to commence. Please select your supported knight, with the duel commencing in 10 minutes. At 10 o'clock, the second wave of horse betting officially commenced. This time, Lin Shufan found herself hesitating as she scrutinized the 8 knights displayed on the screen. The betting system's battle reports provided insights into each knight's win rate. Based on the previous round's data, the champion was Richard, boasting a 100 win rate, while the others ranged from 50 to 75. The knights who had failed in the first round displayed a win rate of 0. Should she consider betting on Richard? Lin Shufan found herself deep in thought. After all, the rules had long been established, and the outcome of the matches was entirely random, with no internal adjustments or predictive patterns. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to avoid Richard and instead select another contender, Roland, who had been eliminated in the previous round, and Leo, clad in red armor. These 2 knights appeared to possess significant potential and might succeed in a second attempt at victory. Each knight's faction would receive a wager of 300,000 Wu Sei. Meanwhile, various declarations of high-stakes gambling began to flood the screen. Never mind, I shall decide whom to bet on myself. Wagering alongside the streamer is far too perilous. And the intricacies of this game are fraught with traps. My dear wife, I shall trust you once more. I will wager my entire fortune of 400,000 on Roland and Leo. This is my final gamble. I shall stake 200,000 on the colorless bet for Richard, contemplating whether to continue grinding in the game or to uninstall and abandon it, awaiting whether he can turn the tide tonight. I believe he will make a triumphant return. Damn it, I am going to place another 200,000 on the colorless bet for Adhua. If I win, I shall live lavishly, but if I lose, I will be forced to seek employment. Players from Zone 6 are requesting assistance. For every one deducted, a set of beautiful dresses will be gifted. Is there any divine friend willing to support with some colorless crystals? I promise to return double the profit. To the gentleman on the 111th floor. Is this truly a free giveaway? having learned from the painful lessons of the last round. Millions of players have come to understand that this game harbors no insider information or technical strategies. It is merely a game of pure luck, a blunt confrontation of chance, akin to the gambling of real life, where no shortcuts exist. Consequently, many are hesitant to blindly follow Lin Shufin's lead this time. As the 10-minute countdown concluded, all players secured their choices, and the second round of horse betting officially commenced. The 8 knights were divided into 4 teams, with 2 members in each group engaging in fierce battles. The victors would advance to the next round. Roland, Leo, Roland, Leo. Lin Shufin clenched her fists, passionately cheering for her chosen knights like an exuberant cheerleader. Before long, the first round concluded. Roland was defeated by Richard, the previous round's winner, and met with unfortunate elimination at the very start. Chapter 82. Regret is a bitter pill to swallow. However, Leo did not disappoint, triumphing and successfully advancing to the second round. How could it be Richard again? All right, I shall see if you can win this time. Watching her chosen knight Roland fall to the golden-armored Richard, Lin Shufin seethed with indignation. Moments later, the second round commenced. Leo faced Izar, while Richard squared off against Adwa. Go, Leo. You are the best. Charge forth. Lin Shufin shouted excitedly, though her gaze occasionally drifted to the intense battle involving Richard. Could he possibly advance to the finals again? Shortly thereafter, the second round concluded. Leo narrowly defeated Izar, squeezing through to the finals. Meanwhile, Richard astonishingly secured another victory, advancing to the final confrontation. This is absurd. How is it you again, Richard? Upon seeing the golden-armored knight, Lin Shufin felt a heavy weight in her heart. This was the very individual who caused her to lose 100,000 gold coins last time. Would she suffer the same fate again? The audience in the live stream, witnessing Richard, who had previously caused many to lose everything, advancing to the finals once more, felt a collective sense of despair. My heavens, is he truly that formidable? Richard has made it to the finals again. Damn it. Richard, once is not enough for you. Return my gold coins. I curse you. Go, Richard. I have wagered all my gold on you. I implore you to create another miracle. Richard, father, please, I beg you, my son is in need of your assistance. I have no money left to grind. Richard, you scoundrel. Leo, pierce him with your spear. Make him return all the gold coins he devoured in the previous rounds. By the time the second wave of betting commenced, the audience no longer dared to follow Lin Shufin's lead. Rather, many, driven by a desire to defy fate, placed their bets on Richard. Consequently, the barrage of comments became a cacophony, each faction rallying support for their respective knights. How could this merely be a game of randomness? How could Richard possibly win twice in a row? Lin Shufin consoled herself in silence. Ultimately, as all eyes were upon them, the pinnacle showdown between Leo and Richard ignited. A flurry of pixelated lightning effects flickered between the two knights, raising the collective heartbeat of millions of viewers in the live stream to a fever pitch. Go, Leo. You can do it. Lin Shufin nervously clenched her fists, swaying her body as if participating in an ancient ritual of supplication. Moments later, when the lightning effects abruptly ceased, the outcome of the match sent shockwaves through the entire live stream. Richard, clad in golden armor, once again stood in the victor's position. Meanwhile, beside Lin Shufin's hopeful Leo, the glaring words defeated were starkly displayed. The second round of knight betting concluded. The victor is the illustrious and valiant Richard. Ah, Richard. Lin Shufin completely broke down. After a desperate scream, it was as if her very soul had been extracted, leaving her powerless to collapse into her chair. The viewers in the live stream erupted in chaos. No one expected that in this game relying on luck, a single character could achieve consecutive victories. Instantly, Lin Shufin's live stream was inundated with a torrent of vitriolic comments. These expressions of anger directed their ire towards an innocent target, merely a character code that had driven them to financial ruin. Richard, to hell with you. You scoundrel. 50,000 gold coins vanished. Is your mother deceased, Richard? I curse you 100 times. 30,000 gold coins lost. Are you pleased now? I am at my wit's end. 300,000 gold coins bet on Leo all gone. Do you intend to remain invincible for eternity? This is the end. I originally intended to bet on Richard, but my impatience led me to follow the streamer and bet on Leo. I deeply regret it. Some more expressions of despair, while others beamed with joy. Betting on horses is purely a game of chance. Some shed their last tears, frantically cursing Richard's ancestors in the live stream, while others, buoyed by a belief in reversing fate, rejoiced as their bets on Richard bore fruit, eager to elevate him to the status of a deity. I previously wagered 200,000 directly on Richard. It truly was a profitable endeavor. Richard shall forever be my true father. How exhilarating this is. I initially lost 300,000 due to a betrayal, yet in this round, I wagered 400,000, not only recovering my principal, but also earning a substantial profit. Thank you, father. Is nothing. To think he could contend against our family S? He should take a good look in the mirror and assess his worthiness. A singular bet on directly netted me 600,000. I'm done. This game is truly beyond human endurance. I'm off to find a more sensible pursuit. Haha. In the next round, I shall continue to challenge. If I can achieve a 3-win streak, I will attain legendary status. Ha ha ha. Observe the barrage of mixed emotions in the chat. Joy, despair, and resentment intertwining, and shook her head in a bittersweet smile, uncertain of what to say. After 2 games, she had reached the finals both times, yet tragically faltered in the final round on each occasion. The sensation was akin to nearing the mountain summit, only to be unceremoniously kicked into the abyss. As her live stream aptly noted, betting on horses is fraught with peril. One must ponder carefully before investing. The solitary piece of good news was that, following this chaotic spectacle, the viewership of the live stream had significantly rebounded. Perhaps this could be seen as a glimmer of sunshine amid her streak of misfortune. Everyone, who shall we bet on next? Let us decide together. Took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and fixated intently on the chat. Given that she had already incurred substantial losses in gold coins, she resolved to fully unleash her enthusiasm and indulge in a grand spectacle. With several million in her account, she deemed it reasonable to use these funds to ensure a lively atmosphere for today's broadcast. No sooner had she spoken than an avalanche of comments inundated the screen. Some reveled in newfound wealth, while others faced the agony of bankruptcy, stripped to their very last garments. Yet, their sentiments were oddly uniform. All whipped into a frenzy by this game, their minds intoxicated with excitement. Those players who had profited in the previous 2 rounds believed themselves exceptionally fortunate, convinced that continued prudent betting would secure ongoing victories. Even if they faltered, they could still lock in profits by withdrawing in time. Conversely, those who had suffered catastrophic losses were stubbornly defiant, refusing to believe could remain invincible indefinitely. Most among them had closely followed moves, and having reached the finals in both rounds, they had found themselves thwarted solely by the so-called undefeated champion. Consequently, their minds began to spiral out of control, akin to the wild abandon of gambling. Everyone was convinced that if they could just return to the final round once more, they would effortlessly turn the tide. Chapter 83. I no longer believe. The competition for horse betting has commenced. Please select your knight. The 3rd round will begin in 10 minutes. 2 hours later, the exhilarating horse betting event commenced once more. Millions of valiant guardians of the transformed into gamblers, producing transparent gemstones and opening the betting window to place their wagers. After rounds upon rounds of betting, the clock struck past 1 in the morning. At that moment, sat before her computer, her eyes glazed over, as if her very soul had departed. Her live stream had surpassed 9 million in popularity, shattering previous records for both traffic and concurrent viewers. Yet, such splendid achievements did little to lift her spirits. Instead, she resembled a soulless automaton, fixated on the remaining 200 transparent gemstones, her lips quivering slightly, as if she were murmuring to herself. From the first betting round at 8 in the morning to the 9th showdown at midnight, had not secured a single victory. The transparent gemstones, acquired for 800 million gold coins, had all gone to waste. To make matters worse, as had anticipated, the price of the transparent gemstones soared several-fold by nightfall. Now, in the auction house, the price had skyrocketed to 1,000 gold coins per gemstone, a 5-fold increase. No one knew how many players had partaken in the horse betting that night, or how devastating their losses had been to drive the prices so high. Of course, had only lost 3,000 that day. In the grand scheme of her current income and savings, it was a trivial loss. However, enduring 9 rounds of betting without a single win had left her utterly devastated. On several occasions, the night she had wagered on reached the finals, only to fall short against the competition and be eliminated. Such a comprehensive defeat would overwhelm even the most resilient spirit. Thus, she found herself ensnared in despair, her eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The streamer has lost 9 consecutive rounds. Truly remarkable. Other streamers at least managed to win a round or 2. Don't laugh, I lost 120,000 transparent gemstones as well. Now I'm in the same boat as the streamer, contemplating a leap from the rooftop. Ha ha ha, though it stings a bit, I cannot help but laugh. 9 consecutive losses are utterly absurd. Fortunately, I had the wit to stop after following the streamer for 2 rounds, or I would have truly gone bankrupt. To be honest, I mirrored the streamer's bets in reverse and have now gained 120,000 transparent gemstones, starting with only 10,000. Streamer, there's 1 final round left. Continue. Whatever you bet on, we'll wager the opposite. I no longer believe. Abruptly straightened her posture, determination flashing in her eyes as she opened the recharge interface and swiftly completed the payment. She deposited 10,000 worth of game currency, then exchanged it for gold coins, frantically purchasing transparent gemstones in the auction house. Oh no, here we go again. The streamer is not just excited, they are utterly entranced. Ha ha ha, they're entranced. I adore this kind of streamer. They really know how to stir the atmosphere. Streamer, why don't you wager all the transparent gemstones you just bought for 10,000? I'll immediately send you a rocket. Calm down, girl. This game is impossible to win. You might as well stream equipment enhancement. I'll watch whatever you broadcast. Can the sycophants above please be quiet? Look at which streamer is still enhancing equipment now. Everyone is betting on horses, okay? Oh no, don't buy any more. The transparent gemstones in District 6 will be snatched up. What will we play tomorrow? This is so annoying. Can we not sleep? In such an electrifying live broadcast room. Who could possibly sleep soundly? After a mere 10 minutes, Lin Shufan finally exhausted her 1 million coins, acquiring a staggering 2 million transparent gemstones. Logically, 1 million coins could have procured over 10 million transparent gemstones, but the overwhelming number of gamblers participating in the horse race tonight caused prices to skyrocket fivefold. This unfortunate circumstance left Lin Shufan with only 2 million transparent gemstones for her investment. Currently, the auction house is experiencing a severe shortage of transparent gemstones, as everyone is fervently purchasing them in hopes of gambling on the races. Thus, regardless of how high prices soar, selling them at the auction house is undoubtedly profitable. With no concerns about incurring losses, in the final round of betting, she decided to go all in, wagering the entire 2 million transparent gemstones. Lin Shufan was now utterly bewildered. After all, she had already lost 800 million coins worth of transparent gemstones that afternoon. Even if she were to place separate bets, winning would not suffice to recoup her losses. It was more prudent to take a significant risk and place her entire wager on a single night. If she lost, she would merely consider it a small expense for the sake of entertainment. Should fortune favor her and she emerged victorious, not only could she recover all her losses from the afternoon, but she would also enhance the excitement of the live broadcast. Thus, Lin Shufan, with fervor, opened the betting window, pondering which night to bet on. Throughout the 9 rounds that afternoon, each night displayed varying degrees of performance. Only Richard, who had disappointed her twice, boasted an exceptionally dazzling win rate of an astonishing 55. He had won 4 championships, triumphed in the first round 3 times, advanced to the second round twice, and even made it to the finals on 2 occasions. In the previous round, Richard had successfully advanced to the finals, but alas, he was defeated by his longtime rival Roland. Today, Richard could be described as a god of war. The announcement for the final betting round appeared. Players promptly drew out their transparent gemstones, opened the betting window, and entered the fray for the last round. Without hesitation, Lin Shufan decided to place her entire wager on Richard. Life and death lie in fate, and wealth is determined by destiny. Whether she could turn her fortunes around hinged on this single bet. Betting 2 million on Richard? Surely, the host has lost her mind. Just in the previous round, Richard had only just entered the finals. This round would likely see him eliminated in the first round. Excellent. The host had eliminated one contender for us. Aside from Richard, all other knights had a chance. Following the host's lead, let us avoid betting on Richard tonight. Apologies, but you are too daring. I cannot follow you in this bet. I will choose Roland instead, wagering 20,000. Observing the situation, the audience in the live broadcast room began to shift their bets to other knights. Only a small fraction of viewers remained willing to wager alongside Lin Shufan, loyal fans who stood by her side. Having lost 9 consecutive matches and over 800 million coins, other players were reluctant to continue losing alongside her. As the 10-minute preparation time elapsed, players placed their final bets, and the last round of the horse race betting officially commenced. 8 knights were divided into 4 groups, with 2 competitors facing off in each group, and the victors advancing to the next round. In the first round, Richard faced off against Lian. Richard, my dear brother, I have suffered greatly. Please let me win just once. I beg you. Lin Shufan implored, cheering for Richard. Soon, the first round concluded. Richard indeed triumphed over Lian, successfully progressing to the second round. Yes, just like that, my dear brother. Keep it up. Your sister loves you. Watching Richard secure victory in the first round, Lin Shufan's breath quickened, her eyes glinting with excitement. Moments later, the second round commenced. This time, Richard contended against his old rival, Edward. My dear brother Richard, I implore you, grant me another miracle and advance to the finals once more. Lin Shufan watched the intense clash of effects between Richard and Edward on the screen. Her hands clenched at her chest, nearly moved to tears. The audience in the live broadcast room felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Shufan, having never seen her in such a vulnerable state. Oh dear host, please don't be like this. I have just spent my entire salary. This is unbearable. Gambling truly wreaks havoc. My wife was never like this. What has caused this transformation? Where's your pride? Goodness, it's the middle of the night. And you nearly made my brother leap with excitement. Surely, Richard cannot be advancing to the finals again. That would be utterly absurd. Having entered the finals last time, if he does so again this round, I will live stream myself eating for you all to see. Before long, the second round concluded. Richard had indeed defeated Edward. A astonishingly making it to the finals again. "Ah, my dear brother Richard, I am utterly in love with you," Lin Shufan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Her hands flailing in joy. The audience in the live broadcast room was left utterly stunned. Had he truly made it to the finals? After a moment's pause, the final showdown commenced. The stakes were incredibly high in this decisive match. Roland, the champion of the previous round, had also successfully advanced to the finals. This meant that the finalists were the same as in the previous match. Oh no, not Roland again, Lin Shufan thought, her heart racing as she beheld Roland donned in crimson armor. After all, it was this very knight who had bested Richard in the last encounter. Shortly after the final round began, the tension escalated, and Lin Shufan's expression grew increasingly anxious. "My dear brother Richard, I truly need this victory. Having never won a single time, please help your sister, I beg you," Lin Shufan pleaded, her voice tinged with a palpable urgency. Before long, the fierce battle between the two knights reached a critical juncture. In a moment, Roland's avatar turned gray, clearly marked with the indication of defeat. At last, the victorious visage of Richard emerged prominently. "The round of betting has concluded. The champion is the valiant Richard." The system's announcement echoed through the skies. "Hooray! We have finally triumphed. It is truly a miraculous turnaround. Richard, the unparalleled titan of the universe." Lin Shufan was almost shouting, her excitement palpable. Over the course of 10 rounds of horse racing bets, Lin Shufan lost 9, nearly losing $1 billion in the process. Yet, this final twist of fate turned the tables for her, yielding a substantial profit of several million colorless crystals. It is noteworthy that at the outset of the betting earlier that morning, a single colorless crystal was valued at merely 200 gold coins. The colorless crystals Lin Shufan had lost were purchased before their value surged, totaling only a few million yuan. However, the price of these colorless crystals has now skyrocketed to 1,000 gold coins, with some even reaching as high as 1,500. Lin Xiaoxua wagered over 2 million colorless crystals on Richard, and now she has received 6 million colorless crystals in return. In other words, a single match has netted her over 30,000 RMB, and considering her losses from earlier, she stands to gain around 18,000 RMB. At this moment, Lin Shufan's live stream was ablaze with excitement, as millions of viewers found it hard to believe the unfolding events. The Richard, who had been defeated in the previous round, had staged a remarkable comeback, claiming the highest honor in the decisive arena. The audience buzzed with fervent discussions, exclaiming, "My goodness! Richard is truly a figure one can both love and hate." Lin Shufan rejoiced and celebrated with unrestrained laughter, as if she had won the lottery. However, those who had lost everything bore no interest in continuing to watch. The game can be viewed at any time, but with their money gone, they felt bereft. Consequently, these disheartened players flooded the chat with angry comments, denouncing Richard. Many cursed, "I bet 1,500,000 and lost it all. Richard, may your ancestors be cursed for generations." Richard was deemed a calamity for humanity. Who had ever seen such a terrifying character? "I am out of money. Quickly check the market price. The price in District 6 has now surged to 1,500 per unit." This indicated that the broadcaster had made a tremendous profit of over 30,000. "Apologies, Princess, your guardian has let me down. I am now utterly bankrupt and unable to protect you. The accumulated earnings from previous rounds have vanished completely. Is Richard a centuries-old demon or a millennial king? Haha, what a thrill. I made a profit of 38 today. I emptied my account to continue playing. The nightly racing event has concluded, awaiting a timely update at dawn." After the bidding concluded, the system began distributing rewards to all those who had placed bets on Richard. Lin Shufan received a notification from the betting system, announcing a reward of exactly 6 trillion. Haha, 60 billion has been credited. Richard, the eternal hero, gazing at the mountain of monetary figures before her. Lin Shufan could not help but burst into jubilant victory cheers once more. "Let me see how my local market has soared to this level." Filled with joy, she opened the market panel to search for the results, only to be momentarily stunned, unable to react. In just one day, the price per unit had skyrocketed from 200 gold coins to nearly 2,000, an increase of almost 900%. "I cannot sell. These 6 million colorless crystals must be preserved," Lin Shufan reminded herself silently. The horse racing event is set to last an entire month. During this period, countless players will buy colorless crystals to participate in the races. The frenzy for colorless crystals will undoubtedly create a demand that outstrips supply, causing prices to soar. As long as Lin Shufan can resist selling her 6 million colorless crystals until the price peaks, she will surely reap bountiful rewards. "Su Lian, you scoundrel! What kind of betting event is this? You made me lose all my colorless crystals. Su Lian, are you heartless? I painstakingly saved 300,000 colorless crystals, and now they are all gone in a day. Ha ha! Why blame the designer for your losses? I made 600,000 from my 100,000 colorless crystals. Su Lian, I adore you. After losing 10,000 colorless crystals, I dare not play again. This event is too terrifying. It can truly lead to bankruptcy. Haha. I am merely a laborer. You all keep betting. In our District 3, the price of colorless crystals has risen to 1,600 each. I am about to get rich. Chapter 85. Can you lend me 100,000? Haha. Richard is indeed the strongest. I was about to lose everything, but in the last round, I placed all my bets on Richard and won 300,000 colorless crystals. You all complain when you lose and praise when you win. You are too genuine. The designer didn't force you to play. Exactly. I didn't force you to play. At 3 in the morning, Lian looked at the millions of messages on Weibo and smiled wryly. As expected, after the betting event launched yesterday, a massive number of players lost everything and immediately began to attack him. In truth, this game is incredibly addictive. Once you play the first round, whether you win or lose, you cannot resist playing a second round, completely unaware of when to stop. Moreover, the player base for Dungeon and Fighter has doubled since the last world. If no one were to blame him, that would be strange. Just then, Lian's messaging app chimed. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Yuaner. Boss, can you lend me 100,000? I just lost all my money betting. Upon reading this message, Lian was taken aback. It was only 2 days since salaries were distributed, and this person had managed to lose everything in a single day? No way. You spent your entire monthly salary of 100,000 on betting? Lian asked incredulously. It is not merely my salary. I have also squandered my own savings, amounting to over 200,000. Lian, do not refer to me as your boss. You are the true master here. Losing 20,000 in a single day, especially in a game, is a feat I cannot match. Yuaner fell silent for a moment. Yuaner, who prompted you to organize this event? Once I won, I simply could not stop. And that accursed Richard in the final round cost me 3 million wustless. I have transferred the money to you, but please, refrain from gambling again. This is a realm I dare not venture into myself. Focus on your work moving forward. Lian was uncertain whether she would heed his words, yet he still transferred her a month's salary. Although Yuaner occasionally caused him headaches, either arriving late or secretly playing games during work hours, she was nonetheless diligent in her responsibilities. The tasks assigned to her were always executed flawlessly, without any procrastination. Yuaner, do not worry. If I gamble again, I am a dog. I am already in a taxi and will arrive at the company shortly. Lian, all right, hurry up. We have new employees coming in for interviews today. Upon alighting from the taxi, Lian stretched, feeling invigorated. It seemed time to consider purchasing a car. Gazing at the ceaseless flow of traffic, Lian couldn't help but reflect. In recent months, he had been exceedingly busy at the company, neglecting his personal life and relying on taxis for his daily commutes. With his current assets, he could easily afford a car or a house. Living in Zhanghai City was more than sufficient. Since I am considering a vehicle, why not choose one from the system? Lian recalled that the system offered a variety of high-tech sports cars, and they cost remarkably few game credits. He had seen many sports cars in the real world and lost the novelty. It would be far more exciting to procure a cutting-edge vehicle from the system. He secretly anticipated checking the system again that evening. Upon entering the company, Qin Fei Su approached with 2 young individuals. Su Zong. These are the 2 I mentioned to you earlier. They are the technical personnel responsible for game development. This is Chun Li, who specializes in graphics rendering. During his tenure at Yunten Company, he contributed to the design of nearly all 16K ultra-clear games. And this is Liu Can, primarily responsible for code updates. He has been involved in the programming of nearly all top 10 games at Yunten Company. Su Zong. The 2 greeted Lian enthusiastically with a handshake. Both were core technical personnel from the game department of Yunten Company, having worked under Qin Fei Su. As the game department of Yunten Company began to decline, the major shareholders started shifting the business direction. They understood that remaining there would eventually lead to layoffs and had begun seeking new opportunities. Upon learning that they were searching for positions at other game companies, Qin Fei Su took the initiative to recruit them. Ayo Tianxia Game Company was gaining significant momentum in the market, facing virtually no competition. With a bright future ahead, it would certainly not be a fleeting enterprise. More importantly, Lian had long publicly declared that his company would not accept any external capital involvement. This company would not resemble those enterprises that merely pretended to engage in gaming while secretly aiming to exploit the industry's popularity for quick profits. Here, their professional aspirations could be fully realized, allowing them to showcase their talents. Thus, they unhesitatingly completed their resignation procedures and swiftly joined Lian's team. Greetings. Observing the 2 bespectacled individuals exuding an air of scholarly dedication, Lian nodded with satisfaction. The company was indeed in need of additional personnel. With the addition of these 2, they should be able to complete the game My World before the end of summer. Not to mention, Chun Li was an expert in graphics rendering, capable of independently managing future game releases. With this thought, Lian could not suppress a smile and said, "Very well. Let us converse." He led the two into his office. The trio spent half an hour discussing various matters within the office. Lian elaborated on the company's future development direction and subsequent expansion plans. He particularly emphasized that his company was solely focused on gaming, with no intentions of venturing into other fields. Even if there were plans for expansion, it would only occur through collaboration, resolutely rejecting any investments from capital firms. Chun-Li and Liu nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with such assurances. Subsequently, they happily signed their employment contracts, adding 2 more technical stalwarts to Su Lian's team. Su Zong, you mentioned earlier that we are to be responsible for a new game. May I inquire what type of game that will be? Chun-Li, now a devoted fan of Ayo Company, was brimming with excitement. Whether it was Dungeon Fighter or Crossfire, he relished every moment. Particularly, he regarded Dungeon Fighter as a masterpiece. From the feel of the controls to the design of skills and narrative backdrop, every detail was impeccable, truly a pinnacle of the gaming industry. Therefore, upon learning that he and Liu were tasked with a brand new project, he was especially eager to discover the style of the new game. Su Lian pondered for a moment, feeling that since they had signed contracts, they were officially employees, and revealing some information in advance would not be an issue. He then led them out of the office, calling for Qin Fei Su and Lin Wei Xin to join them in the meeting room. Chapter 86. The technology of this world is truly advanced. Just as he prepared to activate the projector to unveil the new game, Yuaner rushed in, panting and smiling apologetically, saying, "I am sorry, I encountered traffic again." Su Lian shook his head and gestured for her to take a seat. After briefly introducing the 2 new colleagues, he finally activated the equipment. The ultra-high-definition 16K resolution projector commenced its operation, presenting the visuals in a breathtaking 360-degree panoramic mode that allowed everyone in the conference room to witness the spectacle with utmost clarity. One cannot help but marvel at the remarkable advancements in technology. When Su Lian first utilized this device, he felt somewhat out of place, akin to a rustic individual stepping into the city. Under the gaze of the attendees, a beam of blue light emanated from the projector, gradually coalescing into 4 three-dimensional characters, WDSHG. This promotional animation had been crafted with the assistance of Lin Weixin just days prior. To showcase the allure of this game, the animation was divided into 2 versions, each embodying entirely different styles. One featured Premiere's 16K ultra-clear graphics, complemented by state-of-the-art rendering techniques, creating an immersive experience where even the objects appeared indistinguishable from their real-world counterparts. The other adopted a lower-resolution pixelated style, initially reminiscent of a mosaic, akin to D11CH in YYNGSH. Although the low-fidelity version lacked the finesse of its high-definition counterpart, it offered a unique form of enjoyment. Minutes later, the promotional animation concluded, leaving all present profoundly astonished. Particularly, the newly joined Chun-Li and Liu stared wide-eyed, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Both had transitioned from a prominent domestic gaming company, where they had thrived at Yunting Games. Based on their prior experiences, they assumed their skills were comparable to those of their new employer, Su Lian, yet they found themselves thoroughly humbled. The gameplay elements, which allowed players to construct ships, fish, embark on forest adventures, delve into caves for gold and diamonds, and even build homes to fend off monster attacks, elements that resonate with life's engaging realities, were meticulously recreated in the virtual realm by Su Lian, evoking an exhilarating sense of realism. In comparison to their former design concepts, WDSHG emerged as a work of an entirely different caliber. Chun-Li and Liu silently congratulated themselves on their astute decision to join Ayo Company, confident that its future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse those of its competitors. "Boss, when do we commence work?" Yuaner, brimming with excitement, inquired eagerly. "I am eager to immerse myself in that wondrous world composed entirely of cubes." Su Lian responded with a smile. "I plan to complete the development within a month. After that, this sandbox game will be entrusted completely to the 2 of you. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely, no problem." They both nodded vigorously, eager to dive into their tasks. "Weixin, please take a moment to organize the promotional video and select an appropriate time to release it, encouraging everyone to follow us on social platforms." Su Lian continued to assign tasks. "Rest assured, I will take care of it," Lin Weixin replied confidently. At that moment, Qin Fei Su suddenly interjected, "President Su, how will this game generate revenue? Will it be a one-time purchase or supporting game purchases?" As the individual responsible for managing the game's profitability, her primary concern was maximizing income. "It will be a one-time purchase," Su Lian answered without hesitation, explaining that the game's design did not lend itself to incorporating in-game purchases. Given that it is a sandbox-style casual puzzle game, the essence lies in the enjoyment of collecting materials and creative freedom. Introducing additional payment mechanisms would ultimately detract from the overall experience. He was aware that a certain agency in the original world had commercialized WDSHG, integrating a paid item system. However, such an approach not only failed to yield significant benefits, but also compromised the original intent. Thus, Lian decided to maintain a buyout model, allowing users to make a one-time payment for perpetual access to their accounts. What will be the specific pricing for this game? Qin Feishu pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Lian suggested, I personally recommend a price of 200 yuan, valid for a lifetime. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room began to ponder. Is 200 perhaps a bit low? Qin Feishu was the first to voice her opinion. The gameplay and design of this game are exceptionally unique, and our company's registered user base has surpassed 500 million. We might consider setting the price slightly higher. Since the game is free for life, as long as our external promotion is effective, players should be willing to pay. She proposed allowing players to experience a 24-hour trial, and, once they have savored the game's delights, setting the price at 500 yuan. What do you think, President Su? Are you suggesting a free trial followed by a charge? Lian inquired tentatively. Exactly. Since this game allows for unlimited construction, players can create their own structures during the free period and enjoy the thrill of development. At that point, we can heavily promote the gameplay experiences of other players, enticing those who have yet to purchase to see just how enjoyable this game is. When that time comes, those who have not bought in will likely opt to make a purchase to protect their hard-earned creations. Lin Weixin nodded earnestly, expressing her agreement. The other three also admired Qin Feishu's operational strategy, voicing their support. Yes, I also find this proposal commendable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lian concurred with Qin Feishu's plan. One must admit, Qin Feishu possessed remarkable marketing acumen. Fortunately, Lian was now the boss and not just a player. Otherwise, from a player's perspective, he might have been vociferously critical. Such tantalizing marketing strategies were undeniably ruthless. If Qin Feishu were placed in Lian's world as a game planner, players would likely find themselves lamenting daily. With that, the meeting concluded, and everyone began to immerse themselves in their respective tasks. WDSHG was officially priced at 500 yuan and would be launched after the summer break. IO Game Company's latest masterpiece, WDSHG, pre-sales commencing shortly. After the meeting, Lin Weixin shared the trailer for My World on Weibo. Chapter 87. Players, are you intrigued? Many eager players clicked to watch the stunning 16 HD trailers previously showcased by Lian to the staff. This promotional short film was meticulously planned by Lin Weixin, featuring her lively and playful voice. Welcome to my world, a realm that belongs entirely to you. In this game, we grant you absolute freedom to establish your own kingdom. Within the game, you can recreate any renowned landmarks from the real world. Dazzling skyscrapers, chicken coops adorned with diamonds, crystal clear suspended bridges, and even magical palaces floating among the clouds. Moreover, you can delve into bat caves for adventures, capture giant squids in the ocean, or wield your forged iron shovel to unearth hidden treasures, challenging the shadow dragon in the mysterious shadow world. Dreams that are unattainable in reality can come to fruition in the imaginative and creative My World. As long as you possess the requisite creativity, here you shall be akin to a creator, constructing a one-of-a-kind universe. However, this game is not merely about building houses. As night falls, various monsters will emerge to attack you, and their ferocity is quite alarming. To avoid becoming prey to these creatures, it is imperative to construct a safe house before darkness descends, allowing you to hide from harm. Of course, if you are feeling particularly fearful, you can opt to rest in a comfortable bed overnight, and by the break of dawn, all monsters will vanish. Upon the game's release, a multiplayer mode will be available, enabling friends to collaboratively forge a grander virtual empire. Players, are you captivated? Take action now, grasp your tools, combat those pesky little monsters, and begin crafting your dream kingdom. You can reserve My World through Alyo Communications for a one-time payment that grants you lifetime access to complimentary privileges. Additionally, the game offers two visual styles, ultra-high definition and classic pixel art, allowing you to choose your preferred visual experience after purchasing any version. The trailer was exceptionally well-crafted, vividly showcasing the unique gameplay of this highly liberating sandbox game. Coupled with Lin Weixin's warm voice and the game's vibrant visuals, it has sparked immense interest among many. Wow, Ayo's game this time is truly captivating. I can hardly wait to try it. Can we really build houses with gold? This concept is simply magnificent. How cool is that immense black dragon at the end? It feels like it must be defeated like in an action game. This is so much fun. I must reserve it and immediately raise a bunch of piglets to play with once the game launches. Is anyone planning to join me in establishing a server to construct our ideal city? The person above clearly is an avid warrior fan, so immersed. Roland is the way to go. To the friend above, your words reveal a true gambler's spirit. Richard is the most formidable. Ayo really knows how to captivate people. After finally enjoying a summer break at home, they are not willing to let us off during the school term. Currently, Su Lian's managed official Weibo account has amassed over 80 million genuine followers. Coupled with my world's innovative concepts and diverse functions, the reservation numbers have surged. Within just a few hours, the trailer has been viewed millions of times, and the number of reservations completed through Alyo Communications has surpassed 300,000. How could they possibly let you go? During the lunch break, while browsing the comments section, Su Lian wore a proud smile and remarked, "Once an ordinary youth passionate about video games, he immersed himself in virtual realms daily, embracing his youth. Now, as the president of a large entertainment platform, he hopes more young individuals can experience such joy. After all, only with the favor and support of a vast consumer base can his enterprise continue to thrive." Chairman. At that moment, Secretary Qin Fei Su hurriedly entered with a report. "There is something that requires your attention." "What has transpired?" Su Lian inquired. "The recent horse racing minigame we launched has triggered a strong market response. The price of colorless small crystals has surged nearly 20-fold. "What? 20-fold? Are you certain there is no error in the data?" While speaking, he took the report and examined it carefully. The other party nodded earnestly and continued to explain that if this trend continues, it may affect the population ratio of other three. "I have recently observed the game database and noticed an increasing number of users inclined to hoard such materials, preparing to sell for profit when their value peaks. In light of this, it is indeed necessary to modify the rules to prevent unchecked price surges from destabilizing the economic system. This is utterly insane." Su Lian couldn't help but gasp. He had anticipated fluctuations in the value of this commodity, believing that the increase observed yesterday had reached its limit and would gradually decline. Little did he know it not only failed to drop, but continued to soar at an astonishing rate. As one of the fundamental raw materials, colorless small crystals are essential for nearly everyone, and their absence would hinder the completion of certain challenges. If prices are excessively high and individuals are reluctant to purchase from the market, they would have to transition to becoming dismantlers and produce the materials themselves. If everyone rushes to earn money and transforms into the same type of profession, wouldn't that disrupt the balance of the entire ecosystem? Beginning tomorrow, we shall revert to the gold settlement model, and it is imperative to implement measures to curtail the escalating costs of the colorless crystals. Initially, during the planning phase of this initiative, it was envisioned that exchanges would be conducted using gold. However, concerns arose regarding potential misunderstandings that could lead to adverse effects, prompting a shift to the current format. Although Su Zong was aware that this design would inevitably inflate the price of the colorless crystals to some extent, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed of the price surge, which soared 20-fold in just 2 days. A crystal that originally cost 200 gold coins now commands an astonishing 4,000 gold coins due to the influx of players participating in gambling games. Even affluent players find this exorbitant, let alone the ordinary players who typically conserve their use of such crystals. The current high price of these crystals, if left unchecked, will undoubtedly impact the future development of the game. By transitioning to gold as the stakes for the gambling activities, we can mitigate the price increase of gold coins while restoring the normal price of the crystals. This adjustment will greatly facilitate player participation in the gambling activities without necessitating the expenditure of considerable sums on the crystals. Those engrossed in gambling may even recharge to purchase more gold coins, thereby enhancing the value of gold. Moreover, this will motivate those striving to earn in-game currency to engage more fervently, bringing increased activity to Dungeon and Fighter. Furthermore, distributing 2,000 colorless crystals to each participant in the gambling activities will expedite a rapid decrease in prices. Last month, while examining back-end data, Su Lian discovered that numerous lower-level accounts were hoarding valuable game items, indicating that these individuals are professional merchants who have amassed wealth through the sale of these materials. The recent surge in colorless crystal prices across various regions is undoubtedly linked to these merchants, whose warehouses are overflowing with crystals as evidence. One account that Su Lian recently investigated revealed that its owner had stockpiled nearly 10 million of these crystals, acquired during periods of low pricing, waiting for the prices to skyrocket before selling. Upon announcing the complimentary distribution of 2,000 colorless crystals to every player, merchants will naturally become alert, realizing that imminent market regulation measures are forthcoming. To prevent their inventory from depreciating in value, these merchants must expedite sales. Consequently, the circulating quantity of colorless crystals in the market will significantly increase, averting a shortage in supply. Very well, I shall proceed to amend the code related to the gambling activities, Qin Feishi responded. No need to rush. We can discuss it when we return to work in the afternoon, Su Lian interjected, casting a glance at Yuaner and Lin Weixin that conveyed both exasperation and relief. Qin Feishu followed Su Lian's gaze. At that moment, during the lunch break, Yuaner and Lin Weixin were comfortably seated on the office area sofa, engrossed in playing Dungeon and Fighter. Richard, give it your all. Richard, charge forward. Observing the fervor of the two girls, it was evident they were engrossed in betting on the horse races. Alas, even our own are so captivated. How could the price of colorless crystals not rise? Qin Feishu remarked, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, it is as such, Su Lian replied with a wry smile and a nod. Due to the impact of the night horse betting event, the prices of colorless crystals across all servers have surged significantly, severely disrupting the equilibrium of material pricing. The company has decided that starting tomorrow, the night horse betting will transition to the use of in-game gold coins, with a minimum entry fee of 500,000 gold coins. We shall compensate each participant in the betting activities with 2,000 colorless crystals via email due to the inconveniences this adjustment may cause. As soon as this announcement was made, numerous players flocked to the forum to discuss it. Most were those who had previously participated in the betting. What is going on? I lost 2 million colorless crystals in the past 2 days, and you only refund me 2,000? Haha, the gentleman above. How can you blame the company for your own betting losses? A compensation of any sort is already quite generous. Boo-hoo. Finally, the rules have changed during these days. I dared not even wield my dual blades while playing red-eye in fear of the colorless crystals costing 4,000 gold each. Switching to gold betting? Isn't that more troublesome? The current price of colorless crystals is exorbitant, but gold coins are relatively cheaper. Using colorless has already bankrupted many. The thought of switching to gold makes my head spin. Haha, it seems the price of gold will rise in the future too. I currently possess over 10 million gold coins and truly do not know how much I can sell them for. Is Su Laodao attempting to regulate market prices? No. I must quickly liquidate my remaining colorless crystals. Indeed, swift action is required to capitalize on profits. Otherwise, we will revert to an era where each crystal is worth merely 200 gold. Whether it be gold or colorless, in any case, Richard is the best. The sentiment expressed above is well-founded, yet I, Roland, contest it. Across all 6 servers, the price of colorless crystals has surged above 3,000 gold coins in every region. If action is not taken promptly, prices will inevitably plummet, making it difficult to earn any profit thereafter. Thus, upon reading the news on Weibo, players immediately returned to the game to commence a massive sell-off of their colorless crystals. In an instant, the trading markets in various regions were inundated with colorless crystals, and their prices began to plummet rapidly. The rules have indeed changed. I must hasten to sell my holdings. After finishing a live stream, Lin Shufan, upon browsing Weibo, promptly listed all of her 6 million colorless crystals for sale in the market. Fortunately, the pace of the price decline was not too rapid, and in her region, these items could still be sold for approximately 4,000 gold coins each. Due to the fact that numerous individuals remain oblivious to this shift, a substantial demand persists in the market. Consequently, as soon as she released her goods, they were swiftly snatched up, resulting in an astonishing profit of 24 billion gold coins. My goodness, this game is incredibly lucrative. Gazing at the staggering figure in her account, Lin Shufan was taken aback and swallowed hard. No wonder many have recently turned to hoarding raw materials for profit. After all, who wouldn't be enamored by a game that allows one to acquire the equivalent of a year's worth of hard-earned income in just a few minutes? According to the conversion rate in Lin Shufan's server, 1 million gold is equivalent to 5 renminbi, which means she instantly amassed a fortune of 120,000 RMB. Merely by participating in such a straightforward gaming event, she achieved a net gain of 120,000 RMB. For years as a streamer, she had only invested money without ever seeing a profit. Unexpectedly, this time she had won enough to purchase a new car. Moreover, to maintain the fervor of competition, many renowned streamers continue to place bets to attract viewers. On the Douyu platform alone, prominent figures expend nearly 10 billion game currency daily to acquire raw materials for gambling. To facilitate transactions, many opt for direct transfers for buying and selling. Thus, the immense wealth Lin possessed undoubtedly had a market and was in high demand. Given that each game character's inventory can hold a maximum of 800 million gold, and Lin had only 6 accounts, she still had nearly half of her gold unclaimed after filling all her bags. She personally did not require such a vast sum, so she hurriedly logged into the group chat to seek buyers. Is anyone interested in gold coins? I have 24 billion gold coins for sale, all acquired from this horse racing event. Attached is a screenshot as proof. As one of the most popular streamers currently and serving as an administrator, her post immediately captured the attention of many peers. Wow, 24 billion gold. Sister, how much did you wager to win this? Chapter 89, 3 attempts, all failing to reach the finals. As far as I know, she had a streak of bad luck a few days ago. It seems she placed all her bets on Richard this time. Such a staggering amount. I have never seen such figures even while sweeping graves. Spending lavishly just to bet on Richard? Sister Yao is indeed formidable. Why is my horse not as powerful? 3 attempts, all failing to reach the finals. Calculating the current value of colorless gold, Are you not planning to hold on to it in anticipation of a price increase? Changing the rules may lead to potential inflation in the future. Yeah, it would be wise for you to reserve some and observe how the situation unfolds before making further plans. Ultimately, a secondary player privately contacted her, expressing a desire to acquire the entire amount and pay the corresponding real-world currency. This individual intended not to continue betting but to hold for the long term. Anticipating a rise in market value before selling for a profit, he predicted that the officials would maintain the current scheme without any alterations for the foreseeable future. If his speculation proves true, the $24 billion in his possession could yield a substantial fortune. After more than an hour of negotiation, Lin Shufan successfully completed the transaction, transferring 24 billion gold coins to the secondary streamer. She received a bank notification confirming the deposit of 120,000 RMB. Her spirits lifted. This game is truly delightful. Observing the figures in the message, Lin Shufan exclaimed with excitement. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Various summer activities were nearing their conclusion. Over the 2-month span, numerous industries profited greatly from a surge in customer traffic. Particularly, the gaming market distinguished itself among various sectors. Many gaming companies reaped significant rewards from the influx of players during the summer. This year, the most profitable gaming company remained Yunting Games, often referred to as a walking money bag. Before the summer break, Yunting began promoting its hundreds of games through various channels. As a result, Yunting maintained a vast number of active users and impressive revenues. Within 2 months, Yunting's profits soared to 31 billion, exceeding last year's figures by over 2 billion. The second-ranking company, Lian Games, also performed admirably, generating 29 billion over the same period. Notably, Lian offers over 200 adult-oriented games, accessible only through real name registration and age verification. Thus, the majority of its profits stem from the adult demographic. This year's third place goes to a newcomer, Addictive Games. In just 6 months, they swiftly rose in the market relying solely on 2 games. Over 2 months, Addictive amassed 21 billion in revenue, with simultaneous online users surpassing 200 million. Although their earnings lagged behind Yunting and Lian, Lian's user engagement and online presence far exceeded the former. More importantly, Lian did not rely on external promotion for its games. Most users discovered the games independently. Currently, they offer only 2 games, Dungeon and Fighter and Crossfire. This means that with these 2 offerings, Lian ascended to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Especially noteworthy is the discussion generated online, which other 2 companies could not rival. Particularly, the horse betting feature launched before the summer break generated many popular phrases within just 2 months. Among them, the most emblematic is an image of an elderly gentleman, widely adored among players who participated. Dressed in a white shirt, the elderly man appears unperturbed, complemented by various related memes such as "Richard is number 1. Win and enjoy life, and lose and work hard to earn money," which have elevated the popularity of Dungeon and Fighter, attracting millions of participants daily to the horse betting contests. Even notable financial websites and films feature these references. Amidst this surge in popularity, an increasing number of individuals are entering the realm of Dungeon and Fighter. Additionally, there is another trending topic. A broadcaster amassed a fortune by hoarding gold coins and selling them at peak prices, ultimately earning 3 million in cash. This particular broadcaster was the secondary-level host who had purchased 24 billion gold coins from Lin Shufan. In pursuit of this investment, he not only acquired a substantial amount of in-game currency, but also assumed a certain degree of risk. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in the end. Following the revelation of this incident, it garnered significant attention online, even trending on Weibo. Breaking news. A broadcaster on a certain platform monetized 80 billion gold coins from Dungeon and Fighter, resulting in 3 million yuan, and subsequently resigned. In this realm, it is rare for games to yield profits for players. Typically, players find themselves continuously investing money into the games. Thus, the emergence of this news sparked widespread interest, prompting various media outlets to report, which further familiarized the public with the product. Many individuals expressed curiosity and a desire to explore the possibility of earning extra income. Consequently, propelled by this wave of enthusiasm, Dungeon and Fighter attracted a plethora of new players. Cheers! That evening, the office of Ayo Company echoed with jubilant cheers as everyone celebrated with great delight. After 2 months of hard work, Su Lian's Ayo Tianxia Company had amassed 21 billion yuan, securing the 3rd position on the gaming revenue leaderboard. Not only in terms of revenue, but also in reputation among players, popularity, and new user downloads, Su Lian's games surpassed those of the 2 leading companies. What was particularly astonishing was that Su Lian had only established the company 6 months prior and had merely 2 games, yet he achieved this ranking in just 2 months. Such accomplishments in the gaming industry are unparalleled and unprecedented. Su Lian firmly believes that it will not be long before his Aoyo Tianxia company overtakes the top 2 contenders and secures the leading position. To celebrate this unexpectedly splendid news, Su Lian planned to host a celebratory gathering at the company. Initially, he intended to rent an external venue for a grand celebration. But regrettably, the company was at a critical juncture, and several applications required constant data monitoring. Therefore, Su Lian had to host the celebration within the office premises. Simultaneously, to ensure that all employees could partake in the joy, everyone from senior management to the security personnel received additional rewards. For Su Lian, who had already accumulated such substantial income, this expenditure was negligible. Importantly, the company's funds were solely the result of his own efforts, without any external investment. Su Zong, under the current operational model, we are bound to become a top-tier gaming enterprise in the country. Not just domestically, given our current profitability. We will undoubtedly become one of the most renowned gaming companies internationally within 3 years. Despite Chen Li and Lu Can having joined the company for merely a month, they received a salary increase of 10% along with a bonus of 300,000 yuan. At that moment, the two were filled with excitement, continuously toasting Su Lian and expressing their ambitious, yet somewhat audacious aspirations. Chapter 90. You handle this matter. Don't be so direct, Su Lian jestingly replied. Yet he understood that as long as he continued along this path, he could indeed realize his grand vision. All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work during this period. Let's raise our glasses. Under Su Lian's leadership, the group once again lifted their glasses in a hearty toast. Betting on success, Qin Feishu took a sip of her drink and smiled at Su Lian, who was 3 years her junior. The lengthy summer vacation had finally come to an end, and various industries resumed their regular operations. The once bustling marketing activities had become less frequent, and even the gaming industry felt the trend of diminishing traffic. Although Dungeon and Fighter and Crossfire still boasted a considerable number of active players, their numbers were undeniably lower than before. Most players consisted of students or working professionals who squeezed in gaming time amidst their studies and jobs. However, it was peculiar that despite the decline in activity, daily revenue had not significantly decreased. Even more heartening news was that My World had finally been completed and was about to enter the testing phase. A month earlier, Su Lian had begun releasing promotional information on social media platforms and initiated pre-orders, attracting 4 million participants. Although this figure paled in comparison to the launch day sales of the 2 flagship products, considering that it was a paid game rather than free content, the performance was commendable. Nevertheless, relying solely on the current pre-order numbers would not suffice to enhance My World's visibility. Ultimately, it was decided to entrust the task of promoting the game to the well-known streaming platform Douyu. Despite the company having faced numerous negative press in the past and often being under public scrutiny, it remains one of the largest live streaming service platforms in Longhua. Taking this into account, along with the fact that they already held the copyright to his other games, Su Lian deemed it unnecessary to hesitate and proceeded with the collaboration. The following morning, a representative from Douyu swiftly arrived to finalize a 1-year cooperation agreement for 1.2 billion yuan. Of course, before the formal signing, he personally played several rounds and listened to feedback from popular streamers before making the final decision. Once the agreement was signed, arrangements for the content release process commenced immediately, and My World officially joined the company's portfolio of games, opening the reservation channel to the public. Concurrently, the official social media account of Aoyo Tianxia released the following announcements. The latest game masterpiece, My World, is now open for public testing. Click the link to watch the promotional video. Visit the official website for more exciting news and feature introductions, and explore your own gaming universe. When this post was first published, it garnered little response, but by evening, comments began to flood in. At last, a refreshing new game has arrived. After a month of anticipation, the previous games proved to be too time-consuming, and I find myself drawn to this more relaxed experience. Is there a master who can guide me on how to venture into the Ender Dragon's realm? The trailer stirred my excitement. I am particularly eager to vanquish that dragon. To my friends above, strategies have been discussed on the forum, indicating that the materials are rather challenging to locate. Goodness, the ultra-high-definition quality of 16 is simply magnificent. After playing for so long in low resolution, I am still adjusting to the exquisite graphics produced by Lao Su. As someone remarked earlier, it seems that Lao Su has indeed profited handsomely. Even a casual game has reached such impressive heights. I was puzzled as to why Lao Su opted for a pixel art style. Could it be that he has become enamored with this artistic approach? I find the pixelated style quite endearing, especially as the game characters exude a unique charm. Fellow gamers, we have established an exploration group, which now boasts 230 members. We plan to recreate Jianghai City within My World, so feel free to join us if you are interested. After reviewing the tutorial, I find survival mode to be quite challenging. I think I shall first experiment with creative mode. Mr. Su, the online player count for my world has surpassed 2 million. As night fell, Chun-Li excitedly rushed to Su Lian's office to share the news. Only 2 million? That's rather underwhelming, Su Lian mused. Feeling that the figure was somewhat low, realizing that summer players indeed bring in larger numbers. Chun-Li was momentarily speechless, although Su Lian's previous games had been widely popular. He wondered if Su Lian was overly confident. After all, it wasn't a holiday season, and considering the game's price. Achieving a simultaneous online player count of 200,000 was already commendable. After work, as Su Lian prepared to unwind with a shower at home, he received a list of recommended streamers from Manager Chen. Mr. Su, the popular streamers on this list are quite renowned. We have yet to decide who will stream the new game. Could you provide some suggestions? Upon opening the list, he was astonished to find it filled exclusively with female streamers, with not a single male among them. Moreover, these women were all exceptionally attractive, even in their barefaced photographs, each possessing an allure of 7 or 8 out of 10. What does this mean? Su Lian chuckled, fully aware of Manager Chen's intentions. On such unregulated platforms, some streamers might go to great lengths for a promotional spot or the gifts from top fans. However, Su Lian was not swayed by such tactics. He found himself in a fortunate position and saw no reason to entangle himself in such matters. Besides, agreeing to this could lead to complications. You may handle this selection. I lack expertise in this area, he replied, mindful not to expose Chen's hidden agenda. All right, good night to you. After setting down his phone, Su Lian lay in bed contemplating. It was time to purchase a car. Since establishing his company, he had relied on taxis for commuting, and being stuck in traffic during peak hours was a significant waste of time. He should acquire a vehicle for personal use. However, Su Lian did not wish to opt for a conventional model. He desired something unique and technologically advanced, perhaps a sports car. With this thought, he summoned the system interface. System, let us try our luck with a spin on the Life Essentials wheel. The items within the system were categorized into 5 levels: common, advanced, rare, artifact, and epic. Each spin required 2,000 game coins, yet the prizes would be at least rare or higher. The accumulated coins were sufficient for 10 spins, with some remaining. As the wheel spun rapidly, a variety of high-tech products flashed before him, finally coming to a stop. Congratulations. You have obtained the Culinary Master Skill Pack, mastering cooking techniques from around the globe. What is this? Su Lian's expression turned sour. This would be quite beneficial for an ordinary person. Perhaps it could transform a novice into a master chef. Yet, as a game developer who worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, where would he find the time to cook? One more time. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the God-level driving skill. Whether it's a bicycle or a car, you will immediately master its operation. Now that's more like it. Su Lian's driving skills were average, but now he could confidently consider himself an expert driver. Continue the spins. Now that driving skills were secured, Su Lian thought he might directly win a car. Ideally, it would be something as cool as the sleek vehicles from Transformers. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Heavenly Voice skill. Your voice will. Oh, I'm not interested. Let's try again. Su Lian, eager to spin once more, interrupted the announcement. If this round did not yield satisfactory results, he planned to continue spinning multiple times. Ding. Congratulations, you have become an experienced veteran driver. Another veteran driver? Wasn't that just awarded? Just as Su Lian pondered this, a wealth of driving techniques flooded his mind. Haha, so that's what they meant by veteran driver. As he felt this knowledge gradually solidify into muscle memory, Su Lian's face turned crimson. Fine, let's try one last time. If this doesn't work, I shall switch to something else. Su Lian was wary of inadvertently winning something trivial, which might leave him unable to afford a car. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the Eye of Identification. Eye of Identification. By focusing on a target for 10 seconds, you can discern all information about it, including its biological state. Oh, this is quite useful. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lian felt a slight warmth in his eyes, akin to a gentle eye treatment. Ding. Eye of Identification fully loaded. What is this new ability? Rubbing his eyes, Su Lian directed his gaze towards his newly purchased phone. Soon, its specifications appeared before him like a holographic display. Product, Smart Touchscreen Phone. Brand, Far East Technology Group. Production date, February 12, 2035. Current status, operating smoothly, equipment functioning normally, battery nearing depletion. With an expected lifespan of 4 years. Indeed, Su Lian comprehended the utility of this skill, akin to the golden eye. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since he could observe living beings, could this ability also be employed to understand humans? He rushed to the window and chanced upon a neighbor below, a young lady who often returned home late at night. Her name was Shinro. Appearance, 68 points. Age, 26 years. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Relationship status, single. Number of relationships, 423. Affinity towards you, 30. Impression, Appears handsome, but likely lacks financial resources. Wow, what a remarkable find. Su Lian was overjoyed. Though he was somewhat curious about the reasons behind this girl's numerous relationships, he deemed it irrelevant to himself, especially since she might look down upon his introverted persona. He decided not to draw further and simply converted his findings. He had drawn 5 times, precisely expending his 10,000 game coins. Continuing any further would surely lead to a loss of reason. Consequently, Su Lian entered the mall in search of the ideal mode of transportation. Countless peculiar vehicles materialized on the screen, including, but not limited to, small boats, luxury yachts, locomotives, military vehicles, and advanced fighter jets. Su Lian gazed at these options with a wry smile, pondering how one could possibly commute using such contraptions. Moreover, the wormhole device was utterly ludicrous. It could potentially lead to abduction for research. After refining his search parameters, he ultimately settled on a sleek black sci-fi vehicle. Super high-tech vehicle, Dark Knight Phantom. Priced at 5,000 game coins. The description read, constructed from nanomaterials, exceedingly energy efficient, capable of traveling over 2,000 kilometers on a single refuel, equipped with intelligent driving and self-regulating environmental conditions. For further details, please consult the manual. Additionally, once bound to a user, only the owner could operate it. If anyone else attempted to do so without authorization, the system would automatically alert security. This is the one. Su Lian decisively placed his order. Above all, it was strikingly stylish, resembling a transforming war machine from a film. Simultaneously, a new car key appeared in his pocket. Upon inspection, it was a finely crafted metallic key adorned with a bat emblem. Let us go check out my new car. Excitedly, he dashed towards the parking lot. And there it was, his very own Dark Knight Phantom, conspicuously noticeable under the dim lights. The common Volkswagens and BMWs nearby paled in comparison. With its all-black, cool aesthetic, the Dark Knight Phantom boasted a streamlined body reminiscent of a Bugatti Veyron. Like most sports cars, the Dark Knight Phantom had a low chassis, seemingly hugging the ground. Su Lian retrieved the car key and pressed the unlock button. Ding! Successfully bound owner, Su Lian. The Dark Knight Phantom emitted a couple of gentle beeps, and its white headlights blinked twice, as if greeting Su Lian. With a click, as Su Lian approached the vehicle, the door opened automatically, and the interior lights activated warmly. Welcome aboard, master. Indeed, this car was remarkably intelligent. Realizing this, Su Lian comfortably settled into the driver's seat. Once the door closed automatically, a gentle yet firm voice resonated. Hello, I am Xiao Yi, pleased to serve you. Su Lian nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that you are in good spirits. Would you like some music to relax? Absolutely. Instantly, soothing instrumental music flowed through the vehicle. Wonderful. Savoring the delightful melody, Su Lian exclaimed. Take me for a drive. Xiao Yi, to an interesting place. Master, I have detected an elevation in your hormones. Would you prefer to visit the nearest hot spring for a soak? A hot spring? Su Lian was momentarily taken aback, glancing around the interior of the car to confirm he hadn't entered the wrong one. Oh, so this feature can monitor health status and make suggestions. For instance, if Su Lian felt hungry, the AI would recommend nearby renowned restaurants based on his hunger cues. The suggestion regarding the hot spring stemmed from his conversation with Manager Chun, during which he had glimpsed some alluring female streamers, triggering certain thoughts that Xiao Yi had perceptively picked up on. Never mind, perhaps next time. Open the door. By now, night had fallen. And with work awaiting him in the morning, Su Lian resolved to seek another opportunity to thoroughly experience this vehicle. Farewell, master. The Dark Knight Phantom spoke gently, elegantly opening the door while providing illumination, allowing Su Lian to exit with ease. The expenditure of 5,000 game coins felt worthwhile. Patting the car's hood, Su Lian walked away contentedly towards his residence. The following morning, as Su Lian drove the Dark Knight Phantom to the company entrance, he was halted by the security guard. Chapter 92. What an adorable little cat. Currently, only Qin Feixiu, Chun Li, and Lu Qin among the company staff owned personal vehicles for commuting. Everyone else, including himself as the boss, typically relied on taxis. Additionally, due to the car's anti-peeping film, the interior remained obscured from outside view. Naturally, the guard would come to inspect this unfamiliar model. Ah, it's Su Zong. Recognizing Su Lian seated within, the guard instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. Recently, the company had provided them with salary increases, leading the employees to harbor gratitude towards him. Yes, it's a new car. Su Lian lowered the window, reminding him to note the license plate number. Understood, you may proceed. With a smile, the guard promptly made way for the leader. Upon entering the company building, Su Lian diligently reviewed the operational reports of 2 products as usual before returning to his office to log into the Douyu live streaming client to check on the promotional tasks assigned by Manager Chun. A relevant category has indeed unveiled a new item, WDSHG. The search results reveal that merely over 200 streamers are currently engaging with this game, and the live stream's popularity hovers modestly, with only a few thousand to 10,000 viewers online. However, she remains unperturbed. As this is a paid product rather than a free-to-play model, naturally, initial attention must be garnered through various promotions to ensure future growth. After browsing, she ultimately decides to click on the room of a rather appealing female player. As a fan of OYUYL Group, ZHOLI Queuing particularly adores these two game products, especially the pixelated side-scrolling action game, which is simply her favorite. She logs in daily to care for her daughter character. After graduation, unable to find her dream job, she resorts to spending time at home, during which she unexpectedly discovers that many are earning substantial income through streaming. Inspired, she signs a contract to become a full-time broadcaster, focusing on, but unfortunately, the competition is fierce, and she cannot attract many viewers, except for a small audience that appreciates aesthetics. To make matters worse, due to contractual obligations, she must fulfill a fixed broadcasting duration each day, or face penalties. Fortunately, she recently received a notification to introduce the latest release, a project she has been eagerly following and finds quite innovative, which is why she is willing to pre-order and experience it. Wow, such a marvelous creation truly exists. What is its name? A friend upstairs mentioned it is a new game from OYU, but I am uncertain about its entertainment value and remain hesitant. As a student, I find the pricing somewhat steep and plan to watch the showcase video before considering a purchase. You all seem outdated. Do you not know that you can apply for a free trial on the official website? It allows you to judge for yourself whether this game is worth buying. Regardless, I have already made the purchase, and this game is just as magnificent as depicted in the promotional video. Within this game, I feel like a creator. The individual upstairs must be playing in creative mode. Do you have the courage to try survival mode? As ZHOLI Queuing goes live, hundreds of viewers flock to her stream. The platform itself boasts a vast user base, coupled with the audience's anticipation for WDSHG. Yet, many players are concerned about whether the game is worth the 500 yuan price tag. Thus, they come to the stream to ascertain if WDSHG is truly deserving of their investment. Welcome everyone to my live stream. If you enjoy it, please remember to follow me. Today, OYUTNGXN has officially launched the game. WDSHG has finally entered public testing. Let's see what this game is all about. ZHOLI Queuing remarks as she clicks on the downloaded grass block icon and logs in with her OYU account, officially commencing her gaming journey. Upon logging in, the screen presents two starkly contrasting graphics options. One is 16K HD quality, while the other is a pixelated low-resolution style. Let's first experience the HD quality. She decides, selecting the 16K ultra-clear mode and entering survival mode. In the blink of an eye, the high-definition visuals materialize before her. Her character appears in a location connecting a forest and a beach. Wow, this is incredibly realistic. The sounds of the seaside waft through her headphones. As she gazes at the clouds drifting above, the lush trees, the vast ocean, and the rolling sandy beach, all of which evoke a profound sense of immersion. She can even see the frothy white caps as the waves crash ashore. This scene feels as if it truly exists beyond the screen. How is the quality so outstanding? Isn't this the company famous for pixelated graphics? Don't listen to the naysayers. The graphics of NYU 11N are also quite impressive. Do you not remember? Quick, dig sand to build a castle. Other streamers are doing just that. Let's take a quick spin. While beautiful graphics are noteworthy, we must discern the gameplay quality. The viewers in the stream are equally captivated by the exquisite visuals, enthusiastically urging her to explore her surroundings. I remember, this game should also allow for tree cutting and mining. Suddenly realizing this, she attempts to click the mouse, causing her character to start moving, and soon collects a piece of dirt. So, collecting items is this simple. After speaking, she approaches an oak tree and begins chopping, quickly obtaining a log. Got it. Feeling that the gameplay is relatively easy to grasp, she decides to explore the forest first before continuing to gather materials for building a house. At that moment, a small orange-spotted leopard cat peeks its head from the tree. In such high clarity, the cat appears exceptionally lifelike, its fluffy fur swaying gently with its movements, its tail swaying animatedly. Wow, what an adorable little cat. ZHOLI Queuing exclaims with delight, attempting to wave her arm in greeting, but the small creature merely glances before scampering away. After taking a few more steps, she reaches the edge of a cliff, revealing a vast expanse of grassland below. The meadow is dotted with grazing cattle, sheep, and pigs, presenting a picturesque pastoral scene. The scenery here is splendid. Gazing at the expansive view, she cannot resist the urge to shout, testing for an echo. She then descends from the cliff top, walking into a green area, facing a curious pink piglet. The pig raises its head to observe her. Uffed, how comical it looks. Playfully, she approaches and delivers a light punch, causing the pig to squeal and quickly flee. This is incredibly fun. She chases the pig until she manages to defeat it. Soon after, a floating item appears, revealing an uncooked piece of pork, which can be consumed to satiate hunger or restore health points. Upon seeing such a drop, she realizes. So this is a consumable resource. Chapter 93. Do you not wish to grow your popularity? At present, I am not hungry, so I shall reserve it for later. Given that this vast expanse of greenery is populated by numerous livestock and is nestled against the forest and the sea, it is indeed an ideal location to establish a home. We shall return here later to construct a dwelling. To facilitate locating the original site, I have taken the liberty of erecting a marker using stones. A few minutes later, as we departed this area and ventured into another unfamiliar forest, a sense of trepidation gripped my heart. I vividly recalled the guide mentioning the presence of creatures such as zombies at night. Before long, a cave entrance emerged ahead, its depths shrouded in darkness, seemingly bottomless, likely concealing numerous hazards. This must be the lair of those monsters. Although the surrounding rocks protruded enough to allow for descent, I had no intention of doing so. After all, I did not wish to transform this leisurely game into a horror film. Yet, just as Zhao Luqing was about to leave, the viewers in the live stream became restless. Are you so timid, streamer? Won't you take a look at what treasures lie within the cave? Oh, don't hesitate. Hurry down and have a look. I'm on the edge of my seat. Fear not. We are here with you. Venture inside. I heard there are diamonds and gold in there. Be bold. Your live stream is thriving. Don't you want to boost your popularity? Indeed, if you do not descend, I shall unfollow and block you. All right, I shall go. Reluctantly. For the sake of the live stream's engagement, Zhao Luqing steeled her resolve and cautiously made her way down the protruding stones, step by step, into the abyss. After more than a minute, the blocky figure successfully leaped to the bottom of the deep pit. It was too dark to see anything. How could she proceed? Faced with the pitch-black cave, Zhao Luqing swallowed hard, her heart racing. However, the fans in the live stream continued to urge her forward, incessantly threatening to unfollow if she did not move. They were simply too curious about the secrets hidden within the game, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. In truth, Zhao Luqing herself was also eager to discover whether there were treasures within the cave. Ultimately, driven by the desire to entertain her audience and her own curiosity, Zhao Luqing squinted and pressed on deeper into the inky abyss. Once visibility was entirely obscured, she hastily retrieved the oak blocks she had gathered earlier from her backpack, placing them at the entrance as a marker for easy exit later. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally caught sight of a faint red glow. As she scanned the dim surroundings, she realized it was a corridor, neatly arranged, with torches affixed to the walls providing light. Immediately, she took down a torch, and with a sigh of relief, she obtained the item, Torch X1. With the aid of this meager illumination, she could finally discern her surroundings, her heart calming slightly. Wow, this feels just like a real adventure. Keep going, streamer. Indeed, with the torch, there is nothing to fear. Press on. Good heavens, this game is genuinely terrifying. They call it a leisurely game. Leisurely? It's practically a survival challenge. I nearly cried from fright at the zombies last night. After surveying her surroundings with the torch in hand, she noticed two passageways before her. Although both were shrouded in darkness and seemed to harbor lurking monsters, turning back was no longer an option. Let us first explore the right path. Cautiously, she proceeded to the right, only to suddenly notice something dark and sticky above her. What is that? She approached a few steps closer to discern the truth. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized it was an enormous black spider, soundly asleep in its web. The mere thought of it suddenly dropping onto her made her skin crawl. Thankfully, she had not advanced recklessly. Just as she was preparing to turn back, the chat erupted once more. If you dare to wake that creature with the torch and chase it away, I will send you gifts. Me too. Remember my name. I will keep my promise. The more dangerous the place, the more treasures lie within. You can sneak past the spider while it sleeps. How disgusting. Yet, it is incredibly realistic. Streamer, ignore them and escape. The fans even began sending small tokens of encouragement to the timid female streamer. Glancing at the stats, she was astonished to see her popularity had surged to 30,000. Considering that retreating now might result in a significant loss of viewers, Zhao Luqing decided to take the risk. After all, it was merely a virtual world. Having mentally prepared herself for quite some time, she slowly approached the furry figure. Unexpectedly, the monstrous creature seemed to sense danger. Swiftly opening its blood-red eyes and fixating on her with a piercing stare, emitting a sharp, shrill sound as it began to move rapidly. Startled, she let out a scream and immediately commanded the blocky figure to flee. Facing zombies was preferable to this. Fortunately, her timely reaction and sufficient distance allowed her to shake off the sticky creature and veer into the left passage. That was terrifying. Why is there such a gigantic eight-legged monster? Panting heavily, she recalled the earlier incident, still feeling a chill run down her spine. Ha ha ha, that was utterly hilarious. From now on, I am your devoted fan. Please, production team, consider the feelings of female players. Even the sound effects were incredibly realistic. This is quite exhilarating. I plan to purchase an account tonight to experience it myself. I initially thought it was a soothing minigame, but it has turned into a survival challenge mode. Just imagine the thrill of encountering a skeletal warrior. As the viewers found the scene amusing, they also continued to support her with donations. Where's this place? Regaining her composure, she glanced around and realized she had inadvertently stumbled into a larger cavern, its atmosphere more foreboding and sinister. At that moment, a deep growl echoed throughout this unfamiliar space. The terrifying sound instantly silenced the lively tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. What was that sound? Zhao Luqing was startled by it, hastily raising her torch to survey her surroundings. In that moment, she suddenly froze, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Not far ahead on the steps stood a grotesque creature, its body horrifyingly decayed, arms outstretched, and a pair of green eyes fixated on her, a zombie. This type of monster possesses an extremely high attack power, and facing it alone would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, this zombie had yet to notice Zhao Luqing's presence and merely stood there in a daze. Why does the very thing one fears most always come to pass? Observing the decayed, tattered zombie, Zhao Luqing anxiously remarked. Chapter 94. You have been killed by a zombie anchor. I just sent you a plane. If you provoke that zombie again, I will send you a rocket. Mark my words. Don't be timid, anchor. The live stream is bustling with energy right now. We need some thrilling moments. Indeed, anchor, defeating the zombie could yield a plethora of valuable items. Stop causing trouble. How can a novice contend with a zombie? I've seen other streamers run away upon encountering one. Even without glancing at the bullet comments, Zhao Luqing understood what the audience wanted her to do. However, as a newcomer to this game, her operational awareness was far from adequate. This was her first encounter with a zombie. How could she dare to provoke it? Just as Zhao Luqing prepared to escape the passage and flee the deep pit, a sound of bones clashing suddenly echoed from ahead. No, it can't be. Zhao Luqing swallowed hard, cautiously raising her torch to peer forward. Indeed, within her line of sight, a creature composed entirely of bones was drawing a bow and aiming at her. This was also a common enemy in the game, capable of attacking with arrows, inflicting considerable damage. In this ultra-high-definition setting, the skeletal figure appeared exceedingly fearsome. At that moment, the skeleton was firmly gripping its bow, intently focused on Zhao Luqing's character. Clearly, it had set its sights on her. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck Zhao Luqing's character, instantly reducing her health by 1/5. Ah, that hurts. Zhao Luqing rushed toward the skeletal creature. Having read some game strategies, she knew that this skeleton only attacked with arrows and had a brief pause after each shot. Seizing this opportunity, she boldly charged forward. However, the nearby zombie, having heard the sound of the arrow, quickly lunged in her direction. Why has it noticed me again? Having just evaded the skeleton, Zhao Luqing dared not stop. Yet despair washed over her when, as she fled the passage, the spider she had previously encountered ambushed her, inflicting a grievous blow that took away more than half of her health. Oh no! Spotting the enormous spider, Zhao Luqing panicked, darting back and forth within the passage, ultimately retracing her steps into the left corridor. The zombie's howls and the sounds of bones clashing soon followed. Consequently, Zhao Luqing was swiftly defeated by the combined forces of the zombie and the skeleton. You have been killed by a zombie. Oh dear. I truly do not know what to do now. Zhao Luqing lamented while gazing helplessly at her crimson screen. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in laughter. Ha! I never expected you to run back. Having watched the anchor for so long, I must ask, is this really a casual game? It feels quite terrifying. In truth, it is meant to be a rather relaxed game mode. However, the anchor insisted on provoking the zombies. Well, the anchor had to tease that spider, otherwise she would have escaped long ago. Isn't it because you all urged her to provoke those monsters? Listen, you must craft a weapon first to confront these creatures. The game contains methods for creating equipment. Wow, that does sound intriguing. I shall try this game when I return home. In survival mode, each failure necessitates a fresh start. Fortunately, Zhao Luqing had not acquired any vital resources this time, so there was little loss. This time, I must construct a house first. Upon respawning, Zhao Luqing frantically dug soil and chopped wood in preparation for building a safe haven. Female players typically craft houses that are more intricate than those of their male counterparts. As the day gradually dimmed and the sun sank below the horizon, Zhao Luqing finally erected a 2-story villa by the beach using soil and oak. Although the villa appeared somewhat crude due to the material limitations, it still possessed a rustic charm. Once the house was completed, she placed a bed in the corner of the second floor. As night fell, various monsters began to emerge throughout the game world. To evade them, one merely needed to lie in bed and sleep through to the next morning, admiring the blue sea outside and feeling the gentle sea breeze through her headphones. Zhao Luqing proudly declared, "So, what do you all think of my little house? It faces the sea and blooms in spring. It looks nice. I just wonder if it can withstand the monsters that may appear at night. Why is it that the same blocky structures, when combined in your hands, Transform into such a lovely house. What I built looks like a pigsty. Your hunger bar is nearly depleted. Hurry and find something to eat. Yes. Quickly collect food while it's still daytime. It will be much harder to find something to eat at night. I suppose I'm feeling a bit hungry. Realizing this, Zhao Luqing suddenly remembered that she had been so preoccupied with building that she had overlooked the necessity of food in the game. Subsequently, she leaped out of the villa and dashed toward the grasslands. At that moment, she learned that she could hunt pigs and cows for meat and decided to procure some steaks to satisfy her hunger. Instantly, the grasslands were filled with the anguished cries of animals. Not long after, Zhao Luqing returned, laden with a bountiful harvest of raw beef and pork. It was at this moment that darkness enveloped the sky entirely. Suddenly, the forest erupted with a multitude of zombies and skeletons, surging toward Zhao Luqing's villa like a deluge. Among them were some new creatures that Zhao Luqing had never encountered during her explorations on the communication platform. The cacophony of their ghastly howls felt as though one were in the midst of a horror film. What a game this is for relaxation. Hand the streamer a firearm, and it could transform into a first-person shooter. Goodness, what is that elongated black creature with purple eyes? Truly impressive. Up there, that is an Enderman. Known for its high attack power, yet it is said that as long as one does not gaze into its eyes, one is safe. An Enderman? I recall a dragon named Ender Dragon in the promotional video. What is their connection? Perhaps the streamer should take a brief respite and wait for dawn, as these monsters may vanish by then. All the creatures seemed to be converging toward a singular target, Zhao Luqing's villa. Soon, her house was completely encircled. Surely, this cannot be good. As she gazed down at the throng of monsters beneath her, a shiver ran down her spine. Just then, a startling scene unfolded. A zombie began to wreak havoc on Zhao Luqing's villa, actually tearing a chunk of earth from the structure and clutching it in its grasp. It turned out that this horde was capable of demolishing buildings. Never mind, I shall retire for the night. Zhao Luqing did not wish for her abode to be reduced to ruins by these creatures, so she hurried back inside and lay down. As she reclined on her bed, time in the upper right corner swiftly passed. Before long, radiant sunlight streamed through the window. Dawn had arrived. Chapter 95. You were blown up by a creeper. The monsters gradually dispersed. Those sluggish zombies were incinerated by the sunlight, leaving behind a plethora of rotten flesh. Was it truly that simple? Observing the ground littered with materials, Zhao Luqing could not help but exclaim. After merely a brief slumber, those monsters retreated on their own, and the sunlight even vanquished the zombies, leaving behind so many items. It appears that moving forward, one need only sleep at night. Quickly, gather the items, gather the items. Zhao Luqing excitedly descended the stairs to collect materials. The sunlight had left behind numerous useful objects, predominantly a substance known as rotten flesh, which could restore considerable hunger but might cause poisoning if consumed in excess. The utility of the other items remained uncertain, yet she collected them all. Later, she would consult the strategy guide on the communication platform. These items must surely be useful for crafting equipment. Gazing at her backpack brimming with materials, Zhao Luqing spoke with anticipation. Moreover, some unfamiliar creatures had also emerged last night. In order to better confront these beings in the future, Zhao Luqing resolved to thoroughly research the strategies for Minecraft. Fortunately, she had gone to bed early last night. Otherwise, her house would have been in peril. The two-story building she constructed had its earthen walls significantly damaged by the zombies. Now, there was a gaping hole in the first-floor wall, wide enough for monsters to enter and exit freely. Had she not retired early, these zombies would have surely infiltrated her home. She would need to excavate some dirt to fill that hole. This house was a hard-won achievement for Zhao Luqing. With some repairs, it could be restored to functionality. Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs, a green creature suddenly emerged from the corner of the hole, startling her greatly. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and retreated. This creature was frightened of the sunlight. Upon seeing Zhao Luqing depart, it ceased its pursuit and huddled in the corner, staring at her. This is terrifying. What manner of creature is this? It was a being devoid of hands, with four short, bent legs, hollow eye sockets, and a mouth that appeared sorrowful. All cloaked in greenish-gray skin. If one approached too closely, it emitted a hissing sound. It must have snuck in to hide after the zombies breached the wall last night. During the live broadcast, Zhao Luqing had not been well acquainted with the game, resulting in her unfamiliarity with many monsters. Most viewers had also never encountered this creature, prompting some to suggest that Zhao Luqing attempt an attack. Meanwhile, a few knowledgeable viewers fervently urged caution in the chat room. Streamer, this is a friendly creature. It won't harm you. Go closer and see. Indeed, this is a creeper, which possesses no offensive capabilities. It merely hides from sunlight. Is the streamer really afraid of a creeper? This is a friendly entity. Approaching it could lead to a pet. Do not mislead me. As soon as I got close, I was blown away. Haha, you're truly mischievous, picking on a novice streamer. The truth was hard to discern. Zhao Luqing approached the creeper with trepidation. Little one, Please do not bite me, she said while mending the wall. The creeper slowly crawled toward her, emitting a hissing sound as though igniting a fuse. Little one, you. Before she could finish her sentence, the creeper detonated in an instant. The powerful shockwave instantaneously obliterated Zhao Luqing's character, reducing the entire villa to rubble and leaving behind a massive crater on the beach. You were blown up by a creeper. Gazing at the red notification on the screen and the crater on the beach, Zhao Luqing felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. The viewers in the live chat, however, were in fits of laughter, thoroughly entertained. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. The creeper is even mightier than the zombies. And the streamer actually believed it. That damage is absurd. The streamer was at full health, and just like that, gone. Can you believe someone thought there would be friendly creatures in Minecraft? And it's a streamer. This is too funny. I've recorded it. Meanwhile, the Enderman upstairs was indeed harmless. As long as one did not gaze into its eyes, it would not attack, having tested this theory and confirmed its accuracy. What is this game all about? It looks quite intriguing. Upstairs, this is the new game from Ayo Company. Just search for Wadashur Jia to play it. After glancing at her villa, now reduced to ruins, and observing the barrage of mocking comments in the live stream, Zhao Luqing felt her face flush with anger. If I trust you again, I will truly be a fool. This survival mode is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps we should switch to another mode and experience it with other players. With that, Zhao Luqing returned to the main menu, selected the multiplayer mode, and prepared to find companions for a gaming session. Currently, Wadashur Jia has just begun its internal testing phase, and most players are novices, much like Zhao Luqing, who, after encountering difficulties in survival mode, decided to explore other gameplay styles to hone her skills. The multiplayer mode is now the most bustling area, boasting thousands of rooms, each filled with at least 5 or 6 players. Besides the ordinary game zones, there are 3 dedicated channels for hosts to announce and recruit players. A 20-person team challenge for survival, constructing an all-weather shelter, skilled players welcome. Those who have perused the strategy guides, gather swiftly. Form a 30-person team to collect ender pearls and face the dragon. 2 players collaborating to build a dream city, seeking romantic partners to join. Please do not enter if uninterested. A 100-person creative mode brawl to test archery skills. Interested parties please join. Such announcements abound, leaving Zhao Luqing bewildered. What on earth do these notifications mean? She mused, realizing that to ensure a smooth live stream in the future, she must relearn how to play the game. Let us practice in creative mode first. Zhao Luqing resolved not to join these seemingly high-end rooms, fearing potential trouble from irritating someone. Subsequently, she activated the creative mode with infinite resources and flight capabilities, embarking on her adventure with the highest graphics settings. Her virtual character appeared on a vast, flat meadow, utterly devoid of any trees. As she had activated cheat mode, her inventory contained unlimited materials. After contemplating the lack of excitement in playing alone, she declared, "Dear viewers, the password is 3242. Join me in constructing a super secure house. Only 20 spots available. I want to join. I am a novice seeking guidance. Host, please take me along. I just bought the game and am still learning. My roommate's dying wish is to see me battle with you. That roommate is me. I wish to try. Please give me a chance." In the blink of an eye, all spots were filled, and Zhao Luqing found herself surrounded by 19 companions. Chapter 96. Are you the designer? We aim to build a colossal secure base, while simultaneously developing livestock farming. The remaining structures are left to your creativity. Once the orders were given, everyone swiftly divided tasks, while Zhao Luqing hovered above like a supervisor, monitoring their progress. After approximately 1 hour, several magnificent buildings emerged on the meadow, including luxurious chicken coops filled with golden chickens, pig pens housing adorable piglets, and a golden palace floating in the void. All masterpieces of her fans. Everything appeared dreamlike in high-definition quality, resembling a fantastical paradise. One peculiar companion took great pleasure in breeding and sunbathing while slaying zombie monsters. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Zhao Luqing noticed a player silently tinkering with a mysterious enchantment device, not participating in the collaborative effort. "What are you doing?" Zhao Luqing curiously inquired, but the player remained focused on their task, offering no response. One by one, they arranged various peculiar items to construct a cross-shaped altar, encircled with blocks of flame rock, and excavated a small hole at the center. Ultimately, this companion ignited the stone in the altar's center, triggering an astonishing transformation as a massive purple-eyed black dragon descended from the sky. This creature, known as the Ender Dragon, instantly captured everyone's attention. Its wings dark as ink spreading wide like the night, casting a shadow over the sun, leaving all witnesses in awe. Wow, is this the legendary Ender Dragon? It's absolutely magnificent. Oh great one, please share the recipe to summon one. I wish to have my own to play with. After a discussion, They learned that summoning such a creature requires specific conditions and that most materials are difficult to obtain, yet in their current environment, they could attempt it freely. Alright, for the sake of this Ender Dragon, I have already purchased the game. I will summon it after work. Wow, this person must be an expert. Gazing at the ancient Ender Dragon soaring through the sky, Zhao Luqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just then, the enormous Ender Dragon suddenly descended, landing beside the blocky figure that had summoned it. Its massive body lay on the ground, its purple eyes fixated on its summoner. Building houses is not the only fun. Come over, and I will take you all for a ride on the dragon. At this moment, the mysterious expert finally activated their microphone and spoke. Hearing they could ride the Ender Dragon, Zhao Luqing and her friends eagerly rushed over. Thus, all 20 blocky figures climbed onto the dragon's back. The Ender Dragon flapped its enormous black wings and slowly ascended into the sky, soaring once again. The sounds of rushing wind and flapping wings filled the air, and Zhao Luqing couldn't help but marvel at the immersive experience this game provided. By the way, who is this mysterious individual? She pondered curiously. To wield the enchantment table with such skill and successfully summon the ancient Ender Dragon is certainly not something a novice could achieve. Moreover, her voice seemed familiar. In the following hours, this enigmatic player continued to engage with Zhao Luqing and her friends, teaching them various item usages and how to summon the Ender Dragon and other formidable monsters. Since they were in creative mode with cheats enabled, the summoned creatures posed no threat to them. In the current world, the sky was filled with flying Ender Dragons in astonishing numbers, as if they were about to obscure the entire sky. In addition to the Ender Dragon, there are various entities resembling hot air balloons, cumbersome iron golems, and formidable lightning creepers. These exceedingly rare monsters in survival mode are summoned by players in abundance, as if cost were of no concern. This is one of the enchanting aspects of creative mode, allowing players to utilize any materials at their disposal, transforming them into true creators within this realm. Zhao Luqing constructed an immense enclosure using fences filled entirely with tattered, decaying zombies. She then summoned an Ender Dragon and commanded, "Ancient Ender Dragon, attack them." Strangely, the Ender Dragon she summoned seemed to disregard her order, instead soaring into the sky and aimlessly circling. What is happening? Why can others command their Ender Dragons, yet mine does not obey? Zhao Luqing pondered, recalling having witnessed a mysterious player directing an Ender Dragon to unleash purple flames upon a mountain. Why then, did her own summoned dragon refuse to follow her command? More importantly, other streamers broadcasting this game were gradually learning as well. Zhao Luqing's livestream, showcasing an array of captivating monsters and equipment usage techniques, had reached the pinnacle of popularity within the segment, amassing an audience of 200,000 viewers. Thus, Zhao Luqing felt immense gratitude towards the friend she had called out. "Hey," she exclaimed in the chat. "What is it?" The mysterious player, who had been instructing friends on crafting diamond armor, curiously flew over. "Have your Ender Dragon assist me in dispatching these zombies. You truly know how to stir up trouble." He chuckled resignedly, yet he summoned an Ender Dragon nonetheless. Moments later, the dragon unleashed purple flames upon the zombies within the enclosure. In an instant, all the zombies were incinerated, leaving only a ground strewn with rotten flesh. "Why can your Ender Dragon be controlled so effortlessly, while mine cannot?" Zhao Luqing questioned, bewildered by the devastation in the enclosure. Theoretically, in creative mode, all players should possess the same capabilities. Haha, it's because I am a designer. I just input a few lines of code. Lian ultimately revealed the truth. "What? You're a designer?" Zhao Luqing exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the blocky figure above her. "Lian? Could he be the designer from Aoyou Tianxia Game Company? Are you truly Lian?" Zhao Luqing asked excitedly. "Yes, that is indeed me," Lian replied. He had been watching Zhao Luqing's livestream for quite some time, aiming to better promote the game by joining the stream and teaching others how to enjoy it. Upon hearing this mysterious expert reveal himself as the designer Lian, the friends who had initially focused on honing their skills flocked towards him, encircling Lian. The chat in the livestream erupted with fervor. "Is this for real? Are you truly Su Laozhai? It must be. This game has only been in open beta for a day. Who else could use those novel items so proficiently? Su Gu, I am your female fan. May I add you as a friend? Su Laozhai, I blame you for my gambling losses." Beyond the friends in the livestream, the viewers were equally astonished. Chapter 97. Is this how it ends? They had never expected designer Lian to personally join this small streamer-esque game room. No wonder he was so adept. It turned out he was the designer Su Laozhai from Aoyou. What? Is Su Laozhai incognito? Hurry up and develop new events. Is this really the designer Lian from Aoyou? Just watch his gameplay. It's evident, and being able to control the Ender Dragon with code confirms it. Su Laozhai, what about the gambling events? You made me lose all my savings. I can't believe someone up there also plays Dungeon and Fighter. Surely I can say Richard is the strongest, right? Trash Richard, my Roland is the best. Is this person really the genuine article? Zhao Luqing covered her mouth in astonishment, gazing at the sudden influx of comments in the live stream. Initially, she had wondered how this individual could be the designer. After all, he was a big shot from a major company, surely too busy to casually chat in her live stream. Yet now, witnessing the barrage of comments, it seemed everyone believed he was indeed the real designer. Moreover, his name sounded identical to that of the designer, compelling Zhao Luqing to accept this reality. In the ensuing time, Lian utilized Zhao Luqing's live stream to provide a detailed explanation of the equipment usage in Minecraft. Even those viewers who had not purchased the game began to grasp its various mechanics. With Lian's presence, the audience's attention shifted from Zhao Luqing to him. Lian had already established himself as a prominent figure in the gaming community, particularly with the immense popularity of Dungeon and Fighter and Crossfire. Consequently, Lian's popularity soared, with players frequently mentioning this designer in their conversations. Not to mention, the preview of Minecraft had captivated many. News of the behind-the-scenes designer personally teaching players how to play led to Zhao Luqing's livestream audience skyrocketing to over 1 million in just a few hours. The comments flew by, and gifts poured in abundantly, resembling the streams of top-tier broadcasters. Where is Su Laohu? Come out and face the consequences. Why launch gambling events during summer vacation? I'm still paying off my Huabei. I heard the designer from this company is streaming here, but isn't this a girl? What is this Minecraft nonsense? Su Laohu has gotten too arrogant, earning so much money but not focusing on coding. Is he now flirting with female streamers? Why did Su Laohu create such terrifying creatures like Mad Baby, making it impossible for me to sleep at night? Think Mad Baby is unimpressive? You must not have seen the derivative videos. The esteemed individual upstairs, could you kindly send me a link? I shall bow in gratitude. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of comments in the live streaming room, Zhao Luqing found herself somewhat at a loss. Typically, her stream attracted no more than 10,000 viewers, with only a handful of comments. Now, with such sudden attention, she was unsure of how to respond. Well then, friends, goodbye. Let us gather again when time permits. Lian stated before abruptly exiting the room. What? He left just like that? What am I to do? Zhao Luqing mumbled awkwardly, gazing at the flood of comments. At that moment, a series of dazzling super rockets began to dominate the screen, instantly enlivening her live stream. After a considerable time, the special effects gradually diminished. Each ordinary rocket was valued at 2,000 yuan, while the super rockets cost 4,000 yuan each. A total of 30 super rockets had flashed by, signifying an impressive sum of 120,000 yuan. After deducting the platform share, Zhao Luqing would receive 60,000 yuan. The generous benefactor was none other than Lian, who had previously interacted with everyone. Lian's intentions were pure. He merely felt that he had taken up the host's channel to promote a new gameplay style and wished to express his gratitude with gifts. Thank you, esteemed designer. I adore you. Although taken aback, Zhao Luqing quickly expressed her gratitude, making a heart gesture. Lian, observing the joyful expression on Zhao Luqing's face, smiled in satisfaction before closing the live stream. However, just as Lian was preparing to log off, he received a message from an administrator. Mr. Su, here is the contact information and audio ID of the female host you just encountered. What efficiency? Lian commented with a sense of resignation. Just as he had completed his generous donation, he was already receiving messages. If he were to agree, were they planning to send the female host directly to him? They truly were experts at sensational publicity. However, Lian had neither the energy nor the inclination to deal with such matters at the moment, so he chose to disregard the message. With 3 main projects running smoothly, he could now consider developing new games and other ventures. Recently, Yuaner, responsible for the operation and maintenance of Ayo software, had been one of the busiest employees. Lian had previously assigned her several crucial tasks, one of which was to expedite the implementation of a virtual currency system. This would eliminate the need for users to recharge within the game. This currency, akin to coins, would function almost identically. 1 yuan would equal 1 Ayo coin. With a sufficient quantity, users could directly exchange for various items. Additionally, there was the creation of a personal space feature, enabling users to share updates, record moods, and upload photos online. In the era when personal spaces flourished, nearly every young person had a dedicated space to share snippets of their daily lives. In this technologically advanced age, communication tools had overlooked the potential value of account features. It is known that social software typically possesses vast traffic. If this characteristic were properly leveraged, immense profits could be achieved without any advertising, essentially becoming a veritable cash cow. This was precisely why Lian was so determined to establish his own brand. To garner more affection for Aoyo space, Lian designed several unique features. He also introduced the Huangzuan membership, which allowed users to conceal their access records, enjoy special space decorations, secret messaging services, and substantial photo storage. For merely 30 yuan, users could enjoy these exclusive benefits for a month. Moreover, Lian planned to roll out special events and limited items related to the Huangzuan membership and his games in the future. Additionally, there was an Aoyo option. Once subscribed, users would unlock numerous benefits in terms of chatting, such as using colored fonts, unique usernames, rapid leveling, priority ranking, and more discounts in games. All these privileges could be experienced for a full month at just 30 yuan. Lian intended to enhance the enjoyment and allure of the Aoyo communication software by introducing such innovative services. These offerings were particularly appealing to the youth, perfectly aligning with modern netizens' fervent pursuit of novelty. Chapter 98. Don't you find it quite endearing? Lian believed that following the formal launch of these features, Aoyo communication would witness an unprecedented surge in downloads. By the way, has the company logo been completed? Lian inquired as he approached Yuaner. Since the company's inception, it had lacked a formal representative image, a task he entrusted to the design-savvy Yuaner. It's finished. Take a look, she replied, showcasing her creation, a black and white penguin adorned with a red scarf, appearing both adorable and unique. This plump penguin held a weapon from Crossfire in its left hand and gripped the classic weapon, the magic sword Apophis from Dungeon Fighter Online, in its right, even standing atop an Ender Dragon. This clever combination fused multiple game elements, allowing for adjustments to the logo as new games were introduced. What do you think? Yuaner turned to seek his opinion. Excellent. Lian greatly admired her creativity and replied, now, let us have it produced and displayed outside the office building, and update our social media accounts accordingly. He continued, however, I have a question. Why did you choose a penguin as our representative image? Yesterday, Lian had emphasized the necessity of using a penguin as the primary design during their discussion. Yuaner felt puzzled. Given the plethora of captivating designs in their two games, why select a small creature seemingly unrelated to the theme? Don't you find it quite endearing? Lian chuckled, patting her shoulder as he strolled towards his office. The true reason behind the selection of the penguin as the ambassador may only be known to him. A week later, Yuaner collaborated with Linwei Xin to complete all tasks. From this day forward, Aoyo Communications will undergo a significant transformation. Early in the morning, Linwei Xin changed the profile picture on social media and announced all the new featured services. Aoyo Communications is on the verge of launching multiple brand new experiences, including Aoyo Tiandi personal homepages, golden member privileges, Aoyo distinguished memberships, and the initiation of a currency system. The Aoyo Tiandi personal homepage allows users to document daily stories, share emotions, and upload images, offering a diverse platform for self-expression. Golden members will enjoy the privilege of invisible viewing, unique background settings, and other features. Aoyo distinguished members will benefit from various communication conveniences, including colored text input, special nickname displays, and additional in-game discounts. The bespoke game currency for this platform has also officially debuted, supporting all its works and offering extra discounts. Aoyo technology belongs to every adventurer yearning to explore the unknown world. Aoyo Space Show? This gaming company truly knows how to innovate, transforming a communication software into something remarkably creative. Do you need to spend money to enjoy privileges? Has Aoyo lost its way after earning some money? But no one is forcing you to spend. For just 30 yuan a month, you can unlock so many features. If it were any other company, these offerings would likely cost hundreds. Look at the colorful nickname I just activated on Aoyo. How cool. And I have a unique avatar. This is what value for money looks like. Oh, did I just notice that Aoyo's Weibo profile picture has changed? It is now a penguin. If it weren't for the person above mentioning it, I would have missed it. This penguin holds a 4-barreled gun in its left hand, a magic sword named Apophis in its right. And what is the dragon beneath its feet? The dragon is actually the Ender Dragon from Aoyo's new game. What is Shijia? A significant character indeed. Haha, this company is quite adorable. Lian has revitalized Aoyo Communications, and users immediately sensed the new changes in the application. Upon opening the app, users found that the illuminated functions now included Aoyo and the Golden Diamond Nobility, with an additional star symbol in the upper right corner. Clicking it reveals a page reminiscent of an electronic bulletin board. The homepage, logs, albums, message boards, mood updates, personal documents, and music are all content that resonates well with the youth. In this world, each function has been segmented into different applications, but it is the first time to witness all these features within a single social application. Over the next week, Aoyo Space rapidly gained popularity. In this function, users can create personalized online interfaces and visit other spaces to leave comments. For young individuals, such a trend-driven product is simply fantastic. Every Aoyo Communications user is keen on crafting their personal space, finding a sense of a second virtual home here. To beautify their spaces, many have subscribed to the Golden Diamond membership service. When friends and family visit and leave likes and comments on their decorated spaces, it instills a sense of pride. Additionally, beneath the illuminated icon function, there is a small icon of a penguin clutching gold coins, which serves as the recharge entry for Ayo coins. A recharge of over 100 yuan grants a 3 discount. Wealthy players can temporarily store their funds in their accounts even if they do not spend immediately. Ordinary players also welcome this opportunity. As soon as the Ayo coin system was launched, many flocked to recharge. Within just a week, this alone brought Su Lian revenues comparable to those of Dungeon Fighter Online and Crossfire. Many praised. For just 30 yuan, one can access so many wonderful features. It is truly conscientious. Check out my background, with a cool wallpaper and heavy metal rock tracks. If you like it, give it a thumbs up. Another replied, your style is definitely that of a primary school student. This software is both practical and visually appealing. One can do homework while listening to music, and it's a product from a gaming company. I love it. Seeing the users provide positive feedback, Su Lian smiled. The software has finally found its footing, with registration numbers soaring. Next, it is time to seek suitable partners for advertising ventures to generate additional profits. Currently, the platform is the second largest instant messaging tool in the country, and its tremendous traffic has naturally attracted many enterprises aiming to expand their brand exposure. The primary mode of cooperation involves icon promotion agreements, which will lead to the addition of relevant application links on the homepage and the dispatch of several push advertisements to enhance installation rates. Su, has the code updates for Crossfire and Dungeon Fighter Online been completed? Lin Wei Xin excitedly entered the office to inquire. First, we will push Crossfire, while Dungeon Fighter Online will be launched during the holiday next week. Chapter 99 has been long awaited. To encourage more players to recharge, Su Lian had already begun preparing for this gaming event several days earlier. The new version of Crossfire will introduce several new weapon models and maps, and a lucky draw that requires 2,000 game points, equivalent to 20 yuan, to participate will be made available. It includes various small gifts of different levels, as well as highly valuable Golden Series weapons and a new character voiced in Chinese, a Tiger Team warrior. Of course, aside from gambling with money, one can also directly purchase permanent usage rights for 70 yuan from the store. Additionally, a 7-day online challenge will be held. Participants who complete 5 designated tasks daily can receive a fragment. Collecting 7 pieces will allow one to claim a 7-day limited edition Golden 47 as a reward. The Crossfire maintenance announcement states that the server will be updated on December 2nd, 2022, from 6 o'clock to the same time the next day. Exciting event announcement. Online check-in and lucky draw now open. Players can receive golden weapons online. Each day, players can undertake 5 tasks, and upon completion, they will receive a card. Collecting 7 cards allows one to exchange them for a golden AK-47 for 7 days. The Grand Lucky Wheel. Participation requires only 2,000 points, and every item one has a 30-day validity, with chances to obtain a 30-day golden weapon and a permanent new character. Introducing the new Fei Hu team. The character design is based on special forces from the Huaxia military, complete with voice lines, radio communications, and kill notifications in Mandarin. Click on the video numbered 980 on the right to witness the Fei Hu team's actual combat demonstration. The Fei Hu team is available for permanent purchase at 7,000 points or can be won through the Grand Lucky Wheel. Enter the AOU communication platform to explore all the latest event details. AOU Tianxia crafts a unique gaming experience just for you. Is it really true? Completing tasks for several days can grant a free 7-day golden AK-47? This condition seems too generous. I also find it quite incredible. Such weapons typically require monetary investment. Now, free trials for 7 days through task completion? Everyone, please remain calm and carefully read the event description. It appears that AOU has never engaged in false advertising. If it is as stated, that means a free 7-day golden AK-47. The designers are truly considerate. AOU's designers are remarkably generous. Acquiring such excellent equipment merely requires the completion of daily tasks, which would typically demand substantial spending in other games. I just finished watching the introduction regarding the Fei Hu team, and I am certainly inclined to acquire it. The kill lines are incredibly thrilling. I also wish to obtain one, especially the exhilarating line during an 8-kill streak, which is truly motivating and invigorating. Wow. The prizes in the Grand Lucky Wheel are all 30-day items. This is extraordinarily generous. Surely, this isn't merely a promotional strategy or an error. Spending 2,000 points in the lottery can exchange for items that might cost several dozens of RMB in the market. It should be noted that not every prize in the grand list holds significant value, but participating is still worthwhile. A player who does not closely follow Chuan Yu Huxian raised a question. Why has there been no new events for Dungeon and Warriors until now? We have been waiting for a long time. Indeed, Sudada, please bring us new dungeon activities. The recent Chuan Yu Huxian event has received an extremely positive response. For players, it feels akin to receiving generous gifts for free, particularly the Golden AK-47 event, which requires no monetary investment for a week's usage, is unprecedented in gaming history. Such economically viable rewards may never be seen again. No wonder AOU Game Company has managed to establish a firm foothold in the industry. The following morning, before the official launch of new features in Chuanyu Huaxian, Zhao Yuntu commenced a live stream, discussing the exhilarating news announced the previous day with his million followers. Nowadays, the popularity of Chuanyu Huaxian is almost on par with another trending game, serving as a significant pillar project on the Douyu platform, both in terms of revenue and attention. Zhao Yuntu, who has specialized in the dissemination of content related to this game since its testing phase, has now become a star streamer within the Chuanyu Huaxian domain. Typically, his audience numbers hover around 800,000, with holiday periods even surpassing 2 million. An increasing number of emerging internet celebrities are beginning to delve into this competitive platform. To maintain his leading position, Zhao Yuntu consistently explores more engaging gameplay to enrich the atmosphere of his streaming room, while also focusing on enhancing his personal skill level. Within just over a month, Zhao Yuntu has exhibited remarkable proficiency in Chuanyu Huaxian, particularly in the biohazard and challenge modes. His name has become widely recognized. The Biohazard Hall of Fame he established is celebrated as the most technically proficient team in this mode. The segments of the game that players are most passionate about are precisely these two modes. Naturally, Zhao Yuntu has become a focal figure due to his outstanding performance in both. With his exceptional ability to perform, he signed a new contract worth 2 million annually just within a month, 3 times the revenue he previously earned from streaming space warfare games. It is indeed admirable that this gaming company would offer such expensive and rare firearms as gifts. Observing the content released on AOU's official website, Zhao Yuntu couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, since its inception, the promotional initiatives launched by this development studio have consistently garnered widespread acclaim from users. This golden version boasts 5 more bullets than the standard model and is visually striking, as noted by one fan's comment. "Oh my, I mistakenly purchased the 74 instead of the 47 with my long saved points yesterday. This product is just too unattractive," lamented another netizen. "Haha. Is the guy above trying to kill me with laughter so he can take my wallet?" Someone replied, mocking him. "I'm in a private school and find it challenging to access a computer regularly. Is there anyone willing to help me claim the event rewards?" Another individual expressed a unique situation, seeking assistance. Soon, the clock struck 6 o'clock. After the system maintenance concluded, players eagerly logged into their accounts, ready to embark on a new journey. In an instant, the online environment transformed from calm to an exceedingly bustling state. Alongside millions of fans opening the client, Zhao Yuntu announced, "First, let us see if we can win the permanent Fei Hu team in one go today." As a well-known broadcaster with a considerable following, he certainly bears the responsibility of guiding everyone to experience new phenomena and attract more potential audiences to join. Chapter 100, Try Again. After completing the verification process, he recharged 1 million points, ready to test his luck with the new features. Upon casually locating an entrance to a chat room, I stumbled upon a newly introduced activity called Fortunate Grand Lottery. The space was filled with a plethora of visually appealing props, including a permanent flying squad outfit, a month-long golden assault rifle, and a similarly timed light machine gun, amongst other enticing prizes awaiting eager participants. Even if one failed to secure these coveted items, there were several desirable melee weapons on offer. The remainder consisted of a multitude of rather ordinary firearms and unique skins. To my astonishment, there was even a Golden Series gun. Gaze fixed upon the Golden 41 within the lottery pool, Zhao Yuntu was elated beyond measure. The audience in the live stream was equally aflame with excitement. "Incredible! There's a Golden Series gun. Host, draw it for us. Let us behold the Golden 41. For just 20 yuan, one could attempt to win a Golden Series firearm, and remarkably, too at that. Were it any other company, I would suspect they were on the brink of collapse." The host promptly initiated 10 consecutive draws, confident that 10,000 yuan would surely yield the Golden 41. "Without further ado, I shall bypass the wall and head to the internet CF for a round of draws." "Very well, let us commence the lottery." With that, Zhao Yuntu eagerly began the drawing process. One could opt for a single draw, or select 5 or 10 consecutive draws. After 100 consecutive attempts, the next draw would yield a lucky key. Utilizing this lucky key would significantly enhance the drop rate for rare equipment, and all acquired items would enjoy double the duration. To save time for the audience, Zhao Yuntu promptly invested 200 yuan for 10 consecutive draws. As the wheel came to a halt, 10 items appeared before Zhao Yuntu. He scanned from top to bottom, a hint of disappointment crossing his brow. These 10 items were far from impressive. Not a single firearm among them, only repetitive patterns and colors of muzzle flames. It appeared this event was not as generous as it seemed. Unable to contain his discontent, Zhao Yuntu lamented. On the surface, this event appeared quite benevolent, yet it was riddled with pitfalls, as he consistently drew identical patterns. "No matter, I shall try once more." Zhao Yuntu remained undeterred, fully aware that the likelihood of obtaining something remarkable from the outset was slim. If everyone could easily acquire golden weapons, what would be the allure of the game? He proceeded with a second round of 10 consecutive draws. This time, fortune smiled upon him slightly, aside from the repetitive patterns. He secured 2 firearms of commendable performance, the 4730 model. This weapon was particularly favored by enthusiasts of explosive modes, boasting exceptional stability and additional melee capabilities, coupled with a striking appearance. Wait, how is the validity of these items calculated? Are they counted separately or cumulatively? Zhao Yuntu suddenly recalled this detail and promptly accessed his personal inventory. Upon locating the newly acquired 47, he discovered that the validity indeed accumulated. Remaining validity for 47, 59 days, and 23 hours. The validity of other items was similarly cumulative. Phew, at least it's calculated together. Zhao Yuntu exhaled in relief. He did not wish to possess 2 identical items with overlapping durations. Utilizing 2 identical firearms simultaneously within the game held little significance. It was far more beneficial to consolidate the validity onto a single item. This consideration revealed a thoughtful aspect of the developers. Had it been another company, they might have insisted on providing 2 identical items, leading one to feel as though they had benefited. I shall save this weapon for future demolition endeavors. Let us draw again. He returned to the lottery page, continuing his journey. The third round of 10 consecutive draws yielded yet another series of identical patterns, with only a single inferior black firearm remaining. Once more. By this point, Zhao Yuntu was unable to contain his excitement. He could not believe he had spent 10,000 yuan without acquiring anything worthwhile. The fourth round of 10 consecutive draws presented a similar outcome, albeit with the addition of a military shovel, valid for 6 months. In retail, a military shovel costs 80 yuan for 1 month and 150 yuan for 2 months, coupled with the patterns and colors. This should hold a value of around 50 yuan. At least this time, the loss was not too significant. The fifth attempt resulted in yet another array of worthless items. However, Zhao Yuntu did receive a lucky key for the launcher. Alas, 1,000 yuan vanished just like that. Though he jested, internally he felt utterly helpless. This mechanism was truly a money pit, rendering it difficult to maintain control. Thankfully, he had now reached the 100-draw threshold and possessed a lucky key. This tool, reputed to greatly enhance the likelihood of acquiring exceptional items while ensuring that all drawn equipment received doubled validity, held all his hopes. Dear sir, I implore you to grant me a golden version. Even if not, bestow upon me a flying squad outfit. That would not be too much to ask. Having sincerely expressed this plea, he commenced a new round of attempts. Although he often encountered similar situations in other online games, where the outcomes rarely met expectations, such performances undeniably heightened the streaming experience. Zhao Yuntu was well aware that relying on this key might not genuinely yield a Golden Series weapon. Once more, he pressed the confirmation button, preparing for one final attempt. It seemed he would need to invest more. However, before he could finish his thought, the results of the sixth round, initiated through the lucky key, suddenly materialized. Contempt pattern 60 days, blue flame spray pattern 60 days, military hand axe 60 days, guardian spray paint 60 days, challenger spray paint 60 days, bomb placement pattern 60 days, golden 41 60 days, flying squad permanent, golden 60 days, military shovel 60 days. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, as even the chat messages on the screen seemed to come to a halt. After a few seconds, Zhao Yuntu dazedly closed the lottery interface. Like a robot, he slowly opened his inventory to examine the newly acquired weapon. At long last, I have discovered those 2 dazzling objectives. Zhao Yuntu stared in astonishment for a moment before reopening his character warehouse. In addition to the Hunter, Pandora, and Blade, there was now a permanent male character clad in camouflage and adorned with a military cap. This was none other than the newly released Huaxia character, Feihu Dui. Haha. Zhao Yuntu's laughter grew louder, with veins popping on his forehead, radiating an extraordinary excitement. He reopened his personal warehouse to confirm that the gleaming Golden 41 and Golden 47 were still present. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Yuntu shouted and danced around the room as if he had won a grand prize. Ah, this is marvelous. Designer, you are truly my soulmate. At this moment, the audience was captivated by Zhao Yuntu's exuberant antics, coming back to their senses. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tide. Is this real? Golden 4, Golden, and even Feihu Dui, all drawn? And they all have a validity of 60 days? Why did I only draw a shovel? The streamer managed to win with all 3 lucky keys? Chapter 101. I want Golden 2. I am beside myself. How did such fortune come about? I spent 3,000 and didn't he draw a single golden weapon? Impressive. Other companies' lottery events are mere gimmicks, while Aoyo Company genuinely enhances the odds of winning. Do not envy. Luck is bound to run out eventually. The streamer's current luck is likely to be depleted soon. Let us quickly enter a room to test the effects of Golden 47 and Golden 41. Remember to use Fei Hu DUI. Haha, today is indeed my lucky day. Observing the screen filled with envious and jealous comments, Zhao Yuntu could hardly contain his laughter. A single 10 draw brought him Golden 4, and Fei Hu DUI. Who in the Crossfire live streaming community could possibly rival such fortune? Alright, let us see what these two firearms are truly like. Zhao Yuntu joyfully stowed the two golden weapons in his backpack and switched to the newly drawn Fei Hu DUI character. He found a personal competitive room and commenced the game. The battle commenced. Within the game, the deep and magnetic voice of Fei Hu DUI resonated. Double kill, triple kill. A master is here, cutting down enemies like wheat, unstoppable, invincible across the world, surpassing divine feats. The battle concluded, and the mission was accomplished. Zhao Yuntu displayed commendable skills, achieving over 70 kills in each match. In this 12-minute personal competition, he utilized both Golden and Golden 4, successfully allowing the audience to hear all the kill sound effects of Fei Hu DUI. The voice of Fei Hu DUI, entirely in Chinese and infused with passionate intonation, ignited the audience's fervor. Fei Hu DUI is truly impressive, far superior to any foreign blade. I will purchase Fei Hu DUI after school tonight. The individual upstairs need not belittle other characters. Many people adore Blade as well. Handsome. This is the essence of Chinese special forces. The mere sound is exhilarating. Ah, I too desire Golden. Is there a generous brother willing to assist his sister in drawing one? The sister is too impoverished. Ha, I merely tried my luck. Spent 20 yuan and miraculously drew Golden. Who can compare with me? I also just drew Golden 4. The probability of this event is exceptionally high. Ayo Company is so conscientious. What kind of luck do you people possess? I spent 2,000 and didn't draw a single golden weapon? Subsequently, Zhao Yuntu played several rounds of the Terminator mode using Golden and Golden 4. He then began to investigate the online event to exchange for Golden 47. Although he already possessed Golden 47 with a 60-day validity, many viewers in the live stream did not have this weapon, prompting them to urge Zhao Yuntu to introduce the event for acquiring gold for free. Zhao Yuntu examined the event details and discovered that it would last for an entire year. The most crucial aspect was that if players collected 7 cards, those who owned Golden 47 could choose not to exchange it. This is because, in the second week, Golden 47 would be replaced with other rare weapons. Importantly, starting from the second week, previous cards would not reset. This meant that players who already had Golden 47 could also participate in this event. Once the new weapon was released, they could use the previously accumulated cards to exchange for it. Ayo Company is remarkably generous. Such a company deserves to thrive. After reviewing the detailed event mechanics, Zhao Yuntu could not help but exclaim. The activity designed by Lian, which allows players to earn cards by completing tasks, aims to provide players with a taste of less popular game modes. Currently, in Crossfire, the biochemical mode and challenge mode are the most favored, with the demolition mode also gaining increasing attention. However, the popularity of other modes leaves much to be desired. For instance, annihilation mode, ghost mode, team mode, breakout mode, and special operations all have distinct characteristics, emphasizing teamwork and individual skills. Still, the overwhelming popularity of biochemical and challenge modes has resulted in a persistent lack of interest in these other modes. Newly joined players typically opt for the more popular modes, rarely choosing the less frequented ones. The event initiated by Lian requires players to complete 5 daily tasks within these less popular modes, such as achieving a certain number of enemy kills in annihilation mode, using a knife to eliminate several enemies in ghost mode, or successfully breaking through multiple times. A popular game will never lack ordinary players. To obtain the 7-day Golden 47, everyone will venture into the respective modes according to the day's tasks. Zhao Yuntu is no exception. Today his daily tasks are: achieve 20 kills in annihilation mode, 10 kills in ghost mode, break through 5 times, 80 kills in team mode, and 60 kills in special operations. Completing these 5 tasks will reward him with a card inscribed with the characters for Crossfire is fun. The tasks will continue for a week, and after 7 days, collecting all the cards will form the phrase Crossfire is truly enjoyable. Initially, Zhao Yuntu was not particularly interested in these modes, merely possessing a general understanding of some gameplay mechanics. When Chuan Yu Huxian first entered public testing, he found himself especially captivated by the biohazard mode and the subsequent challenge mode, while largely ignoring other variations. It was only through this recent event that he gradually came to appreciate the enjoyment these modes offered. The ghost mode, with its thrilling hide-and-seek gameplay, was both exhilarating and invigorating. The breach mode, which involved successfully escaping from enemy encirclement, sent adrenaline surging through his veins. In the annihilation mode, he discovered the competitive nature of having to vie with teammates for weapons in order to confront opponents. In special warfare, Players were even restricted to using either melee weapons or sniper rifles. These imaginative gameplay styles were immensely entertaining for Zhao Yuntu and other newcomers alike. With the promotion of this event, previously obscure gaming modes began to gain popularity. Even after completing daily tasks, players remained immersed in this newfound excitement, reluctant to leave. Naturally, the most favored modes continued to be Biohazard and Challenge. Remarkably, after just a week of playing, Zhao Yuntu initially thought that the lack of interest in Ghost mode was due to its unappealing nature. However, after experiencing it, he found it utterly addictive. Moreover, the breach mode was truly extraordinary, and he shared a little tip. Throwing smoke and flash grenades during a breach was highly efficient. He also appreciated the team mode, especially the fierce battles aboard the transport ship, which were even more intense than those of World War II. Did anyone enjoy Annihilation mode? He believed that picking up weapons from the ground tested a player's skills significantly. His own reaction speed was lacking, so he only engaged with Challenge and Biohazard, unable to compete with the adept players. He finally understood why Lao Su initiated this event. It was to showcase the unique qualities of these modes, which were in no way inferior to Biohazard mode. Chapter 102. This was precisely the outcome he had longed to witness. At 8 in the evening, when Su Lian saw that all the mode channels were bustling with players, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His efforts had borne fruit, and players had finally discovered the joy embedded in these gameplay styles. While he was delighted to see Biohazard and Challenge modes gaining traction, he realized that if only these two games received attention while neglecting others, it would essentially reduce the experience to merely Biohazard Frontline. Therefore, in order to entice more players to explore different modes, Su Lian was willing to offer rare rewards, such as the Golden 47. Currently, the balanced popularity among various modes was the outcome he had always wished for. At that moment, as usual, Qin Feishu sent over today's financial report. Su Lian quickly skimmed through it. Dungeon Fighter continued to maintain a commendable profit margin, given the numerous opportunities for expenditure within the game, where players could easily overspend if not careful. However, in recent days, the revenue growth for this game had somewhat slowed, likely correlated with the end of summer vacation. In contrast, Minecraft was performing exceptionally well, with over 3 million players purchasing the game for 500 yuan. As it is a one-time purchase single-player game, future revenue would depend on promotions and other strategies. There would certainly be a need to allocate resources towards marketing moving forward. As for Chuanyu Huixian, which had just received a content update today, its performance was remarkably strong. From 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, the game had already generated nearly 60 million in revenue. Despite the download counts and online user numbers being fairly similar to Dungeon Fighter, the newly introduced limited characters and elements of Huaxia culture had attracted many new players who had previously never spent money, leading them to recharge amounts ranging from dozens to hundreds of yuan to acquire these items. It appeared that closer attention needed to be paid to the performance of Dungeon Fighter. Gazing at the stable yet unremarkable growth curve, Su Lian pondered thoughtfully. Currently, the entire enterprise was gradually venturing into multiple new endeavors, thus necessitating substantial funding to support various projects' execution and development. Money. This was the most urgently needed resource. Considering this, Dungeon Fighter, as the most profitable product at this stage, was undoubtedly the prime candidate for investment. Efforts must be concentrated on it moving forward. Perhaps the release of the level 70 version could be expedited? In fact, for the early adopters of the game, many had already reached level 60 with full gear. Compared to the level 70 phase, accumulating gear at level 60 was significantly simpler, as the latter introduced many complex enchantments, augmentations, and badge mechanisms. Once an account reached the highest level and suitable high-tier gear was acquired and enhanced a few times, complemented by a full set of sky gear, one could consider it a formal graduation. The entire process would require approximately 30,000 yuan. However, once this goal was achieved, there would be limited avenues for further spending, leading players to often shift their focus to nurturing a second character and continue investing resources in that endeavor. The value generated solely by this demographic would not suffice to sustain long-term development needs. Consequently, in comparison to similar products, Dungeon Fighter had implemented the most character creation reward activities, with fresh content encouraging newcomers to establish secondary characters almost every week. The rationale behind this approach was straightforward: to encourage users to continuously spend on virtual goods to enhance their strength. This would not only boost engagement, but also increase revenue flow. Thus, this strategy shall be adopted, and there is no need for excessive delay. After considerable reflection, Su Lian ultimately decided to advance the launch of all features related to the 7th chapter by a few days. Historical data indicated that Dungeon Fighter's true peak revenue period occurred within the level range of 70 to 80, with enticing features such as the opening of alternate maps and the introduction of a new female profession, the gunslinger, awaiting exploration by players. Creating the initial state of the necessitates a substantial investment of time and gold. Additionally, there are plans for several limited-time projects that promise to be even more lucrative. Time is of the essence. Although it is currently outside of working hours, the office is devoid of colleagues save for Su Lian. Fortunately, Lian Xin has previously completed the necessary preparations, leaving only final adjustments to be made. Naturally, such an abundance of exciting elements cannot be unveiled all at once. It is prudent to allow approximately a year for players to acclimate to the new rules and familiarize themselves with the environment. An excessive frequency of updates could overwhelm the audience. For instance, after considerable effort to cultivate a fully equipped level 60 character, an announcement of a more powerful version update the very next day would undoubtedly provoke widespread dissatisfaction. Therefore, at this stage, only the narrative chapters pertaining to the 7th installment and information regarding a character named Tianjia Meiguei, the goddess gunslinger, have been disclosed. Presently, this character ranks among the most popular in the game, second only to the male ghost swordsman, and primarily focuses on ranged attacks. The number of players embodying the male gunslinger accounts for 30% of the total player base, a remarkably significant figure. The gameplay and skill set of the goddess gunslinger bear a close resemblance to those of her male counterpart, with only slight variations in the available classes. However, Su Lian distinctly remembers that when the goddess gunslinger was first launched, she rapidly gained immense popularity across the internet. Within 2 months, she even surpassed the male ghost swordsman, claiming the title of the most beloved character. Moreover, to celebrate the recent conclusion of summer vacation, Su Lian has prepared to unveil the first summer-themed outfit, aptly named the Summer Set. This attire, while possessing modest attributes, offers exceptional comfort in warm weather. The goddess gunslinger, already exuding charisma, becomes even more alluring when adorned in this refreshing summer ensemble. It was indeed the sight of the goddess gunslinger in her summer attire that inspired Su Lian to create his own character. He is confident that pairing the goddess gunslinger with the summer outfit will undoubtedly attract a plethora of new players to the game. At 2 a.m., Su Lian meticulously organized the code updated by Lian Xin and dedicated some time to finalize the design of the summer set. After confirming its accuracy, he announced via Weibo and the Alio communication platform the update details for the version 70, including the new dungeon and character, Tianjia Meiguei, the goddess gunslinger. One cannot help but appreciate the advantage of data retention. Tasks that once took days to complete were accomplished by Su Lian in just a few hours. Dungeon Fighter Maintenance Notice. From 6 a.m. on December 4th to 6 a.m. on December 5th, maintenance will be conducted. Dungeon Fighter version 70. The Light of Evolution is set to launch grandly. New map. The homeland of the celestial beings and gunslingers, the technological city of Tianjia, is now open. New dungeon maps. Jint Defense War, Ruffed Floating Harbor. Upon reaching level 60 and completing the necessary quests, players can finally access the Celestial Gate. New feature. Completing dungeons in version 70 rewards players with black meteorites and blue meteorites, which can be exchanged for the Lord artifacts from the 2 dungeons. New class. The Celestial Goddess Gunslinger makes her dazzling debut. Click here to view the 4 job change skills of the Goddess Gunslinger. New fashion. The Vibrant Summer Set is now available. Log in to Alio Communication to preview it. Version 70 introduces 210 epic weapons, 310 artifact weapons, and 80 Lord artifacts. For more details, please log in to the Alio platform. Celia, thank you, warriors, for your companionship. Let us join hands and strive for greater heights. Alio Tianxia, a gaming paradise crafted specifically for players. Dungeon Fighter has officially been operational for 6 months. Enthusiasts of this game have experienced 6 primary characters, each equipped impressively. Su Lian had previously hinted during a live broadcast that a new character would be released following the summer vacation. Players have been eagerly anticipating this, closely monitoring Su Lian's Weibo updates daily. Although it is currently 2 a.m., Su Lian's announcement spurred a flurry of comments beneath his post. Initially, only a few responded, but as the update time approached, the comments on Weibo surged. After viewing the promotional video for the Goddess Gunslinger, players were ecstatic. Goodness, what did I just see at 2:30 a.m.? Su Lian has finally released a new character. This is fantastic. Wow, the Goddess Gunslinger? I never expected Su Lian to introduce this character. It's simply too cool. Keep it up. After finishing the promotional video at 3 a.m., I can no longer sleep. I can't wait for 6 a.m. Impressive. The Goddess Gunslinger's awakening skill, Ancient Particle Cannon, looks exceedingly powerful. It far surpasses the male version. Male mechanics. Come check out how stylish her awakening skill is. She can summon robots. The Goddess Gunslinger seems to carry an arsenal. She is constantly tossing grenades. I definitely won't be playing the female explorer anymore. Aside from her appearance, she lacks other highlights. I believe the female explorer's skills are quite strong. The male version pales in comparison. Everyone should check out the summer outfit of the Goddess Gunslinger. It's simply stunning. Look at her figure. It's no exaggeration. She must be a beauty from Tianjia. Wow. The goddess gunslinger's appearance is truly breathtaking. I must have the summer set. My male gunslinger can even show off his abs in the summer outfit. I can hardly contain myself. The summer attire for the sorceress seems a bit dull, too plain. Don't you think? Is there anyone else who loves the sorceress's new outfit? It's rather cute. I adore flat-chested girls. To the person above, that's a bit excessive. Is it a crime to like lolis? Please spare us, the loli enthusiasts. Overnight, the content related to the 70th version on Weibo and Aoyo Communications was fervently shared by countless individuals. Consequently, D11CH has once again ignited a wave of excitement. Discussions surrounding the 70th version rapidly ascended to the top of Weibo's trending searches. The update of D11CH has unveiled the blooming celestial rose. Just this single Weibo post amassed a staggering view count reaching tens of millions within mere hours. After all, everyone eagerly anticipates the arrival of new characters. Whether it be in terms of character design, voice acting, or gameplay mechanics, the Goddess Gunner embodies all the expectations fans hold for a new character. Coupled with her striking image and slender figure, one cannot help but feel compelled to create a character and embark on an adventure. The popularity of D11CH remains remarkably high, with each update from Lian elevating the game's allure further. This time, not only has a new version been launched, but it has also introduced an entirely new character concept, resulting in unprecedented fervor. Even on major gaming streaming platforms, viewers of D11CH stayed up late awaiting the update, eager to be the first to showcase the new content to others. Lin Shufan, often referred to as the big sister of the dungeon, is no exception. Since the last racing event organized by Lian, she has not engaged in any interesting interactions. Weekly, Lin Weixin merely conducted simple check-in activities or distributed small benefits to players over the weekend. This led to a significant decline in viewership for D11CH's live broadcasts, and Lin Shufan's view count noticeably dropped. Each day, her highest online presence barely surpassed 1 million, far from the summer peak. However, today's scenario is markedly different. D11CH has not only unveiled a new map at level 70, but has also introduced a highly popular character. Such a monumental event certainly could not escape Lin Shufan's attention, especially after watching the promotional video for the Goddess Gunner. She found herself captivated by this profession and decided to create a new character to experience it firsthand. To bolster the popularity of her live stream, Lin Shufan cleverly titled her broadcast with an enticing headline and planned to conduct a lottery, randomly selecting 100 individuals, each of whom would receive 10 sets of summer attire. As soon as she began her stream, her room was immediately flooded with new fans, all actively participating in the chat. I hope to win the prize. I'm a student and can't afford this new outfit. Which profession does the beautiful streamer think is the most enjoyable? Which one is the strongest? Come on. There's no such thing as a weak profession. Any class can become powerful if one is willing to invest. Finally, there's new content to engage with. I was nearly dozing off while grinding old maps. The design of the new outfits is fantastic. Just looking at them made me incredibly happy. Only 5 times. That's quite restrained. I assent it. Am I the only one interested in the uncle-type characters? As the hours swiftly passed, it reached 6 a.m. and all information regarding server maintenance vanished. The servers resumed operations on the 16th. The new map and characters were primed for exploration, and longtime players, who had been yearning for this moment, could finally relish in D11CH once more. In that instant, countless adventurers surged into the game. Even those typically preoccupied with work or rushing to school were unwilling to miss out on this substantial update, eagerly pulling out their phones to explore the changes within D11CH. Chapter 104. Where did the ghost swordsman come from? The immense influx of players instantly placed overwhelming pressure on the servers. Had it not been for Lian's prior upgrade of server equipment, the system might have collapsed under such peak demand. The update has begun, friends. Hurry and experience this new profession. Filled with anticipation, Lin Shufan swiftly logged into the game. Accompanied by an extraordinary background melody exclusive to the Celestial Realm, the screen soon displayed a line of text: The Celestial Rose blooms. Once loading was complete, she arrived at the character selection screen. As a seasoned player, Lin Shufan had already maxed out all possible characters in D11CH and equipped them with the finest gear. Curious about the new Goddess Gunner, she opened the character creation menu. As expected, she discovered a character with a stylish short haircut and a captivating appearance, the Goddess Gunner from the Celestial Realm. This class branches into 4 different types: Heavy Gunner, Mechanic, Ammunition Expert, and Ranger. These professions bear a similar role to the male gunner, with minimal skill differences before level 30. However, distinctions begin to emerge beyond level 40. The names bestowed by the designers are quite intriguing. Let us create a character and see how it goes. This time, I'll play as the ammunition expert. Without hesitation, she clicked the create button, and a new character was born. Just like before, D11CH offers not only engaging gameplay, but also a captivating narrative. Since its release, Lian has consistently shared storylines related to the game on social media. Following the announcement of the new character, he promptly published all historical records concerning the goddess gunner on the official website for players to browse. Thus, even those who do not play the game can gain insight into this background. The video reveals that in an effort to overthrow the oppressive royal regime, the illegal organization Cowlet instigated numerous bloody conflicts. Many innocent civilians were persecuted, and certain technologies were suppressed and confined. The protagonist is a female soldier who once safeguarded the royal family, but as the enemy grew increasingly brazen, the once mighty guard force was nearly annihilated. Only she, utilizing her intelligence and cunning, managed to escape and ultimately traversed numerous obstacles to seek assistance from other players in the Arad continent. Subsequently, the events unfolded as she aspired to grow stronger here, forming her own team to return to her homeland and vanquish the malevolent organization. Wow, it turns out there exists another advanced civilization above the land we inhabit. Lin Shufan exclaimed excitedly after watching the trailer. Such a creatively rich design concept could only have originated from a company like Aoyo. The other viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the vibrant content, as if they were enjoying a cinematic experience. It seemed the developers could easily transform these captivating settings into a visual masterpiece. Surely, it would be marvelous. If the male and female sharpshooters hail from the celestial realm, might there be a forthcoming chapter featuring the demon race? I recall the female fighter mentioning her origins from the Suzugua. Perhaps the ensuing narrative will delve into that aspect as well. Undoubtedly, this game is immensely popular, and Su Lao will certainly ensure it continues to thrive. By the way, where does the Ghost Swordsman originate? It seems his promotional video didn't specify. I believe the Ghost Swordsman, being so formidable, must possess an impressive background. The previous speaker was mistaken. The Ghost Swordsman is merely an ordinary swordsman cursed by Kazan, found throughout the continent of Arad. This is what sets Aoyo apart from other companies. Every character is designed with exceptional realism and individuality. After creating her female sharpshooter, Lin Shufan immediately purchased 20,000 points to acquire the summer attire for each character. Indeed, the female sharpshooter looks stunning in those outfits. Upon seeing the female sharpshooter clad in a white bikini, her tall and alluring figure evoked a tinge of envy in Lin Shufan. The physique of this game character is nothing short of perfection, resembling a mannequin. Let us first explore the Celestial Realm, the home of the sharpshooter, before we engage in dungeons to level up. Currently, the sharpshooter is only at level 1, making dungeon runs quite monotonous, and the audience is not keen on such tedious content. They yearn to witness the new version's content and maps. Lin Shufan decided to showcase her fully leveled mechanic character instead. With the game having recently opened up to level 70, she could graciously stream her dungeon runs. After completing the quest leading to the Celestial Realm, Lin Shufan finally entered the capital's dungeon. Not only Lin Shufan, but many players had also completed their quests early, donned in new attire, arriving in the technologically advanced Celestial Realm. The area outside the dungeon was bustling with activity. Haha, having always been in snowy forests, suddenly transitioning to this futuristic city dungeon feels a bit disorienting, commented the player above. This is my first time here, and I do feel a bit like a country bumpkin in the city. The dungeon's monsters are all high-tech soldiers, especially the large one outside, wielding a flamethrower. Is this truly the appearance of the celestial homeland? I eagerly anticipate the scenery of my daughter's homeland, the demon realm. Oh dear, I just completed a circuit around the outer realm of Hentei, discarding the black meteorite, only to realize it can be exchanged for top-tier equipment. I cannot fathom why we Ghost Swordsmen lack a dedicated map. Such a powerful class should not be left in solitude. The Ghost Swordsman's homeland is Arad. Just return there if you wish, remarked the player above. Hentei is in need of more team members. Come quickly and add me as a friend. It has been a while since I have seen such excitement in the dungeon. Lin Shufan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Dungeon Fighter has not been this lively for some time. However, it is currently working hours, and players can only carve out some time in the evening to indulge in this game. Alright, let us level up quickly and see if there are any new equipment afterward. With that, Lin Shufan accepted the first quest in the Celestial Realm and began leveling up. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. Take care, Suzong. After signing the contract in the conference room of Tianmei Music Company, yet another new icon lit up on the Aoyo communication software developed by Su Lian. The head of this music platform spent 30 million to purchase a year-long advertising spot. Tianmei Music is an application with a user base that is not particularly large, but has received favorable reviews. Currently, many companies are interested in collaborating with Alio Communications. As this social software is rapidly expanding, having amassed a considerable player traffic in just a few months. This is evident to all in the business circle. The once dominant Blue Fox Communications is gradually being supplanted by Alio, founded by Lian. Chapter 105. How did you negotiate? If this trend continues, it won't take half a year for the once mighty Blue Fox to potentially collapse entirely. At that point, Alio Communications is bound to become the leading chat tool nationwide. Furthermore, rumors have circulated that the Far East Group, behind Blue Fox, no longer wishes to support it, causing companies that initially sought collaboration to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Without the backing of financial supporters, Blue Fox has become vulnerable. Astute individuals understand that, in the face of an aging tree nearing death, one should choose to nurture a flourishing sapling. Moreover, these are seasoned professionals in the business world. Negotiating business is about long-term strategy. Given Blue Fox's precarious situation, who would dare to take the risk of collaboration? In truth, as the helm of a company, Lian need not personally handle such matters. However, with a limited workforce, managing several projects has kept everyone exceedingly busy, compelling him to undertake the legwork of signing contracts. Fortunately, Qin Feishu has been actively recruiting new talent, and soon Lian will be able to step back and enjoy a leisurely life. Zong, we have successfully secured the contract with Lu Qi for the novel side. I have already sent the email. Thank you for your hard work. This time, Qin Feishu represented the company in negotiations regarding placing advertisements on the online literature platform. In this virtual society, web literature platforms also hold a significant market. Lu Qi is one of the smaller websites, primarily focusing on themes of fantasy and urban life. Since the meteoric rise of D11CH in YYNGSH, numerous writers on this platform began to craft a variety of articles centered around this game, including some adult novels. Although these authors excelled in creating such works and amassed millions of followers, in reality, Lian did not grant them any rights to adapt the material, rendering these actions unlawful. The management of SHQ Company was well aware of this fact. However, the allure of profit from writing D11CH in YYNGSH fan fiction proved too enticing. Initially, an inconspicuous writer earned a monthly income of 100,000 by relying on fan stories related to D11CH in YYNGSH. Upon witnessing this success, other authors followed suit, churning out a plethora of similar fan tales. The management and editors of SHQ understood the illegality of these activities. If Lian chose to litigate, he would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, they opted to turn a blind eye, secretly encouraging the continuation of such endeavors, as they noted the significant increase in website traffic and popularity. Nonetheless, the truth cannot be hidden indefinitely. The founder of SHQ was acutely aware that one day, Lian would seek retribution, potentially leading to exorbitant compensation claims. In order to legally continue operating fan fiction related to D11CH in YYNGSH, he resolved to contact QNF9 to purchase advertising space on the OYU communication platform. Upon Lian's consent, QNF9 proceeded to negotiate with the other company. 90 million? How did you negotiate that? Did you hold a knife to their throat? Upon reviewing the contract, Lian inquired, somewhat astonished. Initially, SHQ intended to spend only 30 million to secure advertising space on the OYU software and the rights to D11CH in YYNGSH fan writing. Lian deemed the price too low and instructed QNF9 to raise the offer. To his surprise, QNF9 escalated the price to 90 million for a mere one-year term. If they wished to renew the contract the following year, an identical sum would be required again. Astonishingly, the other party signed the contract. Haha, Mr. X, you truly have a knack for humor. The value of our company's traffic is far greater than that. Moreover, do you know how much these individuals have earned from writing fan fiction? In just 3 short months, they amassed 150 million, surpassing the combined revenue of all our games within 3 days. I believe there will be further opportunities for collaboration, and this novel website is indeed one of the best teams in this field. Their strength could also aid in promoting our game. Otherwise, even if I demanded 200 million, they would likely comply. After all, once a case of infringement reaches the courtroom, it is bound to lose, and they would have to relinquish those improperly obtained profits. So do you think they would refuse to sign the contract? After reading the last message adorned with a charming emoji, Lian felt a chill run down his spine. He could vividly imagine the scene in the conference room where QNF9 smiled while coercing the founder to sign. However, upon reflection, Lian found solace. Business is akin to warfare. Everyone is merely pursuing monetary gain. Although QNF9's approach was somewhat aggressive, she was ultimately a diligent employee striving for her own best interests. Well then, thank you for your hard work, Lian replied before driving back to the office. A few days later, Lian noticed many unfamiliar faces in the company, all technical personnel personally recruited by QNF9. These individuals were either poached from elsewhere or had joined after undergoing rigorous assessments. QNF9's standards for selecting talent were far more stringent than his own, and each individual she selected was an industry elite. Particularly, several expert programmers could accomplish tasks in 1 hour that would take others half a day. From that point onwards, Lian entrusted the recruitment of new employees entirely to her. It appeared that he need not worry about this aspect in the future. Observing his busy colleagues through the window, Lian expressed his satisfaction. The company now boasted over 20 key employees, each capable of handling crucial roles independently. Aside from major decisions, he no longer needed to personally tackle most back-end data issues. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, most employees gradually departed for home, leaving a few programmers, including LNW9N, diligently working late. She was addressing some bug fixes in the new dungeon of D11CH in YYNGSH. Previously, she had collaborated with Lian on this portion of the content. However, due to the numerous enemy settings involved, many erroneous codes had surfaced, consuming a considerable amount of Lian's time merely for troubleshooting. Fortunately, a recent influx of new talent had joined the project team to assist with the workload. Finally, it's done. At 11 o'clock midnight, with the last line of code completed, the design for the interdimensional activities and special channels was finally accomplished. 2 other colleagues rushed over upon hearing the news. Lian, we have also completed the programming work for the SILY blessing items and other equipment. Excellent. Please send me the files as soon as possible, and let us all get some rest. Afterward, she spent another 2 hours meticulously reviewing each segment of the script to ensure nothing was overlooked before issuing the announcement. D11CH in YYNGSH maintenance notice. Servers will be closed for upgrade operations from December 16th to 17th. Chapter 106. Rift of the Otherworld. The brand new version 70 opens otherworldly challenge quests. 6 new maps, including the Goblin Throne, are now available. Players who reach the corresponding level and complete the relevant subplots can experience the latest chapters and receive exclusive set rewards. Please use punctuation judiciously to avoid lengthy and difficult-to-read sentences. A world of adventure awaits, a gaming paradise for all. Currently, the profit strategy for D11CH in YYNGSH is primarily overseen by LNW9N. Apart from the core content requiring Lian's approval, all other activities and configurations of in-game data are managed solely by LNW9N. Currently, players of D11CH in YYNGSH often possess at least one set of sky costumes or the latest summer limited outfits. Even those who lack these are likely to purchase several high-end garments from the shop to embellish their appearances. The QNGGTNJIO set undoubtedly stands as the most elusive and challenging attire to acquire within the game. Every day, countless players invest substantial sums of money in purchasing synthesizers and advanced clothing materials, hoping to attain a complete QNGGTNJIO set. In light of this phenomenon, Lian Weixin resolved to include this premier apparel in Celia's Lucky Package, aiming to alleviate the player's woes during the synthesis process. By procuring this lucky package, one has the chance to directly obtain the entire QNGGTNJIO ensemble. Naturally, Lian Weixin had her own clever tactics. A Celia's Blessing is priced at 3 yuan, while synthesizing a complete QNGGTNJIO set through conventional means would require an expenditure of approximately 4,000 yuan. Should players need only to spend a small amount to instantly acquire the full costume, the company would inevitably face financial losses. Thus, she not only diminished the probability of obtaining the complete set, but also introduced a feature allowing the selection of individual QNGGTNJIO items. Consequently, even if players receive a single item, they can only choose from a limited selection. This adjustment is indeed a stroke of genius. If someone, with a mindset of merely testing their luck, spends a few dozen yuan and ends up with that single item option, they are likely to be tempted to continue trying until they eventually gather the entire collection. After all, the allure of possessing a single item versus completing the entire set is vastly different. As for the newly released Summer Colorful set, the design principle is akin, with a high difficulty in acquiring the complete set, while individual components have a relatively higher probability of being won. Even if only a single component is obtained, most players, with the exception of a few exceptionally unlucky individuals, are unlikely to give up easily, often continuing to invest money in hopes of winning the remaining parts until the full set is complete. Furthermore, these rewards can be freely traded on the market. Even those who prefer not to gamble on box draws may find themselves compelled to spend money at the auction house in search of their desired Sky or Summer Special Edition attire. This approach not only accelerates the consumption of in-game currency, but also stimulates players to recharge their accounts more frequently, which is indeed good news for those diligent studio players earning gold coins through hard work. Lian Weixin believes that with such strategic planning, D11CH in YYNGSH's revenue will experience a significant increase in the coming months. It seems that her work will become considerably easier from now on. Lin Weixin chuckled softly, feeling quite pleased with herself. With the updates for version 70 nearing completion, her primary responsibilities will now include maintaining the existing system codes and timely launching promotional activities. Just a week has passed, and there is already a new gameplay feature? It appears that the Great Sue has finally figured out how to capitalize on this. An interdimensional rift? I did not see any background introduction regarding this dungeon in the official materials. It seems it is a non-main storyline. The name suggests it is undoubtedly a dungeon suitable for team challenges, and the difficulty level is likely high. Is it worth farming for the dropped equipment? To the person above, why not check the recent announcements for detailed data on the interdimensional devices? Their performance is comparable to level 70 legendary weapons. But the set effects are extremely pronounced. Wow. The Shadow Blood set can reduce the cooldown of the Berserker's Fury skill by 30 seconds. And equipping 3 specific accessories can further shorten the cooldown by an additional 6 seconds. If combined with pets and other enchanted accessories, oh my. The clarity of your explanation above makes it seem possible to unleash Berserker Strike infinitely. Fellow Azura players, take note. Go check out the Dark Fury series. As it is said, this special edition can enhance your Evil Light Slash by 20 points. When paired with a top-tier level 70 sword for an additional 20 boost, your ordinary skill could sweep across the entire screen. Oh my. Take a look at this combination set for the Swordsman class, 7 Moons Martial Arts. It significantly reduces the preparation time required for the ultimate skill, Sky-Shattering Sword Dance. If you add some cooldown-reducing items, you could continuously unleash that breathtaking strike. Wow. It turns out many new equipment types can alter existing skill effects or enhance damage values. Thus, undertaking this new version of the dungeon is undoubtedly a highly advantageous endeavor. So, should one pursue legendary equipment or focus on accumulating these special items? I hope a seasoned expert can offer guidance. Don't be troubled, my friend. The interdimensional rift does not require any stamina to enter. You can enjoy a free opportunity 6 times a week, accommodating both aspects. You mentioned that tiny gift might yield clothes worth thousands? Is there really a chance to win a grand prize with a 3-yuan lottery? Oh my, why did I throw away several thousand yesterday? Haha, at least the items can be sold, so I won't need to spend money on clothing directly. I can just use the hard-earned savings to snag a deal in the trading market. It has been exactly a week since the level 70 update was first released. Many skilled players have successfully completed the main storyline and reached the pinnacle level of 70. However, for these veteran players, reaching the summit is not the end. Next, they will face a variety of new challenges, enhancing their attributes, collecting powerful pets, developing secondary characters, delving into the abyss to gather legendary level sets, or conquering ancient secret maps in pursuit of epic artifacts. Recently, a new dungeon called the Interdimensional Rift has been added to the battle sequence, awaiting exploration by heroes. This is precisely why D11CH in YYNGSH has managed to maintain its vibrant vitality. Unlike some other games where reaching the limit signifies the end, the world of D11CH in YYNGSH continues to present numerous challenges even after attaining the highest level. Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 70. You have been awarded the exclusive title, Pioneer of the Age. Chapter 107. I'm up. Simultaneously, you shall receive 10 Tianjia Mijing Pa Mo Shur, 10 Nuo Simer Shinmi Iji Pa Mo Shur, and 10 Haishang Lieluan Pa Mo Shur. Hooray! I have finally reached the pinnacle. Early the next morning, after completing the software update and launching her live stream, the female mechanic Lin Shufan excitedly announced that her game character had ascended to a new stage. Although the upgrade rewards appeared somewhat impractical, she remained undeterred. The previous night, she had already perused the official information regarding the YKNG Enli X and its associated equipment. To her knowledge, this new batch of items, while possessing fundamental parameters comparable to legendary gear, boasted a significant enhancement effect when fully combined, surpassing that of legendary-grade equipment. Particularly, the entire set of SHNYUNGC Zhuing, tailored specifically for mechanics, stirred her anticipation. This equipment not only drastically reduced the cooldown time of many crucial skills, but also remarkably amplified attack power. The mechanic's level 45 ultimate ability, KNGT-UZHUN, summoned a multitude of robots to detonate and deal damage. Upon donning the SHNYUN-SHGT Ozuing, the number of robots summoned by could increase by a staggering 50. Originally, already summoned numerous robots. Adding 50 more would create a spectacle that filled the entire screen. Therefore, Lin Shufan's foremost desire was to swiftly conquer the YCU Enli X and acquire her. The task to venture into the was exceedingly simple. One merely needed to converse with Jiying Xiao Di Lu S. Upon completing the task, a dedicated server for the would be established, comprising 10 channels, all of which were already brimming with players, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of a crowded marketplace. Such a phenomenon would have caused a server crash in previous games. Even the slightest movement of the mouse could result in disconnection. To avert such occurrences, Lian invested heavily in hiring a team of top-tier technicians to design a bespoke network server for this game. Hence, even when all 10 channels were at full capacity, players would not experience lag or disconnections. Lin Shufan waited for several seconds before successfully entering the server. Upon entering the channel and arriving at the entrance of she was met with a cacophony of information and announcements. Comments flooded in: Goblin Kingdom, Black Earth, City of Wriggling 31, do not enter without strategy. Equipment thieves will face dire consequences. The difficulty of this dungeon seemed outrageous. Despite 6 attempts at the Goblin Kingdom, she could not even surpass the first level due to the goblin's relentless health regeneration. You clearly Haven T read the strategy against goblins. Focus fire is essential to eliminate them quickly, or they will endlessly restore their health. It's so hard, truly exceptionally difficult. Even with the guide, I cannot succeed. The timing to catch the monsters is far too limited. I was helping a friend with his quest to resurrect and recover items. And as soon as I dropped my gear, that fool snatched it away. Is the YGMSH really that terrifying? Haven't all strategies been disclosed? Lin Shufan furrowed her brow as she observed the barrage of complaints regarding the YGNND on the screen, scrutinizing the comments in the live stream. When the ancient dungeons were first introduced, everyone struggled due to a lack of understanding of the mechanics. Yet now, with the new launched, the official had thoroughly outlined all monster characteristics and strategies. Why were there still so many voices lamenting the dungeon's difficulty? It's arduous, exceedingly arduous. If 4 individuals do not collaborate effectively, they will undoubtedly fail. Understanding the mechanics alone is insufficient. The monster's attack power is excessively high, and with inadequate magical resistance, one can easily be eliminated. What does it matter if the mechanics are disclosed? For those of us with poor skills, it is nearly impossible to manage these monsters. Our guild of 4 attempted to clear the ordinary Goblin Kingdom, wasting a plethora of resurrection coins just to pass the first map. To be candid, even my friend using cheats could not get through. The difficulty surpasses that of the Hellish Sorrow Cave. Are you, perchance, referring to yourself? Is it truly that challenging? Lin Shufan wore a slight anxious smile, realizing that mastering the YGGUNL would indeed be a formidable task. Hey, Shufan, I'm awake. At that moment, Yuwaner unexpectedly sent a message and initiated a voice call invitation. Ever since she had earned a substantial sum from Su Lian's company, Yuwaner decided to no longer trouble Lin Shufan and moved into her own small apartment. Today was a holiday, and with the recent update of the KING-SHG, Yuwaner planned to play the game alongside Lin Shufan. Are you live yet? Let us tackle it together. I'm already streaming, Yugia, but I see many complaints about the being particularly difficult. Lin Shufan remarked, glancing at the screen filled with anxious messages. In truth, once one grasps the characteristics of the monsters and the combat strategies, with sufficient damage output and magical resistance, it becomes quite manageable. Which channel are you in? I'll come find you, Yuwaner softly inquired. I'm in channel 8, Lin Shufan replied. Soon, the two formed a party. Wow, there are indeed a lot of people here. Observing the densely packed avatars on the screen, Yuwaner appeared somewhat astonished. It seems there are truly many who love this game. Alright, I'll invite 2 teammates skilled in crowd control. Yuwaner then posted a message in the public channel. Goblin Kingdom 22, prioritizing players with crowd control abilities. Any equipment thieves will be blacklisted. Novices, please refrain from applying. Shortly thereafter, a gunner and a red-eyed warrior applied to join the team. Both players possessed excellent gear and sufficient magical resistance. The gunner wielded the compressed quantum cannon skill, while the red-eyed warrior excelled in soul-severing slash, both of which were commendable crowd control skills. Therefore, Yuwaner approved their applications. You all should have reviewed the relevant strategies and understand the specific combat methods, right? Yuwaner inquired. Cursed right hand. Indeed, understood. Tianjia Rensai Gao, absolutely. Therefore, let us directly assault the Goblin Kingdom. Upon entering the map, I urge both of you to immediately employ crowd control techniques to restrict the monster's movements. We shall then concentrate our firepower to eliminate them, ensuring that no blood-sucking goblin is left alive. The group responded in unison. Understood, let us proceed. 4 confident figures charged into the rift to the other world, selecting the king-level Goblin Kingdom, thereby officially commencing their challenge. The moment they entered the level, Yuwaner and Lin Shufan first cast enhancement effects on their characters, quickly dodging to avoid drawing the enemy's attention, causing them to scatter chaotically. Simultaneously, Hong Yin and the gunner immediately unleashed their crowd control skills, binding all nearby minions. Attack, commanded Yuwaner, and the 4 teammates unleashed their full firepower upon the gathered monsters. In a mere few seconds, this batch of minor demons was entirely vanquished, dropping 2 precious dimensional shards, which were collected by Yuwaner and Hong Yin, respectively. Excellent, commented the cursed right hand. A splendid strike. praised the Celestial Realm player. It seems rather simple, murmured Lin Shufan in mild surprise. Did I not mention that as long as the team coordinates effectively and the overall damage is sufficiently powerful, such dungeons are hardly worth mentioning? Yuana said proudly. Is it truly that easy to pass? This is a king-level difficulty. Is it real or merely an illusion? The gentleman in front, the first map is indeed not complicated. It is primarily the foolish individuals who, upon entry, run about haphazardly, causing chaos. Truly impressive, Yujia. Your gaming talent is remarkable. Streamer, take me along for a game later. I too wish to venture into the other world to hunt monsters. After dispatching the goblins, the four began consuming skill cooldown potions frantically and then charged towards the second room. The second room was relatively simple. They merely needed to lure the goblin in front of them to a robot at the doorway, allowing it to eliminate the goblin. Coupled with their seamless cooperation, they easily passed this level. As the robot exploded, a plethora of dimensional equipment dropped from its remains. Wow, Yujia, why did the equipment drop before we even arrived? Lin Shufan inquired in astonishment. Normally, elite monsters in the otherworld dungeons drop equipment, and since we selected the king-level difficulty, the drops are even more plentiful. Patiently explained Yuaner. Oh, I see. Lin Shufan nodded repeatedly, and subsequently, a gear pickup request popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. It turned out that the gunner and Hong Yen had already begun collecting the equipment. However, similar to epic gear, dimensional equipment cannot simply be snatched up by speed. It requires allocation and dice rolls. If a player cannot utilize a piece of equipment, they may opt to forfeit, allowing the other three to determine its ownership by rolling dice. Let me see, dark bloodstained boots. I recall this should be part of the Hellish Blood Demon set, right? Lin Shufan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is the infinite rage set belonging to Hong Yen, which allows rage to continuously erupt with no cooldown time. Nodded Yuaner in response. Cursed right hand. Please, do not argue. This set of equipment is only suitable for Hong Yen, and it would be of no use to others. Haha, look at how anxious this fellow is. Let us quickly forfeit. Yuaner could not help but laugh, promptly agreeing with Lin Shufan to forfeit. The gunner, realizing that acquiring Hong Yan's equipment would be futile, naturally chose to forfeit as well. Thus, this equipment was accepted by Hong Yan within the team. Cursed right hand. Haha, such good fortune to acquire the infinite rage equipment in the first round. Thank you. My three brothers. Soon, the four charged fiercely into the third room. Upon entering, everyone came to a halt. This map is considered the most challenging level within the Goblin Kingdom. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. They must wait for a cloaked goblin to approach and then eliminate it. Afterward, they would use standard skills to bring down the goblins hiding in the trees, thereby annihilating them all at once. At this moment, everyone consumed the Divine Protection Potion. This potion grants the character invisibility and immunity to all damage for a duration of 30 seconds. Just as the cloaked goblin approached with its spear, the four began unleashing every available skill upon it. After all, special techniques could not be utilized afterward, so they aimed to inflict as much damage as possible on this invisible monster. After several rounds of intense output, the hidden goblin was swiftly killed, once again dropping a significant amount of dimensional equipment. Among them, a weapon called Spirit Blade of Infernal Flame caught Yuaner's attention, prompting her to cheer with excitement. This is mine, the Spirit Blade of Infernal Flame. It is truly my exclusive weapon. Haha, this is unique equipment for the Demon Hunter class. Part of the Spirit Blade of Infernal Flame set. This set significantly enhances the Demon Hunter's level 45 ultimate skill, Infernal Flame Carlo, increasing attack power and cooldown efficiency by 20, and most importantly, extending the skill's duration by 30 seconds. For a Demon Hunter who relies on sustained output for survival, possessing this set of items is simply a dream come true. Heavens, it is utterly unbelievable. After 2 waves of combat, we have acquired 2 sets of graduation gear. I too play the Demon Hunter. May I inquire if this weapon is strong? Can it compare to the Shadowless Sword? This friend may still be unaware. The allure of dimensional equipment lies in the special effects when worn as a set. The attributes of an individual piece may not even surpass those of a typical artifact. But if one can collect a complete set, that is an entirely different matter. It is simply unattainable. I implore you, esteemed streamer, wait for me as well. I am willing to do anything you ask. I must also act quickly and seize my chance. Yuaner, being a top-tier gunner, had no interest in the blade and thus would not compete for this trophy. Although the red-eyed character could also wield this weapon, considering that he had already received support from 3 individuals and relinquished numerous benefits, he willingly conceded to Yuaner this time. Consequently, this treasured blade naturally found its way into her possession. Hee, I am immensely grateful to everyone. It is indeed a primary weapon, simply splendid. Yuaner declared with uncontainable joy. How enviable. Twice, you have assembled 2 essential pieces of equipment for our team. Lin Shufan exclaimed. her tone tinged with a hint of envy. She too yearned for a similarly precious reward. Let us press on, dear companions. More surprises await us as we vanquish the great foe. Yuwaner encouraged her comrades with unwavering confidence. After eliminating the invisible adversary, the four continued to eradicate the remaining enemies. Although these minor minions appeared easy to handle, one must exercise caution in deploying potent techniques, lest they trigger a berserk retaliation that could inflict fatal damage. After considerable time spent relying solely on basic tactics and standard strikes, they finally dispatched the last 4 targets and proceeded to the final section of the map. The environment here was relatively straightforward, featuring merely a small girl-like mage and several goblins donned in festive attire guarding the endpoint. Swiftly neutralizing the mage would allow them to pass the trial unhindered. Any delay that granted the goblins an opportunity to hurl books could result in the annihilation of the player team. Fortunately, through conventional methods, they had gradually worn down their opponents, depleting substantial energy, and at this juncture, all members could unleash their ultimate abilities once again. As they stepped into the arena, they unhesitatingly launched a fierce assault, swiftly dispatching the fragile mage. Chapter 109. Exceptional treasures once more, an array of peculiar items scattered across the ground. Regrettably, it was evident that none of these items suited the needs of their team. It seemed that acquiring the ideal treasures proved to be quite challenging. At this moment, Lin Shufan came to a realization. The prior 2 instances where 2 teammates obtained their graduation gear had misled her into believing that the drop rate for this mode was significantly high. In reality, those 2 teammates had merely been fortunate to find equipment rated at 983. Thus, the drop rate for this mode was likely comparable to that of the Abyss mode. With the impending battle approaching, the 4 began fervently consuming potions to restore their condition. At this critical juncture, the red-eyed character exchanged the Terrastone Greatsword for a level 20 artifact, the Shattered Mind Blade. Although the weapon's statistics were unremarkable, lacking any remarkable features, it possessed an exceedingly grotesque effect, a 2 chance to inflict 20 of the enemy's current health as damage. Remember, this is 20 of their total health. A truly staggering effect. Players wielding the Demon Sword often utilize the Shattered Mind Blade while grinding through ancient dungeons or facing formidable foes with high health, making it an essential secondary weapon for many affluent Demon Sword players. Before long, everyone was prepared, their spirits soaring as they charged into the chamber. Before them loomed the ultimate challenge of the Goblin Kingdom, King Gouge. This was a war chariot composed of 4 green-skinned goblins, with King Gouge seated prominently in the center. Adorned with a resplendent golden crown and gripping a specially crafted golden scepter, he menacingly addressed them. Now that you have come, none shall leave alive. The majority of the livestream audience had never ventured into another realm, nor had they witnessed what lay beyond. This distinctive Goblin King immediately captured their attention. I never imagined goblins had a king. I always thought they were merely ordinary monsters. This is an interdimensional rift, a story beyond the main line of Arad continent. I assure you, the game will introduce more content based on these rifts in the future. Surely the goblin, as the final boss, cannot be that strong? Don't be foolish. The earlier minor enemies were formidable. How could he possibly be weak? Moreover, he is the leader of all goblins, so he will undoubtedly be a challenge. This foe possessed numerous skills and dealt exceptionally high damage. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant death. After considerable effort and the use of several revival tokens, they finally defeated the war chariot. It was then that King Gouge revealed himself, a diminutive green goblin wielding a brilliant golden staff. Ah, you dare destroy my chariot? You shall pay dearly. Gouge twirled rapidly, summoning countless bolts of lightning from the heavens. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. The 4 scarcely had time to react before being struck down in an instant. Indeed, the king-level adversary presented quite a challenge. Yuwaner chuckled sheepishly, reviving once again. She swiftly unleashed all available skills in a relentless barrage. Lin Shufan and the others also relied on revival tokens to sustain themselves. Once their skills were exhausted, they would unwittingly walk into the attack range, succumbing to death and respawning to refresh their skills. Countless revival tokens and skill combinations later, they finally reduced Gouge's health to a mere 10. Keep going, his health is running low. Yuwaner excitedly declared as she controlled her character, Ghost Cry, and delivered a precision strike, promptly unleashing her ultimate ability. The others followed suit, employing their ultimate skills to bombard the goblin ensnared within Ghost Cry's ice trap. Ultimately, under this relentless assault, Gouge fell, dropping a plethora of equipment, roughly 7 or 8 pieces upon a cursory count. Yet that was not all. Among the equipment lay a pink card. Oh my, an exceptional item. We struck gold. At that moment, the spirit of teamwork that had previously united them dissipated, and they all eagerly scrambled for the spoils. They scarcely took the time to examine the equipment before it was snatched away. Goodness, all I received were worthless items for other classes. I can only break them down, Yuwaner lamented. Cursed right hand. Just a pile of useless junk. Celestial Realm player Sai Gao. However, I did acquire a blueprint for a firearm that requires over 200 fragments to synthesize. What a pity. Shufin, what did you manage to obtain? Yuan suddenly inquired. I was observing. Lin Shufin was fortunate, having acquired a considerable amount of equipment. To ensure her accuracy, she meticulously examined each item. When she finally glimpsed the name of the last item, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. She had indeed obtained a piece of the Abyssal Erosion set. Sister Yu, I've acquired a part of this set. Gazing at the Abyssal Erosion boots in her backpack, Lin Shufin beamed with joy. Notably, during the equipment grab, no one paid attention to whom the items belonged. Lin Shufin was no exception, taking what she needed regardless of class restrictions. Fortunately, the Abyssal Erosion piece ultimately belonged to her. Her luck was extraordinary. I could hardly believe it. Is it truly the case that everyone received one? The odds are simply incredible. You wretched fellows, let me give you a taste of hardship. And a design blueprint dropped? Is such a thing purchasable? Brother, you're overthinking it. If it were sellable, everyone would already have an otherworldly set. Haha, we are truly fortunate this time, Yuan exclaimed joyfully. They had just completed their first match, and all teammates had obtained their desired otherworldly equipment. Although Daqiang received a blueprint, it could be crafted with sufficient fragments. Oh, by the way, what was that pink item earlier? Who got it? Yuan asked curiously. She distinctly remembered that a pink card dropped upon their death. However, it was taken away before she could see what it was. It is well known that items of pink rarity in the game are often highly valuable, especially those dropped from such challenging dungeons, certainly a treasure of exceptional quality. Cursed right hand. I didn't take it. Who got it? Qinjiarin Saigao. I don't have it either. Strange. I wasn't present. Did Sister Yu acquire it? Lin Shufin was equally astonished. I didn't tea. My bag contains no special equipment. Yuan glanced at the few otherworldly items in her backpack, perplexed. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yuan noticed that her secondary profession material tab was shimmering, indicating the addition of a new item. She hurriedly clicked to examine it, and discovered a pink item indeed had been added. It was a card for the Goblin Kingdom. The card depicted a Goblin King named Gogo riding a chariot. Goblin King Gogo. Card. Weapon, upper garment, lower garment, strength 35. Gogo, what is true strength? Ha ha ha. It turned out to be a card. She had thought it was something else. Chapter 110. Not very powerful, but relatively safe. Yuan sighed with relief, initially fearing that the drop from the otherworldly rift would be a divine-level piece of equipment. Nonetheless, this card was quite decent, as it could enhance strength by 35 when crafted into a gem. Furthermore, this was the first pink card in the national server, which could fetch a good price at auction. Never mind, I'll save it for my lower-tier character. Yuan's main character was a ghostly figure focused on intelligence, rendering strength-enhancing gems useless to her, better suited for her secondary character. Oh my, I didn't expect us to finish in 12 minutes. Glancing at the time displayed in the upper right corner, Yuan smiled. Shufin, shall we continue? We still have several chances to challenge this rift today. Each week, they had 6 opportunities to challenge the otherworldly rift, and currently, both Yuan and Shufin had 5 remaining. Come on, if we drop a few more abyssal pieces, I could complete 3 sets. Come now, why think so far ahead? The odds of this thing dropping good items are worse than farming the abyss directly. Isn't it true that the higher the difficulty, the better the rewards? Someone in the group inquired. Indeed, the drop rate correlates with the number of hits taken. Streamer, could you guide us? This dungeon is genuinely challenging. Thus, the 4 continued their adventurous journey. Days after the dungeon's opening, the social media platform for the game was inundated with players' various complaints and grievances. Brother Su, why did you create such a difficult dungeon? Even with a full set of epic equipment, I cannot pass. Isn't it because the rewards from the otherworldly realm are too enticing? Playing is torturous, not playing is maddening. You are truly ruthless. Other levels are manageable, but this city of writhing creatures has me stumped. Especially with the fake and real lizards, they drive me mad. Even cheats don't work. Old Su, what should we do? You're incredible. Bro, what kind of technology are you using? How can you still be unable to get through? He enforced strict regulations. Even slight anomalies led to permanent bans, so I could only choose the weakest auxiliary program, which is not very powerful, but relatively safe. Where has CCNet gone? With it, I wouldn't fear failing this rift. In my youth, I didn't understand the value of accounts. Once banned, I cried in despair. Su Lian merely smiled at the barrage of complaints from players. Although this dungeon frustrated many, it maintained high popularity, with 10 channels almost always queued for approximately 24 hours. As players desperately sought to level up their equipment for a successful completion, the company's profits soared, surpassing those of competitors within the industry. To this end, Lin Weixin had been working overtime for several consecutive days organizing back-end information. Meanwhile, some fortunate players had acquired full sets of otherworldly gear and shared videos of their gameplay, showcasing breathtaking visual effects like the Berserker's endless fury, the mechanic S bombardment, and the swordsman S infinite slash. Such a conflicting yet unique emotional experience was rare among other players, as they simultaneously lambasted Su Lian online while eagerly attempting to conquer this challenge. Just then, an assistant sent a message. President Su, the situation regarding the use of illegal tools is quite severe. We have already banned tens of thousands of accounts. If this continues, we may face significant user attrition. Furthermore, there are some astute individuals who create alternate accounts to engage in illicit activities, thereby circumventing the scrutiny of regulatory mechanisms. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lian earnestly responded that such unlawful behaviors must be strictly prohibited. Those who exploit external forces to bolster their primary accounts should be issued a warning, informing them that any detected anomalies in data will result in punitive measures. Initially, a temporary suspension of 7 days will serve as a reminder, while habitual offenders will face a permanent ban from logging in. After all, nurturing a fully leveled account is no easy feat, and witnessing its abandonment is certainly not a pleasing outcome for anyone. This approach not only serves an educational purpose, but also mitigates substantial losses. Moreover, it may be prudent to consider a modest reduction of 20 in the life points of monsters, while simultaneously increasing the number of dropped fragments to stimulate player enthusiasm. The dimensional fragments can be found outside the dungeon and exchanged with Duoluo Shi for dimensional equipment. By merely collecting 300 dimensional fragments, players can acquire a coveted piece of dimensional gear. Each successful challenge of the dimensional rift can yield up to 510 fragments. Given that players only have 6 opportunities to challenge each week, they can expect to average around 50 fragments per week. Consequently, some players may require over a month to amass a sufficient quantity of fragments for a singular component of the complete set. A full dimensional set comprises 9 distinct parts, which implies that, with a stroke of bad luck, a player might need an entire year to complete their equipment. Considering the current difficulty level is already substantial, further prolonging the wait for a complete set of dimensional gear will undoubtedly leave players feeling overburdened with minimal rewards. To address this, Su Lian decided to have Linwei Xin adjust the parameters to double the number of dropped fragments. The challenge posed by the dimensional rift primarily stems from the formidable attack power of the monsters and the intricate nature of the combat mechanics. However, Su Lian opted not to simplify or eliminate these complexities. Instead, he chose a different strategy to reduce the health points of all enemies to 80 of their original value. The design philosophy that pervades the game will similarly manifest in future team dungeons. If this distinctive gameplay feature is not preserved, the forthcoming new maps will lack both challenge and enjoyment. Should players struggle to conquer the relatively simpler dimensional rift, how will they fare against more advanced dungeons in the future? Thus, Su Lian believes that the existing settings are perfectly suited for players to hone their skills and enhance their technical prowess. He is confident that such arrangements will effectively sharpen participants' abilities and foster teamwork. Once players have mastered their skills and established effective communication, even team dungeons like Unto N will become manageable. Acknowledging this, Linwei Xin proceeded to adjust the relevant parameters in accordance with Su Lian's vision. After concluding the call, he gently summoned his secret weapon, the system assistant. Recently, Dungeon and Fighter has performed exceptionally well, yielding substantial profits for the company and enriching Su Lian's gaming account balance. As various operations have fallen into a stable routine, Su Lian has largely ceased direct involvement in daily affairs, instead focusing on crafting the long-term development roadmap for the enterprise. Occasionally, to alleviate boredom, he enjoys browsing the internet for peculiar items and checking for new releases in his own store. Chapter 111. Everything now requires money after winning several remarkable items in the last draw. It has been a considerable time since he last spent money on shopping in the game. With the impending release of the level 80 version, he must retain sufficient currency to procure relevant information. Naturally, if he encounters exceptionally good and practical items, he will proceed with the purchase. Noticing an item titled Divine Game Talent priced at 4,000 game coins in the merchandise section, Su Lian thought this was precisely what he needed. This ability ensures that users can swiftly grasp the essentials of any type of online game and maintain a high-level performance indefinitely. Despite the steep price, for Su Lian, who operates within the gaming industry, it remains a worthwhile investment, especially considering his future plans for personal live-streaming interactive activities. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately placed an order for this feature. The system notification chimed, indicating that 4,000 game coins had been deducted. Shortly thereafter, he received the exhilarating news. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the Divine Game Talent. From this moment on, you shall reign as a king in the virtual realm. Su Lian mused. Everything truly requires money now. As a plethora of information about various games flooded his mind, gazing at his empty palm, he wondered if he had now become a top-tier expert. With anticipation, he pondered whether to tempt fate and attempt a reward draw, perhaps winning crucial information about the level 80 version of Dungeon and Fighter. Yet, he reconsidered and resolved to first accumulate the 4,000 coins. After all, he still had lingering memories of the last draw. With nearly a dozen remaining projects yet to be fully processed, adding new knowledge would only serve to overwhelm him further. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside, and Secretary Chin entered the room, presenting this week's performance report for his signature and review. After hastily scanning the document, Lian signed his name and casually praised. Not bad, well done. Once the staff member departed and he returned to his seat, curiosity prompted him to utilize his discerning eye to examine the relevant data of his colleagues. To his surprise, he discovered that this lady appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, well-preserved despite being several years older in reality. She was currently single and had never experienced a romantic relationship, but held a rather positive self-assessment. Upon reading this, Lian felt a measure of astonishment. In the days that followed, everything proceeded as usual until the introduction of the, which significantly heightened the popularity of among the player community, just as anticipated. Initially, numerous complaints arose, yet gradually, players adapted and began to relish this newfound thrill. Whether through sharing insights on forums or watching tutorial videos, players were progressively mastering strategic techniques in preparation for greater challenges. Eventually, they applied these skills within the game and successfully navigated through the levels. Players like 98-7 found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of achievement, akin to finally obtaining a driver's license, the moment one holds that small card in hand. Who would still lament the stern demeanor of their driving instructor? Consequently, the forums on the audio communication platform were no longer filled with accusations and grievances directed at Lian. Instead, they were a treasure trove of walkthrough secrets and experience sharing. Those adept at conquering entire dungeons posted their compiled tips online, assisting novices who were still grappling with. Meanwhile, new players seeking help from experts frequented the forums. Some top-tier players even began to compete over who could clear the fastest, uploading their rapid gameplay videos, which instantly captivated countless ordinary players. I soloed Goblin Kingdom in just 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Can anyone break my record? Click the link to witness the live action. Incredible. Hey, would you take on a student? I'm willing to offer you 2,000 as tuition. My goodness, is there really a speed competition for? So many brave souls perished when this level was first introduced. Help. I can't get past the first map of Wriggling City on my own. Without teammates to draw the fire, I simply can't deal with that elite monster. Perhaps I should lure that creature to the statue nearby, swiftly dodging when it attacks, so its fork gets stuck in the statue. The 7 Wounds Sword Chi equipment is always the strongest. Let me show you my Sword Soul's infinite ultimate move. Click in for a practical demonstration. Good heavens, the skills displayed by this Sword Soul are simply dazzling. This setup must be exhilarating for farming gold. I am utterly infuriated by this guy who wears whatever he pleases without high magic resistance. I kindly brought him along, only for him to snatch my. You must not have noticed your opponent. The name clearly indicates it requires high magic resistance equipment. Fueled by this fervor, the topics surrounding Dungeon and Warriors and soared to trending status on Weibo twice in a week. Today, coincidentally, is Saturday, the day when gamers are most active. Lian decided against going to the office, allowing Chin Feishu to handle company matters for the time being. At this moment, he was driving a vehicle named Night Legend at a rapid pace, intending to check whether his game was equally popular in the local internet cafes. After all, internet cafes are one of the most direct reflections of a game's popularity. Once he parked the vehicle, Lian donned a mask to avoid unnecessary trouble before stepping into the dedicated elevator that led directly to the entrance of the internet CAF by the river. This world boasts extraordinary technological advancement, with nearly every household equipped with computer devices. For an internet CAF to thrive, it must not only install the most popular games, but also offer a diverse array of entertainment options, such as an esports area or inviting charming companions to play alongside, or providing benefits like free internet access or drinks upon completing specific tasks. Of course, for adult players, there are even more specialized services, including a designated area for games restricted to those aged 18 and above. These isolated booths are equipped with 16 ultra-high-definition virtual reality headsets and provide adult-oriented accessories as enhancements, ensuring a thoroughly comprehensive service experience. Stop thinking about long-range sniping. Can you put down your scope? Oh no, a female ghost is attacking. Press 11-12 to survive. Bro, can you gather the monsters using your skills? We need to hastily construct a shelter before the zombie numbers increase at night. I'm also eager to challenge the end world, but my resources in the current save file are simply too scant. Chapter 112, want to try my new creation. Upon stepping into the lobby area, Lian immediately heard the chatter of surrounding guests. A cursory glance revealed that over half of the customers were engaged in experiencing the games produced by their company, while the remaining few were either watching movies or trying out other various works. Even the 18 area was completely booked. This further confirmed that users in this universe were more open to embracing new experiences than those in another dimension. It seems our products are indeed well received in the market. Witnessing everyone so engrossed brought a smile to Lian's face as he mused to himself. Ding ding ding. Hello handsome. Are you here to use our services? Today, all consumption at Deep Sea Internet CAF is at an 85% discount, and becoming our member will bring additional surprises. At this moment, a silver white, high-tech welcoming robot approached with a friendly demeanor. Several such robots were scattered around the CAF, some responsible for taking orders and delivering food, while others handled reception tasks, making it nearly impossible to spot any human operators in the space. One cannot deny that science and technology have significantly transformed daily life. Since I have no other business today, please help me set up a membership. Upon agreeing, the robot promptly initiated the facial recognition process. Ding. Registration complete. Congratulations, Mr. Lian. You have officially joined our elite ranks at the Deep Sea Network Club. We welcome you to visit again. No sooner had the words been spoken than several customers with keen hearing removed their headsets, their faces filled with confusion as they turned to look in this direction. Is it really Lian, the founder of IO Company? Wearing a mask obscured his features, making it unlikely that he would truly appear here. After all, he was already a superstar within the industry, his fame rivaling that of first-tier artists. How could he possibly find himself in such a commonplace venue simply passing the time? Indeed, he should be preoccupied with coding and making money rather than indulging in online gaming. Yet, his physique and gaze bore a striking resemblance. It felt almost uncanny. I had seen him at a previous press conference, and he seemed like a replica. I too suspected he might be Lian. But approaching to confirm his identity seemed risky. What if I were mistaken? Several onlookers exhibited confused expressions, watching the masked figure before them. Yet the mask deterred them from inquiring about his true identity. Lian felt a surge of gratitude for having prepared in advance. He quickly made his way to the nearest computer, eager to test his latest creation. With a sigh of relief, he hurried to seat number 13 in the Internet CAF to avoid drawing attention. A few customers, still skeptical, continued to watch him until he settled down, at which point they concluded he was merely a handsome man with the same name, and thus returned to their games, somewhat disappointed. Lian began his session, eager to evaluate the potency of the extraordinary gaming skills he had recently acquired. He navigated to the gaming platform developed by his company, IO Tiandang, and upon logging into his account, he discovered he could freely enjoy 3 games. After a brief deliberation, he selected Chuan Yu Huosian, curious to see how his newfound abilities would enhance his performance. Welcome to Chuan Yu Huosian, dear player. The welcome message faded, and Lian accessed his personal arsenal to customize his equipment. He had previously used this account during the beta testing phase, so his inventory was replete with an array of weapons and items, each boasting a validity of several hundred days, resembling a private server in its lavishness. Wow, you're loaded. Look at all those weapons, exclaimed a nearby player engaged in D. Xia Qingyu Yongshi. Huh, I just invested quite a bit during past events. Lian replied with a smile, selecting the latest character in the golden version of Weapon 47 to enter personal combat mode. After one match, Lian secured an astonishing 190 kills solely with the golden 47, which included a significant number of headshots. With the aid of his newly acquired formidable gaming skills, his technique seemed to surpass any cheating software. Whenever an enemy appeared, they were instantaneously dispatched with a single bullet, and at times, he eliminated over 40 foes in quick succession. Dude, you're not cheating, are you? The D. Xia Chengyu Yongshi player, now utterly captivated, asked incredulously. Initially, he had come merely to observe Lian, but he found himself completely engrossed. Of course not. Cheating here is illegal. Lian chuckled, shaking his head. Your skills are incredible. I've never seen anyone take down so many in a single match. The player expressed with admiration. Not only he, but several other players nearby also set aside their headphones to gather around and watch. Let us see you play a couple more rounds. Big shot. Show us what you've got. They clamored excitedly. After 2 additional matches, Lian's performance remained spectacular, particularly in the final game where his use of instant sniping techniques left the onlookers astounded. Unbelievable. Your accuracy is akin to having an auto-aim feature. As the crowd swelled, even those in distant corners were drawn in, eager to witness the spectacle. Could you teach me? Even just a few basics would be amazing, a bespectacled young man implored. Seeing the gathering crowd, Lian stood up with a smile, addressing the throng. I'm just an ordinary player, my friends. At that moment, someone from the back shouted, Oh my goodness, are you really Lian? Startled, Lian was about to ask how they knew, but he suddenly recalled that he had inadvertently removed his mask while lighting a cigarette, revealing his true identity. With a resigned smile, he waved his hand, accepting the reality of being recognized, and expressed his gratitude for their kindness. After all, as an ordinary person, He felt fortunate to experience such a moment of brilliance. Who would have thought that a mere instinct to light a cigarette would lead to the removal of his mask? The onlookers quickly regained their focus, now fixated on Lian's unmasked visage. In an instant, the internet CAF fell silent. Then, as recognition dawned, they realized he was indeed Lian, the founder of the Aoyo Tiantang gaming company, and the room erupted into excitement. Good heavens! It's truly Lian, the genius behind D. Xia, Cheng Yu Yong Shiranchuan Yu Xian. Is this really the legendary creator? Wow! All those classic games are his designs. Chapter 113. I never expected such enthusiasm from you all. Oh my gosh, it's really the designer Lian. No wonder that character felt so familiar. Hi. I'm your loyal player. I've played every game you've designed. In an instant, countless phones were aimed at Lian, capturing the moment with a flurry of clicks. Those elsewhere in the CAF, hearing of the arrival of the master designer from Aoyo Tiantang, hastily abandoned their activities and rushed over, encircling him without allowing a chance for escape. Even individuals from the 18 area flung open the door and dashed over, removing their headsets in a frenzy. Mr. X, please, can I have your autograph? I've always been your devoted fan. I've played every one of your games. X, go, let us connect on WeChat, please. It's a request from one of your biggest fans. Mr. X, I'm a short video creator. Could you collaborate with me for a video? I really want to. Mr. X, how about we play a round of Yaisai Yuan Liaking together? That evening, let us recharge an additional 80,000 yuan. Dear father, I implore you to sign. Your beloved daughter is earnestly requesting. Faced with the fervent gazes surrounding him, Lian felt an unprecedented level of popularity. However, in order to prevent any unnecessary inconvenience, he promptly suggested, my friends, let us remain calm. It is perfectly fine to request autographs and take photos, but may I kindly ask that you allow me to finish this match first? Moreover, let us all take a few steps back to avoid disrupting the business of the internet CAF. The players, displaying remarkable understanding, created a bit of space. Yet their phones remained perpetually active, for who could resist the opportunity to capture a moment with their idol in such an unexpected setting? Before long, some individuals had begun to upload videos to social media, proudly showcasing their encounters. I never expected you to be so enthusiastic, Lian remarked with a smile. His arms crossed. The crowd responded with smiles of their own. In that case, may I play a few rounds first? It would provide an excellent opportunity to teach you how to rank up. Please feel free to ask any questions, and after we finish, we can chat and sign autographs. Alright. Since it was a rare outing, he thought it best to indulge this eager group of players. Alright. The crowd chorused in unison. And don't forget the friend who mentioned recharging again. Lian joked, eliciting hearty laughter from all. He then returned to his seat, and everyone gathered around him, bringing their gaming chairs closer. Those unable to see the screen stood atop their chairs, craning their necks for a better view. Meanwhile, citizens who caught wind of the event online, particularly those residing within the same city, were utterly electrified. As time passed, the audience swelled, filling every available space in the deep-sea internet CAF, with even the parking lot outside overflowing. After a long night, Lian finally returned to his apartment. He resolved to limit his outings in the future, as it had proven to be quite exhausting. Lying in bed, he couldn't help but chuckle at the events of the day. Despite feeling a hint of fatigue, he diligently prepared the materials needed for the following day. Unbeknownst to Lian, his unintentional appearance would soon propel him to widespread fame, becoming a subject of discussion across numerous platforms. Even authors with a modicum of attractiveness could garner significant attention through video content. Yet Lian, simply by virtue of a video recorded by a fan, ascended to the top of trending searches upon its release. It was inescapable. His appearance and voice were remarkably captivating, making him virtually unmatched even on short video platforms. The founder of Yu Tianxia Games, Lian, made a surprise appearance at Deep Sea Internet CAF, and he is incredibly handsome. Click here to witness all about this charming gentleman within 30 seconds. Dungeon and Fighters game designer Lian engages warmly with players at the CAF. This is the very reason for Lian's popularity, his down-to-earth personality. Come and watch the video. The founder of Yu Tianxia, handsome, wealthy, fit, and with a splendid voice, he is truly the embodiment of a male protagonist from a novel. Click to find out more. Currently, the most popular short video platform, Douyin, is flooded with trending topics about Lian. Each video reveals a plethora of netizens enchanted by Lian's appearance and voice. Wow, this young man is simply mesmerizing. He is the perfect combination of physique and facial features. Which boy band is he from? I must learn more. I'm determined to follow him forever. Don't be ridiculous upstairs. Su Laozhai is incomparable to those young idols. Do they possess the same talent and background? Indeed, as a top-notch designer earning billions annually, how could he not be exceptional? Just yesterday, I sat beside Su Laozhai while gaming. His shooting skills were astonishing, surpassing even those who cheat. Isn't that obvious? After all, he is the creator of this very game. Oh wow. So he is the genius behind Dungeon and Fighter? I was just introduced to the game 2 days ago, and I am utterly impressed. I envy the brothers on business in Jianghaishi today. They missed this news. Otherwise, I would have sought an opportunity for a photo. As a fitness coach, I can tell from his attire and physique that Su Laozhai must have at least six-pack abs. He is undoubtedly in top shape. Haha. I didn't expect him to mention recharging 80,000. He seems very approachable. I just want to know if that guy who said he would recharge 80,000 actually followed through. The deep sea internet CAF, due to Su Lian's visit, frequently appears in various videos, skyrocketing in popularity and becoming the center of attention. Consequently, the CAF gained over 500,000 new followers. The owner even took to Weibo to express gratitude for the immense traffic brought in by Su Lian. The following morning, Su Lian arrived at the company and subsequently led Qin Feishu and several newly recruited programmers into the conference room. He had spent the entire night conceptualizing a game software exclusive to his company. It would resemble the structure of Tencent, integrating all games into a single management interface, thus facilitating a unified login experience for players. Once this system is launched, it can be utilized to deploy previously developed new games. Given the project's considerable scale, Su Lian had recruited many seasoned professionals for this endeavor. What do you all think? Do you believe my requirements can be fulfilled within 2 weeks? After elaborating on his vision, Su Lian looked expectantly at the 6 colleagues present. This time, he intended to refrain from direct involvement in the development work, allowing this group of newcomers to execute the project. After all, as the captain of the company, he could not manage every detail personally. Moreover, these individuals had been meticulously selected to join the team, and Su Lian held confidence in their abilities. Chapter 114. It seems I am quite the attraction. Rest assured, Su Zong, we guarantee timely delivery, responded Chun Hang, the department head, with utmost seriousness. Very well, now let us proceed to report to Manager Gao. She will arrange the specific tasks. Satisfied, he nodded and watched as everyone exited the room in turn. Excuse me, Mr. Su. Would it be possible for us to take a photograph together? At that moment, Qin Chuchu, responsible for art design, along with the 3D modeler Ma Yaoyao, shyly approached to make their request. They appeared quite demure. Of course, I replied, happily acquiescing to their request. Thank you so much. This is wonderful. After capturing the group photo, the 2 women departed with great joy. It seems I am rather appealing after all. The following day, as the live broadcast commenced, Lin Shufan logged into her game account to discover that her final character, the Goddess Gunner, had finally reached the maximum level. Nearly a month had elapsed since its launch. All 4 branch occupations, War Goddess, Storm Knight, Mechanical Heart, and Blood Rose, had ascended to their peak. Of course, Lin Shufan was not as obsessive as Yuaner. A fervent dungeon runner, she had enlisted the help of others to complete daily tasks for each character. Currently, her account boasted 14 characters, including 10 from her previous account and new professions she had recently added. To enhance the overall equipment level, she had invested approximately 3 million in crafting, essentially achieving the ultimate state. Daily, she needed to spend at least several hours managing the abyss, rifts, and other content, yet during live broadcasts, she could not focus on personal experiences for extended periods. Thus, she had emulated others early on by hiring professional players to assist with experience points and other details. Given the time-consuming nature of this game, accomplishing daily goals for those with multiple professions was exceedingly challenging. Tasks like running dungeons and clearing inventory could sometimes be more tedious than actual work. Furthermore, many gamers are students or employees who do not have ample free time, giving rise to a market for professional services. As the market's popularity surged, an increasing number of professional players joined the ranks, with some even establishing dedicated service platforms for seekers to find suitable boosters. Naturally, if players wish to recruit assistance, it is advisable to seek out reputable websites recommended by well-known streamers or specialized boosting sites. Recently, there have been numerous instances of scammers posing as inexpensive boosters, robbing players of their accounts. Let us now admire the awakening skills and new techniques of these 4 female gunners at level 70. All 4 goddess gunners have ascended from scratch to the highest level through professional assistance. Recently, Lin Shufan had been preoccupied with challenging otherworldly levels and had nearly forgotten the skills showcased in the previous promotional video. Hence, she was eager to see which of these professions appeared more striking. War Goddess, Pulse Wave, Blood Rose, Dual Gun Rapid Blade Dance, Storm Knight, Ancient Ion Strike, Mechanical Heart, Mecha Overlord. Lin Shufan took about 10 minutes to thoroughly observe all the skills of the 4 goddess gunners. She couldn't help but marvel at the dazzling display of skills unleashed by these divine professions, especially the mechanical engineer's ultimate skill, Mecha Overlord, which astonishingly summoned a complete mech combat companion. Compared to the male version that could only summon a mechanical arm, this was indeed impressive. Oh my, all these professions look incredibly cool. Which one do you think is the most impressive? Lin Shufan asked, filled with curiosity. Without a doubt, it is the female engineer's ultimate transformation. I initially chose this profession out of envy for this skill, came the reply. I personally prefer the one wielding the large particle cannon. Not only is its power immense, but it is particularly effective against dragons. Why does the development team seem to have issues with the ranger class? The male skills are abysmally weak, and the females are not spared either. The female characters are somewhat acceptable, but the male versions are truly frustrating, slow, and weak. Had I not invested a considerable sum, I would have deleted it long ago. Am I the only one who finds a certain support class's awakening skill particularly ridiculous? When thrown, it resembles a small electric pot. That made me laugh. You know, it's actually an ultra-advanced magnetic bomb. I agree. Why is the ranger class generally so underwhelming? Listening to the diverse opinions from the audience in the chat, Lin Shufan nodded in agreement. Regardless of gender, the characteristics exhibited by the ranger class were lethargic and inflicted minimal damage. Aside from the stylish postures during skill release, there was little practical utility. Someone, please rescue this mermaid. Just then, a dejected voice echoed in the game. It was then she noticed a mermaid named Xiao Dinglong, submerged in a fish tank, cradling a bag of gold coins. Why does this character have a tail? Since she had been continuously live streaming her adventures in parallel dimension spaces, the management of her other characters had been entrusted to professionals. Only her primary male mechanic had achieved full stars through her own efforts. However, once she reached her goal, Lin Shufan immediately plunged into material dungeons seeking better weapons, thereby completely overlooking the changes brought about by the version upgrade. Approaching the mermaid, she opened a dialogue box. Hello, little friend. It's our first meeting. I am your new neighbor, Xiao Dinglong. Wow, I didn't expect this character to be quite adorable. The sight before her made Lin Shufan feel a rush of infatuation. Quick, escape. Do not click to enter the shop. It is undoubtedly a shady merchant. Last night, I had suffered a significant loss attempting to open a lucky gift box, amounting to millions, and I was so furious that I nearly wished to fry her. Moreover, don't be fooled by appearances. Remember that an important task I once completed with great profit was entirely monopolized by this character. Upon hearing the audience engage in spirited discussion, Lin Shufan felt perplexed. Following the instructions, she opened the seemingly charming character sales interface, only to be confronted with an item labeled Mysterious Pocket Jar, priced at an astonishing 550,000 game coins. Upon closer examination, she discovered that this was a unique artifact capable of randomly obtaining essence cards of monsters ranging from level 170, with a certain probability of acquiring additional rare essence crystals. Among them, the fire and light attributes were deemed the most optimal configuration.